In Japan, 1970, everything is engulfed in flames, and the Tokyo Tower, the nation's symbol, is in ruins. Below, people dressed in National Guard uniforms are constantly deploying magic circles to fight the creatures destroying the city. The commander decisively raises his hand to order the whole team to fire. A massive, terrifying explosion follows immediately. But when the dust clears, the monster appears unscathed. They can only exclaim in shock that it can't be, as the attack didn't even make it budge. Furthermore, it's not just one creature, there's an entire army in front of them. The guards can only tremble and cry out that they're doomed. The lead monster coldly raises its fiery arm forward. The fire it launches lights up the sky, producing roaring sounds. When the smoke clears, the soldiers are surprisingly still standing, shielding their faces with their hands. After regaining some composure, they slowly open their eyes to see what happened. In front of them is a young man, his body glowing with blue light, blocking the monster's entire attack. Some of them immediately recognize him and smile in relief, while others look on in bewildered surprise. He turns back to them, gently saying that they've done a great job with their duties. He then shouts for them to focus on evacuating the civilians on a large scale, leaving this beast to him. The commander immediately understands the situation and orders a retreat. When someone questions whether they can really leave everything to that person and run, the one beside them angrily says, "You fool, don't you know who that is? He's the founder of magic and the strongest magician in the world." The person they're talking about is none other than Ichikami Minato, a name already famous as can be. Indeed, Minato is the one standing there, ready to face the monsters. Minato stands there poised to take on the whole horde of ferocious monsters. The giant creatures crazily charge to surround him, leaving almost no way out. One of the giant monsters suddenly strikes hard at Minato's position, but he quickly jumps away easily, simultaneously delivering a blow to its face and mocking its slow speed. Minato's hand at that moment emits a powerful, dazzling purple light. That energy strikes directly at the monsters below. Minato smiles, watching them struggle, then taunts them with a beckoning gesture. Among the light radiating from the enormous energy, the monsters continue their frenzied assault. Before this, countless monsters had suddenly poured out from every corner of the world. Later, this terrifying event was called the Great Calamity because humanity's advanced weapons couldn't harm them at all. At that time, humanity was gradually enlightened to the potential of magic, which quickly became the first and only weapon that could destroy the rampaging monsters. The life and death battle between the two species continued for over a decade without resolution. And now, the first and most powerful magician is Ichikami Minato. All of humanity's survival rests in his hands. Suddenly, a deep, harsh sound echoes from above, startling Minato. In the sky appears a multi-winged demon, exuding an overwhelming presence. Minato immediately recognizes it as a demon lord. It is the leading monster, the supreme boss of the Great Calamity, its enormous magic and pressure frantically bearing down on the ground. Oppressed by its powerful magic, Minato wipes sweat from his forehead and thinks to himself, even though his whole body is already covered in prior injuries. In the blink of an eye, it closes in and appears right in front of him with its immense energy. It shot a bright, deadly beam at Minato, but thankfully he managed to put up a defensive stance in time. Minato stood his ground, using his magic to create a solid shield to block the attack. He worriedly thought to himself, is he really using level 14 magic already? Has he decided to go all out right from the start? The demon lord opened its mouth wide, beginning to gather a glowing magical force right in front of its magic circle. Terrifying streams of energy swirled and gradually accumulated at the center. At that moment, Minato could only brace himself and think, so strong, is this really the strongest monster I've ever faced? Then he quickly erected a defensive wall combined with sturdy magical vines. The demon lord's destructive energy shot straight at Minato, tearing through space and creating a long streak of light. He put all his lifelong skills into trying to withstand the attack. The surrounding rocks and soil shattered into pieces, and Minato's face turned to shock at its destructive power. A massive explosion appeared high in the sky, followed by a rain of fire pouring down, blocking below. Minato was thrown along with fragments of broken ground, falling freely toward the earth. He hurriedly twisted his body in midair to regain balance and control. After that, Minato landed safely, but his face now had a few bleeding wounds. The demon lord immediately teleported and appeared before Minato again, not giving him a moment's rest. Minato faced it directly, thinking, so strong, is this really the world's strongest monster, the demon lord? He looked at it with worry, thinking, if I keep exhausting myself like this, I won't be able to win. Minato's eyes lit up with determination, realizing he had no choice but to do this. His whole body began to radiate a brilliant and pure blue magic. Minato used that original energy to directly counter the dark magic of the demon lord. The power of a type of magic is determined by its supreme level, and the number of magic circles that appear determines how strong that magic can be. The highest level the Demon Lord can use is level 14. Minato raised both hands to the sky, causing numerous colossal magic circles to appear. His limit at that moment was level 15. Minato then gathered all his strength and struck powerfully toward it. He unleashed level 15 magic named Void Chaos. Minato's supreme power successfully repelled the Demon Lord, causing its body to start disintegrating with painful screams. After the wild smoke and fire dissipated, sunlight shone down on an empty plain. All dangerous things gradually vanished, leaving only the Demon Lord's crown lying there alone. On Minato's side, he was completely exhausted, falling helplessly to the ground. He lay on his back, thinking, I've finally defeated the boss. With this, the great calamity can finally come to an end. But I've also drained all my magic power. To die as the greatest wizard in history, I guess that's not too bad. Minato felt he had lived a full life with no regrets. Then, his eyes slowly closed from exhaustion. Minato lay motionless there, while a strange light began to radiate throughout the surrounding space. His soul suddenly emerged from his old body, floating outside. It left his body, and Minato's soul hovered in the endless void. Like pure energy, his soul suddenly shot off at an incredible speed. It flew through the void, reaching a sturdy and modern-looking building that seemed very unfamiliar. Minato's soul was heading straight for the location of a person lying in a hospital bed with a body full of injuries. It passed directly through the flesh and entered straight into the person's body. Slowly, his soul began to merge with this new body. The bright golden light surrounding it eventually faded into the air. The arm of the person lying on the hospital bed suddenly moved gently. Then the body abruptly sat up decisively. Looking down at the unfamiliar hands, Minato wondered in shock if he was still alive, even though he had previously used all of his magic power. He looked around confusedly at the surroundings, thinking, what on earth is happening here? Minato couldn't believe it, thinking there's no way, something this absurd can't be happening. Seeing his brand new reflection in the mirror, he exclaimed in amazement, who on earth is this? On the hospital bed, the patient's name was clearly printed, still Minato, but the full name was Kusanagi Minato. The hospital room door opened, and the nurse quickly apologized to the doctor, thinking Minato hadn't woken up yet. Even Minato himself was startled when he heard their voices. Then, the doctor proceeded to remove the bandages and examine Minato's body. They both looked at the wound and exclaimed in shock. They couldn't believe it. Minato was completely unconscious and in critical condition from that traffic accident, but now he's fully recovered, almost like he was healed by holy magic. Minato rubbed his chin, thinking, that's because my body automatically healed the wound with holy magic. A traffic accident, huh? He turned to the doctor and asked, so, has all my magic run out? The doctor was puzzled about the magic and asked what he meant. Minato started rambling about how he had fought monsters during the disaster event, met with the concerned gazes of the doctor and the nurse. The doctor bent down and asked if Minato could tell him his name and what year it was. Minato immediately introduced himself as Ichikami Minato and asked if it was around 1970. The doctor felt uneasy, wondering if this was a symptom. It seemed like a case with memory issues. He then said that Minato's name was Kusanagi Minato and the current year was 2022. After hearing the name and the current year, worry appeared on Minato's face. He looked at their expressions, and they didn't seem like they were lying. Minato looked at the screen and wondered, is that a TV so thin and clear? The calendar also showed 2022. The electronic device in the nurse's hand was something he'd never seen before. Minato had a hunch. Could this really be the future? The doctor raised his hand and said, the disaster you just mentioned happened 50 years ago and hasn't appeared again since then. Minato exclaimed in shock, the disaster is gone? What about the monsters? The doctor replied, they still exist today, but not many. This is a time of peace. He was still surprised, if that's true. Does it mean the world has regained its original peace? Minato sighed in relief, thanking the heavens. The doctor hesitated and recounted that Ichikami Minato died in the battle with the disaster 50 years ago. He sacrificed himself to save the world. He stated directly, therefore you are not Ichikami Minato. Minato recalled and vaguely realized, that's when I died, and then reincarnated into the body of Kusanagi Minato. A question popped up in his head. Why? How? A few weeks later, at an old apartment complex, Minato returned home after his time in the hospital. He looked around and said, so this is Kusanagi Minato's room, no mine. His parents passed away when he was just a child. Then he was chased out by his adoptive parents and sent to a boarding school. Since then, this kid has lived on the money his parents left behind. Minato lay on the bed, telling himself, there's nothing like reincarnation. He looked at the ID card in his hand and wondered if that miraculous revival was the work of the gods or just a coincidence. The student card had the name Kamui Magic Academy, which was unfamiliar to Minato because there was no such thing in his time. But then Minato seemed content and found it intriguing. Just then, the phone in his backpack vibrated. Minato picked it up and wondered who Tadano on the screen was. He didn't even know what the thing in his hand was or what to do with it. After thinking for a while, he decided to throw it aside despite someone calling. The phone fell, and Tadano's message appeared, saying he knew Minato had just been discharged, and more importantly, he was out of money. The scene shifts to the next morning at the academy. Minato was quite surprised when he saw it for the first time. So this is Kamui Academy, huh? He smiled at the thought of being grown up and still going to school. It made him a bit excited. Minato paused, feeling a bit awed. It's great, but a student was using a magic circle in his hands. He cast a fire that hit a mannequin, and Minato was puzzled. What kind of strange magic is that? He looked at the students nearby and wondered, what in the world is this? He held his head, his face turning pale, as a wave of deep disappointment washed over him. Minato felt incredibly frustrated and skeptical. It can't be like this. Compared to when I started, this is like 1/10 of that. Can these kids even become mages? He walked quietly, lost in thought. Is this what resting on one's laurels is like? Magic was so powerful then, yet now. Minato felt like he was back in the old days, and he was excited. He looked around and wondered, did he have any friends? Just then, a group of people appeared behind him, shouting, "Hey, you jerk, ignoring my messages, huh? You're just some guy from Kusanagi, and you think you can do that?" Minato, still confused about what's happening, turns back to ask who they are. This made the red-haired guy so angry that veins popped out. He kicked out and shouted, "How dare you not remember the famous Tadano Jun?" Jun pointed a finger at Minato, calling him a useless piece of trash. He calmly recalled the name on the phone and replied excitedly, "Tadano, right? Got it, I remember now. You're my friend." He sneered and asked mockingly, "Remember now, you clueless guy. Do you know what a friend means?" Minato suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand, saying, "Of course, let's help each other." Jun immediately pushed his hand away and said that wasn't it. He grabbed Minato by the collar and demanded to know where his money was, insisting that Minato cough up the cash and mentioning the inheritance left by his parents. He sighed, realizing that Kusanagi Minato was being bullied. Jun raised his fist in anger and shouted, "Don't act like you know everything." Just then, the classroom door opened and a girl walked in, greeting the class with a good morning. She had green hair and a cute appearance, and her clothes were extremely expensive. Jun stopped right away, pointed at Minato, and reminded him not to forget, calling him a piece of trash. Minato adjusted his jacket and watched him leave in frustration. Coincidentally, today's class was about the Great Catastrophe, and on the board, there was a line about the event where the mage Ichikami sacrificed himself to end it. The teacher explained the final natural disaster, also known as the Great Catastrophe. When the monsters spread across the world, pushing humanity to the brink of despair, the leading figure in magic at the time, known as the Supreme Mage Ichikami Minato, didn't see it that way. He didn't back down, facing the wave of monsters alone, and eventually, he defeated the strongest monster of the Demon Lord Catastrophe at the cost of his own life. Since that time, disasters have not returned. Now, who knows exactly who Ichikami Minato is? A quick-thinking girl raises her hand, and the teacher calls on Mizuha to answer. She spoke as if reciting something memorized, being the sole survivor of the first disaster, the first mage, and also the reason for the founding of Kamui Magic Academy. You are the hero of this world, the idol for all mages. He's the hero of this world, an idol for all mages, she added. Minato sat trembling, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing everyone would stop talking about him. But just like that doctor said, the world is peaceful now. Maybe that's why the new generation of mages is weaker. Minato stared blankly out the window, enjoying the current moment of peace. Class ended and the teacher reminded them, "That's it for today. Tomorrow, you'll have an overall magic assessment." Jun slammed his hand on the table and said to Minato, "Have you heard about it? The overall magic assessment is tomorrow. Seeing you make a fool of yourself there is going to be hilarious." He got tired of hearing Jun talk so much, so he decided to leave. Minato grabbed his bag and left, while Jun mocked him about his parents not having any power. He called him an orphan, then stood there laughing with his friends. Minato responds with another question, asking if Jun's parents know that he's uneducated. Jun couldn't keep calm. He shouted, scolding him and told him not to compare him to himself. Jun, angry, raised his hand to form a magic circle, and a large fire appeared in the classroom. The other classmates were shocked. No way. He's really going to use magic in class? Jun launched a fireball at Minato, yelling, "Die, you piece of trash." Meanwhile, he stayed perfectly calm. Yuika ran over, shouting in worry. It was dangerous. Then, a huge explosion happened right in the classroom. Yuika scolded, wondering how they could use magic just over a small argument. She worried that someone might get hurt. Jun pointed at Minato, defending himself by saying it was Minato who started it, not him. The classroom was filled with dust and smoke everywhere. Amidst the haze stood the figure of Minato. He remained standing without a scratch. This left everyone amazed. Minato ruffled his hair, saying it wasn't a bad move. Jun and his friends were shocked, seeing he wasn't even scratched after taking that hit. What on earth was going on? Minato thought to himself, if it was just level 1 magic, his barrier could easily block it, no need for other spells. For now, he held back because he considered Jun to be just a kid. Minato's gaze became terrifying, but it seemed Jun still didn't know when to give up. His overwhelming presence made Jun's group anxious. At that moment, Minato's body was radiating with intense magic. A blinding light appeared in front of everyone. The students in the class were confused, unable to move. Yuika was also surprised, wondering what kind of magic this was. The entire class shared the same question. What the heck was happening? Every step Minato took forward made Jun tremble with fear. Minato gently extended his arm toward him. Jun was utterly defeated, surrounded by fear. Just then, the teacher entered, cutting in and asking, "What was that noise earlier? Did someone use magic here? Tell me what's going on." Minato stopped and looked towards him. Then he regained his composure and sighed. Minato smiled and told the teacher, "Nothing happened in the classroom. Perhaps someone outside mistakenly miscast a spell." He tried to explain that maybe someone was just testing their magic. "You know, wizards love to use their spells, sir." When asked about the smoke, Minato pointed out the window and explained it was also from outside. And being known for his honesty, the teacher believed him right away. The teacher loudly warned, "I'll find the culprit. All of you, go back to your seats." Minato thought to himself, "Sorry for the mess. I guess I have to create a fake scene to cover this up." Meanwhile, Yuika remained skeptical of what she just witnessed. Jun was still angry, cursing inwardly. Minato was a bit worried for the younger generation. Even though they're just students, this level of magic is still too weak. How would they fight monsters? Even though natural disasters have stopped, monsters are still lurking around. Because of that, he decided to go have a look around. The scene shifted to old Shibuya, a ruined city. Minato was using magic to fly in the sky. Then he gently landed on a nearby building, looking down. He could only remark how much Shibuya had changed. Minato stood on a blue magic circle. Then he continued to move forward. Minato thought to himself, "I can't sense that monster anywhere around here. Even though everything looks desolate like this, it seems the police have already intervened." He suddenly stopped and noticed something. Wait, there's a hint of a monster's presence over there. His sharp senses picked up that someone else was nearby too. He decided to move quickly towards that area. A girl was cornered by monsters, shouting at them to stay away. The monsters let out a piercing roar. At that moment, Minato, cloaked and masked, stood in front of the girl. Yet, the monsters charged without hesitation. Suddenly, sharp spikes shot up from the ground, impaling them. Minato stood there, defeating them with a single move. Then, he glanced back at the girl. The girl opened her eyes wide, staring at Minato in shock. Seeing the badge on her chest, he realized she was a magic police officer. Minato coldly reminded her to be more careful next time. The girl thanked him, while he calmly walked away. In a flash, Minato's figure vanished completely. The girl sat there puzzled, wondering who he was. He seemed like a supreme magician, but she didn't see him cast any spells. Minato thought to himself, covering his face was a wise choice, since he was a reincarnated guy who didn't need to stand out. But a magic police officer almost getting killed by a trash monster. Their skills have clearly declined a lot. There's no doubt anymore. Humans today can't even kill a weak monster. Not just students and police officers, it seems like magicians of this era are much weaker compared to before. Minato smiled with satisfaction, thinking that even now, his power was still useful. Minato decided it was best to focus on clearing out nearby monsters now. The next day at school, the teacher stood in front of a machine and announced, "Today we will measure our magic power." He added, "Remember to measure both the amount and the attribute of your magic power. Those are the most important stats for anyone wanting to become a professional magician in the future." Minato wondered if it was possible to measure magic power without using that device. He held his head in a bit of frustration, thinking, it's one thing for students to overlook this, but even teachers not knowing the basics is troubling. Feeling magic is the root of forming magic itself. Don't they know? Just then, Yuika unexpectedly walked over and asked if he had time. Classmates started talking when they saw this, saying, "Look, Mizuha is talking to Kusanagi." He actually got approached by Mizuha. She introduced herself. "This is the first time we're having a proper conversation. I am the second daughter of the Mizuha noble magical family, Mizuha Yuika." Minato was confused. What exactly is a magical noble? Yuika exclaimed. "You don't know? We're one of the 4 great families leading the magicians." He recalled not having such things in the past. He had never even heard of a family named Mizuha. Minato focused his gaze on Yuika. He easily noticed her magic power wasn't that great either. For a family known for high-caliber magicians, her magic power was quite faint. Meanwhile, Yuika was internally frustrated, thinking, "What's wrong with this guy?" I generously approached him, Couldn't he show a little gratitude? June, seeing this, was also angry, silently cursing Minato as a fool, daring to dream about his Yuika. Minato, a bit puzzled, asked back, "So what? What does a member of such a powerful family want with me?" This made Yuika a little annoyed, thinking, "This guy, the more he talks, the more I want to hit him. Calm down, breathe. You're a graceful lady, think of your honor first." Yuika remembered how yesterday, when Kusanagi was attacked with magic, he didn't get a scratch. There has to be a reasonable explanation for this. Just as she was about to ask about yesterday, the teacher raised his voice, asking the students in the back to get ready. Minato felt relieved to escape the hassle. It's test time now. Yuika was helpless but still smiled. Oh well, anyway. I'll see his real strength once he's done with the assessment. Jun stepped up, showcasing his fire magic. Guess I'm next. He directly channeled his magic into the measuring device. The announcement came up. Tadano Jun, magic power 1000, fire attribute. Jun clenched his fist in satisfaction. Awesome, stronger than before. Meanwhile, Minato quietly assessed, if that's 1000, the evaluation standard hasn't changed in 50 years. The teacher announced, next, Mizuha Yuika. She confidently stepped up, then directly channeled her water magic into it. The machine announced, Mizuha Yuka, magic power 2000, water attribute. This strength left the whole class in awe. Jun was pleased when the teacher praised both him and Yuika. Both of you truly topped this year's students in magic power. He believed that both were sure to become excellent magicians. Other students kept admiring, no surprise for Tadano, the fire magic genius, and Lady Mizuha, she's so charming. Meanwhile, Yuika looked smug, so Kusanagi, what do you think? This is the true power of the Mizuha family. Minato felt uneasy being looked at with such a challenging gaze. Can't believe she's looking at me like that. Then the announcement came. Next, Kusanagi Minato. Classmates started whispering as he stepped up. Kusanagi was at the bottom last year, right? No matter how smart, when it comes to magic. Jun also mocked silently. An idiot like you has no talent. Just wait to be embarrassed in front of Yuika. Yuika looked at him with anticipation. Now, how much talent do you have to show me, Kusanagi? But no way you're better than me. Minato looked at the machine, thinking, what should I do? I stood out too much before. It was a bit lonely. Should I hold back? His eyes showed determination as he thought of the two behind him. Minato gently placed his hand on the magic measuring machine. He quickly transferred the energy he had into it. The magic power Minato created was dazzling and colorful. He smiled and decided to go all out, thinking that if this could withstand the full magic power of the Supreme Wizard, then so be it. The entire classroom was now covered in vibrant colors. Not only that, the colors spread throughout the academy. Students from other classes noticed too. Yuika was shocked and whispered to herself, what is that? The magic power meter was rapidly counting up. Cracks began to appear on the crystal block. A pillar of brilliant magical light shot straight into the sky. Then, the device exploded in front of everyone. The energy released forced those nearby to brace themselves for protection. Fragments of the shattered crystal were flying toward the students. Minato stood there thinking, I just got serious for a few seconds and it couldn't handle it? Nobody here could sense his magic power, and Minato wondered in frustration, can these people really become wizards? The teacher anxiously asked if anyone was hurt, and the disheveled students replied, we're fine. He turned to ask Minato if he was okay, and seeing that he was unhurt, the teacher thought Minato was lucky, standing right at the center of the explosion and still being unharmed. The teacher mentioned that it was the first time he'd seen an evaluation device explode, and maybe it was faulty beforehand. He frowned with concern and said, but this isn't good. Now we can't determine your magic power or attributes, Kusanagi. Minato asked if that was really so bad, and the teacher explained, we're dividing into practice groups for class. We plan to assign the groups after knowing your result, but now, he turned to ask, Tadano, can Kusanagi join your group? Tadano and his group exchanged looks as if they were planning something. Then, Jun immediately agreed. Of course, that's fine. The teacher was pleased. Good then, if it's you, I'm assured. Tadano leaned in and whispered to Minato, I'm looking forward to it too, sir. Back to the old Shibuya. But it's morning. There are still monsters living in places turned into ruins by the great disaster. Shibuya is currently abandoned, but wizards and police regularly patrol to ensure that monsters don't gather here. The teacher explains that's why the academy students are required to participate. More than half of the monsters here have been cleared by wizards, so they don't need to worry much. Minato didn't expect there would be practical classes, where students could take down a few monsters and even work in groups. He realized that even though he was here last night, something feels off now. Minato was sure he had finished off the small fry monsters, yet he still senses some. There are no signs of a disaster around. So why? Why are they still appearing here? While the others want to compete with each other, Minato feels they're too carefree. From a distance, Yuika still focuses her attention on him. The teacher announces, "Okay, the practical class starts now. Remember to work in groups." Then, Jun's voice calls out to Minato. He takes Minato somewhere and pushes him against a wall. Jun frowns and demands, "Stay put and don't get in our way." He adds, "I'm being nice to you. Don't beg for mercy. I won't let you off easily this time." Minato doesn't care and just brushes off his clothes. He tells them if they don't like it, they can just ignore him. But Jun angrily yells, "Don't talk to me like we're equals, you lowlife." He questions, "Even if you're trash, why is Mizuha interested in you?" Realizing something, Minato asks straight out, "Do you like Mizuha or something?" This makes Jun furious. He starts using his fire magic again and scolds Minato. Minato warns, "Don't do that," but Jun misunderstands and yells, "Apologizing won't help you now." Minato continues, telling him to look behind, but Jun doesn't care and replies, "I'm not falling for your childish tricks." When he turns around, his face changes immediately. A tall demon soldier is standing behind them. All three exclaim, "No way." They wonder why a demon soldier is here. Two in their group think that if it's Jun, he should win. Hearing this, Jun confidently points to himself, saying, "Of course I can win. This is easy." Jun immediately launches his fire attack at the demon soldier and yells, "Take this, you bastard!" A large explosion happens right in front of them. Jun confidently says it's easy peasy, while the others are full of praise. But as the dust clears, the demon soldier still stands. Jun nervously notices it's unscathed. Minato is frustrated. "You think a demon soldier can be taken down with just your level 1 magic?" The demon soldier moves closer, casting a shadow over the frightened faces of the three students. Jun is terrified and cries, thinking he's going to die. The demon soldier reaches out its claws to attack Jun. Suddenly, it stops when it realizes something. Its attention shifts to Minato standing behind. Minato's face becomes clear. The demon soldier remembers the earlier scene etched deeply in its memory. It immediately jumped back in fear. At that moment, Minato stepped forward. He seemed very confident, as even the demon soldier could tell who was stronger among them. The demon soldier also gathered its magical energy. Meanwhile, Minato was emanating a strong energy. It roared and summoned 2 magic circles. In contrast, Minato simply pulled out 1 magic circle. Jun cried out in disbelief. "How can you win against it with just level 1 magic? We're doomed." The demon soldier unleashed a level 2 magic called Stone Wall. Minato remained calmly standing there. What he used against it was a level 2 magic named Fire Arrow. The flames burned the stones and closed in on the demon soldier. A big explosion happened again. Jun's group behind Minato quickly raised their hands to shield themselves. Then they slowly peeked to look. The explosion nearly destroyed everything in front of them. Jun was shocked inside. What just happened? Did Kusanagi really just take down that demon soldier? He looked at Minato's back with resentment. No way, how could someone like Kusanagi do that? Minato stepped forward, thinking, if it was just my level 1 magic, I could win easily. He looked at the crystal before him, pondering, how odd that a demon soldier is here in Shibuya. Yesterday, I hunted down every single one, yet they're appearing again. This is so puzzling. Minato was a bit worried. Could this be a warning of an impending disaster? Is the current situation more tense than I thought? He looked up confidently. Even if a catastrophe strikes again, I'll save everyone for sure. Jun's friends wondered, did he just take down a demon soldier? Is he really the same Kusanagi from before? Meanwhile, Jun angrily punched the nearby wall. Jun seemed dissatisfied with Minato's abilities. But behind the wall, someone else had seen it all, and that was Yuika. A few minutes earlier, in another corner, students were facing magical beasts, but they were only low-level beasts. Yuika easily used level 1 magic to take them out. The students watching from outside were excited and praised her, saying it was amazing, just like a Mizuha. Hearing their praise, Yuika reluctantly sighed. Just this, and they were already wide-eyed. These commoners really knew how to flatter. Well, after all, she was considered a genius, so what could she do about it? But right at that moment, Yuika saw Jun's group dragging Minato off to a hidden corner. Remembering that Minato had been bullied, Yuika couldn't help but frown silently. Finally, she looked at the others and spoke. I'll leave the rest to you guys, okay? She quickly ran after the group. She couldn't just ignore it. Yuika hid behind a corner, quietly observing the group, until she saw a demon soldier appear. Yuika's face instantly turned to fear. This thing, she was sure the group wouldn't stand a chance against it. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she grew. Clenching her fist tightly, she had to do something. After all, she was a member of the Mizuha family. Finally, Yuika ran out and shouted, "Everyone, run now!" But before she could finish, a bolt of magic suddenly shot past her, leaving her stunned. Boom! In front of her, an explosion scattered smoke and flames everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the scene finally became clear. Yuika saw Minato standing there proudly. She was shocked, frowning. Was that Minato's magic? Yuika recalled how he was always shy and seemed to have no magic talent at all. Now he was like a completely different person. She hadn't heard any incantation from Minato. Casting spells without chanting? Moreover, he took down the demon soldier easily with just level 1 magic. The power of a demon is determined by the number of magic stones it holds, forming their ranking system. Normal magical beasts were rank 6. Demon soldiers were rank 5, a step higher. Next would be rank 4, demon commanders, and rank 3 demon generals. Higher still, rank 2 was the demon king. At the very top was the demon lord. The ranking that allows one to harm each kind of demon is fixed, and every modern sorcerer knows this. At least level 3 magic is needed to defeat a demon soldier. So how did Minato's level 1 magic do it? Yika really couldn't understand it. While she was confused, Minato slowly walked to where she was hiding. Yuka was startled and quickly pressed herself against the wall. But she quickly realized, why was she even hiding? After Minato had walked some distance, Yuika peeked out to follow him. Unfortunately, Minato noticed her and smirked. Spying on others seems to be your hobby, huh? Yuika was stunned and frowned, asking, how did you know? Minato shrugged indifferently and answered, if you call yourself a sorcerer, not noticing would be strange. Hearing that, Yuika was even more puzzled. Seeing her reaction, Minato sighed helplessly. You people can't sense magic, can you? With that, he turned and left, leaving Yuika standing there bewildered. When she snapped out of it, she ran after Minato. She quickly shouted, wait a minute, what's going on? Explain. Unfortunately, the person had already disappeared, and no one was in front of her anymore. The person she was looking for was standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Minato saw her looking for him and couldn't help but sigh. He glanced around and whispered to himself, might as well check just to be sure. Then, Minato used his magic to scan the area. There were no demon soldiers left, but quite a few magical beasts were still around. This situation really bothered him. Even Jun, considered an outstanding student, was so scared he wet himself. The other students were surely struggling. Minato frowned and stayed silent. Maybe I should help them, he thought. His barrier would cover the entire area around Shibuya Station. Thinking it through, Minato quickly summoned magic into both his hands. In an instant, 2 streams of magic appeared in the air. Then, they started to spread out. Soon, they covered the whole Shibuya Station. Seeing the magical streams in the sky, Jun's group was immediately shocked, confused about what it was. Even Yuika wasn't an exception. She frowned and muttered, is that magic? Multi-purpose magic? At the same time, in another corner, a group of magical beasts had surrounded 2 academy students, so numerous that they were terrified. Right at that moment, a magical beast lunged at a pink-haired girl. The girl looked terrified, unable to do anything. In an instant, when things were dire, a magic beam appeared and ripped apart the attacking beast. The pink-haired girl, just having escaped death, was so scared her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The boy next to her rushed over, worriedly asking, are you okay? Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Minato looked down, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Slaughtering them like this is kind of fun, he thought. But soon, he noticed an issue with his magic. Minato's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His magic not only killed the beasts, but also tore them into pieces. In an instant, the beasts' fragmented remains were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Minato couldn't help but sigh helplessly. I might have overdone it, he thought. In the end, he had cleaned up most of them. How can the practical class continue like this? He thought. Next time, I need to hold back a bit. After a moment of silence, Minato used his magic to jump down from above. He glanced around for a long time, finally nodding in satisfaction, thinking it was okay here. After checking everything was fine, Minato found a hidden corner to land. Even though he didn't need to hide his skills too much, standing out too much could be a headache. As he thought, he approached the other students, while the instructor was checking the monster corpses. After checking, the instructor murmured in confusion, wondering why there were still so many monsters left. The entire herd should have been taken down by now. To take down this many with just one strike, it had to be done by a professional mage. Moreover, the magic used seemed to have no specific attribute. Launching countless magical bullets like that could only mean it was non-attribute magic. He'd never seen anyone like this before. Without this person, the situation would have gotten out of control for the instructor. Casting multiple magic bullets at once wasn't an issue, but having more than 6 bullets meant it couldn't be a student. While the instructor was thinking, a student couldn't help but express dissatisfaction, questioning why so many monsters were left and noting they almost died. The instructor didn't avoid responsibility, bowing his head and acknowledging his fault. He explained softly, noting he'd been informed the police handled everything. He should have confirmed with the school, sincerely apologizing for putting the students in danger. Hearing this, the students didn't know what to say, looking somewhat resigned. One female student, recently saved, cautiously asked if someone had indeed come to save them. The instructor shook his head, saying he didn't know. The girl sighed, saying she just wanted to thank that person. The instructor truly didn't know who it was. It couldn't be the police or professional mages. Was it rogue mages? But the fact remained whoever it was had saved his students. The instructor was deeply grateful to the anonymous mage. Minato, the anonymous mage in the instructor's thoughts, stood far away, simply smiling without saying a word. After escaping danger, the students calmed down and began whispering about the magic they'd seen. Minato glanced around, feeling relieved everyone seemed okay. At the same time, a hostile stare was fixed on him. It was Jun's group. These brats hadn't matured despite experiencing life and death. Minato sighed with resignation. Elsewhere, Yuika was quietly observing Minato. He'd taken down a demon soldier with just basic magic, as well as used unlimited magic. Was it really him? But fire magic and non-attribute magic together. No student was skilled enough to use both attributes at once, especially not Minato. Thinking this, Yuika felt a bit relieved. She was probably overthinking. There was no way he could use both attributes. The specified attribute magic user had to be someone else. Still, it couldn't be ignored that Minato had defeated a demon soldier, leaving her wondering what he truly was. Minato felt Yuka watching him but didn't react. At that moment, Jun's companions finally composed themselves. One of them murmured in surprise, thinking the laser-like thing was also Kusanagi's doing. The other shook his head in denial. Yet the first one insisted, saying he took down the demon soldier. Those words made Jun angry. His face darkened and he growled, telling them to shut up or he'd kill them. The two, sensing his mood, quickly quieted down, not daring to say more. Jun's eyes were fierce as he yelled that it couldn't be. That trash couldn't be so strong. Something shady must be going on. The two were quick to agree, saying it was strange since he was just a coward. Jun, satisfied with that, coldly said that Punk was up to something. He'd expose his true nature. Eventually, dismissal time came. Minato went home as usual, but was soon blocked by a group of students, leaving him a bit bewildered. Leading them was the brat Jun, glaring and saying he'd been waiting. Minato, frustrated with these brats, sighed and said they should be learning magic instead of running around complaining. It'd be more useful. His words angered Jun, who shouted Minato had no right to speak, calling him a deceitful jerk. Deceitful? Minato felt confused. What did that even mean? Jun let out a small noise of irritation and shouted, accusing Minato, "Stop pretending to be clueless. What kind of magic do you think you can use behind my back like that?" Minato stood frozen, staring at him, completely puzzled. He had no idea what Jun was rambling about. Seeing that Minato wasn't responding, Jun commanded coldly, "Follow me. I won't let your little tricks escape here." With that, the others behind him moved in, typical bullies acting in a pack. Facing the group, Minato shrugged indifferently and said with disdain, "Why should I run?" Irritated by Minato's attitude, Jun shouted again, "Stop babbling, you bastard. You can't use magic here, can you?" As soon as he finished his words, he rushed forward with fists clenched. Jun's fist came dangerously close to Minato's face, but Minato showed no reaction. The rest of the group quickly joined in, throwing punches repeatedly. Feeling triumphant, Jun mocked, "Without magic, you can't do anything. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't spare you. Die, Kusanagi." His smile grew more twisted as he taunted. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't even touch a hair on Minato. Minato stood calmly, eyes full of disdain, as the weak attacks couldn't reach him. His magic protected him effortlessly, making him invincible. The annoying pests were growing tiresome. Minato thought about pretending to be hit just to end it. So, he sat down, acting like their blows had landed. But suddenly a loud voice broke through. "What do you think you're doing?" Startled, the group turned to see Yuika standing behind them. Jun's face immediately fell, his lips twitching as he mumbled, "Yuika." Afraid that Yuika would think badly of him, Jun hurriedly explained, saying they were just joking around. Yuika snorted lightly and coldly said, "I know you're all ganging up on Kusanagi." She questioned them, asking how they could wear the academy's uniforms and act like bullies, asking if they felt no shame. Hearing this, the expressions of Jun's group turned sour. Jun's face darkened with anger, and he glared at Minato, blaming him for Yuika's disdain. While Jun was thinking, Yuika went over, took Minato's hand and said, "Let's get out of here, Kusanagi." The sight of them holding hands hit Jun hard. His anger peaked, and he cursed Minato's ancestors. Seeing Jun's expression, his two lackeys were too scared to step forward and advise him. Finally, Jun couldn't hold back anymore and exploded with anger, shouting, "Damn you, Kusanagi!" Minato sighed helplessly. This guy is like super glue, never letting go. At this moment, Jun was extremely furious, summoning magic and shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Seeing this, Yuika was shocked and yelled, "Tadano, what are you doing?" But Jun was already enraged, and he and his group launched magic attacks toward Minato. Yuika grew more anxious, urgently shouting, "It's dangerous." Suddenly, an explosion echoed in front of them. Smoke and fire filled the sky, causing Yuika to cover her eyes. Believing Minato was buried in the flames, Jun laughed triumphantly. Even if you cheated 10 times, you can't save yourself now. His two lackeys, however, were terrified, muttering in panic. Oh god, this is bad. Could he really be dead? With a cold snort, Jun dismissively said, What are you scared of, idiots? We just accidentally used magic outside of school and lost control, and Kusanagi happened to be in its path, that's all. But while he was gloating, a deep voice suddenly came from inside the smoke. You've gone too far, startling Jun. A figure slowly emerged from the misty smoke. Minato stood there unharmed and glared at the bratty kids in front of him, speaking coldly. I thought you were just kids, so I let it go. But it seems every stupidity must pay with death. It's time I teach you all a lesson. Seeing this, Jun's face turned sour immediately. He shouted in panic. You're alive? You took all that magic and still survived? Even Yuika was just as shocked, still unable to recover. Minato, rather than explaining, said coldly, It's one thing for me, but you dragged Yuika into this? You're rotten, kid. Jun bit his lip aggressively and yelled, You're both at fault making a joke of me? We'll attack until you're nothing but bones. As soon as he finished, magic appeared in his hands again. Minato, unfazed, calmly snapped his fingers. He summoned a small amount of magic. When Jun saw the mini magic circle in front of Minato, he laughed disdainfully. Ha! What kind of weak magic is that? You're dead meat now. They immediately attacked Minato again. But Minato remained very calm, murmuring, Drain all mana. As he spoke, magical vines appeared before him. They slithered through the air like giant serpents. In a flash, they lunged at Jun's gang without delay, wrapping them tightly as they screamed, What is this? Let us go! But soon they became like deflated balloons, powerless and sitting on the ground. Seeing this, Minato retracted his vines, without the vines supporting them. Jun's group collapsed face first onto the ground. Minato was a bit surprised. He'd barely used a bit of mana, and yet everyone was already knocked over. Maybe this was enough to teach them a lesson. Yuika was even more shocked witnessing this. What kind of magic was that? What just happened? Why were Jun and the others unconscious? While she was thinking, Minato picked up his bag and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Yuka quickly shouted to stop him. Hey, wait a minute. She bombarded Minato with questions, asking what kind of magic that was, what just happened, and stating he shouldn't be that skilled in magic. Yuika kept questioning Minato, almost like she was interrogating him. This made Minato feel that she was really annoying. He coldly said, Instead of bombarding me with questions, shouldn't you be saying something else? Yuika knew what Minato meant. She stubbornly turned her head, saying, I'll acknowledge you because you saved me. Thank you. Now answer me. But before she could finish her sentence, the person in front of her disappeared without a trace. Yuika shouted in frustration, Where did he disappear to again? Seriously. That evening, at Old Shibuya, the place seemed rather gloomy. A figure used magic to swiftly glide through the dark sky. Then, he quickly landed on a high-rise building within the city. It was none other than Minato, in disguise, still wearing his familiar hoodie. Minato used magic to check his surroundings because he felt quite uneasy. Just as Minato thought, he had killed all the monsters in the afternoon, but the place was full of monsters again. Was this a bad omen? If it was just Shibuya, Minato could handle it alone, but he could also sense them in other places. This might be too challenging for the police. Although the magic police weren't very good, he couldn't kill all the monsters in Japan by himself. Minato thought he needed to plan this out. After some thought, Minato decided to first eliminate the monsters around here. He needed to be careful not to stand out. With that in mind, Minato used magic to jump down below and began to attack the beasts. Crazy streaks of magic rained down from the skies, making the monsters drop like flies. Right at this moment, on the street below, a drunken man was stumbling along. But he didn't notice that there was a beast behind him. Suddenly, the beast attacked the man. In a critical moment, Minato appeared and killed it, his speed like a gust of wind. Feeling something rush past him, the drunk man turned his head to look back. But he saw no one and thought he was imagining things. In reality, Minato had quickly hidden to the side. The drunken man continued on his way home. After Minato confirmed the man was safe, he left the place. However, he didn't notice that someone in the distance had recorded the whole scene. That person posted it on social media, smiling smugly. If this doesn't go viral, it'd be a surprise. The next morning, in the principal's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was also present there, looking at the students in front of him. He spoke in a deep voice. We've received reports of some students using magic outside the school grounds. If true, the school will have to suspend those students. The students in question were Minato and Yuika. Jun and his group were also called in. Jun immediately protested. What do you mean, sir? We didn't use magic. It was Kusanagi who came to pick a fight with us. Minato felt truly helpless at this shameless act. This guy was lying without blinking. Impressive. He felt he couldn't stay silent any longer. Even though he was caught up in this, he had to explain. But before Minato could do anything, a loud shout rang out, "Liar," causing both him and Jun's group to be startled. The one who spoke up was none other than Yuika. She fiercely pointed at Jun and accused Kusanagi was being bullied by Tadano and his friends. Tadano used magic first. The teacher frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Does that mean Kusanagi also used magic?" Yuika, unwilling to accept that, refuted that was self-defense, he didn't do anything wrong. Minato was a bit surprised. This girl has a strong sense of justice, not lying at all. But Jun had a face harder than 8 layers of road concrete. Even after hearing this, he stubbornly denied. "We didn't do anything wrong either." Yuika, increasingly disdainful, scolded, "Just be quiet. What kind of person bullies others and then blames them for everything? Are you completely shameless?" Jun, though scolded harshly, still retorted, "It's Kusanagi. He's the one who doesn't deserve to be here. I'm just cleaning up the trash." Yuika glared at him, her face full of indignation. "You're the one who doesn't deserve to be here." Jun, unconvinced, countered, "I'm in the top of the class. I'm the only one who can compete with you, not that worthless Kusanagi." Yuika didn't listen to a word of it. Annoyed, she scolded, "You're talking nonsense." Jun still wouldn't back down. He stepped in front of Yuika, firmly saying, "Open your eyes. Stop defending that guy. Look at me. Become my woman." Yuika. Saying this, his eyes were full of sincerity. But unfortunately, Yuika didn't care about his sincerity. She scoffed disdainfully, "Dream on, kid?" In a blink, Jun felt like he'd been thrown into an ice pit, frozen stiff. And that wasn't enough. Yuika gave her reasons for rejecting him, saying he was a bully and too violent, causing him to faint from anger. Minato couldn't help but feel it was a bit harsh, though Jun deserved it. Just then, the principal spoke up. "It seems this is the fault of Tadano and his friends, and Kusanagi was just defending himself. We do not tolerate those who use magic for personal vendettas. You will all be expelled." Jun's 2 followers panicked, trying to explain, "No, please don't. We were just following Jun's orders." The principal didn't want to hear it, suggesting Minato and Yuka return to class. The two immediately agreed and left the office. Yuika had left the room, but her resentment lingered. She continued to rant. "That guy. It's been a long time since someone made me this angry." Minato walked beside her, curious, asking, "What will happen now that they're expelled?" Yuika pouted, indifferently saying, "They won't be able to become mages anymore, pretty clear, right?" Then she suddenly turned to Minato, fiercely saying, You need to stand up for yourself." Minato felt a bit helpless. "Well, I was going to, but you beat me to it." Seeing he didn't respond, Yuika suddenly became confused. Minato frowned, thinking for a long time. Suddenly he spoke calmly. "Come to think of it, how many times have you tried to save me?" In class, when Minato got pulled into a fight, Yuika stood up to help. And even this time, she stood up to testify for him. Thinking about it, Minato smiled at her. "You're really kind, huh?" Minato's words made Yuika blush with embarrassment. She quickly ran off. "Be quiet. See you later." Minato watched her walk away, a small smile on his lips, thinking she was really adorable. He suddenly remembered something. Kusanagi Minato was dead, and he, Ichikami Minato, had been reincarnated. Was that kid bullied to death? Or was it just a regular car accident? Minato wasn't sure, but he was certain that they were guilty, and he hoped this would be made right. At the same moment, 2 more students entered the principal's office, accompanied by a girl's clear voice. There was talk that a student used magic outside school, and some students got involved. The principal nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Yes, but there was no harm to the public." The girl, hearing this, asked skeptically, "Then why did you call me here?" The principal calmly replied, "The student involved is Mizuha Yuika," which left the girl momentarily stunned. After a pause, she spoke, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." With that, she turned and left. The principal didn't stop her, and casually suggested, "Send my regards to your father." Without turning back, the girl replied calmly, "Don't worry. My father will continue to invest in the school." The two quickly walked out to the hallway. The male student next to the girl then spoke up, "If what the principal said is true, then this Kusanagi guy must be really strong." The girl murmured in a low voice, "Fighting multiple wizards at once is nearly impossible unless the power gap is enormous. Do you think he's stronger than us?" As they walked and talked, other students saw them passing by and looked on with admiration. They didn't pay any attention to the others. The girl's voice turned serious. "First, I need to confirm this Kusanagi Minato's abilities. Then I'll decide whether or not to expel my sister." This girl was Yuka's older sister, Mizuha Ruka, a third-year student from Class S. The male student next to her was Katsuragi Ryuji, also a third year from Class S. Hearing her words, he nodded with a smile. "Sounds good." Inside the classroom, Minato lay sprawled on his desk, complaining continuously, as everything had calmed down, draining his motivation. At that moment, he was slightly intrigued by the students' exclamations nearby. Look at that. It's so cool. Is it a dark sorcerer? I know him. Minato frowned in puzzlement. Are dark sorcerers really a noble clan? But since this didn't concern him, he sighed in exasperation again. While Minato was sighing and complaining, the teacher came in from outside, calling loudly, "Hey, Kusanagi!" So, Minato and some other students were led to the examination room by the teacher. The students who weren't tested before would be tested now. Yuika was also there. She squinted her eyes as she looked at Minato. This time, she intended to discover his true abilities. But at that moment, her eyes widened in shock. Because she saw that Ruka and Ryuji were present too. A look of worry appeared in Yuika's eyes, wondering, why is my sister here? No matter what, the assessment began as planned. And soon it was Minato's turn. Minato hesitated in front of the magic measuring device, frowning in thought. Last time, he blew it up, so this time, he needed to hold back. He decided to summon just a tiny bit of magic into his palm, then placed his hand on the testing device. Controlling his magic at this low level made him sweat. The numbers on the magic measuring device quickly started changing. Not long after, Minato released his hand, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. The instructor asked in concern if he was okay, and he nodded slightly to indicate he was fine. The instructor glanced at the number the machine displayed and hesitantly spoke, confirming they finally had a result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute was none. Yuika heard this result and was filled with disbelief. On the other hand, Ruka and Ryuji weren't too surprised, as if they believed Minato wasn't that strong. But the real surprise came when the measure of Minato's magic was only 100. The students present immediately started buzzing, saying that among their peers, this was the lowest yet, but not having a measurable attribute was rare, right? Ryuji heard the chatter around and couldn't help but sigh. Ruka became a bit impatient, quickly turned to leave, saying they were done here. The two left quickly, and mocking laughter erupted, commenting how even a reassessment made him exhausted. If his magic is weak, what's he going to do? The instructor, worried that Minato might be upset, approached and patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying not to think too much. The amount of magic doesn't define who he is. The only one who didn't believe the result was Yuika. Something was off. Minato should be able to take down demon soldiers and use both fire and non-attribute magic. She'd never heard of anything like adjusting one's magic output. What exactly had Minato done? Contrary to everyone's reactions, Minato was quite pleased. The outcome was exactly what he wanted. Minato only needed to control a precise amount of magic, but doing so left him breathless. Luckily, he managed to fool everyone. A bit later, outside in the hallway, Minato walked with Yuika, casually asking if she also attended the assessment. Yuika nodded slightly, saying she was just curious. Before long, they were blocked by someone in front of them. It was Ruka and Ryuji. Minato didn't know them and mumbled in confusion. "Who are you?" Ruka quickly introduced herself as the oldest daughter of the Mizuha family, Mizuha Ruka, and the other as Katsuragi Ryuji, both third-year students. After hearing this, Minato frowned in doubt and asked cautiously what they wanted. Ruka huffed, saying she had no interest in him anymore, then walked forward. Yuika saw this and immediately became worried, her body trembling reflexively. Quickly, Ruka stood in front of Yuika, coldly stating that Yuika was nothing compared to those who break the rules. Yuika lowered her head, not daring to face her sister. Ruka didn't let up and continued to question if it was true that Yuika was saved by someone whose magic barely reached 100. Yuika hesitated for a moment, then replied softly that it was true. Upon hearing this confirmation, Ruka shouted for Yuika to quit school. Yuika, dissatisfied, asked why she should do that. Ruka scoffed and coldly said, "Have you ever beaten me, even once?" Yuika was stunned by her words. Ruka was right. Whether it was academics, sports, martial arts, or even magic use, Yuika had never surpassed her sister. Ruka stepped closer to Yuika, sternly saying that Yuika wasn't fit to be a magician, that she alone was enough. As Yuika listened, her face grew more troubled. She wanted to argue back, but couldn't form the words. Ruka wasn't backing down and kept insisting. "All you need to do is listen to me. Leave here and find any school to go to." Yuika trembled slightly, her eyes filled with tears, clearly wanting to object, but lacking the courage to do so. Seeing her silence, Ruka asked again, "Do you understand?" Yuika clenched her fists tightly, struggling with her thoughts. Eventually, she was ready to give in, and was about to agree. But before she could finish, Minato cut in. "You're being a bit too rude." Ruka glared at him and asked coldly, "What did you just say?" Minato wasn't afraid and calmly replied, "You keep talking like that without listening to what the other person wants to say. If that's not rude, I don't know what is." Ruka snorted and said indifferently, "This is a family conversation. Outsiders like you shouldn't interfere." Minato retorted, "You call that a conversation? You're just ordering your sister around." These words angered Ruka and she shouted, "What did you just say, you brat?" Minato calmly faced her and said plainly, "Forcing someone to do something against their will is a big no-no, It's like telling someone to give up their dreams. Ruka still didn't think she was wrong and replied with a cold snort. My sister doesn't have what it takes to be a magician. She's never once beaten me. Yuika stood by, her face full of sorrow. It was as if everything Ruka said was true. She felt insignificant. She had always deceived herself, thinking she was a genius with what it takes to be one. Yet, she had never once surpassed her sister. But just as Yuika was drowning in despair, Minato confidently spoke up. She can beat you. This left Yuika stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Even Ruka didn't believe it. Frowning and mumbling, beat me, really? With a slight laugh, Minato continued casually. Of course, right now. It's impossible. Ruka glared at him, disdainfully raising her eyebrows. You know that? So how about a practice match in 2 weeks, 2-on-2? Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but ask back, 2-on-2? Thinking he was scared, Ruka mocked. Just a minute ago, you were spouting nonsense, and now you're scared? Smiling coldly, Minato raised an eyebrow and said, Nonsense. I'll join the match, senpai. So, what about you? Then he glanced at Yuika, who was standing next to him. Hearing this suggestion left Yuika a bit stunned. She hesitated for a long time without giving an answer. Yuika is struggling with her thoughts, wondering whether she should give up on her dreams or stand up and fight one last time. After a moment of silence, she finally has her answer, boldly declaring her decision to participate. Minato smiles approvingly, saying, That's how we'll decide then. He glances at Ruka and says with a smile, If we win, you won't bring up the issue anymore. Ruka casually accepts and proposes, If we win, Yuika has to leave here. I won't hold back, so be ready to face reality. With that, she turns to leave, and Ryuji quickly follows, but not before waving a friendly goodbye to the two. A little while later, on the rooftop of the academy building, Minato and Yuika are there. Yuika suddenly speaks up. Kusanagi, I want to ask you something. Please teach me about magic. Hearing her words, Minato sighs in relief, now understanding why he was suddenly called up to the rooftop. Thinking about it, Minato slowly replies, I'm just a weak mage with magic power not exceeding 100. Are you sure you want someone like me to teach you? Yuika nods firmly and says, I know you're hiding your true strength. You must be much stronger than me. Minato is a bit surprised by her words. But Yuika continues, You must know a way to become stronger, so you said I could beat her, right? Minato sighs helplessly, thinking everyone wants to control everything. That's why he incited Ruka to propose a practice match, but he couldn't outright say that. Seeing his lack of response, Yuika immediately bows her head and pleads, Please. Minato has no choice but to agree, saying, All right. In an instant, Yuika happily exclaims, Really? Minato nods slightly and cautions, But you have to follow everything I say, and you can't quit halfway through. Without hesitation, Yuka agrees, Sure, of course. Minato can't help but smile at her reaction, thinking, Who could refuse such pleading? Besides, from now on, you'll need to prepare a bit more. Teaching a mage can't be that bad, right? After thinking, Minato slowly says, Then we'll start today. The training place will be, before he can finish, Yuika shyly suggests, How about we go to my place? In the afternoon, Yuika takes Minato to her place, a large villa. Upon arrival, Minato can't help but marvel. What a huge villa. Yuika doesn't see it as a big deal and casually says, My father is a noble mage, so this is normal. Thinking about it, this is the first time she's invited a boy to her house. Does Minato find it strange to be invited here? She doesn't have any strange intentions. The more she thinks about it, the more embarrassed Yuika becomes, not daring to look directly at Minato. At this point, Minato suggests, Let's start, Yuika. Hearing him call her name, Yuika immediately exclaims in surprise. Why are you calling me by name? Minato feels there's no issue and says casually, Well, your sister's name is Mizuha, so how could I distinguish who I'm talking to? Listening, Yuika realizes she's overthought it. Observing her reaction, Minato asks, If you don't like it, what should I call you then? Yuika shakes her head slightly and replies, No need, just call me Yuika. Seeing no problem, Minato suggests, Then let's begin. First, I want to ask you, what exactly is magic power? Hearing the question, Yuika confidently replies, That's easy. It's the energy inside the body, the basis for forming magic. Minato neither confirms nor denies it, continuing to ask, And what about spell incantations? Yuika calmly responds, A form of program to convert magic power into magic. Minato asks again, So can magic power be increased? Yuika confidently shakes her head and answers, Impossible. A mage's magic power limit is predetermined at birth. At a certain age, it stops increasing. Answering, she proudly smirks and says, Hehe, how's that? I answered perfectly, right? All wrong. Minato huffs softly, saying indifferent. Yuika is immediately shocked, unable to believe what she's hearing. Minato sighs helplessly, saying, How can a modern mage be so naive? What happened 50 years ago? With no choice, he patiently explains, First, Magic power isn't just inside the body but also exists around us. Spells are merely tools that assist your magic, and you can actively increase your magic power. Upon hearing this, Yuika exclaims in shock, "That's impossible. If that's true, wouldn't all magic academies be useless?" With a nonchalant shrug, Minato says indifferently, "You don't have to believe it right now. I'll just teach you the 3 things I mentioned earlier. Sit down and let's get started." Yuika sat cross-legged on the ground as Minato spoke calmly, "I'll channel magic into you. Let me know when you can feel it." Yuika asked skeptically, "Can you feel magic?" Minato replied, "You can't get stronger without feeling it. Close your eyes. Let's start." No sooner had he spoken, Minato placed his hand on Yuika's back. He began channeling magic into her body. But Yuika didn't react. Minato increased the amount of magic he was channeling. He thought she still couldn't feel anything, but suddenly Yuika shouted, "My back feels hot. I feel something." Hearing this, Minato withdrew his hand and sighed. That was just basic magic energy. Yuika stared at him, murmuring in confusion. "So this is what you meant by feeling magic?" Minato nodded slightly and said calmly, "Yes, remember this feeling. Once you sense it, you can recognize it and find the source of magic in nature. Focus on that as your goal." Yuika blinked and smiled. "Hey, I'm a Mizuha. I'll do it right away." Minato rolled his eyes. "I had to pour in so much magic for you to notice. It seems you really don't have the talent to be a mage." A week later, still at Yuika's mansion, just as Minato predicted, Yuika, in despair, was shouting, "I can't do it." Minato was also frustrated. It's been a week, and she's practiced so much. This girl is so slow. Even so, with the competition approaching, Minato suggested, "I'll channel magic into you one more time." He then placed his hand on Yuika's back, channeling magic into her body. After a while, Minato said, "All right, open your eyes." And Yuika slowly did as he said. In an instant, her face was full of astonishment. She exclaimed joyfully, "I see it now. So that's what magic is like." Seeing the magic around her hands, Yuika was amazed. "Wow, I really can see magic. Wait a minute. Does that mean she can see Minato's magic now?" Thinking this, Yuika glanced at Minato, but saw nothing, surprising her a bit. Minato, unaware of her thoughts, praised her saying, "Well done." Yuika, pleased with the compliment, casually responded, "It's nothing." Minato held back his opinion and calmly said, "Now you can feel the magic. It's time to move on to controlling it." He instructed her to use just enough magic, ignoring unnecessary parts and focusing only on effectiveness. Use magic to the limit, and once it's depleted, her magic reserve will increase upon recovery. Minato also told her that now she could maximize her magic power, leaving Yuka even more surprised. Seeing her reaction, Minato couldn't help but sigh, asking, "Is this different from what you learned in school?" "It's okay if you don't believe it." "I believe you," Yuka said firmly, even before he finished. "I have no doubt about you now." Smiling unintentionally, Minato happily suggested, "Then let's move on to the next phase. Step back a bit, Yuika. Let's practice with real combat." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer coat and tossed it to the ground. Yuika, also excited, agreed eagerly. "Let's go. I also want to see your true abilities." She quickly summoned her magic, a level 1 water wave spell. The water wave violently surged towards Minato. Unfortunately, he just casually raised his hand. A protective shield appeared and blocked the water wave. Seeing this, Yuika instantly exclaimed in surprise, "He blocked it." At that moment, Minato slowly said, "A level 1 non-elemental magic shield. If you can't break this, don't think about hurting Ruka." Biting her lip fiercely, Yuika cast another spell, launching ice bullets at Minato. But he just stood there, his shield stopped them. Minato slowly reminded her, "You need to move while using magic. Standing still against a wizard is asking for death." Annoyed by his words, Yuika cast magic again. But before long, she exhausted her magic and lay flat on the ground. Minato walked over and sat beside her. He sighed and said, "You used too much magic unnecessarily. If you can adjust it, you wouldn't need to use incantations. You can use magic as long as you have magic power. Watch." As he spoke, Minato cast a spell. A fireball appeared and quickly flew towards a straw figure ahead, but did no damage. He slowly opened his mouth. "This is your magic." Then, Minato increased the magic power in his palm. It was still a fireball, but stronger. Burning the straw figure in front, he continued, "And this is mine." Yuika observed for a long while, finally speaking with doubt. "Is my magic power scattered?" Minato nodded slightly. "Exactly. You can completely cast spells without incantations if you can adjust your magic power." Yuika furrowed her brows and murmured, or in other words, "No need for incantations." Minato slowly spoke again. "That's another way to see it. Now you must learn to shorten incantations. Once you control your magic power, you won't need them anymore. Shortening them will be beneficial in real battles. And then, There won't be any wasted magic on those incantations anymore. Hearing this, Yuika muttered with a frown. Or it could make my magic stronger. Minato nodded in affirmation. Exactly, then suggested. Let's start again. Yuika couldn't help but be startled. So soon? Minato winked with a laugh. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Practice as if your life depends on it. Hearing this, Yuka suddenly felt uneasy. A few hours later, Yuika was exhausted and lying on the ground. Minato next to her asked worriedly, Still alive? We'll be practicing only this from now on. By evening, Minato was strolling around the city as usual, this time in Harajuku. He swept the area with his magic to check, and just as he suspected, the place was full of monsters. Despite repeatedly eliminating them, their numbers hadn't decreased. What on earth was going on? At that moment, Minato suddenly sensed something. In the distance, a child was cornered by a magic beast near a wall. He quickly ran towards that spot. Without any hesitation, he killed the beast. Minato glanced at the child and asked, concerned, Hey, are you okay? But the child didn't answer. Instead, they raised a camera and took a picture of him. Unfortunately for the child, Minato was faster and, using magic, vanished in an instant. In a safe place, Minato finally let out a breath, thinking, they just take pictures without even saying thanks. What's wrong with people these days? I need to get a mask next time. After that, he turned back and headed home. The next afternoon after school, Minato and Yuika returned to the mansion and resumed training. As usual, Yuika was the first to fall. She lay on the ground, panting heavily. Minato stood nearby, somewhat helpless, knowing the trial was only a few days away. She was improving gradually, but in every aspect, she still couldn't match Ruka. If things continued this way, Yuika stood no chance of winning. Thinking about this, he suddenly spoke up. Sometimes giving up is also an option. Yuika heard this and lowered her head, but she quickly stood up, whispering, I'm always compared to her. I can't beat her in any field. I've been forced to give up too many things. But magic was the one thing she refused to give up. Minato squinted at her and said without hesitation, But at this rate, you won't win. Yuika refused to give up and suggested, Then let's train harder. Smiling unintentionally, Minato raised an eyebrow and said, No holding back then. Hearing this, Yuika excitedly replied, determined not to give up. So afterward, Minato trained Yuika more intensely. Then they continued to spar continuously, until Yuika was too exhausted to continue. A few days later, Yuika finally managed to stand firm after a long time. Minato was very pleased, laughing, You've passed. Hearing that, Yuika joyfully shouted, I finally did it. Minato also praised her, saying, Well done, Yuika. Yuika felt very proud of the praise. All her efforts had paid off. A few days later, the final practice day arrived, and Minato and Yuika stood at the training ground. But as soon as they arrived, the scene inside left both of them astonished. The training ground was crowded with people. As soon as Yuika walked in, reporters rushed up, shoving microphones in her face, bombarding her with questions. Yuika was confused and froze, not understanding what was happening. Minato raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. It was just a match between students, yet it highlighted the importance of noble magical lineage. Not just reporters, a lot of students had come to watch. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but comment, It's over the top for a magic duel. It feels like a major event. But after he spoke, there was no reply. He turned and saw Yuika sitting there, huddled. At that moment, a distant voice called out for the contestants to take their places in the arena. Yuika jolted and stood up, ready to run. Minato noticed she was not okay and quickly called out to her, Yuika, Yuika, as she anxiously asked, What is it? Minato gave her an encouraging smile. You can do it. Yuika suddenly paused hearing those words. Then she smiled. Confidence slowly returned to Yuika's face as she firmly said, Of course. She headed towards the practice field, thinking how mysterious Minato was, and his words echoed in her chest. Soon, Yuika was standing before Ruka. Ruka narrowed her eyes at her and said sternly, So you're not backing down? Of course not, Yuika confidently replied. Ruka snorted disdainfully. How naive! Do you think you have a chance to win against someone like me? Then she raised an eyebrow confidently at Yuika, looking sure of her victory. Yuika didn't back down, boldly shouting, I'll win for sure. Ruka clicked her tongue. Seems like you've improved in the past 2 weeks. Yuika didn't respond. She knew her sister was strong. The difference in power between them was great. But Yuika wasn't going to give up. Just then, a voice announced, Let the duel begin. Immediately, the Mizuha sisters entered battle mode. Yuika was the first to summon magic, shortening the spell to save mana. At the same time, Ruka wasn't idle. She summoned her magic too. Watching from the side, Minato noted, Ruka knows the basics of a mage duel. Yuika is too nervous and forgot to move, losing the advantage of a quick cast. Just like he thought, Ruka quickly moved to strike at Yuika. Both unleashed level 1 water spells. Two surging waves collided in an instant. But because her mana was weaker, Yuika's wave was quickly dissipated. However, she also managed to block Ruka's attack. Yuika was surprised. Could she really dispel it? She was growing stronger. Even Ruka couldn't help acknowledging, "You've grown stronger in just 2 weeks." Hearing this, Yuika was immediately happy. It was the first time her sister praised her. Seeing her reaction, Ruka, dissatisfied, asked, "What's there to be happy about? It's just a comparison, not a compliment." Then Ruka's eyes grew more determined. She said coldly, "I'll raise the level of my magic now," and summoned her water wave again. Yuika didn't dare relax, and quickly summoned her defensive magic. In an instant, level 2 water magic appeared. The water didn't stop moving in the air, then it broke into small bubbles. Then the bubbles charged at Yuika, and she couldn't block them, getting knocked back. Her body fell like a kite cut from its string, landing at Minato's feet. Minato glanced at Yuika, looking a bit helpless. Yuika was faster at chanting, but Ruka was simply stronger. While he was thinking, Ruka approached and said coldly, "You won't help her? You've protected her before, right?" "No need," Minato replied without hesitation. Ruka was so surprised, her eyes widened. At that moment, Yuika stood up, but her body was still shaking. Ruka was even more shocked, exclaiming, "How? I attacked you with a level 2 spell. How are you still standing?" Biting her lip hard, Yuika said firmly, "I won't lose." For her, magic was the only thing she had. She couldn't give up even if she lost it all. As soon as she finished, Yuika summoned her magic. Ruka huffed coldly and quickly summoned a spell to counter. In an instant, the two water spells clashed fiercely. But soon, Yuika weakened, repeating, "I'll win, I won't give up." Then she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The battle was decided. Yuika was out of magic, and Ruka won. Yuika lay trembling on the ground, fists clenched, muttering, "I can't do anything. Nothing at all." Minato sighed, helping Yuika up. This battle was about controlling magic power, but she lost on magic volume. Ruka spoke coolly. "See, she has no talent, Kusanagi. You must think so too." Minato replied indifferently, "That's true, she has no talent. Yuika is clumsy, slow to improve, weak in real battle." But Minato admired Yuika's hard work. She trained diligently like a fool. Yuika looked at him, surprised. Ruka wasn't bothered, pouting, about to say more. But Minato cut her off. "Yes, she lost, but I like hard workers like Yuka." His words moved Yuika to tears. It was the first time someone acknowledged her efforts. Minato didn't mind and continued, "Yuika is my student. I don't like you speaking ill of her." The more Yuika listened, the more emotional she got, tears streaming down her face. Ruka huffed disdainfully. "Someone with just 100 magic power like you is a bit full of yourself." Minato shrugged and said confidently, "And that person with 100 power will defeat you." Ruka was annoyed and showed a bit of dissatisfaction on her face. She coldly said, "Your words are quite something, but I don't want to waste my energy on someone like you." Ryuji was excited and said, "Finally, I get to enter the field." As Ruka walked past him, she coolly requested, "Make it quick." Ryuji chuckled and nodded, "No need to remind me." Meanwhile, Minato carried the injured Yuika back to the seating area. He settled her down and casually said, "Focus on my match." Yuika nodded, showing she understood. At this moment, she realized something. Her body didn't hurt at all, and her wounds were already healed. Minato didn't know what she was thinking as he slowly walked up to the stage. Although he had bragged earlier about having enough magic power to defeat Ryuji, he knew he would need to give it his all to win. He decided to keep his magic power at 100, using attribute-less magic without any incantations, and not setting up any magic barriers. Just one direct hit might knock him out, but the thought excited him. As Minato stepped onto the stage, Ryuji yelled excitedly, "Sorry, kid, I'm not planning to go easy on you." Minato smirked and replied, "That's fine, I'll go easy on you then." In a flash, the audience erupted, cheering for Ryuji, telling him not to go all out and to take it easy on Minato. On the stage, Ryuji released his magic power, which Minato estimated to be around 8,000. To his earlier self, it was like an ant challenging a giant, but now he could only use about 100. The match between Minato and Ryuji officially began right away. Ryuji laughed while summoning magic, saying, "Don't hate me for this." Even just this move was enough to see if Minato was the one who defeated those students who were expelled. Ryuji wanted to see if Minato could withstand his full-force attack. But before Ryuji could act, a magic shot struck his forehead. Minato sneered, unimpressed, too slow. This scene stunned the students in the stands. The match ended in less than 3 seconds. Since Ryuji was unconscious, the victory went to Minato. Ruka hurried to check on Ryuji, astonished to find he was knocked out by just one move. She didn't hear any incantations from Minato. What was going on? While Ruka was deep in thought, Minato's teasing voice reached her ears. "I did as you wanted and finished it quickly." Outside, Yuika joyfully exclaimed, "That's awesome. He really took him down." Ruka glared at Minato and coldly said, "Seems you have some talent." Minato jokingly replied, "Being better than you is enough." Ruka was furious, clenching her teeth as she shouted, "Still can't shut your mouth?" She unleashed her full magic power, which Minato estimated at 10,000 stronger than Ryuji's. As the two faced off, the announcer's voice echoed, "A shocking event has occurred after the second match. The fighting style of contestant Kusanagi has caught a lot of attention from the audience. The last match will be between Minato and Ruka, and everyone is eager to see who will emerge victorious." As soon as the match was declared open, Minato launched an attack at Ruka without holding back. On the opposite side, Ruka remained calm and summoned magic to counter. Minato knew his current magic power was only about 100, so his spells wouldn't be strong. Because of this, Minato needed to aim straight for Ruka's forehead to do any damage, while Ruka realized she should focus on defense and not move much. As Minato thought, Ruka found it easy to defend. She stood still, using water waves to attack him. Strong, blade-like water jets rushed toward him. However, the next sight shocked Ruka. Minato effortlessly broke through all her magic without a scratch. Ruka's eyes widened in surprise. Minato wasn't using magic, so what on earth was he doing? Not only Ruka, but the students in the stands were equally confused, buzzing with questions. How wasn't he hit? He wasn't even wet. What was happening? Contrary to others, Yuika wasn't surprised. She was just thinking about what technique Minato used to achieve this. Frustrated by her failed attack, Ruka was sure Minato had tricks up his sleeve. Determined, she attacked again, but this time, Minato moved as if dancing in the air, dodging Ruka's water jets effortlessly. Ruka's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dodged all my attacks without even using magic?" Yuika, watching from the outside, frowned. A mage usually uses another magic to counterattack, canceling out the opponent's attack. If they don't, it's only a matter of time before they get hurt. A level 2 spell has a different scale and speed compared to level 1. It's impossible for someone like him to dodge everything without a scratch. Ruka was sure Minato was just fearless. Minato seemed to know what she was thinking and chuckled. "As long as you can sense magic, dodging those weak attacks isn't a problem. You just need to be a bit tough." At this moment, Ruka started casting a level 3 water spell. In the blink of an eye, a wave appeared like an arrow, fiercely shooting towards Minato. Seeing this, the crowd in the stands gasped. "A level 3 spell? If he gets hit by that, he won't make it." With a loud bang, the water arrow exploded, spraying water everywhere. Ruka slumped weakly to the ground, smiling with satisfaction. How could he dodge that? But at this moment, a magic beam hit her forehead from afar. Seeing who it was, Ruka exclaimed in shock, "No way, you're still okay? How did you dodge it?" Minato calmly replied, "I used a magic that absorbs yours and just walked through the center of the attack." The air went silent instantly. Ruka sat there, stunned, not reacting for a long time. Until Minato thought she wouldn't speak, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed. "Just walked through it? So I've lost, haven't I?" Of course, the result was obvious. Minato was the winner. Yuika quickly ran over asking, "Are you okay?" Minato nodded. "Yeah, both of us are fine. I won." Yuika smiled, nodding, with gratitude in her eyes. Seeing them happy, Ruka stood up from the ground, coolly saying, "As promised, I won't mention this again. You can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Minato sighed helplessly. "Still so proud, huh?" Thinking for a moment, he suddenly joked, "Yuika's wounds are pretty shallow. You were too gentle. If only our match was the same." Ruka shouted in annoyance. "That's not true." Minato didn't comment, adding, "Yuika's gotten much stronger in just 2 weeks. You've noticed that too, right? Don't keep sheltering her." Yuika firmly promised, "I'll definitely get stronger, so you won't have to worry about me, I promise." Ruka narrowed her eyes at them, hesitating for a long time before nodding. "Yeah, you're right." Because of this battle, the Mizuha sisters became closer. Watching them, Minato felt oddly happy. Suddenly, he stopped, frowning tightly. Right then, dark clouds gathered in the sky along with a terrifying aura, shocking Minato. He quickly looked up, his expression instantly serious. "This unusual magical force, is it a disaster?" Ruka and Yuika also noticed it, their faces turning pale. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Jun's group was rummaging through Minato's desk, throwing stuff all over the floor. Jun's lackeys searched for a long time but found nothing. Annoyed, one said. "He only has books and notebooks. This guy's like the perfect student." Frustrated, Jun bit his lip and said, "There has to be something. How else could he use that magic?" Just then, one of his lackeys spotted something and shouted, "What the heck is that?" Jun thought they found something important and hurried over, only to be shocked by what he saw. The sky outside was stained crimson, terrifying to look at, leaving the three of them confused. One lackey, seemingly remembering something, shouted in fear, "It's a calamity. How can it be a calamity?" On the other side, Minato's face showed disbelief, and cold sweat ran down. He and the Ruka sisters widened their eyes as they stared at the sky. Outside the battle arena, reporters and students were in chaos, none expecting a calamity to hit the Magic Academy. Minato looked troubled, wondering how a calamity could occur now. Could it be related to the incident in Shinjuku? The first calamity also happened in Shinjuku. Was this just a coincidence, or was there some scheme behind it? While he pondered, magical beasts began emerging from the space rift. Students panicked and ran, while instructors tried to calm them down. But who could stay calm in such a situation? Right then, a powerful magic force appeared, striking down the beasts attacking students. The one who acted was none other than Minato, who shouted, "Stay calm." His voice calmed the students. Although still panicked, they stopped and stayed put. Minato was pleased, surveying the crowd and advising, "At the start of a calamity, only low-level monsters appear. We should evacuate to the gym." Then he turned to the Ruka trio and suggested, "You all should go too." Surprised, they asked, "What are you planning, Kusanagi?" Minato calmly replied, "First, I have to rescue those trapped in the buildings." The instructor, worried, asked, "Are you going alone? That's too carefree." Ryuji quickly interjected, "I'll go too. Is that okay, sir?" The instructor hesitated, but Ryuji continued, "You know his skills, right?" The instructor hesitated but eventually nodded. "All right, just don't overdo it." Ryuji chuckled, "I won't die, don't worry," then glanced at Minato. Minato said nothing, just shrugged. Then, Minato looked at Yuika and said, "I'm heading out." Concern showed in Yuika's eyes as she quietly said, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Ryuji called out, "I'm off, kid." Ryuji ran at a speed of 10 meters per second, curious if Minato could keep up. But Ryuji overthought it. Minato conjured magic and sped past Ryuji like lightning. Minato smirked, "I'm going ahead, senior." Ryuji's eyes bulged with surprise, muttering, "What kind of crazy speed is that? Hey, wait up!" He quickly followed, knowing speed alone wasn't enough. He planned to observe Minato's true abilities while saving people. Minato wasn't interested in Ryuji, using his magic to scan the academy area. He sensed 58 people capable of using magic in the building, but knew some might not be able to. He would have to check each floor carefully. Magical beasts had already invaded the students' building, trapping some in classrooms. Minato jumped in through a window and saw the situation. Without hesitation, he unleashed magic to destroy the beasts. His magic was incredibly powerful. Wherever it went, magical beasts fell. While Minato focused on defeating beasts in the classroom, another snuck in trying to attack him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Minato casually released magic, tearing the beast apart. Before long, Ryuji rushed over, panicked and asked, "Hey, is everyone all right?" But by this time, Minato had already taken out all the magical beasts, their bodies piled up in the room. He walked past Ryuji, calmly saying, "You handle evacuating the students who are trapped, okay?" Ryuji was shocked, quickly saying, "Hey, wait, going alone is dangerous." But there was no one left behind, and he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Where did he go?" Just like that. Ryuji thought Minato probably saw him as a burden, but what could he say? Maybe it was true. He took those magical beasts out in less than a second. Who is this kid anyway? Minato wasn't aware of what Ryuji was thinking. He was still running like crazy. Outside, he could use magic bullets to take them out in one shot, but in a tight space, he might accidentally injure others. So he had no choice but to keep using low-level magic to eliminate them. But that was enough. Minato easily took down the beasts with just low-level magic. Moreover, he managed to save a lot of people. Though it would take some time to continuously bring the students he saved to the gym, he had someone to help. Ryuji was always a step behind, but now he was outside, fighting magical beasts, shouting, "I'll take them all down. You guys quickly make your way to the gym." Just as Ryuji finished speaking, a sudden scream startled him. "What's going on?" When he looked back, he saw the students being enveloped by magic, slowly descending to the ground. Ryuji frowned, deep in thought. What is Minato doing? Exactly who is this guy? From above, Minato looked down. Seeing Ryuji's reaction, he smiled. He's really worried about the juniors, huh? It should be fine, right? But then, it seemed he sensed something. In a hidden corner of the building, there was a female student, trembling in fear. Because she was surrounded by magical beasts. She was leaning against the wall, crying in fear. The girl couldn't do anything else. Helpless in this situation, she could only scream for help. "Someone please save me." In a life or death moment, a light suddenly flashed by, leaving the female student wide-eyed in amazement. She recognized this light. It was just like before. She had been saved by this once. While she was still confused, Minato descended from the sky, asking worriedly if she was okay. The student realized it was Minato and mumbled in confusion, "Kusanagi, were you the one who saved me?" Yeah." Minato nodded slightly. He then helped her up, and she continued to ask, "Was that also you in the practice class?" Minato hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yes, things did get a bit unexpected." Hearing his answer, she bowed her head gratefully and said, "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato shrugged it off with a casual smile. It was nothing, really, it wasn't a big deal. Facing her savior twice over, the female student's heart suddenly fluttered, and her cheeks flushed red. Just then, Ryuji ran up from below and shouted, "Who's next to be saved?" Minato glanced at the student and advised, "Follow him, and you'll be safe. I have to go." The student wanted to call him back, but he was already gone, leaving even Ryuji a bit helpless. Minato didn't care what they thought and kept running. Many students were still trapped, and they couldn't wait for the police. Something had to be done. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's office, senior officials were gathered because of the disaster at the Magic Academy. The Prime Minister, seated in the main chair, spoke seriously. A disaster occurred at Kamui Magic Academy. Hearing this, the officials started murmuring, "Why is this nightmare happening again? We haven't had a disaster for 50 years. What do we do now?" The Prime Minister responded sternly, "We're trying to get in touch with the Magical Beast Handling Unit at the City Police Department and the Noble Mages. The ground defense forces are ready to act." The officials weren't pleased, countering, "But the mages and the defense forces only handle natural disasters. None have experience fighting magical beasts, right?" The Prime Minister understood this too. This was the result of living comfortably, without worrying about facing disasters. We can only rely on the police and noble mages. With these thoughts, he clenched his fists tighter. The disaster from 50 years ago was happening again, but Ichikami Minato was no longer here. Who would save them now? At the same time, a police car was rushing towards the Magic Academy. The female officer driving asked doubtfully, "Did a disaster really happen?" A deep male voice replied calmly, "Yes, there's no mistake." The female officer panicked. "But we've been peaceful for so many years, so this peace is just temporary?" Inspector Shido Shogo smiled and said, "It's okay, that's why we're here, after all." The female officer, Sergeant Sandakaran, hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll do my best." Soon after, the two hurried to the scene. At the same time, a helicopter appeared above the Magic Academy. It wasn't there for rescue. It was a news crew. They were reporting the magical beast attack to the nation. Reporters already at the academy were evacuated to safety, where they also broadcasted live. Meanwhile, instructors and students with magical abilities outside were trying to destroy low-level magical beasts. News of this disaster became a hot topic, and everyone was watching closely. People were worried, and the situation was truly dire. The area around the Magic Academy was also attacked by magical beasts, causing panic among nearby residents. Things were getting out of the government's control. People across Japan were focused on the Magic Academy. Everyone was waiting for news updates. Some worried because they lived nearby, while others feared the disasters would repeat as they did 50 years ago. In short, all of Japan was in chaos. At the Magic Academy, Minato was still fighting off magical beasts to save people, but they kept swarming the school. It was almost time to move to Phase 2. Each phase would bring stronger magical creatures, and they would keep coming no matter how many were defeated. As long as the boss is alive, the monsters will keep lurking around. The boss will reveal itself in the final phase, and Minato has to hold out until then. The more he thought about it, the more troubling it became. This disaster was truly bothersome. After saving people from the clutches of monsters, Minato used magic to teleport them downstairs. This time, there were 20 people in total, scattered everywhere, making the rescue efforts challenging. But Minato didn't think about giving up. He headed back upstairs to continue. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Jun was trying to fend off the monsters flooding in. However, his mana was insufficient, and soon he was gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "No, I can't attack anymore." Because attacking them wasn't just about ordinary monsters, there were demon soldiers too. They were now extremely terrified, each one of them scared nearly out of their wits. Yet Jun was not satisfied and shouted loudly. Kusanagi took it down in one strike. "Why can't I do it like him?" No sooner had he spoken than a mocking voice sounded behind him, "Because you're too weak," causing Jun to open his eyes wide. Before he could see who it was, a brilliant flame shot out. It directly incinerated the demon soldier into ashes under the horrified eyes of the other three. It was only then that Jun saw who had acted, and it was the last person he wanted to see, Minato. Without saying a word after intervening, Minato turned and left. Jun bit his lip hard. Once again, he was saved by him. Unwilling to let it go, he quickly ran after Minato, shouting loudly, "Stop right there." Minato paused, and Jun angrily questioned, "Why did you save me? You should hate me." "So why?" With a careless shrug, Minato casually said, "No particular reason. I saved you because I could, that's all." Hearing this, Jun's body trembled slightly. He bit his lip and mumbled, "You saved me because you could. Is that all you have to say?" Jun couldn't accept it. He shouted, demanding Minato stop joking. He insisted that Minato was just weak and frail. June said Minato didn't even know proper magic, questioning how he got so strong so fast. Minato looked at Jun with narrowed eyes and said calmly, Kusanagi Minato died in that accident. I was reborn in his body. Jun shouted back in disbelief. What? Can someone become stronger after dying? I should be stronger than you. Why am I losing to a guy like you? Strong? Real strength isn't about oppressing those weaker, Minato replied coldly. Minato looked at Jun and said, and the weak don't humiliate those even weaker. You've been blinded by your arrogance, thinking you were strong. Now, Jun didn't even dare to think about fighting back. Minato finished speaking and walked away, leaving Jun standing there alone. Not long after, Jun collapsed to the ground, devastated. He realized he had been avoiding the truth, that he hadn't grown stronger since high school. Jun had been venting his stress and anger on those weaker than himself. But then, Minato, someone he thought was weak, saved him, and he couldn't accept that reality. Jun's subordinates were also confused, having been saved by Minato despite everything. They wanted to ask Jun what to do, but he was even more devastated. Tears ran down Jun's face, tears of regret and humiliation. Minato, unaware of what's happening, continued charging forward to kill monsters and save people. The higher Minato went, the more high-level monsters he encountered. Demon soldiers appeared. But Minato stayed calm, using magic to fight them, though the first attack was dodged. He didn't stop there and used higher-level magic. With a loud boom, smoke and fire erupted. The demon soldier was quickly engulfed in the flames. Minato looked at the ashes without a flicker of emotion. He quietly thought, the number of demon soldiers is increasing. The boss will appear soon. Minato then went to the students huddled in a corner and reassured them, stay calm, everything is fine now. Meanwhile, Ryuji was downstairs, yelling in frustration. That brat left everything to me. Despite his words, Ryuji kept summoning magic to fight monsters. There were so many monsters, continuously attacking the students. Ryuji protected the students behind him while fighting off monsters. I'll protect you all. Just stay close to me, he told the students with a glance. Seeing Ryuji's cool demeanor, the students felt admiration. But Ryuji thought, with so many monsters everywhere, what do we do now? While Ryuji was worried, Minato landed from above, saying coldly, let me help you. Ryuji was startled, shouting, don't appear out of nowhere like that. Minato didn't bother, saying, run after I handle these. Ryuji hesitated, saying, but with this number, can you really? Maybe we should take another route. But as soon as Ryuji spoke, bright flames erupted, engulfing the monsters. It was Minato, of course. This scene left Ryuji and all the students stunned. Minato reminded them, why are you just standing there? Go quickly. Ryuji snapped back to reality and hurriedly started leading the students away. As they left, Ryuji glanced back one last time. They saw Minato wave his hand casually, and with his magic, he wiped out all the monsters chasing the students. The more Ryuji watched, the more impressed he became. This kid is truly amazing, he thought. Minato kept focusing on stopping the monsters. After finishing them off, he looked around, realizing everyone had already left. He thought it would be a good idea to check the area again. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, the instructor and students with magical abilities were trying to hold their ground. Yuika was there too, but she was starting to run out of magic and was about to fall from exhaustion. Luckily, Ruka caught her. Ruka said coldly, if you can't do it, head back inside. You're just getting in everyone's way. Yuika immediately shook her head, refusing. I can still fight. We don't have time to rest. Ruka frowned and stayed silent, wanting to advise her, but not knowing what to say. He could only watch as Yuika valiantly tried to use magic to attack the monsters. Just then, Ryuji rushed back with other students. I've brought back the stranded students, he said. The instructor praised him. Well done. Get them inside. Ryuji handed the task to someone else and ran over to the Mizuha siblings. What's the situation? He asked. Ruka sighed in response. It's getting hard to hold them off any longer. Yuika wondered, where's Kusanagi? Ryuji chuckled and raised an eyebrow, replying, that kid didn't get a scratch. He's over there, taking it easy. Really? Yuika was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Ryuji didn't dwell on it and started using magic to fight the monsters alongside everyone else. Meanwhile, he kept talking. Kusanagi's really something. With him here, getting through this disaster should be easier. Yuika nodded in agreement. I think so too, senpai. With Kusanagi, we're sure to succeed. Before she could finish her sentence, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing panic among everyone. The instructor shouted urgently, evacuate, evacuate now. They were facing too many monsters. And these weren't just low-level creatures but demon soldiers. In an instant, Ryuji yelled out in shock. Too many monsters. We've got to get out of here. Hearing this, everyone quickly turned and ran. Ryuji and the Mizuha siblings were no exception. They couldn't possibly face the horde of monsters. But they hadn't gone far when Yuika suddenly sensed something and glanced back. They saw the magical beasts being attacked by magic. Blood was splattering like rain, leaving Ryuji and his friends stunned. At some point, the magical police had arrived, led by Inspector Shogo, who urgently ordered them to quickly eliminate the beasts, prioritizing the safety of the students. Soon enough, the other officers began attacking the magical beasts in front of them. Seeing this, the students behind them breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally being rescued. Shogo reassured them while fighting the beasts, shouting that they shouldn't worry, as they would help them escape. He urged them to evacuate as instructed. However, Yuika spoke up, suggesting they'd help the police. Shogo was surprised, firmly stating that they should evacuate to the gym for safety. Before Yuika could continue, Ruka interrupted, saying they're not civilians, they're magic users. Shogo hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement, telling them to support them by attacking from the perimeter. To be honest, the reinforcements were too few, so they had to rely on their help. You could see how dire the police force was. Meanwhile, Karin was tending to the injured students. Elsewhere, Minato observed from the academy's building, noting the police cars arriving. He breathed a sigh of relief, whispering that the police were finally there, and they should handle the rest. But it seemed the police arrived faster than the ground defense forces. After all, this is a national-level disaster. How could a country be so unprepared? Then again, maybe they could be. This country has been resting on its laurels for too long. For now, he just needed to do his best to check if any students were still trapped. At the same time, a reporter from a helicopter was witnessing the entire scene below. She began reporting on the situation, noting that the police had arrived, but the number of magical beasts showed no signs of decreasing. The nation's people were eagerly awaiting the appearance of the noble magic users. After all, situations like this needed them to step in, and everyone hoped for the noble magic users' help. The public believed the noble magic users would show up soon. The reporter present at the scene looked directly into the camera and shouted, pleading for the noble magic users to come. However, in the room of the head of the Fuka family, upon hearing the report from the butler, he coldly responded to ignore them. The butler hesitated, asking again to confirm, and the Fuka patriarch shrugged it off, saying that even the police should handle such a minor disaster, so there was no need for a noble magic user like him to intervene. Having said that, he walked away, and the butler curiously asked where he was going. To sleep, the Fuka head replied coldly with just one word. The butler had no objections, and respectfully wished him a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy, Shogo was struggling against the magical beasts, but the situation was worsening. Thinking quickly, he asked a subordinate if they could handle the beasts near the entrance. The subordinate shook his head, saying they couldn't. There were too many. Shogo's expression turned serious instantly. They had appeared faster than he had expected, leaving no time to evacuate civilians. Supporting the perimeter was crucial, yet they hadn't managed it, so they could only rely on the noble magic users, who were unreachable. The more Shogo thought, the more dissatisfied he became, angrily shouting about where those idle people were at times like these. When they needed them, there was no help. They had to depend on academy students, showing how dire Japan's military situation was. Shogo frowned intensely, having read about this being called a natural disaster for a reason. The people of Japan had faced similar ones in the past, and if the boss monster emerged now, that would be it. At that moment, the beasts suddenly halted, as if waiting for something. A purple energy beam struck down in front of them. Then, the image of the boss monster appeared with an energy-filled crystal embedded in its chest. Those who saw it felt an invisible pressure pushing down, terrifying everyone. Shogo bit his lip in worry, realizing that the demon general was the boss. Ruka's expression was also serious. The monster rarely appeared in this area, and only noble magic users could defeat it. Yuika knew, too, that they'd need a level 5 or higher spell to take it down, but no one there could use such advanced magic. The boss created 3 magic circles in front of its chest, launching fireballs. Yuika was briefly shocked, unable to react in time. Ruka suddenly appeared in front, pulling her back to reality. She quickly used her water magic to counter the fireball. At the same time, she hugged and protected her sister. The blazing fireball hit, and Ruka cried out in pain as she shielded Yuika. Ruka fell down in front of Yuika. This left her extremely confused, eyes filled with worry. Ruka lay on the ground, her body trembling, as she looked up at Yuka and said, "Run, Yuka." But Yuka stayed where she was, unable to move, while everyone else fled in panic. Yuika held Ruka tightly, her eyes full of pleading. Shogo and the magical police were struggling, but they were no match for the magical beast. Ryuji was also weakened and couldn't do anything more. In front of them, a figure emerged from the bright flames. Everyone's faces turned grim at the sight, as if they had accepted their fate to die here. Yuika continued to hold Ruka tightly, shouting, "Kusanagi, please save us, Kusanagi." The flames were blazing fiercely, heading straight for everyone. Yuika, in despair, shouted, "Minato." The heat came closer and closer to everyone. The monster was also advancing. But suddenly, the monster stopped. It saw something blocking its path. From the sky, a large amount of magic power attacked it. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Yuika. The person who arrived was Minato. He spoke seriously. "Sorry I'm late, Yuika. I made you wait." Seeing him, Yuika felt a burst of joy, but Ruka's condition was dire. Tears began to fall as she said, "Kusanagi, she's..." Minato walked over to check and finally spoke. "She's all right. Just fainted." Then he placed his hand on her and started healing. Yuika, still anxious, stayed quiet, bowing her head in anticipation. Minato continued healing Ruka. After a while, he stood up, biting his lip. Yuika was startled and called out to him. Minato glanced at her and calmly said, "I'll handle the boss monster." Yuika was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. "Okay." Right after, the entire area was shielded by a protective spell. Yuika was shocked. What's this? Ruka's injuries were also healing rapidly. The more Yuika watched, the more amazed she became. Other students, feeling this magic for the first time, were equally stunned. Karen came out and, seeing this, her eyes widened. "Is this third-level healing holy magic? Even I can't use it. Who can?" She quickly ran to Shogo, worriedly asking, "Senior, are you all right?" Shogo lightly shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." Karen helped him up, then glanced around, asking what's happening. Shogo shook his head reluctantly. "I'm not sure, but we must protect the civilians to the last breath." Karen, feeling unease, hesitantly said, "That's very dangerous. You might die out there, Senior." Shogo, biting his lip, firmly replied, "But if we don't do something, everyone here will die." Karen knew this, yet she worriedly said, "This is impossible, isn't it? In the end, everyone will. All our forces have fallen already." Just as she said, a corner of the academy was engulfed in flames, and the magic police were completely down. Shogo, biting his lip in anger, said, "No defensive forces, no noble mages, no one is coming. We can't do anything anymore." Reporters on the scene were in a panic. "No way, the police too. Is this the end for us?" Those watching the live broadcast were equally worried. Everyone was anxious. But at the scene, Minato walked alone toward the monster. Seeing this, Karen exclaimed in shock. "A student is walking straight towards the demons. Is he trying to get himself killed?" Shogo was equally alarmed, yelling, "Hey kid, get out of there now." Unfortunately, Minato didn't hear them, as he quickly stood in front of the monster. Minato coldly said, "You seem to like running wild, don't you?" The monster narrowed its eyes at him. Its mouth kept muttering, "Kill, kill." That terrifying, deep voice echoed through the area. It sent the students into a panic. Even Shogo and Karin felt fear, the pressure from it causing everyone to be scared. Right then, a thunderous explosion erupted. Minato coldly ordered, "Shut up." The monster was attacked by him and roared angrily. The low-level beasts immediately charged at him. Minato frowned and became silent, thinking, when facing the worst disaster in the world, I used all my strength, but this time I have to hold back because of the people around. While Minato was contemplating, lightning magic wildly surged toward him, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a bolt of lightning. Shogo looked and panicked, wondering if she was dead. Everyone around was also watching to see if Minato was still alive. While everyone was in confusion, a surge of magic appeared, dazzling them. This magic originated from Minato's hands. It began to dance in the air, crazily destroying the monsters. Seeing this scene, Shogo was shocked, wondering who that student really was. Not just them, the reporters present also noticed Minato's appearance, but they couldn't see his face. The cameraman wanted to get closer for a clearer view, but magic attacked him, thwarting his attempt. The one who acted was Yuaka, as Minato tried to keep his true strength hidden, allowing him to fight without distraction. Meanwhile, in the battle, dozens of magical streaks from Minato's hands danced in the air, and every monster they passed fell. This sight made the inexperienced students exclaim, amazed at how awesome he was, and wonder if they could actually be saved. But they had no time to be distracted, as the low-level monsters were still around. Fortunately, there were still people who could use magic to take them down. Shogo, while fighting, shouted out a reminder. There must be something they could do, help him out. Minato was battling the boss and couldn't help but smile at this, thinking maybe the cops of this era weren't that bad. Thinking this, he immediately waved his hand, causing the magical streaks to explode. The boss was extremely angry now. It quickly summoned magic. Seeing this, Shogo panicked and shouted, wondering if it was level 6 magic, almost like that of noble wizards, thinking there was nothing they could do now. The magic the boss unleashed was level 6, Fire Dragon Roar, and flames erupted once again. The students there were momentarily stunned. The reporters present were equally despairing. Shogo helplessly watched the flames rushing toward them. The flames were so bright they could consume everything with a terrifying blood color. The students were feeling hopeless. Even Karin could only pray for divine help. Shogo thought that no matter how strong Minato was, he couldn't defeat that thing. It seemed there was no way they could survive. The only one who believed in Minato was Yuka. She was certain he could do it. If anyone could, it was Minato. Minato would surely survive and save everyone here. Meanwhile, Minato was silently observing the demon boss in front of him. It was indeed large, but the bigger they are, the slower they move. This demon general was trying to use level 6 magic. If he held back his power, it wouldn't accomplish anything. He didn't want to do this, but there was no choice. With this thought, Minato reached out and summoned two kinds of magic at once. In an instant, he unleashed his own magical energy. Yuika was stunned, watching the massive energy dance before her. She was so shocked her eyes widened, but more than that, she felt joy. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a giant water serpent made of magic appeared. Shogo was bewildered as he watched. Could this be composite magic? At that moment, the fire dragon of the demon general charged forward aggressively. Minato's water serpent was not backing down and directly confronted it. With a loud bang, the two powerful forces collided. They tangled with each other, fire against water, fiercely competing. The demon general below frenziedly cast spells, muttering incomprehensible words about slaughter, humans, and death. Then, the fire dragon grew larger again and charged with fierce momentum. Minato watched this and couldn't help but smirk dismissively. His giant water serpent charged at the fire dragon and in a flash, destroyed it. But it wasn't done yet. The water serpent kept on and quickly reached the demon general. The demon general was engulfed by the rushing water, only able to mutter why before dying. Minato calmly watched it slowly fade away. He snorted coolly, saying it was due to a lack of practice. Though he said that, Minato thought perhaps it could have done more. It seemed weaker than he expected. After the boss was defeated, the Magic Academy was returned to clear skies. Minato looked up and smiled at the sky. It seemed that with the boss gone, the disaster had ended. At least now, they could enjoy a rare moment of peace. It was only now that the students could catch their breath. They had been saved. Immediately, they erupted in cheers for escaping from the gates of hell. Even the reporters on site weren't exceptions, weeping tears of joy. Karen also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling safe. The disaster was over. Meanwhile, Shogo was astounded, unable to believe it. A student like Minato managed to defeat a demon general, a feat even noble magicians might not have accomplished so swiftly and neatly. Who was he really? But before he could think further, his legs gave out and he collapsed, clicking his tongue as even his knees seemed to give up. On the other side, Minato approached Yuika, smiling, and said, "I did it." Yuika looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "Yes, I knew you could do it. Thank you, Minato." "It's nothing," Minato replied, smiling as he shook his head. While they were talking, the other students rushed over, startling Minato. Before he could grasp what was happening, he was surrounded by a group of students, all praising him to the skies. Minato let out a frustrated sigh, feeling like he couldn't escape the attention, seeing a grim future like the skies not long ago. Seeing his reaction, Yuika couldn't help but smile. He seemed really bothered. The next day, the media was buzzing about the disaster at the Magic Academy, even mentioning how it was resolved by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that the mysterious student was Minato. After the disaster, more and more people started crowding around Minato. Every time he came to class, they would gather around and ask him all sorts of questions, which really annoyed him. Of course, there were also those who were dissatisfied, complaining that he was getting too full of himself, questioning how a student like him could be that strong. So those students started arguing in class, splitting into two groups, one supporting Minato, the other not believing in him. Taking advantage of the commotion, Minato slipped outside. He was really scared of those people. Right then, Yuika appeared beside him, jokingly saying it was tough, making Minato respond coldly, telling her to stop talking. With a light laugh, Yuika teasingly said he was a hero who saved everyone, so there was no other way, right? Minato didn't comment on that, shifting the subject, asking if she was also transferred to Class S. Yuika nodded slightly, replying indifferently that it was probably due to the practice match and recent events, making Minato frown and ask if she didn't like it. Yuika turned her head away with a pout, mumbling she did, because someone was there after all. Minato didn't think much of her words and continued asking about Ruka's situation, with Yuika smiling and answering that she was doing fine, and they were closer now. Yuika was really happy about this, and it was all thanks to Minato. Her eyes sparkled as she sincerely smiled at Minato, thanking him, saying meeting him was her luck. Hearing this, Minato uncomfortably flicked her forehead. This confused Yuika, prompting her to ask why, and Minato pouted, saying to only thank him once and stop repeating it, then turned to walk away. Yuika watched his back as he left, smiling, feeling her heart flutter. Elsewhere, at the Prime Minister's meeting room, All high-ranking officials were present, while the Prime Minister kept calling someone. A while later, he finally spoke, mentioning that the teleconference with other countries had ended, with someone questioning how difficult it was to find the cause of the second disaster. The Prime Minister nodded, responding that they had done their best to deal with it, as rumors spread about the student who defeated the final boss. They kept discussing the disaster and how Minato defeated the demon general. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Minato was summoned again. This time it was Ruka and Ryuji, along with Yuika. The four of them stood there looking at each other, the atmosphere a bit tense. After a long silence, Ruka slowly spoke, saying, "Kusanagi, I have a favor to ask. Please take me as your student." When she made this request, her eyes were full of determination. A few days ago, at the Mizuha family mansion, Ruka and her sister Yuika were sitting outside. After a long silence, Ruka slowly spoke up. Her sudden words about the recent disaster startled Yuika a bit. Ruka didn't mind and calmly continued, saying it seems Kusanagi managed to stop the disaster this time. Hearing this, Yuika nodded and replied, "Yes, Kusanagi defeated the demon general with level 4 composite magic." Ruka couldn't believe it. She looked at her and skeptically asked again, "You said level 4 composite magic? That's a type of magic even high-level wizards can't use, do you know that?" "Really?" Yuika nodded firmly. Seeing her reaction, Ruka hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then it must be true. How could my Yuika lie?" Yuika was a bit surprised and asked, "Why do you believe I wouldn't lie?" With a soft laugh, Ruka casually replied, "Because since you were little, you've always been obedient, and I think a child like that could never be a useless wizard. But it seems I've relied too much on harsh methods." Hearing her words, Yuika suddenly felt a bit sad. Right after, she stood up firmly declaring, "I will definitely become stronger so you don't have to worry about me, so please believe in me." Yuika was more determined than ever. Her reaction left Ruka a bit stunned, but Ruka quickly smiled and said, "You've really grown up, Yuika." Hearing this, Yuika's eyes lit up with joy. Ruka didn't say anything more. She was thinking about Minato. His power was terrifying. It had surpassed that of a student, and might even be stronger than her father. Thinking about this, Ruka looked up at Yuika and spoke. "Can you help me with something?" Back to reality, Ruka was silently waiting for Minato's answer. She knew well if everything continued like this, she could only become a high-level wizard. To be stronger, she needed Minato's help. Taking a deep breath, Ruka sincerely spoke. "I'm sorry for insulting and underestimating you. I sincerely apologize." She said she knew well her request was selfish, but she was willing to set aside her pride to ask Minato. Ruka's tone carried a hint of pleading as she lowered her head and began to speak. "Please allow me." But before she could finish, Minato coldly interrupted. "Fine." The answer was so sudden that Ruka was stunned, unable to react. Minato repeated once more, "I said, I will take you as my student." Ruka was still confused. She skeptically asked why. Now it was Minato's turn. He puzzledly replied, "What kind of question is that?" "You're the one who wanted it." Ruka hurriedly said, "That's true, but I've done a lot of terrible things to you." Indifferently shrugging, Minato casually replied, "Well, you did apologize, so I forgive you. Besides, you want me to accept that apology, right? That's all there is to it." Ruka couldn't help but be stunned. Such a nonchalant answer. At that moment, Ryuji quickly interrupted. "In that case, count me in too." Minato showed no particular interest and nonchalantly agreed. "All right, teaching one or two more isn't a problem." Seeing Ruka still confused, Yuika explained, "That's just how he is, sis." Ruka squinted at Minato, inwardly remarking, "You're a strange kid." A bit later, at the Magic Academy's conference room, Minato and Yuika didn't know why they were called there. In front of them were Inspector Shogo and Sergeant Karen. They were bowing to Minato at this point, sincerely saying, "First, let us thank you. Without you, both the regular citizens and we would have perished." Minato felt a bit helpless. "You've thanked me since the interrogation, and I think that's enough. Is there something else?" Shogo nodded slightly. "The investigation about the disaster is over, but there are some things we're very concerned about." Minato was surprised and asked, "Some things that interest you?" Shogo didn't hide his intent and said, "Kusanagi, you awakened your wizard ability after an accident, didn't you? That's what the people around you claimed, so there seems to be no mistake. But after investigating, I heard someone said, after the accident, you seemed like a completely different person." Hearing this, Minato was stunned, his eyes showing a hint of caution. Shogo didn't notice. Continuing to speak, "Your character changed, and your power grew unusually strong, even strong enough to destroy a demon general." The more he talked, the more confused everyone here became. Yuika couldn't help but complain, "Wait a minute, what do you mean by that?" Shogo seemed to realize he misspoke, frowning and muttered, "Then I'll change the question." He asked if they knew the name of the Dark Wizard. Both Minato and Yuika were stunned, wondering what the Dark Wizard had to do with anything. Shogo slowly explained that the wizard had defeated all the roaming beasts and helped the citizens under the cover of night. The video was widely spread online. Didn't they see it? He then showed the video to both of them, while Karin, standing beside, seemed to grasp something. Yuika, however, frowned and asked what this had to do with Kusanagi. Shogo calmly explained that there were some similarities between the two in terms of build and age. He said that the Dark Wizard was reputed to be quite famous, but his magic didn't match. Plus, the timing of his actions coincided with Minato's release from the hospital. The instructor sitting beside them turned pale, seemingly very worried. Karen remained silent, while Shogo didn't stop talking. Using magic in the city without a permit is illegal, and this incident attracted so much attention that the police had to get involved. Yuika, hearing that the punishment would be severe, looked at Minato, her face full of worry. Shogo also looked at him intently and said coldly that if he admitted everything, they promised to do whatever they could to lessen his punishment. Was he the Dark Wizard? Minato confidently shook his head and denied it. Shogo smiled upon hearing this. He happily said, "Got it, so you're not him. That's good." Soon after, Shogo and Karin stood up to say goodbye. "Thanks for your time, we'll be going now." They quickly exited the room, and Shogo recalled Minato's reaction. He wasn't nervous at all. If he were really the Dark Wizard, he must have nerves of steel. On the other hand, Karin seemed pretty sure Minato was the wizard. Everything about him was the same, from the atmosphere to his voice. Was his secret action just to save the people? She couldn't reveal Minato's true identity to Shogo. Despite this being seen as a failure for a police officer, he did save her. Thus, the two officers had opposing views. Shogo wanting to unearth Minato's hidden identity, and Karin wanting to hide it. Elsewhere, after the meeting in the conference room, Minato and Yuika headed to class. The teacher stood on the podium and announced loudly, "These are Kusanagi and Mizuha. They will be part of our class starting today. Please help them out." Due to his defeat of the demon general, Minato was warmly welcomed, surrounded by people bombarding him with questions as soon as he sat down. Of course, Yuika, with her own background, faced a similar situation, finding it a bit difficult to handle. Seeing the students in the 80s class surrounding the two of them, the teacher helplessly spoke up. "Everyone, please get to your seats. Class has started." Minato felt quite troubled, being bombarded with questions all through class and during breaks. This was exactly why he didn't want to stand out. During the break, Minato tried to get away, but was called back by someone, making him look back questioningly. It was the pink-haired girl he saved from the monster. She looked at him shyly and asked, "Kusanagi, can you come with me for a moment?" Later, on the rooftop of the academy, Minato felt completely helpless. Was this really the popular place to call someone when you wanted to talk? To his surprise, Yuika was there too, only wanting a place to practice without being seen. She didn't expect to find Minato here, and he was with a stranger girl too. What were they doing here? The pink-haired girl stood in front of Minato, hesitatingly asking if he remembered her. Minato awkwardly shook his head, apologizing, "Sorry, I don't." The pink-haired girl wasn't surprised and softly said, "I'm the one you saved during that recent disaster." That's when Minato remembered, nodding. "Oh yeah, I remember that." The girl's cheeks instantly flushed. She lowered her head and carefully said, "During the practice, I was attacked by monsters, and someone saved me with magic." "That was you, wasn't it, Kusanagi?" Minato recalled the practice that day, but he had merely acted by chance. But the girl was really appreciative. "Thank you for saving my life twice." Minato gently shook his head. "Don't mention it. I just did what I could." Even though he said that, the girl shyly spoke up, "You're really cool, Kusanagi." At the same time, Yuika was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, but she couldn't hear a thing. Just then, the pink-haired girl suddenly shouted, "Kusanagi, I like you. Please agree to date me." Yuika was immediately stunned. Was that a confession? Even Minato, the one being confessed to, was just as shocked. Seeing that he wasn't responding, the pink-haired girl insisted, "I'm not exceptionally good at anything, but I'll try to better myself, so please let me be your girlfriend, Kusanagi." Minato stood there, speechless. Until she thought he wouldn't reply, Minato suddenly spoke, "Thanks for liking me." The pink-haired girl was delighted to hear that. But her happiness didn't last long. Minato awkwardly said, "I'm sorry. I really don't have time to think about dating right now. There's something I must do." The pink-haired girl lowered her head and softly murmured, "I see." But soon she lifted her head, returning to her earlier bright expression. "Thank you for being honest with me. I think I can let go of these feelings now." With that, she turned and left the rooftop. Yuika had been hiding behind the wall, but Minato spotted her. He coldly said, "How long are you planning to hide there, Yuika?" Yuika stiffened, took a deep breath, then peeked out, awkwardly saying, "I thought I hid my mana pretty well." Minato pouted, "Your control is awful. Your mana's leaking everywhere. This is the second time. You like stalking people, huh?" Yuika protested, "I just overheard by accident. I wasn't doing it on purpose. But hey, why did you turn her down? She's pretty cute, right?" Minato pouted, "I'm not thinking about that right now," he said, then turned to leave, leaving Yuika standing there, puzzled. What Minato meant was their age gap was too big, even if they were in the same academic year physically. Yuika watched him leave, hesitantly mumbling, "Got it, so you won't be dating anyone, huh?" Then she suddenly realized something, wondering why she felt relieved hearing Minato say that. Yuika followed Minato down the stairs, still pondering if he really won't date anyone. While she was deep in thought, Minato suddenly turned around. This caught Yuika completely off guard. Minato said calmly, "Practice mana control more often. You're still pretty clueless." Yuika snapped out of it, pouted. I know. She decided to train hard to become stronger until Minato acknowledges her. That night, as usual, Minato went out to check on things. The number of monsters didn't seem to be decreasing, even though the disaster was over. Was this a sign of another wave on the way? Just then, a loud scream echoed in the night. Help! It was a girl's scream, with a wizard pursuing her. He scoffed. No one's around here to save you at this hour. But indeed someone was. Minato was standing in front of the girl. The wizard was utterly shocked. Before the guy could react, Minato punched him in the stomach. The guy was sent flying outside. Minato squinted at him, thinking, an amateur magician who likes doing vile things, huh? His close combat skills are awful. He probably never faced another magician before. The girl he saved looked at him gratefully, but soon realized who he was. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really you, the Dark Mage?" But before she could finish, Minato vanished, ignoring her shouts to stop. Minato used magic to go somewhere else. Dark Mage, huh? He thought. Students at school and that guy Shogo mentioned me. Looks like they're talking about me. How did I suddenly become famous? The next morning, on the rooftop of the academy building, Minato gathered with Yuika and the others. He frowned and asked, "That guy Shogo mentioned earlier, right? An amateur magician who likes to act mysterious at night. People talk about him a lot. I just wonder why." Ryuji responded while eating. "Probably because he's a trending topic online." Minato was surprised and asked, "What's online?" His question left Yuika and the others stunned. They began to whisper among themselves. Finally, Yuika explained, "The internet is an information system that covers the whole world. We can find anything on it, so information spreads at the speed of light, basically." After listening for a while, Minato finally understood. Ryuji pulled out his phone to demonstrate. "You can access it with your own phone too. You have one, right? Try opening Google or something." Minato fumbled with his phone, and finally managed it, exclaiming excitedly, "Got it." Yuika and Ryuji clapped along. "You did it." Minato pouted and said, "This is no big deal." Ruka watched them acting so childish and sighed helplessly, then cut in seriously. "By the way, you promised to help us train. When will we start?" Minato was cheerful. "We can start right after school today since you guys taught me how to use a smartphone and this internet thing. I'll do my best to help everyone." Yuika suddenly felt a chill hearing this, like trouble was coming. Sure enough, that afternoon after school, the four of them went to Yuika's mansion to train. It wasn't long before all three were exhausted. Minato shook his head. "Come on, we haven't even warmed up yet. You have to put in effort like your lives depend on it." Those words hit a sore spot for the three of them. They immediately stood up, each declaring determinedly, "I can take it. Don't underestimate us." Only then was Minato satisfied. "That's more like it. Now attack me." Right away, the three of them lunged toward Minato. Meanwhile, near Tokyo Tower, something strange happened. Observers there were shocked, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. It looked normal just a moment ago. What's going on?" The scene in front of them made everyone tremble with fear, because magical beasts suddenly appeared in large numbers near Tokyo Tower. At Yuika's villa, Ruka and the others quickly fell to Minato. Seeing this, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's this? Giving up already?" "Not yet. Take this," they shouted as they got up and attacked Minato using their magic together. But Minato just created a protective shield to block everything. Not only that, he flicked magic at Ruka and Ryuji's foreheads, leaving them wincing in pain. At the same time, Yuika tried to sneak up from behind Minato and exclaimed, "Gotcha." "Not really," Minato said with a smirk, sidestepping to dodge Yuika's attack. Yuika was stunned and exclaimed, "He dodged it?" Before she could react, another flick of magic hit her forehead. And just like that, Minato took them down again. He exhaled, saying, "All right, let's take a break." Thanks to his words, Ruka and the others went to sit and have some water. Not long after, they were all drenched in sweat. Ryuji, wiping his sweat, commented, "You might be too strong." Ruka nodded in agreement. "Even I, the top student of the academy, can't even touch a hair on you." Yuika sighed and added, "That's right. This guy is way beyond a normal student's level now." She gave Minato a knowing look. This look made Minato feel a bit annoyed. Tired of explaining, he decided to share the story once and for all. "I almost died in an accident. When I regained consciousness, I had this power. I have no clue why, so stop asking." After listening, Ruka frowned and speculated, "So your near-death experience triggered your power then?" Seeing their reactions, Minato felt relieved, thinking they were easily fooled, believing he had tricked them completely. But Minato didn't know Yuika was skeptical. She thought maybe he had a reason to hide the truth, and since he'd gone through so much to keep it secret, it was best not to dig deeper. Minato squinted at the three sitting silently, genuinely thinking they were all too easy to deceive. Eventually, the training session ended and everyone headed home. As they walked, Ryuji remarked, "Great training session." Minato couldn't help but respond, "You're pretty tough yourself." Ryuji chuckled, "That's because I always train myself. But I'm starving now and need to cook for the kids." Minato asked curiously, "You cook? Even with your bulky build?" Ryuji looked at him, offended. "What are you trying to say, kid?" They continued chatting as they walked. Ryuji asked, "Do you always eat out?" Minato shook his head. "No, I mostly eat instant noodles." Ryuji was shocked. "Instant noodles? Is that all?" Minato shrugged casually and said, "The world has become really convenient." Ryuji looked at him seriously and said, "How can your body take it if you keep eating junk food like that?" Minato felt annoyed. "You sound like my dad." But Ryuji didn't mind. He put an arm around Minato and said, "Come on, let's go to my place. I'll make you a meal." Minato wanted to refuse, but Ryuji was too stubborn. So, in the end, they arrived at Ryuji's house. Even someone as introverted as Minato got swarmed by three kids, leaving him unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Ryuji took on the task of cooking. With his large frame and a bare apron, he brought out 2 plates of food and apologized. "Sorry for making you watch the kids." "Don't worry," Minato laughed, using magic to make the kids float. Seeing this, Ryuji said, "That's actually why I'm worried. No magic in the house, kid." He put the plates on the table and grumbled, "I've never heard of anyone using magic to play with kids." Minato ignored this, looked at the girl next to him, and smiled. "Looks like I got scolded." The kids surrounded Minato and played, prompting Ryuji to admit, "You know you're pretty good with kids, surprisingly." Minato suddenly remembered his past life, where many children perished in disasters. After a moment of silence, Minato sighed. "Children are the future, after all." Hearing this, Ryuji grumbled, "You sound like my grandpa." "Be quiet," Minato huffed, then continued playing with the kids. The dinner was ready quickly. The kids got excited when they saw the food and started eating. Minato happily joined in eating with everyone. After just one bite, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious." It had been so long since Minato had a good home-cooked meal, as he was too absorbed in protecting the country and neglected himself. Thinking this, Minato curiously asked, "Now that I think about it, where are your parents?" Ryuji shook his head. "I don't have a dad and my mom works late, so I manage the house and look after these kids for her and work part-time when I'm free." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but comment, "You're very busy." With a small laugh, Ryuji casually said, "It's tough, but I don't hate it." "I see. The harder something is to talk about, the more you want to get it right. Right?" Minato nodded understandingly. Ryuji didn't hesitate to admit it. Flexing his muscles, Minato couldn't help but remark, "All strength and no strategy." After dinner, Ryuji, Minato, and the kids played for a bit before going to sleep. Ryuji lay beside Minato, whispering, "Sorry for letting the kids' requests make you stay." Minato shook his head lightly. "It's fine. This is nice every now and then." Ryuji smiled unknowingly, feeling grateful, "Thank you." Minato shrugged it off, saying calmly, "I didn't do anything to deserve that." But Ryuji shook his head. "No, it's about Ruka. She seems more lively now. I think it's all thanks to you." Minato was surprised. "Hey, don't say it's some romantic thing." Speaking his mind, Minato frowned and asked, "You like her?" Ryuji couldn't help but laugh. "What, me and Ruka? No way. Actually, we're both outcasts, so it's natural for us to stick together." Minato was surprised after hearing that. Outcasts. Sounds just like you. The next day, Minato and Ryuji went to school together. When they arrived at the school gate, the Mizuha sisters were already waiting there, and upon seeing them, Yuika grumbled, "Seriously, you're late." Ryuji hurriedly explained, "Give us a break." Kusanagi wouldn't wake up, but the Mizuha sisters were surprised and asked, "Did you guys have a sleepover or secretly train without us?" Minato was a bit confused by their conversation. How did they all coincidentally meet so early? But he didn't pay much attention. Just then, 2 people approached from a distance. It was Inspector Shogo and Sergeant Karin. Shogo looked at Minato and said, "Can we have a moment, Kusanagi?" Minato sighed helplessly again. Karin apologetically said, "Sorry for bothering you again, but this time it's urgent." She mentioned that monsters suddenly appeared and are currently surrounding the Tokyo Tower. It might be related to a disaster, so they want your cooperation. Hearing this, Minato frowned, "But I'm just a student." Shogo shook his head slightly, speaking seriously, "You single-handedly stopped an entire disaster wave. Since then, you're not just a student anymore. Honestly, this situation is beyond us." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, questioning, "Is it okay for a cop to say that?" Shogo's face was extremely sincere, with a slightly pleading tone. This means we're really out of options. Kusanagi, please help us. Minato hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying that if there were no problems, he would lend them his strength. Shogo was surprised to hear this. Minato felt helpless. Even though he didn't want to stand out more, the situation wouldn't allow that. Shogo, unaware of Minato's thoughts, was happy to hear his agreement. He assured Minato that he'd receive fair compensation and promised they would contact the academy on his behalf. The three Ruka from the back, hearing this, wanted to help too. They all chimed in, saying they could provide support from the back and wanted to join in. With a sigh, Shogo thanked them for their offer but expressed that given the current situation, they wouldn't be able to help much. Ruka protested, saying they were top students at the academy. But before finishing, Shogo interrupted coolly, noting that while they excelled at school, this was a life-and-death battle. He then narrowed his eyes at the three, seriously asking if any of them believed they could match Kusanagi in skill. The question left the trio silent, with no one able to reply. Seeing their silence, Shogo sighed and told them to return to the academy, leading Kusanagi away as he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Minato suddenly called out, startling the three Ruka. With a smile, Minato raised an eyebrow and said they should try to catch up to him. The three Ruka were stunned at his words. Quickly recovering, they replied in unison. Of course, before turning back to the academy. A little later, at the police headquarters. In the meeting room of the Emergency Disaster Response Leadership Department, the leader, sitting in the center, spoke seriously, noting that hundreds of monsters had appeared near Tokyo Tower, stressing the need for a decisive response to prevent them from threatening citizens. He mentioned enlisting the help of a student who played a key role during the recent disaster at the Magic Academy, and then invited Minato to stand. Hearing his name, Minato immediately stood up. Seeing Minato still in his school uniform, the policemen below murmured disdainfully among themselves. Karen found this talk distressing for Minato and couldn't bear to listen. At that moment, Shogo leaned into the microphone and coughed. Everyone immediately focused their attention. Shogo boldly announced that Kusanagi Minato was the student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the Magic Academy, and that from his close witness, none in the room could match him. He praised Minato to the skies, believing that collaborating with him was essential, urging them to treat Minato as a partner rather than just a student. Yet his words did nothing to quell the discontent of the worthless police, who still saw Minato as a mere child. As the murmuring continued, the leader ordered the mission to proceed unchanged, stating that whether they included outsiders or not, the monster threat needed to be swiftly eliminated, directing everyone back to their units. With that, people began to leave, though some still pointed and insulted Minato as they exited. When everyone had gone, Shogo came to Minato, apologizing for earlier. Minato shook his head, dismissing the need for a comment, saying it was likely uncomfortable for them to work with a student. Seeing Minato's calm reaction, Shogo couldn't help but admire his maturity, contrasting it with Karen's nervousness, who was startled and trembling with fear. Minato reassured them both with a smile, saying they shouldn't worry, as he wasn't bothered by it. Karen thought he seemed like an angel. Then they got in the car to head to Tokyo Tower. In the back of the car, Minato questioned their combat strength. Shugo answered slowly, saying they had 80 magicians, mostly mid-level with only a few high-level ones. Minato frowned in silence, noting mid-level magicians could use level 2 magic, while higher ones could use level 3. While he pondered, Shogo hesitantly remarked that it seemed sad, but since Minato could use composite level 4 magic, he was the trump card of their forces. Minato squinted at him, asking about their battle plan. Shogo replied quietly that the plan was purely to overwhelm the monsters with magic, not exactly a strategy. He added that while dealing with ordinary demons and beasts was manageable, higher-level beings than a general demon possessed higher intelligence. So Minato considered preparing for such cases, suggesting that simply fighting head-on couldn't be called a strategy. Considering this, he spoke up again, noting they weren't equipped with any support devices either. Shogo explained helplessly that they often carried out missions in gear allowing easy movement. Hearing this, Minato frowned, recalling they had anti-monster equipment in the past. Shogo nodded, saying it was true, but those were rarely used anymore due to the scarcity of such devices. Minato frowned when he heard this. But there used to be devices to resist magical beasts, right? Shogo nodded slightly and replied, "That's true, but now they're rarely used because there aren't many left." Minato grew silent as he listened. How could this be? Things were fine before. Even though he knew magic and wizards weren't what they used to be, what on earth happened over the past 50 years? Shogo glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Minato sitting in silence. It seemed like he was deep in thought too. A little later, at the Tokyo Tower area, which was now overrun by monsters, the police finally arrived at the scene. Getting out of the car, Minato looked around and couldn't help but wonder. The disaster hadn't even struck yet, but the number of monsters was strangely high. He wondered what on earth was going on. The police were pale as they saw the scene. They muttered in disbelief, even more monsters than reported. And what surprised them more was the demon general among them. How could they possibly win? They needed to call for reinforcements from private groups or noble wizards. Shogo sighed helplessly, saying he'd already sent for help. But they couldn't come right away because of the sudden surge of monsters and illegal wizards. They didn't have time for them. Hearing this, the police were filled with anxiety. Was there no way but to take down the monsters themselves? It felt like they were walking into their own deaths. Shogo glanced at Minato and asked, "Kusanagi, can you handle it?" "Yes, I can," Minato replied without hesitation. Yet the officers scoffed. "Stop bragging, kid. Don't try to be a hero. How can a brat like you deal with them?" Minato, uninterested, asked them and calmly said something strange. This puzzled them. Just then, the monsters began to act strangely. The sky, once blue, suddenly turned blood red, blocking out the blue. Karen saw this and shouted, panicking, "The sky! It's a disaster." Emergency alerts were immediately issued. A disaster of unprecedented scale engulfed the nation. People across Japan were in extreme panic. Minato narrowed his eyes at the horde of monsters below. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Shogo's group looked grim. The police officers who saw the scene for the first time couldn't help but cry out in panic. They asked if another disaster was happening and wondered how such an outrageous thing could be possible. Minato was lost in his thoughts. Natural disasters usually occur on their own, but it seemed like the monsters from before caused this catastrophe. In just 50 years, they've learned how to do this. Seeing the unstable situation, someone suggested they couldn't handle it without backup. They needed to reorganize first. While Shogo was unsure of what to do, Minato suddenly spoke up, saying the creatures were on the move. Just as he said, the monsters were heading toward the city. The police on the scene grew even more panicked. Some wanted to fight, while others thought about retreating. Seeing this, Minato scoffed disdainfully. He thought the police were pretty pathetic. His comment angered one of the officers, who snapped back, asking how he thought he could deal with such a monster fortress. Minato replied confidently with a smile, then jumped in without hesitation. His target was the monsters below. Quickly, he landed in the middle of them. By himself, Minato looked like he was dancing among the monsters and demon soldiers. Seeing him, the monsters went wild. From above, the police saw this and shouted in alarm, warning that the kid would get killed and urging him to run away. But no sooner had they spoken than a powerful wave of magic appeared, sweeping out. This strength amazed the police. Shogo was just as surprised, but more than anything, he was delighted. With just a wave of his hand, the low-level monsters around Minato were all defeated. The demon soldiers were furious at this sight. Without hesitating, they summoned their magic power to attack Minato. In an instant, numerous spells flew toward him, but they hit an invisible shield and couldn't get through. Perhaps just one magical barrier was enough, since there were still many people watching Minato, so he created a shield for peace of mind. Then, he used magic to destroy the demon soldiers in front of him. Shogo was more and more astonished as he watched. He thought, what incredible power Minato had to wield so many magical attributes. Indeed, it could only be him. Thinking so, Shogo quickly shouted to remind them to follow Minato, and Karen hurriedly moved to support him. The other police officers were still trembling, hesitating to step forward. But soon they pulled themselves together and quickly followed Shogo. Even though their magic wasn't as strong as Minato's, handling low-level monsters wasn't an issue. Minato, seeing them start to fight, smiled with satisfaction, thinking they weren't so hopeless after all. However, just then, a demon general appeared before them. Its gigantic body frightened the police, making them feel as insignificant as insects. Only a legendary sorcerer could defeat it. Then, a water serpent suddenly appeared, swallowing the demon general whole. Minato spoke calmly, saying he'd handle this one and leave the rest to them. When the water waved away, a large trench appeared on the ground, shocking the police. They wondered if the kid really defeated it, stunned by his immense power. Shogo quickly reminded them they had to continue to eliminate the monsters until the boss showed up. They should leave the demon general and any stronger creatures to Kusanagi. As Minato continued to take down demon generals ahead, he thought back. 60 years ago, a worldwide natural disaster occurred, the first of its kind. Smaller catastrophes followed, aimed at destroying the world. If history repeated itself from 60 years ago, this disaster would spread globally. But this time, Minato was also here, determined not to let them wipe out humanity. Meanwhile, where Karen was treating the injured, a demon soldier appeared beside her, startling her. It raised its hand, intent on strangling Karin right then and there. In the nick of time, Minato arrived and killed the demon soldier. Behind him, Karin saw Minato's steady back. It was just like that time when the dark sorcerer saved her. After defeating the demon soldiers, Minato turned back to look at Karin, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Karin snapped out of her daze. "Oh, thank you, Kusanagi." Minato squinted at her, thinking to himself, the situation was just like before. Did she notice? Just as he suspected, Karen had realized it. She was wondering why Minato chose to become a dark sorcerer and how he could be so incredibly strong. But Karin thought Minato would dislike her if she asked him questions like that. Thinking this, she suddenly felt she was out of line. The other person was a student after all. She couldn't have such inappropriate thoughts. While she was confused, a monster attacked. Luckily, Minato pulled Karin aside, then used magic to attack the beast. Karin looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. Please stay close to me." Minato didn't mind. He reminded her softly. It seemed she couldn't use any attack magic. Karin was a bit startled, but quickly nodded. Okay. Yet she had a thought. Was Minato really a student? He seemed more mature than her. Right then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The police officers there instantly turned pale, mumbling in panic. What is that? I can't stop trembling. The demon general was now enveloped by a massive amount of magic. Seeing this, Shogo couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is the demon general mutating? Why is such a high-level demon general here? The officers were so scared they fell to the ground, murmuring in despair. No way can a noble sorcerer even defeat this. The only one unafraid was Minato, who stepped forward. Seeing this, two officers shouted to warn him, "Are you crazy? Stop. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat that monster." But Minato just smiled at them, confidently saying, "I can do it." These words left the officers speechless. But soon, the trembling in their bodies stopped. Karin was silently praying, hoping Minato could defeat the mutated demon general. Shogo watched Minato expectantly, thinking he might be as strong as a noble sorcerer already. So Minato winning against the mutated demon general wasn't out of reach. Thinking this, Shogo smirked excitedly. Now show us, Minato, your true power. To let Minato focus on dealing with the mutated demon general, Shogo ordered everyone to concentrate and take down the demon soldiers. At the same moment, Minato was squinting his eyes at the mutated demon general. He fell into a deep silence. Now, he was standing face to face with it. While Minato was thinking, the mutated demon general began its attack. A burst of bright flames quickly headed towards Minato. But it just brushed past him, exploding behind him, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Seeing this, the police behind him couldn't help but express amazement, questioning what kind of absurd power this was at just the first level, these cruel monsters. Meanwhile, Minato stood there calmly, brushing the dust off his shoulder. The mutated demon general stared at him and slowly said in a deep voice, "What are you?" With a casual shrug, Minato smirked and said, "Just an ordinary student. At least for now." This puzzled the demon general. While it was still confused, Minato's magic powers surged violently. Seeing this powerful magic, the demon general felt threatened and muttered, "Kill, strong human," before a large flame appeared in front of Minato. From afar, the police were shocked, thinking, 6-star level, it can't be. But Minato stood calmly, contemplating what to do. Even if he dodged or directly countered with magic, those behind him would still be engulfed by the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the demon beasts attacking the police suddenly turned, directing their magic towards Minato. In an instant, a massive wave of magic attacks rushed in, creating a terrifying scene. Shogo's face turned grim. Are they cooperating? This is ridiculous. Karin was equally frightened and shouted, "Kusanagi, get out of there!" Yet Minato remained calm. He stood there alone against the wave of magic coming his way. At the same time, the blazing flames were also rushing madly towards him. But just before they reached Minato, a large wave of water appeared. The flames met the water and were extinguished. Not only that, but the other magical attacks from the demon beasts were also blocked by Minato. Before they could reach him, they collided with an invisible barrier. This scene left the mutated demon general astonished. Minato raised an eyebrow, looking at it calmly. Is that all? Even Shogo was wide-eyed and slack-jawed, wondering, what kind of monster is this kid? Karin was no different, exclaiming, what just happened? Shogo felt it was beyond his imagination, witnessing something so absurd right before his eyes. Karin couldn't help but remark, only noble mages can use 6-star magic. It's a special technique comparable to remote control. Can Kusanagi actually do that? Shogo mumbled, what's even more surprising is that he can cast a second magic at the same time. Usually, one can only use one type of magic at a time, and must wait before using another. Yet Minato used two different magics almost simultaneously, astonishing Shogo. Just one type is already powerful, but using more than one simultaneously, Shogo feels Minato might surpass even a noble mage. The more Shogo talked, the happier he got, feeling his instincts weren't wrong. That Minato was indeed the one he was looking for, a second Ichikami Minato. But Shogo didn't know that Minato was actually the reincarnation of that great mage. At that moment, the demon general charged madly towards Minato. Minato remained unflustered and calmly said, "This place is getting boring. Time to find somewhere more fun." These words left the demon general confused, not understanding a thing. Before it could regain its wits, an invisible force hurled it into the air. Minato had used magic to toss it up high, but quickly it used magic to stabilize itself in midair. Right after that, Minato swiftly flew up to confront the demon general face to face, with a smirk saying, "Seems you know aerial magic too, huh?" The demon general squinted at Minato and spoke in an evil tone. "Unless you want to face another campaign." But before it could finish, Minato interrupted coldly. "I don't care about those scratchy tactics of yours." Because up here, he no longer needed to hold back. Seeing Minato unwilling to cooperate, the demon general charged in to attack. Yet Minato easily dodged its assault. Of course, the demon general didn't give up and fiercely attacked again. This forced Minato to skid backward. Taking this opportunity, it summoned magic once more. Minato frowned slightly, looking up into the sky. A fireball appeared, its intense heat spreading in the air. At the same time, the demon general closed in on him. Without hesitation, it struck down fiercely, causing Minato to fall from the sky to the ground. The demon general looked down from above. With a loud crash, the ground was enveloped in smoke and dust, but once the smoke cleared, it was immediately stunned. Because Minato was still standing proudly there, unscathed. The demon general couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is this possible?" Minato wasn't going to explain, of course, and charged up from the ground. In an instant, he appeared in front of the demon general and said with a pout, "Seems like magic doesn't work anymore, huh? Only hand-to-hand combat left, but that's useless too." At this point, Minato's eyes became determined. He charged at the demon general without hesitation. Minato said coldly, "You can't beat me." In a flash, his powerful fist struck, sending the demon general flying far away. Unable to believe it, it muttered, "There's no way a human fist could be effective," and used magic to stay airborne. It was now at the peak of its rage. It yelled angrily, "Damn you, what are you?" Minato didn't answer. Instead, he smirked and said, "You think I can only use magic? Let me show you my exclusive technique." Saying that, Minato flashed a wicked smile. Soon after, a strange force appeared around him, full of vibrant colors. In an instant, it erupted into the air, a power that seemed like it could consume everything. Seeing this sight, the demon general was immediately alarmed, wondering what terrifying magic this was. Even Shogo and Karin were no exception, questioning what was happening and what was going on with the boy in the air. Minato ignored everyone's reactions, staying focused on unleashing his power. He concentrated with closed eyes, seeming to gather all the energy from the air. Once he felt it was enough, Minato slowly opened his eyes. Confidence was clear on his face, and his demeanor had changed. The demon general grew more terrified but stubbornly shouted, insisting that human attacks were ineffective against them, even if Minato was surrounded by magic. Minato just sneered, and in a flash appeared before the demon general. In the blink of an eye, the demon general panicked. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Minato's fist had already struck. Not stopping there, he unleashed a series of punches on the demon general. Minato's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, pushing the demon general into a submissive state. This incredible scene left Shogo unable to believe his eyes. He mumbled in disbelief, questioning how the boy could overpower a demon general in a one-on-one fight. How could a human punch harm a demon, and yet Minato was doing just that with magic as well? It was truly beyond their imagination. In just moments, the demon general's body was covered with wounds, causing it to angrily question why human attacks were effective. Minato calmly explained that ordinary punches or weapons meant nothing to them, but large amounts of magic power made the difference. He was attacking it with his body enveloped in magical energy, a combination of martial arts and magic. Minato mentioned it could be called composite magic, for easy understanding. The demon general became increasingly furious, arrogantly yelling it was impossible for a mere human to surpass it. Then the demon general frantically charged to attack Minato. But Minato easily dodged its attack. Then he countered, delivering a punch to its stomach. This single punch directly pierced the demon general's belly, causing it to fall to the ground like a tattered kite. Its body landed in the midst of the monster horde. When it was brought down, the sky returned to its original blue. Seeing this, everyone joyfully exclaimed that the disaster had stopped, and the young boy had done it. Shogo quickly reminded everyone in their excitement to stay vigilant and clean up the remaining monsters. Minato looked down from above, smiling with relief, deciding to leave the rest to the police. With that thought, he quickly retracted the magic around his body. Before long, it disappeared entirely, and Minato returned to normal. Thinking about something, he joked to himself that it had been a while since using composite magic, that he was quite rusty. Shortly after, Minato landed on the ground. But the scene in front of him startled him a bit. The police had already dealt with the monster horde and were now standing in a very formal line. Seeing him return, Shogo boldly spoke, sincerely expressing gratitude for his efforts in the recent battle with the boss, representing the police force, and extended thanks for his cooperation, respectfully saluting Kusanagi Minato. As he finished speaking, the entire police force gave Minato a solemn salute. From that day on, disasters continued to strike all over the world, But thanks to the timely response of the police force and noble magicians, the disasters finally ceased. Tensions increased relating to the disasters, with criticism pouring in from citizens toward the government and police force, along with rising hopes and disappointments aimed at the magicians. In the growing public tension, someone remarked that if there were only dark magicians, it would be better. The Black Mage can protect us, and since then, there's been a wave of support for the Black Mage online. But regardless of what's happening online, Minato is dealing with trouble right now. Someone leaked that Minato had joined the battle to stop the disaster, and now students in class gather around him with questions. Minato is really annoyed. Just handling them is more tiring than fighting the demon general. Yuika, sitting next to him, watches him sigh repeatedly with worry. Just then, the teacher enters the class, stands at the podium, and says seriously, "Today we will discuss the recent disaster." The students below listen as the teacher talks about the necessity of protecting the nation in the future, and their faces become serious. The teacher doesn't notice this and continues, "There's a chance you might be summoned one day, so always be ready, even though we already have someone with experience in the class." Saying that, she glances at Minato sitting below. At that moment, Karin suddenly bursts through the door. The teacher rushes over in confusion and asks, "Wait, what's going on here?" Karin hurriedly speaks, "We're the police. We've got orders from headquarters. Kusanagi. We're sorry to say we hope you can lend us your strength once again." Hearing this, Minato sighs powerlessly and remarks, "They're not even keeping their police image. Where's the police honor gone?" But what are those eyes around here? Stop with those weird adoring looks already. He really doesn't like it. But with no other choice, Minato agrees. He stands up from his seat, walks over to Karin, and asks, "Please explain the situation quickly." Karin nods slightly in response. Aside from the disaster, beasts are also appearing everywhere, globally. Illegal mages and underground organizations are more active than ever. We're really short on manpower now. And that's why they've come to bother Minato again. And she sighs apologetically, "Sincerely sorry for troubling you over and over, Kusanagi. You're the only one we can trust." Minato doesn't comment, takes out his phone and says, "Then contact me first next time." Karin then realizes and quickly says, "Sorry, I'll keep that in mind next time." She quickly gets Minato's contact information, stands in shock for a while without speaking. Minato looks at her seriously and asks, "So what do you want me to do now?" Karin recovers and quickly responds, "We want your help dealing with the beasts rampaging in Harajuku." Minato nods slightly and says, "All right, got it." Seeing him about to leave, Karin suggests we'll travel by car. But before finishing, she sees Minato pass by her. He uses magic to get ahead and says calmly, "Then it won't be in time. I'll go ahead." Watching Minato disappear in a flash, the police behind are stunned. That was too fast. A while later, in the Harajuku area, it has become a wasteland, with high-rise buildings collapsed into rubble. Within the debris, two children are trapped. The younger one clings to his older brother, trembling and murmuring, "Brother." Despite being very scared, the older child holds his sibling tightly and says determinedly, "It's okay, big brother will protect you." Right at this moment, a monstrous beast charged at the two children. Despite being very scared, the older child grabbed their younger sibling's hand and started to run. But because of the fear, the younger sibling tripped and fell to the ground. The beast's sharp teeth were getting closer, and the kids were almost out of options. In this critical moment, a flash of magic from afar killed the beast. The one who intervened was Minato. He arrived and, without hesitation, extended his hand to help. The two kids saw him casually raise his hand to kill the beast and were stunned. Minato slowly walked up to the children, smiled, and praised them, saying they were brave and amazing. But then he saw a doll on the ground. He picked it up and asked, "Is this yours?" The younger sibling immediately replied, "Yes." And Minato saw the admiration in their eyes. He couldn't help but smile. Finally, Minato spoke slowly, "I will protect both of you," and then dashed back into the battlefield. The kids bowed their heads in thanks, but he had already vanished, and they didn't know if he heard them. The younger sibling held the doll tightly, their face full of admiration. Meanwhile, Minato had moved deeper into the city. The fight here was more complicated than at the academy because people were still fleeing, so he couldn't use magic bullets. Minato could distinguish between beast and human magic, but couldn't detect people without magic power. The only way to save everyone was for him to patrol around the area. As Minato pondered, the magical police arrived. Their leader shouted to focus on eliminating the beasts and leave saving civilians to the firefighters and army. Just then, one of the officers noticed Minato. He looked up, waved, and shouted, "Hey, Kusanagi!" Minato squinted his eyes down and remembered the officer who was present during the disaster at Tokyo Tower. Recognizing a familiar face, Minato jumped down. The officer ran over and said, "You're here to help? That's really useful." Minato cut to the chase. "What's the situation?" The officer replied quickly, "We haven't saved even half the civilians yet. The situation was so dire they couldn't reach the east side. There were too many beasts there." Hearing this, Minato said, "Then I'll check that side of town." With that, he took off running, and the officer reminded, "There are also reports of rogue wizards there, be careful." But he knew well enough that worrying about Minato was pointless. Thinking about it, the officer glanced at his teammates behind him. Those who hadn't experienced the Tokyo Tower disaster were seeing Minato fight for the first time, and they were very confused about who this young man was, watching him destroy the beasts in an instant. The officer chuckled lightly and calmly said, "Maybe he just showed up for us in this chaos." Elsewhere, in the east of the city, Minato was using 6th-level magic to wipe out hordes of beasts. An issue that concerned him was a demon lord appearing outside the disaster period, something that hadn't happened even a few years ago. The beasts were growing in numbers and becoming stronger. Things were getting out of hand, and even Minato couldn't manage it alone. If precautions weren't taken now, it could spiral out of control. Thinking that, Minato still prioritized saving people. He extended his hand to the two individuals trapped in the rubble and pulled them out. He handed them over to the firefighters and ran off again, having several plans in mind, but unsure which to choose. Thanks to Minato's help, many trapped civilians were rescued. When the situation stabilized, Karin led some people over. Minato ignored them, continuing to rescue people. Thanks to him, nearly all the city's civilians were saved. A police officer gratefully shook Minato's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Kusanagi. You helped us a lot. Your actions reduced the casualties." Minato shook his head and replied, "No, it's thanks to the police and the firefighters. I just helped with a few simple things." The officer was stunned by his response. After a moment, he bowed to Minato and said seriously, "I really apologize for what happened before. Because of our immaturity, I hope you don't hold it against us." Seeing them like this, Minato sighed and said, "Don't worry too much about it." He appeared so mature that it made those who met him earlier feel awkward, and all they could do was repeatedly thank him. Karen also expressed her gratitude. "Really, thank you. I'm sorry for constantly relying on Kusanagi, especially since you're just a student." To which Minato shook his head and said, "It's okay. I agreed to help after all." Then he suddenly became serious. "But what concerns me is not just their numbers being too many, but that all of them are extremely strong." Karen nodded in agreement. "Right. We need to come up with a plan to deal with the beasts and calamity. Senior Shogo is also taking action, but..." While the two were talking, the two children from earlier suddenly approached them. Seeing the kids, Minato smiled and said, "I'm so glad you're safe." At this moment, the younger child naively asked, "Big brother, are you the great sage?" Hearing this, the older child quickly explained, "Sorry, my brother really likes the great sage." Minato wasn't bothered. Instead, he focused on the doll in the child's hand, realizing that it was him from a previous life. A small smile appeared on Minato's face. He was clearly pleased. He then nodded and replied, "Yes, I am the great sage." "I knew it." The younger child's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed. 50 years ago, when he was Ichikami Minato, Minato was very displeased about being made into dolls and had questioned the person next to him. However, that person paid no mind and cheerfully said, "It's not just dolls, but also photocards and keychains," to which Minato sighed and said, "I doubt anyone wants those things." The other person remained steadfast, saying boldly, "The great sage is a source of heart for everyone. These items are something that kids especially need." But Minato still disagreed. Seeing that the gentle approach didn't work, the person shouted, "You're wrong. In 50 years, no, even 100 years, it will continue to save people. So please allow me, Ichikami." Snapping back to the present, Minato smiled gently. It seemed those words were true, but simple dolls don't have the power to save anyone. Even a great sage like him was needed in times like these. Meanwhile, in a bar in the city, a group of people gathered here to report on the Dark Sorcerer. The man sitting in the main chair was Kuroi Akuto, the leader of the Black Rebellion organization. After listening to his subordinate's report, he gritted his teeth and said, "An illegal sorcerer, not belonging to any guild, means some idiot dares to defy me, right?" His subordinates trembled with fear at his angry tone. Cold sweat dripped from one subordinate's forehead as he stammered, "Yes." Snorting lightly, Akuto coldly ordered, "Find the true identity of the Dark Sorcerer. I don't mind if you use military force." Hearing this, the subordinates immediately fell silent. A man with glasses suddenly stepped forward. He was the manager of the Kabukicho area, Kaga Shuji. Smirking, he asked, "And if he refuses, can we kill him?" Akudo let out a cold laugh and replied, "Only after you've tortured him." "I'm looking forward to that," Shuji said with an increasingly smug smile, adding a sinister laugh. The next day, Minato's group was training as usual at Mizuha's villa. While taking a break, Ruka suddenly asked, "By the way, Kusanagi, how much magic power do you have now?" Yuika was curious too, thinking it's probably around 100,000 or maybe even 500,000 if it's Minato. While everyone was suspicious, Minato casually said, "It's actually 99,900,000. That number left Ruka and the other two completely stunned. They couldn't believe it. Ruka mumbled. Even Ichikami Minato's magic power was only about 1 million. Hearing this, Minato frowned. Was Ichikami Minato's magic power really only 1 million? Yuika quickly answered. That's why people say 1 million is the ultimate limit for magic power. Ruka asked surprised. You really didn't know. This is common knowledge. Minato didn't answer, not thinking that his past life's magic power was only about 1 million. He needed to check online. With that in mind, Minato quickly searched the internet for information. But after searching for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Minato sighed in frustration. He had forgotten how to use this brick. Anyway, it's too annoying, so he decided to leave it be. Just then, Minato's phone rang. It was a call from Shogo. He quickly answered, asking in a puzzled tone, "Hello, what is it?" On the other end, Shogo hurriedly responded, "Sorry for calling so suddenly. Are your friends there too?" Minato nodded. "Yes, they are." Shogo then said quietly, "Can you please put it on speaker for me?" Not knowing how to turn on the speaker, Minato had to ask Yuika to help. Soon, Shogo's voice came through the phone. The truth is, to deal with natural disasters and an unusually large number of beast demons, we've decided to create a unit specializing in exterminating those demons. It will be called a Special Mage Unit. And he wanted to nominate Minato as the leader of this special unit. Ruka and the others were stunned, not knowing how to react. Yuika thought that if you consider yourself a mage, you have to aim for that title. There's no way Minato would refuse. However, Minato refused without hesitation. "I don't agree," and even before Shogo could ask why, Yuika shouted, "Why not?" Minato didn't understand why she was so upset. What did it have to do with her? Shogo on the other side spoke up again. "Can I at least explain first?" Minato mumbled with a slight frown. "Okay then, go ahead." Shogo slowly explained, "First of all, too many problems are occurring at once, and there aren't enough people to handle them. Moreover, we really can't manage the beast demons ourselves." Hearing this, Minato frowned deeply. Is it because the current mage levels are low? Then he hesitantly asked, "What about the noble mages?" Shogo quickly replied, "The heads of the Mizuha, Homarai, and Kaichi mage families haven't returned from a meeting abroad yet. Only the Fuka family is left, but things are a bit complicated with them." Minato looked up at the Mizuha siblings and said, "Come to think of it, I still haven't met your parents." Yuika pouted and said, "I've been away from home for quite a while." Minato nodded, understanding, and said nothing more. Shogo continued on the other end. "The members will include more than 12 police officers and academy members, including Mizuha Yuika, Mizuha Ruka, Katsuragi Ryuji, and I recommend the three of you." He said let him handle the complicated things like permissions or negotiations. All Minato needed to do was focus on training and leading the mages in the unit. Of course, Minato would be rewarded. Seeing Minato not responding, Shogo stood up anxiously, his tone almost pleading. "I'm begging you. I really can only rely on you, Kusanagi. Please accept the role of leader." Hearing Shugo's growing urgency, Minato sighed reluctantly. In the end, he agreed. "All right then, let's do it." Shogo was overjoyed in an instant, really? Ruka and the others were also excitedly agreeing. They had no reason to refuse, plus they didn't want Minato to take on everything alone. Minato was still a little worried, but it should be fine. He could train them. A few days later, public criticism was increasingly directed at the Fuka Mage family. Besides neglecting duties during the previous disaster at the Magic Academy, their handling of beast demons was also very slow. The head of the Fuka family was furious upon hearing these criticisms, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Those fools, do they think noble mages like to meddle in trivial matters?" Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, and he immediately ordered, "Come in." The butler entered, speaking in a low voice, "Excuse me, master, I received a document from the city police department." The head of the Fuka family frowned at the document in his hand, mumbling an announcement about the establishment of a special mage unit. Those fools also like to meddle in pointless things. But just as he said that, suddenly he thought of something, smirking as he spoke. But wait, even just this is enough to shut those commoners up. Call my foolish son here. The butler nodded immediately and left. The next morning, at police headquarters. Following Shogo's suggestion, there was a briefing for the special unit today. Of course, the captain, Minato, was there. The three, including Ruka, also attended. They couldn't miss it after agreeing. Besides them, only Shogo and three other officers were present, fewer than expected. Minato squinted at Shogo and said, annoyed, "Isn't it supposed to be 12 people?" Shogo apologized, explaining that initially, some wanted to join, but in the end, no applications were submitted. Minato sighed. "Well, I kind of expected this. Who would be comfortable with a kid who hasn't graduated yet being the captain?" While Minato was thinking, Shogo handed him something and said, "Also, this is for you." It was a temporary mage badge. Shogo slowly explained, "This is an outer circle operation. You're still students, so use this when necessary. It's called temporary because you're not officially considered mages." He then handed Ruka and the others their badges, patted Minato's shoulder and laughed. My job ends here, the stage is yours now, Captain Kusanagi. Minato smiled, feeling it had been a while since he spoke in front of others this way. But he didn't hesitate, stepping forward. Minato declared confidently, I'm Kusanagi Minato, and this time, I'll be the captain of our Special Operations Unit. First, I promise to make you stronger than those magical clan leaders. After speaking, he flashed a confident smile. But his words stunned Ruka and the others. Even the officers present were extremely confused. Seeing their reaction, Minato wasn't surprised and calmly said, It seems no one believes me. Let's verify then. Shido, do we have a device to measure magical power here? Still bewildered, Shogo stammered, Of course we do, but... However, the magical power measuring device was brought out. Minato glanced at the people behind him and calmly suggested, First, Ruka and Ryuji, let's measure your magical power. Both of them agreed without hesitation. Ruka stepped forward, placed her hand on the device, and unleashed her magical power. Ryuji did the same, beginning the magical power test. Minato slowly mentioned, previously Ruka's magical power was 10,000, while Ryuji's was 8,000. But now Ruka's magical power was 30,000, which left her quite bewildered. Even Ryuji's had increased to 28,000, and he found the number hard to believe. Hearing Minato's words, Shogo's group was shocked and exclaimed, No way, that's the amount of a top-level mage. Seeing their reaction, Minato scoffed and said, Already causing such a fuss, huh? Yuika, it's your turn now. Yuika was stunned hearing her name called. Yuika stepped forward a few steps, hesitating to place her hand down. She worried what she would do if the gap between her and Ruka still didn't close, despite all her efforts. The issue was, she wasn't a genius like Ruka, which made her nervous about what she'd do if her test results weren't good enough. Taking a deep breath, Yuika forced herself to calm down. She wouldn't run away anymore, and she quickly put her hand on the testing device. At the same time, Yuika's magic power surged. No matter what the result was, she wouldn't deceive herself anymore. However, her results left Shogo and Karin stunned. Yuika, on the other hand, was afraid to look at the number displayed on the machine, but the figure went beyond expectations, reaching 26,000. Shogo was taken aback, muttering in bewilderment. According to previous records, her magic power should have only been around 2,000. How could it have increased so dramatically? Minato heard him and countered, saying that's wrong. We can absolutely improve our own magical power through natural talent and relentless effort. Then he looked at Yuika and praised her, saying, I'm so proud of you. You've done well. He then reached out and patted her head. As she received the results, Yuika's tears fell. Her efforts had paid off. Ruka looked at his sister, his eyes filled with pride. She covered her eyes to hide her emotions, maintaining her usual cold demeanor. At this moment, Minato praised them again, saying both of them performed excellently. Ryuji grinned and said, Of course. Minato, dismissing Ryuji, turned to Ruka and said, Just like I expected from Miss Ruka. Ruka remained emotionless and calmly said, As a member of the Mizuha family, this is nothing. I don't need your praise. But Minato persisted in his praise and even reached out to pat her head. Ryuji was stunned, initially thinking Minato was just an indifferent kid. But now he wondered if Minato even knew how to spell fear. Even Yuika was utterly baffled, thinking her sister might lose her temper. However, contrary to their expectations, Ruka simply brushed Minato's hand away, slightly annoyed, saying, I'm not a child. Minato just nodded and replied, True enough. Yuika and Ryuji both sighed in relief, glad that Ruka didn't lose her temper. Ruka thought to herself, this was the first time anyone had patted her head. Even her father hadn't done that. While everyone was still joyful, a shrill voice suddenly rang out. So you're all here. I've been looking for you all over the police department. Why haven't you greeted me properly yet? Shogo saw who had arrived and rushed to explain. I was informed you wouldn't be coming, but he was interrupted. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Shogo was quite irritated with this person, but had no choice but to yield. He introduced, Let me introduce, this is Master Sho, a noble sorcerer from the Fuka family. Everyone looked over to see a man with green hair standing there, with crook practically written on his face, not someone who seemed trustworthy. After the introduction, Shogo leaned toward Minato and whispered, We had no choice but to request a noble sorcerer, so I had to collect your information and send it to them. I'm sorry. Minato asked suspiciously, Isn't this the Fuka family that ignored the disaster at the school? Shogo gave a slight nod and replied, This family prioritizes maintaining its power over complying with government orders. As they whispered to each other, Sho spoke disdainfully. I heard this is Japan's top magic unit, yet all I see are a bunch of kids who haven't even graduated, meddling in adult affairs. Shogo sighed reluctantly and pointed at Minato. This is Kusanagi Minato, who stopped the disaster at the academy. Based on his achievements, he's been appointed the unit leader. After hearing this, Sho narrowed his eyes at Minato, and after scrutinizing him for a while, sneered, "Stopped a disaster? This commoner isn't even a noble sorcerer." With that, Sho kicked Minato's foot hard. He snorted angrily. "How dare you not bow down to me? Stop acting smart. You're just trash." This action made Ruka and the others furious, and they began to rebuke Sho. But Sho just smirked, saying, "Commoners are too easily agitated, aren't they? Aren't you two from the Mizuha family? Looks like you're not complete trash after all." Ruka and her brother glared at him, their faces showing clear disgust. Yet Sho's shamelessness was almost unbearable, his smirk showing no signs of stopping. Then he boldly declared, "All right, it's decided then. I'll be the team leader." Shugo objected, but the leadership position has been assigned to Kusanagi by the higher-ups. Sho ignored him, coldly suggesting, "Then let's have a match to decide. Whoever wins against the next catastrophe will become the team leader." The more Shogo listened, the more frustrated he became, wanting to intervene. But Sho, smirking, left with two of his cronies saying, "Let's just go with that decision." Shogo felt really apologetic towards Minato and quietly said, "Sorry, I couldn't do anything about him." Minato, not bothered by the nuisance, replied, "It's okay. Saying anything would be useless. We just need to win." The three of them, Ruka included, were determined not to let that smug guy become the captain. Then, they left the room with dissatisfaction. Watching them leave, Minato thought to himself, "These guys are even more fired up than I am." A little later, outside at the training grounds of the police station, Minato had called everyone out there but didn't quite know what to start with. The officer's magical power was estimated around 10,000, so he figured he'd stick to his original plan and talk about magical power first. After thinking it over, Minato spoke up confidently. "First, I want to inform you all about the importance of magic. Magical power is a type of energy used to cast magic, but it has many uses." Next, he called Ryuji to come over to him. Ryuji was a bit confused but still came over. Minato slowly suggested, "Hit me with all your strength." Ryuji felt even more puzzled but was pushed by Minato's insistence. Finally, Ryuji agreed, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Don't cry if it hurts." With that, he threw a punch at Minato. But before it could touch him, an invisible barrier stopped it. Minato calmly said, "This is the power of a magical barrier. With a huge amount of magical power, anyone can activate it easily. If your magical power exceeds even that, you might be able to activate it unconsciously." In simple terms, Minato explained, that's called automatic magic. Ryuji gritted his teeth, wanting to break the shield but couldn't. Eventually, he gave up. Seeing his disappointment, Minato spoke again. "That's why improving your own magical power is the most important and basic goal for mages. Keep that in mind." Right after that, he called each person to teach them how to sense magical power. Just like Ruka and his friends' reactions after learning this skill, the officers were really surprised. After the first task, Minato had them practice for real, and that's how the day passed. After the training was over, Minato returned home. He was still thinking about the team's matters. Besides magical training, they also needed equipment. If possible, he wanted to borrow some gear that could resist magical beasts. But from Shogo's reaction, it was clear it wouldn't be easy to borrow any gear immediately. Thinking about this, Minato sighed, realizing there probably weren't any skilled craftsmen left these days. He'd have to make do himself. He's never tried it, but it can't be that hard. Then he started rummaging around to see if there was anything useful in his house. Finally, Minato found a ring, which looked cheap, but since it was so new, it must be important. He could use this for now, but it wasn't enough. He had to find more stuff somewhere. Just then, his phone on the bed rang, surprising Minato. It was Ruka calling. It's rare for her to call like this. Minato immediately picked up, and Ruka's voice came through. "It's me." Minato asked in surprise, "What's up?" But the other end was silent for a long time before speaking. "You're the only one who fits the role of our captain." Minato couldn't help but joke. "Are you encouraging me?" Ruka replied without hesitation. "That's right." Minato laughed out loud. "So you can be sentimental. So, why don't we ask her? If you're not busy tomorrow, could you come shopping with me?" Ruka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Shopping?" Minato quickly explained. "There are some things I don't know where to buy." She asked again, "Will Yuika and the others be coming too?" Minato shook his head in response. "No, just the two of us. Why go in a big group?" Hearing this, Ruka was slightly taken aback, asking in bewilderment, "Just the two of us?" Minato didn't see any issue with it. "So, what do you think?" Ruka was silent for a long while and gave no answer. Just when Minato thought Ruka might not reply, she suddenly spoke up, saying she had no plans. Minato immediately brightened up. "You're a lifesaver. So where should we go?" Ruka quietly suggested Harajuku, saying, "You might find what you need there." They agreed to meet at the train station the next day. After chatting a bit more, Ruka hung up, staring at her phone with a look of contemplation. Meanwhile, Minato was in high spirits, thinking he could now buy rings for everyone. He wondered if he should try crafting an anti-monster item with this. With that thought, he began channeling magic into the ring. At the Mizuha sisters' mansion, Yuika stood outside Ruka's room, calling, "Sister, dinner's ready." But there was no answer. She frowned, mumbling, "No answer. Is she asleep? That's not like her." After hesitating for a moment, Yuika decided to push the door open. "I'm coming in, sister." As soon as she entered, she saw Ruka trying on different outfits. This left Yuika a bit perplexed, unsure of what was happening. Ruka heard the noise, turned around, and saw Yuika standing there, puzzled. She asked, "What's going on?" Yuika snapped out of it and quickly said, "I'm sorry, dinner is ready, so I thought." But Ruka nodded and interrupted, "I'll be right there." Yuika hurriedly left, thinking to herself, "I've never seen Ruka this excited. Is she going out with someone? Could it be Minato?" The next afternoon at Harajuku Station, Minato was already there waiting. Out of suspicion, Yuika secretly followed Ruka. She came to see for herself, but fearing Minato might notice, she hid her magic and stayed at a distance. Feeling like she might be doing something wrong, Yuika thought, "Why am I sneaking around watching them like this?" From afar, Minato was waiting when he spotted someone approaching. It was Ruka, dressed differently than usual. She wore tight jeans, a sleeveless crop top, and a khaki jacket, looking incredibly energetic. She drew attention as she walked. Ruka paid no mind to the stares and went up to Minato, raising an eyebrow. "Did I keep you waiting?" Minato shook his head. "No, I just got here too." People around them started whispering, and some even assumed Minato was Ruka's boyfriend. Yuika, hiding nearby, was shocked. "Is my sister dating Minato? What's going on?" Unaware of Yuika following, Minato and Ruka headed towards Harajuku. As they walked, Ruka asked, "So what are you looking for?" Minato casually said, "Rings, quite a few of them." Ruka questioned, "Are they for gifts?" Minato nodded. "Something like that. I need several." Ruka was surprised. "Several? Are you planning to give them to a lot of people?" Minato didn't think much of it and casually admitted, "Something like that." Ruka, thinking more deeply, reminded him, "You know Japan has a one-spouse policy, right?" Minato, a bit confused, mumbled, "Yeah, I know." Turning her head, Ruka pouted, "If you're looking to buy a lot, cheaper places are best. I know just the spot." Minato, cheerful again, said, "All right, I'm counting on you." So they headed to a jewelry shop, with Yuika still trailing them. Not finding what they wanted there, Minato and Ruka moved to a street vendor. After some time, they returned to the jewelry store. Standing outside, Ruka sighed. "A strong ring that's affordable and not too conspicuous is harder to find than I thought." Minato went inside to check out the rings, and after a while said, "Even when I find a decent one, something's still off. Plus it's expensive." Meanwhile, outside, Yuika sat in a cafe across from the jewelry store, quietly watching them. She grumbled to herself, "What's going on? Why are they standing so close?" Inside the jewelry store, a clerk approached them. "Hello, may I help you? If you're looking for rings for your girlfriend, we have a discount." Hearing girlfriend, Minato wanted to correct him. "Oh no, she's not." But before he could finish, Ruka sternly said, "I'm not his girlfriend." The clerk apologized. "I'm very sorry, please feel free to look around." Then he quickly walked away, leaving Ruka confused. Minato also sighed in exasperation. A bit later, at a nearby eatery, Minato sat down and started complaining. "We walked so much, I'm exhausted, especially around all these people. After all that effort, and still not finding anything, he's wondering if he should reconsider his criteria." At that moment, Minato noticed that Ruka didn't look too happy. After a long silence, Ruka hesitantly murmured, "I'm not good at expressing my feelings. You know me and understand what I'm like." Minato was taken aback, but quickly responded with a nod. "Yeah, that's right." Meanwhile, Yuika sat not too far away, and hearing Ruka's thoughts startled her a bit. Ruka then spoke softly, "I can't even get close to Yuika. You should just go with her instead. I'd only be in the way." "That's not true," Minato shook his head, denying her words. "You've already looked into the jewelry stores, and you've considered all the options carefully." Ruka fell silent again, a hint of insecurity showing in her eyes. Minato continued, "Even though we're shopping for me, you've been so thoughtful about it, like you're buying for yourself. I mean, you've helped me a lot." Ruka looked at him intensely, then shyly lowered her head, playing with her hair as she mumbled, "Is that so?" Yuika, hearing their conversation, couldn't contain herself and stepped outside. She had never seen that side of Ruka before. She wondered what she was doing there and thought maybe she should just go home. So, Yuika turned and went back home. Minato and Ruka searched a bit more and finally found what they were looking for. Minato exclaimed excitedly, "We finally found it." Confused, Ruka asked, "But you bought 5. Minato calmly replied, "Well, everyone gets one." Ruka looked at Minato with even more suspicion. After a long pause, she softly said, "I'm sure they'll love this gift from you because you chose it so carefully." Minato glanced at her and said confidently, "This is gear for our whole unit, so they have to like it." Ruka was taken aback, then nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. That's how it is." Minato wasn't too concerned with what Ruka was thinking, reflecting on the day. He gratefully said, "I wouldn't have known what to do without you." "Thank you, Ruka," she modestly replied. "No need, knowing that I could help you is enough." Still wanting to express his gratitude, Minato eagerly said, "I should repay you with something." Ruka pouted slightly. "It's not necessary." Just as she finished speaking, Minato suddenly took out a ring, startling Ruka. Minato didn't hesitate, saying urgently, "Give me your hand, Ruka," more confused, murmured. "What are you doing?" "Just let me see it," Minato said impatiently, then grabbed her hand and slipped the ring on her fourth finger. He winked and smiled. "This is the first gear I made. Take good care of it." Thinking about what this all meant, Ruka's cheeks turned red. She quickly avoided Minato's gaze and fled, calling back, "I'll cherish it. See you later." Minato was a bit confused, wanting to call out to her, but it was too late. He was still explaining its use, but decided to leave it for next time. On her side, Ruka had already run far away from Minato. She stopped for a moment. Ruka stared intently at the ring on her fourth finger. Suddenly thinking of something, she hugged it tightly to her chest. The next day, at the training ground of the police headquarters, Minato gathered everyone and announced, "I will distribute equipment to you now. Each of you, choose one for yourselves." He then handed out rings, and everyone was amazed as they held them. Karen mumbled in shock. "There's a magic reaction. Could this be the anti-demon equipment?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, these are anti-demon pieces imbued with wind magic. If you use them with your own magic, they can enhance it to first-level wind magic." Shogo, even more surprised, asked, "Where did you get these?" Minato casually answered, "I made them myself." Shogo went from one surprise to another. Only skilled craftsmen could create anti-demon equipment, and there were none left. Yet this kid made so many. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but admire. "We can never stop being amazed by your abilities." Minato was distributing the rings to everyone, but when it was Ruka's turn, he skipped over her, surprising Yuika. It wasn't long before she noticed a ring on Ruka's ring finger. Yuika was astonished. Her sister never wore that ring before. Was it a gift from a date yesterday? So something happened after she got back. What on earth was it? Minato had no idea about her thoughts. After distributing the equipment, he spoke again. "The only thing we're missing now is a mode of transport. We can't rely on cars, they're not fast enough." Hearing this, Shogo agreed. They were always arriving later than usual. Minato then used magic to lift himself into the air, explaining calmly, "With this equipment, anyone can use wind balance spells, reducing our travel time significantly." But he warned them to remember, this is just a simple spell. It requires very little magic to use, so don't use it for attacks. Then, he told everyone to try it. Everyone quickly followed suit, but still couldn't maintain balance. Minato slowly reminded them, balance requires both flight and maintenance. Just imagine yourselves jumping forward. Saying that, he glanced at Yuika, who surprisingly managed to do it. He immediately praised, "Well done, Yuika." Pleased by Minato's praise, Yuika felt proud. "I've been practicing magic control for so long, this is nothing." Suddenly, she met Minato's intense gaze, surprising her. Yuika hurriedly turned away, guilt creeping over her for following them the other day. While Yuika felt guilty, Minato suddenly asked her, "By the way, I wanted to ask, you know a lot about Ichikami Minato, right?" Yuika nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, he is my greatest idol." Minato narrowed his eyes at her and continued, "Was he strong?" Yuika casually answered, "His magic capacity was around 1,000,000, and he could use many kinds of spells. He sacrificed himself in the battle against the Demon Lord during the Great Cataclysm." Minato asked again, puzzled, "What happened to the mages after his death?" Yuka slowly explained, "There weren't many mages left who could fight. The Mizuha family played a huge role back then. At that time, most of the material and data on magic were destroyed and lost. That's why their ancestors had to rebuild the magical system from scratch." Minato furrowed his brows. From what he remembered, while many mages died, there should still be plenty of material and data because he had stored them everywhere to prepare for future events. But the knowledge of modern magic remained too basic and full of gaps, and the magic capacity was unbelievably low. Was that due to changing times, or was someone orchestrating this? Seeing Minato silent, Yuika asked suspiciously, "Are you okay?" Minato snapped out of it and shook his head. "Yeah, I'm fine." Yuika was still worried, hesitated, and said, "If anything's wrong, just tell me. I might not be able to help, but..." Before she could finish, Minato smiled and interrupted, "Caring for me this much is enough. Thank you. You've helped me a lot." Minato knew Yuika wouldn't tell others what he asked, but he still couldn't solve the issue of the Dark Mage. Considering the possibility of involving her in this mess, he decided not to mention it often. Thinking this, Minato suddenly chuckled. If Yuika knew he was Ichikami Minato, she'd probably faint for days. Yet Yuika thought Minato didn't share things with her, because he found her untrustworthy. So, what if she became stronger? Yuika suddenly became resolute. She was determined to give it her all. A week later, still at the police headquarters training ground, Minato was leading everyone in practice. Everyone, get into position, fire. Immediately, the whole team began attacking. Karin could now use second-level Holy Light magic. Shogo managed to deploy a third-level spell. Ryuji had also improved. He could use fourth-level magic. The Mizuha sisters combined their efforts, simultaneously creating fourth-level magic. Minato was very pleased as the unit's abilities had significantly increased. Even Karin could use magic for self-defense now, whereas before she couldn't do anything. But what surprised him most was Ruka and Yuika. Their support synergy was incredible, especially since they were siblings. It wasn't just him. Even Yuika was amazed at her current abilities. The destruction caused by the Mizuha sisters' magic was massive, creating two gigantic craters on the ground. Yuika remembered past events. She was so happy that she jumped up. Minato saw her reaction and couldn't help but smile. Then he spoke up, saying, "Everyone did well, but don't get complacent just because your abilities have improved. Your levels don't necessarily depend on your magic." He then suggested, "Ruka, use level 4 magic on me." Ruka nodded immediately, understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, she summoned magic to attack Minato. But he calmly stood there. When the water wave approached him, Minato casually waved his hand, and a level 1 magic appeared. It pierced through Ruka's water wave, directly destroying the oncoming surge. This scene made Shogo exclaim in surprise, "Can level 1 magic really nullify level 4 magic?" Minato slowly explained, "Your level simply helps increase the limit of the magic power you can use, but it doesn't mean that higher level magic is always stronger." He said that even with level 1 magic, if you put in the maximum magic power into the spell, it could still defeat level 4 magic. Of course, you also need to consider what type of magic the opponent is using. Water is weaker than earth. Minato said, "Don't limit yourselves within the range of your levels and your opponent's level. Understand the essence of magic power, master the spell, and everyone can become stronger." Hearing this, everyone became more competitive, as if they saw the possibility of becoming stronger than noble mages. Minato squinted at them and continued talking. "And don't forget that we always have teammates beside us. If we combine, we will be stronger than ever." As soon as he finished, everyone responded in unison, "Understood." At that moment, an annoying voice suddenly rang out. "Oh dear, you commoners must have it tough." It was Sho with his two lackeys. Shogo frowned a bit and asked, "Why are you here?" Sho clicked his tongue and said, "The natural disasters haven't come yet, so I'm bored to death." Hearing that, Shogo then curiously asked, "If you're not training, why don't you help take down some demons?" Sho laughed and said, "No need to bother, that's the police's job." These words made Ruka and the others furious, really wanting to punch him. Sho didn't care, looking up and lamenting, if only a disaster would come now. This guy's mouth was too dark. Whatever he said came true. Yuika quickly shouted loudly, "Look at the sky." The sky, which was clear blue a moment ago, was now covered in a blood-red hue. Sho excitedly shouted, "It's here, it's here, the disaster has arrived." Then he glanced at Shogo's group provocatively. "Don't forget, the team that can take down the boss first will become the leader of the new unit. The game starts now, you lowly commoners." Yuika shouted in frustration, "Are we seriously losing to someone like you?" Sho smirked and said, "Say what you want. See you later, losers." Then he used magic to run away. Yuika looked at his retreating back, grumbling, "That's not fair." Minato, unfazed, said calmly, "Let's get back to work. Don't forget your wireless headphones. This is our unit's first real battle, so everyone stay alert." "Got it," everyone replied in unison, then quickly flew away using level 1 air magic. Meanwhile, on the street, civilian cars were moving along. Suddenly, Sho cut in front of a black car and sped away. He laughed loudly with pride. "Too slow, way too slow, so slow I could yawn 100 times." Behind him, Ruka and his group were chasing, marveling at Sho's speed. "They're fast, like a flying basketball." Minato sighed at their reaction. "Well, the opponent is skilled in wind magic. It's understandable Yuka's group can't catch them easily. I could take them down alone, but then why do we have this unit? As long as the civilians are safe, there's no need to rush them." Just then, Sho mocked loudly from ahead. "What kind of clown wizard unit are you, struggling so hard to catch me? You're pathetic." Yuika couldn't hear Sho, but she was sure that the guy wasn't up to anything good. A moment later, Sho's group finally arrived at their destination. Sho shouted, "Finally, the disaster is here. Let's kick these mindless beasts." As soon as he finished, his two henchmen cast attack magic, and Sho joined in, launching powerful magic at the approaching beasts. Civilians being chased by the beasts rushed for help, terrified. But Sho ignored them, ordering his men, keep firing, crush them. With his command, his henchmen attacked again, causing two fleeing civilians to get caught in their magic. They were just ordinary people. Being hit by that magic would kill them instantly. In a dire moment, a golden magical barrier appeared. It was Minato, protecting the two civilians with a shield. He glared at the short, chubby guy and sternly asked, "What are you doing, you pig?" Minato's presence made Shao and his henchmen tremble and freeze. Shao broke out in a cold sweat, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Yuika's group hurried to check on the civilians. Once confirmed they were okay, Yuika turned to Shao's group and scolded, "What do you think you're doing? Don't involve innocent civilians." Shao stayed silent for a while before he could move again. What did Minato do? He wondered. Hiding his doubts, Shao scoffed. It's their fault for interfering with a noble wizard like me. They deserve it. Yuika was even more frustrated by this. But Shao didn't care. He boldly declared, "I'm going to deal with the boss. You little chickadees can cater to the common folk." With that, he and his men disappeared. Minato watched them leave, thinking it would be easy to neutralize Shao's magic. But it felt like he was avoiding the real fight. Actually, this worked better for his side. Thinking this, Minato gave orders, "I'll focus on evacuating civilians. The rest of you take care of the beasts." Shogo hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you can handle him alone?" Even with rescuing and evacuating, it could get tricky. Smiling confidently, Minato replied, "I am the leader of this special unit." Shogo was taken aback, then burst out laughing. That was a stupid question, wasn't it? Yuika shouted, "We can't always rely on Minato. Let's take down those beasts ourselves." Seeing their enthusiasm, Minato encouraged, "Go, bring us victory." With his orders, everyone charged in and began using magic to take out the low-level beasts. Yuika felt confident in her abilities now. These low-level beasts and now the minions were easy for her to handle. Yuika used to be scared and couldn't do anything. But now, she can take down demon soldiers on her own. She really has become much stronger than before. Meanwhile, Minato found a rooftop to use his magic to scan the area. There was still a lot of mixed magic from both their side and the beasts, indicating that many civilians couldn't escape. Rescue work is really not easy. But that's only what others think, not him. Right after, Minato jumped down. Without hesitation, he rushed forward like the wind. At the same time, Sho's group was also busy taking down demon soldiers. Ruka's side was no exception. They were very focused. But right then, a powerful magic presence suddenly appeared, startling Yuika as she exclaimed about it. While everyone was still confused, a demon general approached from afar. Sho also sensed this magic and rushed with his group, claiming that this boss was for him, and he would show them what real level 4 magic was like. Sho's subordinates quickly advised him against it, pointing out that his opponent was a demon and level 4 spells wouldn't suffice. Unfortunately, Sho arrogantly bragged, questioning why they thought so, as no one had truly faced demons before. As a noble mage, victory was obviously assured. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned a level 4 wind magic to attack. However, the demon general wasn't afraid at all. It also summoned its magic, and brilliant flames appeared quickly. The flames met the wind, becoming even more intense, while the wind was completely consumed by the fire. Seeing this, Sho's face turned pale, and he mumbled in shock at how his supreme magic was nullified. The flames then rushed toward them, and seeing the dire situation, Sho ran away. As they ran, they passed by civilians, with the flames getting closer to them. Fortunately, before the flames could engulf the civilians, Minato appeared. But before he could act, a wave of water rushed in from afar. In an instant, it extinguished the flames. The ones who intervened were Ruka's group. Minato smiled in satisfaction, saying it wasn't bad. The short and fat Sho finally found a place to sit after running with his pants down, but soon someone approached him. The person was Yuika, and she didn't look happy. She gritted her teeth and demanded, asking why he endangered the civilians. Sho scoffed, pouting as he said they couldn't blame anyone since they didn't run. If they dared to stand in the way of a noble mage, they should think of the fitting punishment like death. Just as he finished, Yuika raised her hand and struck down. A booming slap echoed through the open space. A slap sent Sho flying several meters away. Yuika, still frustrated, scolded, "What kind of noble magician are you? You're just a shameless fat pig." Sho, who hadn't even recovered, sat trembling on the ground, muttering in disbelief. "You dare slap me, a noble magician." Yuika snorted lightly and ignored the self-important pig. "Let's clear out the monster beasts," she said, and they quickly ran off, ignoring Sho's continued cries. From a distance, Minato was rescuing civilians and remarked, "Wow, such excitement in this demon-infested place." But they did regain their composure quickly. That's good. There were still many citizens needing help, and he also had to keep an eye on the boss. The demon general had truly appeared here. They needed to handle it for the calamity to end. Meanwhile, in a collapsed house, 3 of Shou's group were hiding, with a subordinate urging, "We can't defeat those demons. We should retreat, young master." Biting his lip angrily, Shou thought, "Those demons are strong. Even I can't easily take them all down." But then Shou suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, "Wait, what if we let them weaken the demons and then wipe them all out?" Hearing this, his 2 subordinates immediately cheered, praising Shou's cleverness. Shou smugly replied, "It's nothing. Let's rest and wait for an opportunity." Outside, Ruka's group was facing the demon general. The amount of magic power it emitted was terrifying. Yuka worried if they could win, but no, they had to win. Just then, Ryuji shouted, "Attack fast! Win fast!" Everyone quickly summoned magic power, attacking the demon general together. Water waves and lightning surged forward, with constant booming sounds. Ryuji eagerly watched the smoke and whispered, "Did it work?" But when the smoke cleared, the demon general remained unscathed. It stood there intact, and everyone's expressions turned grim. Ruka muttered, "We need a level 4 spell, or enough magic power to destroy it." At that moment, the demon general unleashed its fire magic. Brilliant flames quickly rushed forward, the heat seeming to consume everything, prompting Yuika's group to run. Yuika squinted at the flames below, thinking how much more dreadful they seemed, possibly twice her magic power. The power gap was too great. They couldn't defeat it. What should they do? In their confusion, Minato's voice suddenly came through their earpieces. "Seems you're having trouble. Here's some advice. Work together." From a distance, Minato watched, not yet needing to intervene. Hearing this, Yuika cried out, "But we're already doing that." Minato slowly explained, "Combine everyone's strengths in the purest way. The key is you and Ruka." Yuika, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" But Minato gave no further explanation. "Figure it out yourselves." Yuika wanted to say more, but the connection cut off. At the same time, she felt a murderous intent approaching. The demon general's flames were rushing toward her. Ruka and the others quickly used magic to block it. Ruka spoke up. "What Kusanagi said must mean something. We need to think together." Yuika frowned, agreeing with Ruka. Minato always guided them. So what should she do now? She stood there, silently contemplating. Soon after, Yuika spoke up. "Its magic is strong, but the casting time is long. Let's take out the minions first, while avoiding its attacks." She suggested Shogo and the others focus on the east side while her group handled the west. She would signal when it attacked. Shogo and Karin were startled but quickly nodded in agreement. The others followed Yuika's plan, while she awaited the demon general's next move. As it raised its hand to cast magic, Yuika shouted, "Get ready." She began counting down, and when the last second hit, the flames rushed forward. Yuika yelled, "Run now." Following her lead, everyone used a level 1 air spell to escape. From afar, Minato watched in surprise. Is Yuika taking command? He thought Ryuji or Ruka would, but she would do well in the role. After leading everyone to escape the demon general's flames, Yuika panted heavily, realizing their current magic levels and power weren't enough. What could they do? While feeling confused, she tries to remember what Minato said. What did Minato say that time? Or did Yuka misunderstand him? But she's not sure if this will really work or not. After hesitating for a while, she decides to take a risk. Yuika steps in front of everyone and firmly suggests, "Please, lend me your strength." From afar, Sho watches Ruka's group, muttering to himself, wondering what they're planning. It doesn't take long before Ruka's group has a plan. Following Yuika's suggestion, the siblings take the lead, with Shogo and Ryuji behind, and finally, Karin and 2 other policemen. Shogo hesitates, asking, "Are you sure this will work?" Yuika slightly shakes her head. "I'm not sure, but what other choice do we have?" Ruka confidently responds, "I believe in you." Ryuji also speaks up firmly. "We just have to push through. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way." At this moment, the demon general summons level 5 magic. Flames, like a giant sphere, appear. In an instant, they cover the entire sky. The heat spreads quickly, affecting Shou's group too. Shou mutters angrily, "These stupid ignorants, dragging us down." Then his subordinate shouts, "Sir, look over there." Shou is startled, turning his head instantly. His eyes narrow at the sight. He sees Ruka's group charging toward the flames. Karin then summons level 3 holy magic. In the blink of an eye, the holy magic envelops Ruka and the others. From a distance, Minato sees this and smiles. Not bad at all, he thinks. They can't avoid level 5 magic, so Karin will reduce the damage from the attack. Smart move. Yuika and Ruka are responsible for the attack. The Mizuha siblings will combine their powers to create higher-level water magic. Minato nods in satisfaction. Right, if individual strength isn't enough, the solution is to combine strengths. It's the basis of the ultimate spell. Sure enough, they form level 6 ultimate water magic, Mermaid's Tears. In an instant, a mermaid made from water waves appears. Seeing this, Shogo can't help but marvel. Wow, who knew these sisters could use level 6 magic? In no time, the demon general's flames are extinguished, and it can't move anymore. Seeing this, Sho enthusiastically shouts, "Now is the time for a grand entrance." Before he can do anything, vines appear out of nowhere and wrap around him, draining his strength. Sho falls powerlessly to the ground, his body limp, unable to move. The one responsible is Minato. Their actions couldn't escape Minato's notice. He naturally has to stop them. On the other side, Ruka's group doesn't know they were nearly upstaged. Shogo looks at the demon general standing still and quickly says, "It's done for." Right after, the sky returns to its original blue. Shogo excitedly cheers. "We've won. We've stopped the disaster." Karen nods in agreement. All thanks to Mizuha and everyone. At this moment, Ruka and Yuika are about to collapse. Ryuji rushes over to check on them. "Are you both okay?" Ruka reluctantly says, "Our mana is completely drained. Can't move anymore." Yuika is also very weak, but she's overjoyed. "We did it, sis." Ruka nods and smiles at her. "We've won." A little later, at the police headquarters meeting room, Minato stood at the center praising everyone. "Well done, everyone. We prevented a disaster. This is also our unit's first official mission." Everyone seated below was listening, very happy, especially the Mizuha sisters. They were the decisive factor in this battle. Minato was also very pleased with their performance, constantly praising them. "Everyone has shown their abilities excellently. I can truly see everyone maturing day by day." Especially Yuika. Her development was the most remarkable. Yuika suddenly being mentioned was a bit stunned, but soon she stood up straight, looking proud. Minato was unbothered, continuing to praise her. "The guidance you provided was very appropriate, and the ultimate spell was very impressive too. Had you thought of that strategy beforehand?" Yuika slightly shook her head and replied, "No, I didn't know at all, so that was the ultimate magic, huh? I understand now." Minato was a bit taken aback. "You didn't know? Then how did you manage to do it?" With a slight smile, Yuika said, "Thanks to your hints, the rest was just my instincts." Minato was even more puzzled, thinking this girl might be more talented than he thought. "But it wasn't a big issue." Minato continued speaking. "Anyway, you did very well, especially using such a high damage spell on the battlefield. Obviously, the trust and harmony of the sisters played a very important role too." Speaking of which, Minato suddenly looked at the clock. "It's almost time." Then, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The live broadcast of the police department's press conference appeared on the screen. A reporter was interviewing the police chief. As we know, the leader of this special unit was the student who single-handedly stopped the disaster at the academy, right? Before the chief could answer, Shogo quickly interrupted. He leaned into the microphone and declared loudly, "I am Shido Shogo. I am the spokesperson for the SMT team captain, the captain of the special unit. Yes, it is indeed a student, as you all have heard." As soon as he said that, the reporters below were stunned and started buzzing. Hearing the skeptical murmurs below, Shogo spoke up again. "He possesses abilities that can easily surpass those of a noble mage." When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, not a single noble mage appeared to help, directly putting both police officers and civilians in a life-threatening situation. However, Minato appeared and saved everyone. The more Shogo spoke, the more excited he got. "I believe he is the one who will bear the future of our country. Besides him, there's no one capable of taking on this leader role." Minato, at the police headquarters, felt overwhelmed by these flattering words, wishing Shogo would say less. On the interview side, the reporters were annoyed by Shogo's words, and more questions arose. People murmured and talked about the heads of the noble mage families, especially the Fuka family. This situation made the police chief sweat bullets, and he hurriedly spoke up. "We are currently at the police department. Please refrain from asking about the private lives of noble mages." Just then, there was a loud commotion outside. When everyone looked, they saw the chubby Sho standing outside with two of his lackeys. He marched into the hall, arrogantly declaring, "The current young captain of your team has nothing worthy of praise. Only a noble mage like me is worthy." Then Sho huffily questioned, "How dare you hold a press conference without informing me first? Don't you know respect and hierarchy?" Shogo glared at him, displeased. "Why are you here? You've already lost the bet." The three shameless ones like Sho shamelessly denied, "I don't remember anything." Shogo was really angry, but Sho didn't care and said, "The word of a noble mage like me is absolute. You commoners should just listen to me." At this moment, a reporter stood up and spoke. "I have a question to ask." Sho glanced at the female reporter and laughed. "A cute lady has a question for me, new captain? All right, let's hear it." The female reporter's tone became serious. "We have information that not only did you not rescue the trapped citizens, but you even jeopardized them in the process. Is this true?" Hearing this, Sho was startled, shaking his head in denial. "What are you talking about? Of course not." But another reporter presented a video as evidence. "We also have similar information, even videos and photos." Immediately, Many reporters below started questioning Sho, criticizing and condemning him. The more Sho heard, the more annoyed he got, his face turning green then white, and he yelled, "Shut up! It's their fault for getting in my way. You lowly idiots, keep your mouths shut." Shogo couldn't hold back anymore and loudly declared, "All of you must have seen by now. The era of the noble mage has completely crumbled at the hands of people like this." He said what they need now are heroes willing to protect everyone, people who fight selflessly, like the current captain of the special mage team. At this point, Shogo pointed at Sho's group and criticized them, saying they don't need noble magicians who don't even care about the citizens' safety anymore. With the growing accusations from the journalists and Shogo, the police department leaders were speechless, while Sho was very angry. He hurriedly ran away, shouting loudly that they would pay and that they'd face consequences for doing this to him. Minato, watching from the meeting room, couldn't help but sigh, thinking Shogo was really tense this time. Just then, Yuka suddenly exclaimed, "Look here, this video about the disaster is spreading all over the internet." And the actions of Sho's group during that battle have caused the noble magicians to receive a lot of public criticism, especially the Fuka family. Minato couldn't help but be surprised, thinking how scary the internet is, as things can spread everywhere so quickly. While he was still thinking, Yuika shouted again, making him confused. "What's going on?" Yuika pointed to the screen, hesitantly mumbling, "We've also been caught on camera." The video clearly showed Minato's group, with everyone's faces fully visible. Minato helplessly held his head, bidding farewell to his peaceful life without attention, thinking everything was getting more complicated. A week later, in meeting room number 3 at the police department. As soon as Minato arrived, he was wide-eyed with horror, wondering what was going on. The room was packed with people, not a single empty spot, and he wondered why it was so crowded. Shogo saw him and quickly came over, apologizing nervously, explaining that now it was easier to get permission from the leaders and the number of volunteers had unexpectedly increased. He knew he had gone too far in the press conference, so he tried to apologize to Minato and promised to make it up to him. Minato shook his head helplessly, feeling that although he intended to retrain the magicians, this was too much attention. While Minato lamented, Yuika joyfully came over, saying, "Let's just do our best, since the whole world is watching you now." Minato helplessly said, "This is really troublesome. Please, no more disasters worse than this." Elsewhere, in a dark basement, someone was tied tightly to a chair. In the darkness, a sinister voice asked, "I'll ask again. What do you know about the Dark Mage?" As soon as he finished, a sharp knife was placed at the neck of the bound person, who turned out to be Jun. The person holding the knife to his neck was Shuji. Jun was so scared he almost wet himself, quickly shouting, "I really have told you everything. I only know that he's someone who can cast terrifying spells. That's all." But as soon as he finished talking, the knife plunged down, blood gushing like rain, and Jun couldn't help but throw his head back and scream in pain. Shuji coldly said, "I believe you know more than that." Jun begged repeatedly but to no avail, finally mumbling, "I remember now, the police are searching everywhere in the Magic Academy, so there's a rumor he might be one of the students there." Hearing this, Shuji nodded in understanding, saying, "I see, it seems there's nothing more I can get from you. How disappointing." Jun, hearing this, eagerly asked if he'd be spared, and Shuji sneered, saying, "Oh yes, of course, I'll spare you, in this world." As soon as he said that, Shuji slashed Jun's throat. Blood splattered everywhere, even on Shuji's sleeve. This made Shuji dissatisfied and he snorted coldly, "Your blood dirtied my clothes, filthy, filthy, truly defiling," as he crazily wiped it off, eyes full of disgust. Then he frowned and murmured, "But a student, huh? The pleading screams of a young man begging for his life would be wonderful. Wait for me, Dark Mage." Then Shuji smirked. Immediately after, he left the place, eyes filled with excitement. In another part of Shinjuku, a familiar figure appears. It's Minato in his black magician form, back to deal with some beasts. Just then, a noise from behind catches his attention, and he quickly turns around. Two young men with phones walk slowly in the dark, prompting Minato to jump into the air to avoid being seen. After a few steps, they spot a beast's corpse on the ground and comment, disappointed that a monster is already dead. They suspect it's the work of the black magician, regretting they missed the chance to record him. From above, Minato sighs, understanding the hype around the black magician is calming down. Yet they still search for him, even in quiet neighborhoods like this. Patrols have increased, and it seems they're efficiently handling beasts and disasters now. Maybe the world doesn't need a black magician like Minato anymore. But then, he notices something. Below, two men pin down another man, demanding he pays a 10 million yen debt, or they'll sell his organs. The man protests, saying he only borrowed 200,000. Seeing his non-compliance, they use magic. Sneering, they're going to teach him a lesson about interest rates. Just at that moment, a figure descends from the sky. Minato appears, creating a protective barrier around the threatened man. Seizing the opportunity, the man runs away. The debt collectors are frustrated, yelling, "Why interfere, kid? Do you think you're a hero? You need a lesson in pain?" Their boast is short-lived as Minato quickly leaves them beaten. Minato watches them, thinking the police haven't dealt with illegal magic users yet. While pondering, he overhears them whisper, wondering if he's the black magician and that underground organizations are searching for him. Hearing this, Minato asks, "Underground organization?" Frightened, they reply, "We don't know anything about the underground. The Black Rebellion. Please, let us go. We won't tell anyone about you." Minato eyes them and coldly asks, "How much do you know? If you talk, I'll let you go." One immediately responds, "The Black Rebellion is an underground wizard organization out of human sight, involved in all sorts of crimes, making a lot of money." The other agrees, explaining they back gangs and mafia, have media and political ties, and seem to get away with anything. They say Black Rebellion just opened a branch in Kabukicho, and they once thought about joining or otherwise avoiding them. Having heard enough, Minato knocks them out. He quickly leaves, contemplating how Karin mentioned the rise in illegal wizard activities. The Black Rebellion, huh? Interesting. Maybe dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to Minato the student, while the Black Magician cleans up the underworld. Alright, it's time to take out the Kabukicho branch. With that thought, Minato heads towards Kabukicho. In Kabukicho, as night falls, the area buzzes with activity. Both legal and illegal entertainments are in full swing. Calls from promoters fill the air. Minato moves quietly among the crowd, reflecting on the bustling, dazzling nature of modern entertainment districts. He senses magic everywhere but can't determine which organization it belongs to. Maybe he should start by catching some shady individuals here. Thinking this, Minato heads into a dark alley where some aimless youths are hanging around. They're eyeing merchandise in their hands. Seeing Minato, they shout, "What are you looking at? Are you looking to die?" Minato says nothing, acts swiftly, and knocks them out, realizing they don't know anything. He took out his phone, called the police, and reported everything. Right then, a local came by, and Minato signaled them to take another route. Because what those two were handling were guns. At this moment, Minato saw something on his phone. He frowned and muttered, "The West, huh?" So he went to find some thugs in the area to ask, "Is that where the organization's members gather?" The thug asked nervously, "You'll let me go after I give you the information, right?" Minato scoffed coldly, got the information, and ran off. "I hope the info you gave is right, at least." Meanwhile, at a bar called Western, a short-haired girl quietly appeared inside the bar. As soon as she entered, all eyes immediately focused on her. The girl walked straight to the bar counter and slowly sat down. The bartender didn't look up at her, still busy wiping a glass in his hand, and coolly asked, "What do you need?" The girl stared intently at the man and slowly spoke, "Do you have any information?" Then she placed some money on the table. The bartender took the money and put it in his pocket, then asked suspiciously, "What do you want to know?" Without hesitation, the girl replied, "The hiding place of the Black Rebellion." Hearing this, the bartender immediately opened his eyes and coldly said, "Wrong, you should ask a different question." The girl looked at him confused. Before she could understand what was happening, the man spoke coldly again. "You should have asked, what will happen to me next, right?" At that moment, the girl realized that the people inside the bar were eyeing her. She immediately panicked, unsure of what to do. While she was still confused, those people summoned magic intending to kill her. The girl quickly fought back, but she knew she wasn't their match. She needed to escape from there first. Thinking this, she turned and ran, but a flame rushed toward her, making her fall and get injured on the ground. The thugs quickly approached her, grinning wickedly. "We don't mind strong women. Imagine a beauty like you just for me." The girl frowned fiercely, desperation in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Kai, your sister can't do anything." At that moment, a hand reached out to grab her head. But at the same time, Minato pushed the door open and stepped in. The thug's movements instantly froze, unsure of what to do. Minato didn't care and slowly walked up to the bar counter. He spoke coolly. "Are the members of the underground magician organization here?" The question left the thugs confused until one stepped behind Minato and coldly spoke, "Are you crazy? Do you even understand the situation you're in?" Then, he placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and warned quietly, "Just go home and hide under your mom's skirt." Idiot. But before he could finish, a punch landed on his face. That punch sent him flying, crashing hard into the wall. The pain made him cry out. Everyone watching was stunned by what they saw. The short-haired girl couldn't help but remark, "No ordinary person can send someone flying like that. He used magic, but I didn't hear him say anything. Who is this guy?" Minato didn't care what they thought and said coldly, "It seems my information was correct. A bunch of low-level sorcerers are here. How shameful that they would gang up with a woman. Rebellions like theirs must be rotten to the core." Seeing Minato's intimidating presence, the group was a bit scared, but still managed to shout, "Kill him. He's just a normal person. If we team up, we can't lose." As those words were spoken, numerous spells appeared attacking Minato, but he easily dodged them. The short-haired girl watching from the side couldn't help but worry, thinking no matter how strong Minato was, numbers always had an advantage. He didn't seem to have any ability to summon high-level magic. He had no chance. Thinking this, the girl yelled, "Run away!" However, Minato calmly dodged the incoming spells. He smirked coldly and said, "Too bad for you." Then, Minato dashed forward like the wind. In a flash, he was right in front of one of the thugs. He landed a punch, sending the thug flying. Minato didn't stop, throwing several more punches. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down a few of them. Minato threw a flurry of punches, moving so fast it was hard to believe, and none of them could avoid it. The short-haired girl outside was in shock. She stood there, stunned, unable to respond for a long time. In just moments, the gang of thugs was all defeated. The short-haired girl couldn't help but marvel. Minato moved so quickly I couldn't even see. What kind of magic did he use? Minato slowly approached the remaining thug, making him tremble and mumble, "What are you? Who are you?" Minato squinted at him and calmly said, "I am a dark sorcerer, the one who will destroy Black Rebellion." As soon as he finished, he knocked him out cold. Immediately after, Minato walked over to the girl nearby. The girl glanced at the thugs lying on the ground, bewildered. Minato took them all down in a flash. Truly remarkable. Maybe he is a legendary sorcerer. While she was confused, Minato came closer. His clear eyes made her guess he was about school age. Minato helped her up and whispered, "You don't seem hurt." Finally coming to her senses, she nodded. "Huh. Oh right." Hearing this, Minato nodded, then turned towards the bar. He bent down, coldly asking, "Tell me about the organization." The man, scared and holding his head, trembled. "I can't. They'll kill me if I do." But no sooner did he say that, than Minato slammed his fist on the table. He squinted at the man, warning, "This is your last chance. Tell me about the organization." Seeing Minato's frightening eyes, the man quickly blurted out, "I'll talk. Please don't hurt me." He told Minato that the base of the organization was in Tokyo, with many branches extending beyond Kabukicho. The head of the Kabukicho branch is said to be a tough individual, an influential sorcerer in the underworld, with rumors even suggesting he's manipulating Japan from the shadows. After hearing this, Minato coldly asks, "And where is this branch?" The other person shakes his head. "I swear I don't know. They don't tell low-level guys like us, just give us pointless tasks." Minato frowns slightly, realizing this guy doesn't know where the branch is, putting him back to square one. He might have to hunt more illegal sorcerers. Thinking this, Minato starts to leave but is stopped a few steps later by the girl calling out, "Wait!" Minato pauses, and the girl gratefully speaks. "Thank you for saving me. I can't imagine what would have happened if you weren't here." Minato dismisses the remark with a casual tone. "Don't worry about it. I just happened by. If you knew this place was dangerous and still came, only you can save yourself." Hearing this, the girl can't help but tease. "You're quite harsh to adults, aren't you?" She asks if Minato is looking for the Black Rebellion's branch, and what he plans to do once he finds it. "Destroy it," Minato replies curtly. Just a short answer, but the girl sees that Minato is sincere, determined to destroy the Black Rebellion. Minato is certainly strong, but he can't do it alone, and neither can she, perhaps. Thinking quietly for a long moment, the girl suggests, "Could we team up?" Minato raises an eyebrow and mumbles in doubt, "With you?" The girl nods and introduces herself. "I'm a detective. I can access more information and connections than you, but I don't have your strength." A dark sorcerer, stronger than even the rumors if she collaborates with Minato, they might achieve their goal. Hearing her offer, Minato hesitates for a moment, then coldly speaks. "So, you want to trade your information for my strength?" The girl nods slightly. "Sounds like an ideal collaboration, right? Let's combine our strengths, dark sorcerer." Minato studies the girl in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. "You do need information, but can you trust this girl? If you go too far, you might get affected." After a long silence, Minato slowly spoke, happy to collaborate. Hearing this, the girl became excited and introduced herself. "I'm Leona." Minato replied, "I'm the dark sorcerer." Leona frowned, mumbling, "Sounds a bit flashy. Do you have a shorter name?" Minato shook his head. "No, that's what everyone calls me." Leona eagerly tried to think of a name for him. After a while, she hesitantly asked, "How about Chrono?" "All right," Minato agreed without hesitation, then curiously asked, "So why did they attack you?" Leona casually responded, "I found the hideout of Black Rebellion." Hearing that, Minato sighed, too careless. Leona protested. "Aren't you the same?" He pouted. "I know how to defend myself." Leona felt Minato made a good point, reluctantly sighed. "I know I'm still weak, but I have no choice. No one dares to stand against them. And the noble sorcerers don't care. The police are busy with disasters, so Black Rebellion runs rampant." Minato had heard about it from Karen. But during their talk, why did Leona tremble? He squinted at her, then finally asked, "You feel helpless too, right?" Leona lowered her head, her lip bitten open. After a while, she burst out, "My brother was attacked by sorcerers. Since our parents died years ago, Leona took care of Kai. She worked like crazy to support the boy. Kai was alone but never complained, until one day Leona's house was broken into. Kai saw everything. And then the boy was attacked by magic. Since he was so young, he couldn't resist. He tried to run but couldn't escape." As she recounted the story, Leona's face was full of anger. Minato noticed and curiously asked, "So he was injured?" Leona shook her head, "Not injured, but he fell unconscious." Minato was surprised. "Can't magic heal him?" At that moment, Leona shouted angrily. "The doctor said he would wake up. He's only 9 years old. It's their fault. They've been caught, but it's not enough." Leona's eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and helplessness. Minato realized this and asked curiously, "So you want revenge?" "No, I want justice," Leona shouted fiercely. "I want to stop others from suffering the same. I don't have power, but you might, right?" Minato stayed silent, pondering. She seems to be telling the truth. This story is meant to get me to work with her, quite the persuader. But Minato didn't dislike this. Thinking it over, he spoke coldly. "If you can help me, then all right," Leona confidently smiled. "I've got investigation info. I've researched a few things, not much. They're like Yakuza or Mafia. I'm digging deeper." Minato wasn't fazed, seriously suggested, "Take me to their hideout." Leona was stunned. "What are you planning to do?" Minato casually replied, "Infiltrate." Leona was alarmed and advised, "That's very dangerous. You're strong, but not immortal." But Minato confidently spoke, "I won't die. I am the Dark Sorcerer." Leona hesitated, then agreed, "All right, I'll go with you." Minato was a bit surprised. "You might die." Leona shook her head firmly, "I don't care." Minato squinted at her, seriously asked, "What about your brother?" Leona bit her lip aggressively and whispered, "If I die, he has insurance money." Minato suddenly remembered the people who died in disasters in his past life. He reluctantly sighed and spoke, saying money is useless. It's just a pointless death. But Leona firmly shouted that strong people don't understand the feelings of the weak. To live meaningfully, you have to fight, even if you are defeated. As she spoke, tears fell from her eyes. Leona's body slightly trembled. She struggled to speak. "My brother, we already made a promise." Leona cried her heart out. Her tears wouldn't stop falling. Minato stood there silently watching her, until Leona felt despair, thinking he would not agree. Suddenly, Minato spoke, "If there's something you can still do, take me there." Hearing this, Leona immediately looked up. Minato headed for the door. He looked at her intently and said seriously, "We will defeat them." Leona smiled faintly, wiped the tears from her face, and confidently said, "Of course." The two quickly left the bar. Leona began to complain about walking being tiring, but Minato shook his head and said, "We don't need to walk." Then he walked straight towards Leona. Without hesitation, he held her. Leona's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, in a room in a high-rise building in the city, a group of thugs was present. The guy standing by the window suddenly exclaimed, making the people in the room confused, asking, "What's that?" Before they could understand what was happening, the window was shattered. Minato rushed in with Leona, conveniently kicking the person near the window. This chaotic scene left the people in the room bewildered. Minato put Leona down, glanced around, and asked, "Is this the hideout of Black Rebellion?" Leona didn't answer. She was gasping for air out of fear, thinking she was going to die. Right at that moment, the people in the room pulled out weapons, guns and swords, pointing them at Minato. They coldly warned, "Who are you? Do you know where you are?" Minato didn't panic at all, he calmly replied. "The Yakuza is just like this." A guy with glasses approached Minato, coldly asking, "Who are you, kid?" Minato calmly answered, "Dark Magician." The fat guy, upon hearing this name, yelled out impatiently, "Crazy, kill them." Immediately the gangsters surrounded them. Minato spoke softly, "Don't stray too far from me." Leona nodded slightly. "All right." At that moment, a gangster charged at them with a sword, but all he struck was something invisible. And his sword broke in two. The guy trembled in shock, mumbling, "What is this?" Seeing that their sword attack failed, the gangsters quickly fired their guns at the two. Unfortunately, the result was the same. The bullets hit some invisible barrier and vanished. This scene made the gangsters feel like they were facing a ghost, exclaiming in disbelief, "Swords and guns are useless. Are they monsters?" Minato ignored them and walked straight to the chubby guy with glasses. He spoke coldly, "Are you the boss? Does this group have ties to the Black Rebellion?" His words froze the man in place. After a long pause, he suddenly started shaking. He shouted aggressively, "You brat? Do you think you'll survive? Don't you know what the Yakuza is?" As soon as he finished, the leader and his men went wild, shooting at Minato. Sadly, it was just as ineffective as before. Minato calmly stood there and whispered, "Good. They're just underlings, right? Leona, sweating in fear, asked shakily, aren't you scared? Why aren't we hurt? Minato didn't answer. He was checking for magic in the room and finally spoke. There's no magic here, so they're not connected to them. We don't need to stay here. At that moment, the leader yelled again, you're done for. Die. Minato didn't bother with them, sweeping his leg around. A group of them were kicked against the wall and collapsed instantly. Minato didn't even use attack magic, and they were already defeated. Pathetic. Leona was stunned by the scene, her eyes full of disbelief. Minato didn't explain much, speaking indifferently, they don't have any information. Let's head somewhere else. Leona watched Minato intently, quietly amazed. You're strong. Is this the power of black magic? Taking down Black Rebellion shouldn't be a problem, right? While she was thinking, Minato lifted her up. Leona muttered shakily. What? Don't tell me, Minato said calmly. Let's get out of here. Then he just dropped from the high floor, making Leona scream in fear. A moment later, in the same way, Minato took Leona and crashed through a window into another gang's hideout. He then attacked again to extract information. After visiting several places, Minato suddenly wondered aloud, why do they always attack us first? Could the Yakuza be this dumb? Leona took a few deep breaths before speaking in frustration. They're not tools. Do you think they'll listen to us? Then she glared at Minato, demanding, and can we stop going through windows? It alarms them. I'm afraid of heights. Minato ignored her, suddenly mumbling, I know, if they're Yakuza, it's all good. Leona was speechless. What kind of logic is that? Ignoring her reaction, Minato nodded confidently. It's fine, let's bet on this. Then the two went to an office and knocked on the door. A bald guy opened the door and seeing the two, frowned and asked, who are you? Minato replied coolly, we're here to ask about the Black Rebellion. Immediately, the door slammed shut with a voice angrily shouting, I don't know, go away. Leona was lost for words at Minato's approach. She held her head in frustration, who knocks openly asking for underground information. Well, there's Minato. Unfortunately, it didn't work, so he used force, breaking the door down. The bald guy saw the door broken and shouted in frustration, Hey, are you trying to cause trouble? Where are you from? Minato repeated himself, I just want to ask about Black Rebellion. That remark made the bald gangster lose his patience. He clenched his fist and charged. Seeing this, Minato sighed. He wished they would listen first. Then, he threw a punch that sent the guy flying. The gangster's head slammed into the wall behind them, causing his buddies to panic. Minato didn't care. He coldly asked, All right, where's your boss? At that moment, a man in a suit appeared. He spoke quietly. It's me, Oshiro. What do you want? Minato got straight to the point. Is this place connected to the Black Rebellion? Oshiro raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The henchman behind them shouted angrily, Who are you to ask that? Damn it. Then tried to attack Minato, but Oshiro stopped him. Enough. The henchman wanted to argue back, but Oshiro calmly said, Don't. He's not someone you can handle. After saying that, he glanced at Minato and stated honestly, We have no ties with the Black Rebellion. I swear on my gang's honor. Minato showed no reaction and asked again, Do you know where their hideout is? Oshiro didn't answer right away but asked, If I tell you, will you leave? Minato nodded without hesitation. So then, Minato and Leona were invited to sit at a table. A thug brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was genuinely confused, thinking, what the heck is going on? Right then, Oshiro spoke again. Let me introduce myself. I'm Oshiro. Minato politely replied, I'm Chrono, a dark mage. Leona quickly added, I'm Leona. After introductions, Oshiro pulled out a map and pointed to a spot. The Black Rebellion's hideout is quite far from here. He said that's all he knew, nothing more. Minato frowned at this. It matched what Leona said, and they could find it if they searched. Leona actually seemed reliable, didn't she? Minato squinted at Oshiro and asked coldly, Have you told me everything? Are you hiding anything? Oshiro shook his head and replied, No, we're enemies, we just rarely clash. Minato sneered, saying, We hope so too. Oshiro boldly stated, I don't lie, especially not to someone in a Yakuza's office. The Yakuza has principles. Don't say things like that to me. Minato was a bit surprised. I can't believe people like him exist. Thinking this, Minato stood up, ready to leave. We've got what we need, so we're going. Oshiro hesitated as he watched him leave. What about your plan to fight the Black Rebellion? There are rumors they're linked with some influential figures. It's not easy. Minato smiled slyly and pulled Leona close, raising an eyebrow. And what about opponents like us? I've faced countless foes. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Leona and jumped out of the window. He left behind a farewell remark to Oshiro. Oshiro watched Minato from above, smirking. I didn't expect someone like him. If he makes a move, the Black Rebellion might be done for. Minato didn't know Oshiro thought this. He was still holding Leona, heading to where they needed to go. In another part of the city, inside an abandoned building, 2 sinister groups are engaged in a deal. The leaders of both groups are on high alert, wary of everything around them. Their subordinates inspect the guns inside the wooden crates, and after a moment, one of them says the quality is satisfactory. With no issues confirmed, they proceed with the exchange. A large suitcase full of money is handed over. The leader in black grins with satisfaction. The red-haired leader walks over to shake hands, sealing the deal. The other nods in agreement, saying it's a good deal, praising Japan as an unmatched refuge for criminals. Hearing this, the red-haired one smirks and says Japan is filled with peaceful souls, the best country ever. And with that, the two burst into laughter. Just then, the window shatters and someone crashes in beside them. Suddenly, everyone in the groups is startled, asking who this guy is. The newcomers are Minato and Leona. Minato coldly declares, "Finally found you, Black Rebellion." Then he surveys the people in front of him, wondering how many of them are mages. All those looking like members of Black Rebellion use magic, and about half resemble the Mafia. Leona wisely steps aside, knowing she shouldn't get involved in the fight as she lacks such power. So, she quietly moves away and pulls out her phone to record evidence. The intrusion enrages both groups, and the red-haired leader angrily asks Minato who he is. Minato can't help but sigh at the familiar line. Oh great, do all villains start with that phrase? This leaves the leader confused. Ignoring the confusion, Minato calmly states, "I'm a black mage. I'm here to destroy Black Rebellion." The Mafia leader, unfamiliar with the term, asks quietly, "A dark mage, huh?" The red-haired one mutters, confused, "Destroy Black Rebellion?" But soon, they all start to laugh out loud. The red-haired leader mocks Minato, "What could a brat like you do alone?" Just as he finishes, flames suddenly surge from afar. With a deafening blast, the flames explode, sending everyone nearby flying. Minato huffs coldly, "I'll take you all down." Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the two leaders grow angry and order the others, "You've got guts! Kill him!" Immediately, they launch magical attacks at Minato, but none of them hit him as an invisible barrier blocks all the spells. They can only use second-tier magic inside. Anything stronger would destroy the warehouse. Minato can use combat magic, but there are too many for him to handle alone. Seeing Minato unharmed, the groups panicked. Our attacks aren't working. Bullets don't hit him. The Mafia leader is equally baffled, demanding why isn't he injured? The red-haired one, utterly at a loss, says he's never seen magic like this before. Minato can't help but think, it's not even magic anyway. Their panic is quite entertaining. At this moment, the Mafia leader shouts, "We still have what I brought, right?" The red-haired leader suddenly remembers, his confidence returning. He sneers, "Enjoy your confidence while you can. Black mage or whatever." Minato can't help but feel surprised. Seems they've regained their composure. While he's bewildered, one of them brings out a canister of poison gas. Seeing this, Minato yells, "Leona, get out now." Leona quickly obeys, turning on her heel and runs toward the exit. Leona, obedient as ever, immediately turned and ran toward the exit. Almost at the same moment, one of the men threw a smoke bomb outside. Minato didn't dare to be careless and quickly used magic to pull it back. But in the blink of an eye, all the toxic gas had already escaped. The two leaders now wore masks, and seeing this, they were pleased with themselves. They laughed and said, "It was too late, fool. Even you can't withstand the poison gas. The game's over. He's finally dead, right?" As they spoke, they moved forward, wanting to see how Minato died. But when they looked closely, their eyes bulged in shock. Because inside the toxic smoke, Minato's figure stood tall. He wasn't harmed at all. The two men, startled like frightened ferrets, backed away, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wait, he's still alive? How can this be?" Minato kindly explained to them that magic shields and barriers can't block poison gas, but gas is just gas. If I use wind magic to circulate the air, it's not a threat at all. A superior mage like him can't be defeated by poison gas. The more they heard Minato's words, the more terrified the people in front became. The red-haired leader quickly shouted for reinforcements. His subordinates hurriedly picked up the phone to call people, but no one answered. Minato wasn't surprised. He calmly said, "Of course, no one is going to answer," because he had taken them all down. All the bases outside of Kabukicho had already been defeated by him. Minato sneered and said, "You are the only ones left. Prepare yourselves." These words changed the expressions on the faces of the two leaders. Minato didn't hold back at all and directly took down everyone inside the abandoned building. Minato spoke calmly. "The Black Rebellion in Kabukicho will end. It's time to call Leona." But at that moment, a noise echoed in the building, making him startle and frown, asking, "Who's there?" From outside, Leona was led in with a knife to her neck and a menacing voice said, "You've done all of this yourself? I must say, it's impressive." The knife was just millimeters away from her neck. Just a slight touch, and her artery would be cut open. The one holding her was Shuji. He smirked and said, "Do you want to negotiate, Black Mage?" Minato squinted and started calculating. The distance between them was pretty far. He couldn't act in time using magic combat techniques, unless there was an opening. He planned to immediately activate his level 1 magic and make Shuji drop the knife. It seemed Shuji read Minato's mind and sneered. Oh, don't try anything reckless unless you want to see this woman dead. Minato frowned even more. Shuji could see his magical power. It seemed there were still mages today who could detect magical strength. Shuji's magical power was about 40,000, indicating he was a high-level mage, though he might be restraining his power. Leona, feeling she'd dragged Minato into this, apologized. I'm sorry for irrationally following him. Minato didn't comment, simply saying, don't worry about it. I promise I'll save you. Feeling ignored, Shuji shouted angrily, don't ignore my presence. Do you not understand the situation? I'm the god here. If you try anything reckless, I'll kill her. He then pressed the knife against Leona's neck, causing her to wince in pain. Seeing this, Minato nodded immediately. I understand. I won't do anything. Good boy, Shuji said, grinning with satisfaction at Minato's cooperation. Then Shuji continued, sorry for the late introduction. I'm Kaga Shuji, head of the Black Rebellion in the Kabukicho branch. He honestly told Minato his boss had ordered him to investigate the Black Mage. If possible, they were to befriend Minato, but if not, to eliminate him. Shuji also mentioned he had tortured people connected to the Black Mage and was close to getting information. At this point, Shuji gritted his teeth in frustration. In annoyance, Shuji yelled, and yet you want to destroy this branch. As he spoke, Shuji pressed the knife into Leona's neck and blood began to seep out. Minato saw this and frowned. Noticing Minato's gaze, Shuji pretended to feel remorse and said, oh, sorry about that. Then, he pulled back the knife, smirking. I hope you'll excuse my excitement. Killing a hostage doesn't make sense, right? Leona's blood on the knife's tip seemed to excite Shuji even more. Shuji smiled creepily. Anyway, her blood smells nice, doesn't it? Watching it is amazing. Worried that Shuji might harm Leona, Minato quickly asked, so what's the condition of this negotiation? Shuji chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I almost forgot. It's simple. From now on I'll torture and kill you. He said Minato could refuse and run away, but if he did, Leona would die. At this, Shuji pointed the knife at Minato, laughing triumphantly. So what will you do, Black Mage? Choose between you and this woman. Without hesitation, Minato said, I accept the torture. Hearing this, both Leona and Shuji were stunned. Shuji couldn't help but remark, you really have the spirit of sacrifice. Isn't it amazing? Minato wasn't too worried, as no attack could affect him, so the torture was pointless. However, Shuji wasn't foolish. He immediately ordered, then suppress your massive magical power. It doesn't mean anything if you have a magic shield. Leona was alarmed, realizing Minato could block any attack with his magic shield, but what if he suppressed it? Minato didn't expect Shuji to know about his magic shield. Shuji must have seen it in the previous battle. It was careless. But with no other choice, Minato had to limit his magic. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, are you satisfied now? Shuji gave a cold laugh before summoning his magic to attack Minato. He laughed arrogantly, don't move. He didn't kill Minato, but tortured him with his level 1 magic. Seeing this, Leona screamed in fear, stop. Unfortunately, Shuji paid her no mind, laughing maniacally, there's no way I can stop when having this much fun. In an instant, Minato was beaten to the ground. Leona was shocked and yelled out, Chrono! In her eyes was a look of guilt. It was all her fault. She was determined to destroy them even if it meant sacrificing herself, but she had dragged Minato into it because of her own uselessness. At this moment, Shuji seemed certain of his victory. He yelled with madness, what a pity, but this is your end. Thanks for the fun you brought. Goodbye, Dark Mage. Leona bit her lip angrily. She wouldn't let him kill Minato because he was her only hope. Thinking this, she started to struggle free, summoning her magic power. But Shuji noticed her clumsy actions, and with a cold smile, he threw her to the ground. He snorted disdainfully. I can see right through you. If you weren't here, he wouldn't have lost. A great person like him must die, a fitting death for a foolish woman like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuji charged with his blade, aiming to stab Leona. But at that moment, Minato suddenly acted. He punched Shuji in the face. Shuji flew out like a broken kite. Minato gave a light snort and said coldly, the pitiful one here is you. Leona was amazed to see Minato unharmed and exclaimed, how can you do this? Weren't you suppressing your magic shield? Minato chuckled slightly and replied casually, it's simple. Just before his magic hit, I set up a small magic shield so he wouldn't notice. Hearing this, Leona was amazed as if hearing a miracle. She said, that's not simple at all. Only you could pull off something like that. Minato didn't pay attention and calmly said, anyway, it's safe now, so don't worry anymore. Then he started to heal the wound on Leona's neck. Leona finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. On the contrary, Shuji was furious and shouted angrily, what do you mean, thank God? Minato was a bit surprised. Even though he used a magic combat technique focused on speed, Shuji was quite skilled for not passing out. Shuji glared at Minato and said with dissatisfaction, "How dare you hurt me? Torture didn't harm you at all, then I'll burn you to death instead." As soon as he finished speaking, his magic began to flare. Minato couldn't help frowning, realizing Shuji's magic power was increasing. Just as he thought, Shuji had hidden it. At this moment, Shuji's eyes were filled with rage, and he shouted madly, "Burn to ashes!" In an instant, brilliant flames appeared inside the abandoned house. In the blink of an eye, brilliant flames appeared inside the abandoned house. Seeing the flames rushing wildly toward them, Leona panicked and shouted, "Level 4 magic? We can't possibly withstand that." Yet Minato stood there calmly, not making a move. In an instant, the flames surrounded Minato and Leona. At that moment, Minato suddenly acted, casually waving his hand. A protective barrier appeared, stopping the brilliant flames. Seeing this, Leona shouted in disbelief, "Level 1 magic completely blocking level 4? How is that possible?" She stood behind Minato, intently watching his solid back. Leona wondered what was causing this relief she felt. Was it because she believed he could do something? Who was this person in front of Leona that had such abilities? Seeing Minato block the attack, Shuji wasn't flustered. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Then he snorted and said, "Good. I knew it. You're strong. I thought my magic wouldn't affect you. However, I have a trick." Just as he finished speaking, Shuji strengthened his magic, making Leona exclaim in surprise. Why wasn't there any sign of the magic disappearing? His magic should have vanished. "It's resilient magic," Minato explained slowly, making Leona even more confused. Minato calmly spoke. "Normally, you can't cast multiple magics at once, and after a while, the magic will fade and finally dissipate. However, if you redeploy magic with force, then when the magic dissipates, it will continue. That's the principle applied when Leona flies using wind magic. Without doing that, she couldn't fly." Leona, hearing Minato mention flying, shouted in annoyance, "Thanks for the explanation. But where do we have time for this now? The shield is about to." But as she said this, she realized something. The shield wasn't disappearing. Her eyes widened in shock. Seeing her reaction, Minato calmly spoke, "If I can understand it, that means I can use it as well. So of course, I can use resilient magic. It's as easy as pie." But Shuji was extremely dissatisfied, unable to believe it. He yelled, "It can't be? You can use resilient magic too?" Leona had regained her confidence and spoke boldly. "His magic is useless against him. I advise you to surrender while you still can." Hearing this, Shuji bowed his head, his body reflexively trembling. But quickly, he looked up with a wicked grin. "Just kidding." Leona was stunned by his smile. "What did that mean?" Shuji sneered and coldly spoke. "Yeah, it's strong. If played by normal rules, it's difficult for me. But I said I have a trump card." Then he controlled the flames in front of him again. Immediately, Leona felt extremely uncomfortable, struggling to breathe, gasping, "It's too hot. I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Seeing this, Shuji laughed triumphantly and said, "Do you know what happens when you set up a shield in an enclosed space surrounded by fire? Naturally, there will be no oxygen, and the temperature will keep rising. And now Minato has two choices: suffocate inside the shield like Leona currently is, or remove the shield to face the flames outside. That's true for normal people, but not for Minato." Minato yawned and exhaled lightly. Seeing this, Shuji furrowed his brow and shouted in disbelief, "What? You're still yawning in front of me? You scoundrel, do you understand the situation you're in?" Minato coldly raised his hand and replied, "Of course I do, and I understand it better than you." Shuji continued to shout in frustration, "Scoundrel, what have you done? But your ally is about to die." In an instant, Leona's feeling of breathlessness disappeared, and she exclaimed in surprise, "It's not stifling anymore, and it's cooler now." Shuji's eyes were full of disbelief as he saw this scene. Minato made a low sound and spoke in a cold voice. "It's nice that your fire magic can affect the atmosphere, but it seems you don't know that magic itself exists in the atmosphere." Shuji trembled and muttered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Minato kindly explained to him, "A magic shield is a mixture of the caster's magic and nature's. Magic exists in the atmosphere and has the qualities of the atmosphere." As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared around him. In just a moment, it was swirling around the shield, and it pushed back Shuji's flames. At the same time, the vent above opened. Minato spoke casually, saying that magic is both air and a shield. "Is that enough for you?" The more Shuji listened, the more panicked he became. He clutched his head, screaming, "Impossible! Why is this happening? My trick was flawless. It should have been the best magic to torture and destroy anyone." Minato snorted and spoke coldly, "You bastard, I haven't allowed you to fall yet. You like torture? Then go and feel the pain like your victims." Just as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on Shuji's forehead. In an instant, Shuji's eyes lost focus, and tears began to fall. Minato smirked. He had cast a spell called the Dark Zone. In Shuji's subconscious, he found himself falling into darkness. He didn't know where he was, couldn't make a sound, and couldn't hear anything. An overwhelming fear quickly engulfed Shuji, and he frantically called for help, but no one answered. Soon, Shuji couldn't resist any longer and collapsed on the ground. Minato, with no sympathy, said coldly, "Pay for your past sins in the depths of the darkness." Just then, there was a noise outside. Leona was startled, frowning. It seems someone reported this place. Knowing they couldn't stay long, Minato suggested, "Let's go." Then he picked Leona up, making her gasp and mumble, "Wait, don't tell me we're flying again." Unfortunately, no matter how much she resisted, it was useless. Minato carried her out the window. Minato landed on a rooftop not far away. Looking below, Leona slowly spoke. "So the Black Rebellion in Kabukicho has been wiped out." Minato nodded. "Looks like it's time to clean up the next area." Leona gazed at him, hesitating before saying, "Chrono, I have a favor to ask. Will you accept me as an ally?" She said she had no power and could slow Minato down, but she had information and connections, so she really needed his help. Her tone was somewhat pleading. Minato looked at her for a long time before sighing. "I just realized this. I'm easy to soften with requests from others." Leona looked at him expectantly. "So?" Minato nodded and said calmly, "From now on, I look forward to cooperating with you." Joy appeared in Leona's eyes, and she responded firmly, "Of course, I also look forward to working with you. I'll handle public relations and gather allies. Leave it to me." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but be confused. Public relations? What is that? The next morning, news broke that the Black Rebellion branch in Kabukicho was destroyed, with reports linking a dark mage to the arrest. The incident is currently under investigation. Meanwhile, a female TV host suddenly received shocking news. A statement was issued from the anti-illegal mage organization led by a dark mage. Immediately, a video appeared, showing a young man in a black cloak, making a firm declaration. "I, the dark mage, will rise to eradicate illegal mages surrounding Black Rebellion. Any injustices caused by illegal mages will not be tolerated, no matter who it is. Remember that." This declaration spread widely across Japan. Naturally, Akuto saw the video, enraged, slamming the table. He furiously cursed, "That damn dark mage." At that moment, a man approached, advising, "No need to get so worked up. The dark mage is just an ordinary guy." Hearing this, Akuto calmed down and nodded. "Right. Plus, Black Rebellion has you." The man was Fuka Jin, head of the Fuka family. He smirked. "Yes, a noble of my caliber. Why is a noble like Jin here?" Earlier, he saw news everywhere criticizing noble mages. Major TV stations criticized noble mages, saying they should protect the people, but their actions in the footage and press conferences were terrifying. The more Jin watched, the more upset he became. TV hosts even suggested that Minato's special task force was much more effective, raising the question of whether noble mages were even needed. Jin's expression kept changing with the media's criticism, and his butler wisely stood by without saying anything. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jin exploded in anger and used magic to destroy the TV in front of him. Grinding his teeth, Jin ordered to call show, and without hesitation, the butler left to do as told, saying, "It will be done, sir." Jin's anger hadn't subsided. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I'll show them what happens when they mess with noble mages," he thought. Meanwhile, over in New York, the place was in chaos, with people constantly fleeing. A disaster had struck there, with demon soldiers attacking the main streets. American police quickly arrived. They began fighting the monsters. But the creatures were too many, and they couldn't hold out much longer. A confused officer asked, "Where's the SMAT team?" Another person quickly replied, "Threats are everywhere. They can't get here fast." Hearing this, the officer angrily cursed, "Damn it, useless bastards." As the two spoke, a massive explosion occurred, with smoke and fire filling the sky, incinerating many. And then, the demon general appeared on the streets of New York. Seeing it, the police became terrified. How on earth can we defeat those creatures? What do we do now? They thought. At that moment, magic circles suddenly appeared around the demon general. In just a moment, a brilliant pillar of flame appeared, like a column reaching the sky, seeming to want to swallow everything inside. This strange phenomenon confused the officers outside. And that wasn't all. As soon as the flames arrived, a giant water sphere appeared. The water sphere didn't hesitate to merge with the flames. The officers' eyes widened, trembling as they muttered, "What just happened?" Right then, sounds came through their earpieces. On the other end, they were informed that a disaster specialist had arrived at the scene and to coordinate and control the situation. That specialist was Mizuha Tushiro, a noble mage from Japan. Tushiro was standing on a nearby rooftop and, without hesitation, leapt down. He began summoning magic in his hands. The demon general, not daring to slack off, quickly took action too. In an instant, fire and water clashed fiercely. At first, they opposed each other intensely, but soon they merged, and eventually, the flames vanished. The water wave didn't stop, rushing straight at the demon general and instantly shattering it to pieces. Toshiro landed on the ground, his figure imposing. The officers outside were stunned by his swift defeat of the enemy. But they quickly reacted, cheering with joy. They began to surround Toshiro, offering praise. The next morning at the international airport, as Toshiro arrived, reporters were ready to take pictures. A middle-aged man shook his hand, praising him. Thanks to you, the damage was greatly reduced. We're very grateful. Toshiro calmly shook his head. I was just doing my job. No need to thank me. Meanwhile, the two bodyguards next to the man were talking about Toshiro, mainly saying that Toshiro had fallen from grace, and aside from his noble status, his magic level was quite low now. Toshiro seemed to understand what they were saying, but he didn't react much. Toshiro took his people and quickly left, while the middle-aged man behind waved goodbye. He had to deal with Japan's status, the current state of noble mages, and the fact that Tushiro's daughter was in the magic special unit. He couldn't let these things continue. In Japan, Ruka's group was training with Minato as usual. During a break, Ryuji couldn't help but complain, saying Kusanagi was too strong and maybe the strongest in Japan. Yuika agreed, adding that Kusanagi might not have even shown his full power yet. Hearing their complaints, Shogo reassured them, saying they'd definitely have a chance if they all attacked him together, no matter how strong he was. These words seemed to fuel Ruka's group, filling their eyes with fighting spirit. Just then, Minato walked over, overhearing their plans and asked with a smirk if they wanted to try right now. The three were startled and surprised, looking at him in a panic. Yuika shook his head, denying it, saying they were just chatting. Minato chuckled, saying they were trying to run away, and asked if he was that scary. These words made Ruka's group dissatisfied. But Minato didn't care, and calmly said their break was over. The next training goal would be to try to defeat him by any means necessary. Hearing this, Ruka's group immediately got excited, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, and they all shared the goal of taking down Minato. Right after, the three of them summoned their magic power, with Shogo and Karin joining in. Minato stayed calm and created a shield. Seeing the shield, Yuika confidently smiled and said it wouldn't be enough to protect him. This time, Minato created a high-level magic shield on top of it. Ryuji was shocked at seeing another shield being formed. Ruka reminded everyone to focus and use all their strength to break through. In a moment, a series of powerful spells rushed toward Minato. But they just touched the shield and vanished, not affecting Minato at all. This left everyone stunned. Minato smirked and removed the shield in front of him. Yuika ran up to him, protesting loudly, saying they had used level 6 spells on him and knew he was strong but didn't expect this. Ryuji also complained, saying something was up with him. Seeing their reactions, Minato smiled and said it was his turn, then summoned magic in his hand. Seeing this, everyone froze, realizing they were in trouble. As expected, it didn't take long before they were all defeated, thinking bitterly that Minato was a monster. Right then, the phone in the Mizuha sisters' pocket suddenly rang, startling them. They quickly ran to check, their expressions freezing. Minato asked them, concerned, what was going on. Yuika hesitantly told him in a low voice that their father was coming back home. A while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, Ruka and Yuika returned and sat before Toshiro. Facing their father, whom they hadn't seen in a while, Ruka and Yuika felt uneasy. Toshiro remained silent, creating an awkward pause. After a moment, he slowly spoke. I heard you two joined the Special Magic Task Force. Ruka and Yuika were briefly stunned, but quickly nodded. Yes, we did. Toshiro squinted at his daughters and finally suggested, tell me more. Hearing this, Ruka and Yuika's expressions changed, their eyes showing joy. Yuika spoke first. The Special Magic Task Force is making a big contribution to society, solving countless disasters. Everyone there is amazing. Ruka agreed, we've grown a lot. Our magic power has more than doubled, and now we can use advanced spells. They told Toshiro this was largely thanks to Minato, taking the opportunity to praise him immensely. Toshiro frowned and grumbled. This Kusanagi guy seems impressive, but secretly his eyes darkened. Although Ruka and Yuika kept talking about Minato's strength, Toshiro calmly took a sip of tea. Afterward, he slowly set the cup down. Then he coldly declared, leave the Special Magic Task Force. Ruka and Yuika, who were just happy, were now confused and asked, why? Toshiro replied blandly, you should notice that the reputation of magic nobles is declining, badly affecting Japan. It's these nobles who support the country. He said the task force wasn't helping and worsened things, making Ruka and Yuka's expressions turn serious, showing defiance. But Toshiro didn't care. He strictly instructed, especially your friend Kusanagi Minato, you are no longer allowed to associate with him. Ruka and Yuika immediately burst out in defiance, protesting, that's not fair. It's just what you want. Toshiro squinted at them and coldly said, You've always obeyed me, and you will continue to. Yuika bit her lip hard. She had always listened and never dared argue, but now it was different. Then, fiercely, she declared, no. Yuika said she wouldn't leave the task force or abandon Minato, who saved the world, and they had trained relentlessly. The task force was doing what magic nobles should be doing. They're willing to cooperate if Tushiro wanted, but forcing them to quit. But before she could finish, Tushiro coldly interrupted. Then we're done. Don't ever claim to be a Mizuha magic noble again. Understood, Yuika didn't back down. She replied coldly, then turned and left. At the door, she suddenly turned back, smiled sincerely, and said, I'll work in the Special Magic Task Force, not as Mizuha Yuika the Noble. With that, she walked out. Tushiro watched her leave and couldn't help saying, I didn't expect Yuika to go that far. Ruka quietly said, Yuika's changed, father, and so have I. Then Ruka walked to the door and stated her position. Tushiro squinted at her and said coldly, if you go with Yuika, you won't be Mizuha Ruka anymore. Ruka didn't hesitate. I know. Let it be this way if we're severing ties. She bowed to Tushiro. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, father. Tushiro sighed helplessly. They don't see the importance of magic nobles. He felt truly powerless, his eyes filled with frustration. Meanwhile, Ruka and Yuika left the house with their suitcases. Yuika grumbled in annoyance. Father's too stubborn. We and Minato tried so hard. Ruka nodded in agreement. Yes, our lives, we decide. But not long after, Yuika hesitated and asked, Are you sure about this, leaving home? Ruka shook her head and laughed. Don't worry. I understand you, and I can't let my sister leave alone. I'm your sister, after all. Hearing this, Yuika felt very touched. She quickly ran to hug Ruka's arm and acted cute. They went looking for a hotel to stay, but every place they tried turned them away. After trying in vain, Yuika sat in a cafe, feeling helpless, and said, all the hotels, inns, even the internet cafes were going to end up homeless. Ruka, sitting across from her, sighed and said, they all refused to take minors immediately. She could only lie about her age to get into a hotel, but she doubted Yuika would dare to do it. Yuika took a sip of her milk tea and grumbled, it's silly. We have money from working with the Special Magic Task Force, but we can't spend it. Just then, two guys walked in, saw Ruka and Yuika, and teased, you two are so cute. Are you famous or something? Come hang out with us. Before Ruka and Yuika could respond, the guys rudely sat down at their table. Ruka's face turned serious, and she coldly warned, get away from my sister, or I'll kill you both. Seeing her murderous gaze, the two guys got scared and ran off. Ruka watched them leave like scared dogs and said with disdain, bunch of idiots. Yuika saw her sister's anger and couldn't help but smile. She then pulled on Ruka's arm and suggested, let's go have fun since we're out. Ruka hesitated, asking, but what about a place to stay? Yuika casually replied, we'll deal with that later. They headed to the mall and put their suitcases in a locker. Then they happily went shopping. It was a rare time when the sisters could enjoy being their age. They even went to a karaoke room and sang freely. By the afternoon, they left the amusement area, and Yuika laughed. Today was fun, we did everything. Ruka nodded in agreement. I've never played this much since I was a kid. At that moment, Yuika suddenly stepped in front of Ruka. She smiled brightly and said, I'm so glad we have each other, sis. Ruka smiled warmly back at her. You think so? But we still need to figure out where to stay. Yuika's mood instantly dropped, and she sighed. If only someone would let us stay with them. Just then, Yuika's phone pinged with a notification. It was a message from Minato. The sisters exchanged glances, suddenly having an idea. Soon after, Minato found himself reluctantly hosting two uninvited guests. He asked in surprise, why did you suddenly come over? Yuika looked at Minato with sparkling eyes and begged, is it okay if we stay at your place? Minato, of course, didn't turn them away, but invited them in to hear the whole story. After listening to the disagreement between the Mizuha family, he exclaimed in surprise, so, you ran away from home? The sisters assumed Minato wouldn't agree and sighed, saying, you think so too, huh? We knew it. Minato squinted at them, noticing they've both changed. They seem more honest with themselves now, and their sisterly bond has grown stronger. While Minato was still thinking, Yuika spoke up, I know it's a bit much to ask, but can we stay for a while? Ruka pleaded too. Please, we have nowhere else to go. Minato didn't respond right away. Instead, he pondered. He knew they were girls, but it didn't necessarily mean there was any romantic feeling between them, which wasn't the issue. Finally, he nodded slightly and said, all right, you can stay for a while. Hearing this, Ruka and Yuika immediately felt happy. Seeing their reaction, Minato couldn't help but caution them. Let me warn you, it's cramped here. The sisters shook their heads dismissively. We don't mind. We like it. With a resigned sigh, Minato said, you two are really troublesome. At this point, Ruka and Yuika realized the problem with the situation. Yuika blushed with embarrassment. feeling that seeing Minato now felt different than usual. They'll be living together from now on, and she felt they were doing something wild. Ruka felt the same way, her heart racing without knowing what this feeling was. As they were lost in thought, Minato spoke again. Do you want to take a bath? The phrase seemed to hit a nerve with the sisters, startling them. Minato looked at them confused and asked, What? You don't want to? Yueka quickly shook her head and replied, No, we want to. So she went into the bathroom to take a bath first. After a day outside, the cold water felt very refreshing to Yuika. Meanwhile, in the living room, Minato looked at Ruka and said, Anyway, what you did was really brave. I never thought you two would run away from home. With a half-hearted laugh, Ruka spoke softly. I'm as surprised as you are. It's the first time Yuika and I have gone against our father. He's always strict and doesn't allow anyone to act freely. Hearing this, Minato frowned and said hesitantly, But it seems like he has a poor impression of the special sorcerer team. He might do something against us, who knows? While they were talking, Yuika came out of the bathroom saying, It feels great. Sis, it's your turn now. Ruka nodded lightly and replied, Yeah, thanks. Then she went into the bathroom too. The water pouring from the shower head made Ruka feel very satisfied. Outside, Yuika chatted happily with Minato. You know, it feels weird being in your room like this. Minato nodded slightly and said, It's the first time someone else has stayed over. Smiling at him, Yuika said gratefully, Thanks, Minato. Without you, we'd be on the streets. With a casual shrug, Minato dismissed it. Don't worry too much. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Yuika couldn't help but laugh out loud, making Minato look at her puzzled and ask, What? Yuika shook her head slightly and replied, No, it's just that you always say things like that, you know? Minato didn't think it was a problem and casually replied, The special sorcerer team is my unit. You're both members of the team and friends. Whatever the problem, I won't abandon you. Minato's words made Yuika's cheeks flush with shyness. Her heart started beating wildly, as if it wanted to jump out. At this moment, Ruka pushed open the bathroom door and came out, startling Yuika and making her forget her embarrassment. Ruka, not knowing what happened, calmly said, I'm done. Seeing the two girls ready, Minato got up and went to the bathroom. I'll take a bath now. Ruka glanced at him going in, and then at Yuika sitting across. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, as if Ruka was deep in thought. The next day, at the police station meeting room, Shogo handed Minato a folder and said, Here's our training schedule. Minato looked it over and nodded in approval. Looks good. Seeing Minato had no objections, Shogo continued. Then our regular meeting is concluded. With that, he intended to leave, but Minato called him back and said, By the way, I wanted to report something. Yuika and Ruka have started living with me. Shogo stiffened at the words, surprised, and exclaimed, So the three of you are living together? Minato nonchalantly confirmed, Yes, that's right. Shogo was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, You live with not just one but two girls, and you're so calm about it? Do young people think this is normal now? He decided he needed to teach Minato some basic things. Thinking this over, Shogo suddenly spoke seriously. Kusanagi, you know, Japan doesn't have polygamy customs. Minato heard this and muttered in confusion, Is that the trend these days or something? After that, Minato left the meeting room, but seriously considered how cramped it was for three people to share, wondering if he should move out. As he walked down the hall, Minato saw Karin training in the yard. She had been training for so long that her forehead was drenched in sweat. Minato walked over slowly, smiling, and said, Still training, Sergeant? When Karin heard his voice, she startled and looked up. Seeing him, she smiled awkwardly and said, I'm lagging behind, so I finally reached the level where I can use attack spells. Then she suddenly realized something and quickly reminded him. Actually, Kusanagi, you're our leader, so you don't have to be so formal. I'm your subordinate, so feel free to speak more casually from now on. Seeing how serious she was, Minato nodded in agreement, making Karin smile with satisfaction. However, Minato then coolly said, Try deploying an attack spell. Karin was a bit puzzled, but he ignored her reaction and calmly said, I'll give you some advice. Hurry up. Karin then started to cast her magic. Minato stood by watching, and after a while he finally spoke up with praise. You've really made progress. Keep it up and you'll get stronger. Karin was happy to be praised but quickly mumbled sadly. But compared to others, I'm still weak. Minato squinted his eyes as he looked at her and softly reassured, Don't put yourself down. I see you're working really hard. Karin looked at him and sighed. The reason I joined the police force was because they said that Saint Mages are very rare. How can someone like me compete with others? She knew she was the weakest in the unit and hated feeling like this about herself. Realizing she was being a bit negative, Karin waved her hand to reassure Minato. Sorry, I must have sounded strange. Minato didn't mind and calmly asked, Why do you want to be a cop? Karin hesitated a bit and after a while frowned and mumbled. My grandmother was a saint mage, and she helped a lot of people during the previous disaster. She wanted to be like her grandmother, which was why she joined the police force. But now her grandmother was gone. Saying this, Karin turned her head away to hide her emotions. It's a trivial reason, isn't it? I don't have big ambitions or goals like others. She always felt she wasn't good enough and couldn't do anything. Minato looked at her intently and coldly asked, "Is that what you think?" Karen didn't answer. So Minato slowly walked toward her and smiled, saying, "Sanada, you have your strengths. You can heal people and you're learning attack magic too. That's amazing." It didn't matter why Karin chose this path. What mattered was what she did. She worked hard with passion. Minato placed a hand on her shoulder and sincerely praised her. "You've improved a lot, and that's clear." Hearing this, Karen was moved to tears. The two of them then went to the stairs to talk, and Karen, feeling apologetic, said to Minato, "Sorry about that, I must seem like a pathetic adult in your eyes." Minato dismissed the idea. "I don't think age matters." Karen chuckled. "You're right, when I see you, I feel that way. Thank you, Kusanagi." Minato had saved her time and again. To her, Minato was a hero. Another long day passed, and night fell. Minato put on his familiar hoodie and went outside. He stood on a rooftop, looking into the distance, and said, "Why did you call me out suddenly?" The person who had called him out was Leona. She raised her eyebrows and smiled at Minato. "I have some information you might find interesting. It's about the dark rumors surrounding the magical nobility." Upon hearing this, Minato furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. After a while, he chuckled and said, "Impressive. Tell me more." Leona didn't rush. Pointing at Minato, she pouted and reminded him, "Wear your black mage uniform." Minato heard and responded with dissatisfaction. "Do you think I wear it every day?" With a light huff, Leona got to the main point. "I've investigated illegal mages and underground magic organizations through my connections. I've heard dark rumors about the magic aristocracy. Money laundering, collusion, embezzlement, a never-ending list of crimes, especially the Fuka family. They seem to be linked to the Black Rebellion." Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, "Who's the leader of the Black Rebellion?" Leona replied nonchalantly, "Rumor has it that it's Kuroya Kuto, a former noble mage. Apparently, he was quite unruly during his time there and was eventually expelled. It even made the news for a while." Minato nodded understandingly. "That further confirms the shady connection with the magic nobles, right?" Leona replied calmly, "Exactly, there are many suspicions but no concrete evidence at all. No one talks about it, and no information is found. They might threaten, so be careful if you want to dig deeper into this." Minato paid no heed to the threats they posed. He calmly requested, "Send all the information to my device, please." Leona questioned skeptically, "What do you plan to do?" "Serve justice," Minato answered with a slight smile. Then he used magic to leap off the building. He has countless ways to deal with enemies, and he will never show mercy. Minato soon returned home. Yuka and Ruka were each busy with their own tasks, not paying attention to each other. Ruka sat on the bed, focused on meditating. Yuika diligently read books and did homework. Meanwhile, Minato was fiddling with his phone. He thought about investigating Ichikami Minato, the disasters and the 50-year history, and he had already learned how to use a phone. After that, Minato began to search for information about Ichikami Minato online. Information quickly appeared. Minato skimmed through it. The history of Ichikami Minato until his death was almost the same, but modern mages seemed to be described at a much lower level, and there were false rumors about the ancestors of noble mages being active. There is a lot of vague information about the noble mages. The secrets of high-level magic and how they train remain a mystery. If his magic book hadn't been lost, mages wouldn't have dwindled. But according to Yuika, it seems there are no books or data on it anymore. It's like someone is plotting to weaken the mages. Perhaps a previous generation of the Mizuha family knew something, but meeting them now would be very difficult, and there is very little information about the disasters. The more Minato thought about it, the more confused he became. Why do they keep recurring? Why did they happen in the first place? What are these disasters even? Minato sat there, lost in thought, and Yuika, seeing him, felt a little bewildered. The next day, at the training ground of the police department, Minato, as usual, trained everyone. Just then, a sound suddenly came through the wireless headset. "Alert! All police forces, attention! A disaster has been detected. All units proceed to the location immediately." Minato received the information and quickly ordered, "Let's move." His group swiftly set out. However, when Minato arrived, he saw something below. It was that noodle vendor Sho, stepping on a demon soldier, laughing mockingly. "Oh, you're quite late, aren't you?" He approached Minato, pointing and laughing. "I've beaten all the boss's underlings. What's the magic task force doing?" Seeing Minato say nothing, Sho became even more arrogant. "Oh, relax. No civilians were hurt." He then led his men away, not forgetting to arrogantly laugh and say, "You guys always talk about protecting citizens, but what if we weren't here? Next time be more focused, got it?" Hearing this, Yuka angrily cursed, "Damn it, what the heck is this?" Minato nodded in agreement. Your thoughts aren't any different from mine. However, on another day, a similar scene occurred. When Minato's group received information and arrived, Sho's gang had already handled everything, mocking them non-stop. Late, 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 you fools. Are you guys even useful? Ruka's group was extremely angry, really wanting to hit someone. But Sho quickly led his men away, seriously pondering what the use of the magic task force is, clearly showing that the world still needs magic nobles like us. Yuika was extremely dissatisfied and cursed. This is the 5th time. This is really strange. He must be up to something. Shogo sighed helplessly. Maybe someone is obstructing us. The news we're getting is delayed. Minato felt the same way. He could sense a disaster nearby, but the further away it was, the slower his ability to sense it became. What should he do? While Minato was still deep in thought, Yuika kept scolding him. He couldn't believe that he was ignoring a high-level demon boss's presence. It was so frustrating. Just then, Karin exclaimed suddenly. It seemed like Fuka's group was getting a lot of public support. Shogo found this very strange and hesitantly mumbled, saying it was suspicious, especially since they had been heavily criticized just recently. Karin glanced at her phone for a moment before speaking. A meeting was about to start. Minato frowned slightly and asked what it was about. Karin shook her head, saying she had no clue, but Fuka was gathering reporters. Soon after, the Fuka family held a press conference. Jin sat at the podium and spoke clearly and loudly, thanking everyone for being there today. He said the meeting was called for one reason. It related to the recent mistakes and disappointments shown by the magic aristocracy, especially by his dear son, Sho. He expressed regret, saying they had faced countless criticisms regarding Sho's actions and how he treated others. Hearing this, reporters below started to buzz with criticism. Jin listened in silence. Once everyone was done questioning, he bowed 90 degrees and said, I sincerely apologize. Jin's action left the reporters stunned, and for a while, they didn't react. Jin continued, his head still bowed low. This undoubtedly reflects my own failures as a parent. However, I assure you all that Sho is trying to make things right and is actively working to resolve recent disasters. The reporters immediately changed their tone, and the criticism softened significantly. Seeing this while still bowing, Jin smiled smugly. But when he raised his head, he maintained a dignified appearance and continued. There has been a lot of talk about how Fuka's son dealt with the disasters. These recent disasters and the sudden overseas expeditions of other magic nobles have contributed to manpower shortages, worsening the situation. We are implementing comprehensive measures. Meanwhile, Ruka's group was watching the conference, and they were extremely dissatisfied. The Fuka family's press conference was getting significant attention. More than half of the comments were heavily supporting the Fuka family. The more Yuika watched, the more dissatisfied she grew, complaining, they're just expressing their thoughts. We've worked so hard just to receive such ridicule? Minato gently patted her head and softly advised, calm down. It doesn't matter what others say. Our mission won't change. Trust me, I will handle it. As he finished speaking, he smiled confidently. After the Fuka family's broadcast that day, Shogo was called to the leader's office. After hearing the orders, Shogo exclaimed in shock, I'm sorry, what did you just say? The chief spoke calmly. I've said it before, at this rate, the existence of your team is severely threatened. Complaints about the magic task force were increasing. Going against the magic nobles was extremely dangerous. The chief suggested that the current tension was partly due to Shogo's actions. Hearing this, Shogo's face froze. He protested, unwilling to accept it. But sir, the main issue is Fuka Sho's behavior. Before he could finish, the chief angrily scolded. Regardless, you shouldn't confront them like that. You proposed forming the team and made the magic nobility your enemy. That's something you brought on yourself. Biting his lip furiously, Shogo hesitantly asked, our missions have been delayed. Do you know anything about this? The chief snorted coldly. Now you're trying to blame me. You're disgraceful. He ordered Shogo to improve the police force's image with the public and mend relations with the magic nobles. If he couldn't, then dissolve the team. These words left Shogo stunned. Meanwhile, Jin, in his private home, laughed loudly, exuding extreme satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. The butler standing next to him flattered. Your hearing is extraordinary, sir. No one dares to doubt your judgment. Jin clicked his tongue and laughed boastfully. The public is very easy to sway. With just a bit of acting, those fools will believe anything. With the public on our side, I'll crush the magic task force in no time. Then, he leaned back and laughed heartily, as if he was certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Shogo left the police station, feeling unwilling and resigned. In the end, where will Minato's team's future lead them? And for a whole week after that, the special unit didn't get any disaster response tasks, making Yuika extremely frustrated. It's strange we haven't been called to work all week. Ruka nodded in agreement. That's right, Fuka has handled most of the recent disasters. Ruji sneered. Even those inside the police are sabotaging the special magic team. Minato spoke while eating. Maybe someone in the police is connected to the noble magicians. To them, our team is a thorn in their side. Yuika wasn't satisfied and shouted, I don't understand. Why are we an obstacle? Minato explained slowly, our actions have negatively affected the reputation of the noble magicians. Not to mention, many of them seem to be colluding with Black Rebellion. It would be inconvenient for them if Minato's group had influence. The more Yuika listened, the more dissatisfied she became, angrily shouting, it's not our fault. It's those useless noble magicians. If they don't want their reputation ruined, they should work harder. Minato, suddenly being scolded, said reluctantly, why don't you go tell them that? Yuika pouted, ignoring him, and looked at Ruka asking, could our father be involved too? Ruka sighed and said, I suspect him too. Seeing how troubled they were, Minato stood up and eagerly suggested, let's find out then. Ryuji nodded in agreement. Right, hesitating won't get us anywhere. Yuika hesitated, muttering, but right now I don't have a good relationship with him. Minato shrugged, if you don't want to, you don't have to go. Those words made the Mizuha sisters exchange glances. After a moment's hesitation, they both said in unison, no, we'll go. We are his daughters, after all. Soon after, they arrived at the Mizuha estate. But the servant refused to let them in. Yuika quickly spoke up. We just want to talk, Ruka added sternly. Can you make an exception? The servant didn't hesitate and shook his head. The master made it clear, his daughters are not allowed in. We can't let those who have been expelled cross this threshold. Ruka and Yuika's expressions froze immediately, not knowing what to say. It was then that Minato stepped up. I'm Kusanagi Minato, the leader of the special task force. I have a few questions for Mr. Mizuha. The servant calmly responded, for interviews, please schedule an appointment. Minato shook his head. No, I'm not here for an interview. I just have some questions. In short, they weren't allowed in. No matter what they said, it was the same, making Minato a bit impatient. He wanted to storm in himself. Fortunately, at that moment, Tushiro came out from inside. He narrowed his eyes at Minato, suspiciously asking, what's happening here? The servant quickly reported, these people want to talk to you, sir. Tushiro instantly frowned, silently observing Minato. At the same time, Minato was looking at him. After a long silence, Tushiro finally ordered, let him in. Minato's group was finally led inside the mansion. As they walked, Minato quietly asked, I didn't know you had a brother. Ruka sighed helplessly. That's our father. He's much older but looks like he's in his 20s. Tushiro watched the three of them whispering together, showing a displeased look in his eyes. Soon after, they were led into the reception room. Tushiro sat opposite them, narrowing his eyes at Minato. Seeing him say nothing, Minato also remained silent, sitting calmly. After a while, Tushiro spoke in a deep voice, you are the one leading my daughters astray. Minato unexpectedly smiled and said calmly, blaming others for your child's independence is a bad habit many parents have. Aren't you happy to see your child grow up? In just a moment, the atmosphere between them was filled with tension. Tushiro was displeased, while Minato remained very calm, keeping a polite smile. Minato didn't like to beat around the bush and directly asked, why are you putting pressure on the Special Magic Task Force? Tushiro calmly replied, I've never given such orders, and I'm not involved. Noble magicians rarely cooperate with each other. Fuka is acting on his own. Minato was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. I thought it would take more words. Tushiro responded confidently, I respect those with skills. I've heard about you. A student with the power of a noble magician, praised as a hero who stopped many disasters, but I also have doubts. Minato narrowed his eyes, asking coldly, do you want to test me? No sooner had he finished speaking, Tushiro unleashed his magical power. Minato didn't back down, directly confronting his magic with his own. Behind them, Ruka and the others were overwhelmed by the massive magic force, wondering what kind of magic power this was. Damn, are they monsters or what? Their magical pressure is terrifying. The two powerful magical auras fiercely clashed with each other. After a while, both of them withdrew their magical power. Tushiro squinted at Minato and praised him, impressed, as few people can face my magical power. Minato didn't get too prideful from the compliment and responded calmly. Feeling and controlling magic is basic knowledge for using magic. Besides, you didn't release that much power anyway. Tushiro raised an eyebrow and laughed, saying, you speak well. Minato squinted at him, noting that Tushiro's mana control and his enormous amount of mana surpassed other sorcerers. Clearly he had gone far beyond everyone in this era. Talent and aptitude alone can't explain this. There's certainly something more in Mizuha Tushiro. Then Minato calmly asked one last question, why are sorcerers weaker than before? Tushiro didn't answer and coldly asked, on what basis do you say that? Minato casually replied, because I know things from 50 years ago. Tushiro hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. It's used to limit and control. Minato, puzzled, asked, meaning. Tushiro didn't answer and mysteriously said, "You'll understand when the time comes. But let me say this, noble sorcerers are necessary." Minato didn't agree, raising an eyebrow and questioning back. Even families like Fuka? Tushiro couldn't answer this question either. Minato didn't push further. He stood up from his seat and calmly said, "It's time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my questions." Minato could stand, but the three of Ruka couldn't. Yuika quickly shouted, "Wait a minute, we can't move because of the backlash from earlier." So Minato had to help them stand up. Before leaving, he left a remark. "Honestly, I might have hesitated if the Mizuha family was involved. I'm relieved to know you're not like that." Because Yuika and Ruka are important friends to him. Toshiro squinted at Minato, asking suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Casually shrugging. Minato pouted and said, "Who knows?" A few days later at the police headquarters, they were just delivered a lot of boxes, and the people inside immediately cheered. "Finally, our uniforms have arrived. These are anti-monster gear, resistant to magic." Shogo nodded with a smile, saying, "With this, we can truly operate." Minato didn't care much for these things. He was looking at his phone and whispered, "It seems all my preparations are complete too." Shogo heard this and asked suspiciously, "Preparations on your side?" Minato nodded slightly, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Let's start. We have a debt to settle." Meanwhile, at the Fuuka family, Jin was proudly laughing. "The end of the special unit is coming. I, Fuuka Jin, will control Japan with the help of Black Rebellion." Sho heard this and laughed loudly in agreement. Money and fame will belong to the Fuuka family. Those stupid commoners will have to bow their heads. But they weren't happy for long, as someone barged in from outside. It was the police, and the captain shouted loudly, "Police, everybody freeze." This situation made Jin panic, and he asked anxiously, "What is happening? Do you know whose house you're in?" At the same time, outside, a helicopter appeared nearby, and a female reporter began broadcasting everything. "The police have raided the residence of suspect Fuuka Jin. This is the first time a noble sorcerer has been charged." Inside the house, the police captain issued an arrest warrant, coldly stating, "You are under arrest for bribery, threats, and abuse of special privileges. We are conducting an investigation." Hearing this, Jin screamed in resistance, "Are you kidding me? How dare you treat a noble like a criminal? You better have evidence." Just as he finished, a deep voice rang outside. "Are you challenging us?" And the Fuka people immediately turned to look. It was Minato's group arriving, and he held a phone in his hand, sneering as he said, "It's right here." Sho recognizes him immediately and shouts in frustration, "Kusanagi Minato of the Magic Task Force? How are you here? You can't possibly have evidence." "This is evidence of corruption," Minato calmly says, and then plays a video for everyone to see. In the video, it's clear the head of the Fuka family received money from an underground organization and was connected with illegal wizards, along with threats and intimidation. Upon seeing the video, Jin's face turns sour, but he still denies it. That's fabricated. In this day and age, anything can be altered. Minato doesn't argue with him. He slowly approaches, shows the video up close, and asks, "Do you dare say this is fake?" Immediately, another video starts playing. This time a conversation between Jin and the housekeeper. The conversation reveals their neglect in handling a natural disaster, with Jin choosing to ignore it. The evidence is crystal clear, and Jin's face turns from green to white. Even Sho is confused at this moment. Jin aggressively questions the Fuka family members, "Who dares to be a spy? Only a few have access to my room." Immediately, the housekeeper steps forward and admits, "It was me, sir." Jin can't believe his eyes. He lunges forward, grabs the housekeeper's collar, and shouts in anger, "How dare you? You're just a housekeeper. How could you do this?" The housekeeper, feeling helpless, replies, "This was the only way I could do it." A few days earlier, Minato, disguised as a dark wizard, sought the housekeeper and asked him to cooperate and point out Fuoka's crimes. The housekeeper initially refused, saying, "I can't betray my master." Minato scoffed and said mockingly, "You call that loyalty? But is it sincere? Is it your duty to watch the family you serve rot away?" These words make the housekeeper pause and think. Seeing the hesitation in the housekeeper's eyes, Minato continues, "Will you let the Fuka family continue to decay, or will you bear the pain and save the noble wizards? Make your choice." In the end, he chooses to accuse Jin, leading to the events of today, sighing, "You are unworthy of being a noble wizard and should be eradicated." As he says this, there's no trace of respect in the housekeeper's eyes. Humiliated, Jin's face darkens immediately. Overcome with rage, Jin screams, "All of you die." He then summons magic to attack. At that moment, Jin's eyes suddenly contract. A burst of magic from afar rushes in, shattering the table in two. Jin wisely flings the housekeeper aside to avoid being hit by the magic. "The one who attacked is Minato," he scoffs. "There's no escape for you, cowardly magical noble." Trembling with anger, Jin clenches his fists and mutters through gritted teeth, How dare you disregard all my years of effort, all the wealth and status I've built, washed away now. Hearing this, Minato sneers. Did you earn it yourself? Jin throws his head back and laughs wildly. He yells in a frenzy. This is my greatest frustration ever. I've set up bases abroad for scenarios like this. If I escape, no one can catch me. But first, Jin wants to kill them, he says, and he and Sho's group start attacking. However, in front of them, a barricade materializes, blocking all the incoming magic attacks. Minato waves his hand slightly and says, the magic task force will handle them. Everyone else, retreat. Outside, a reporter on site is witnessing the magic filling the air. She immediately reports, magic is being unleashed. It seems the Fuka family is starting to resist. Are the noble wizards involved in crimes? In these chaotic times, with natural disasters and monsters rampant, they only think of their own gain. At the same time, this broadcast is being aired nationwide. People all over Japan are watching the event unfold, and they are hoping for the magic task force. They want them to handle the magical nobles tainting Japan, and right now, they're facing Sho. Naturally, the strongest here, Minato has a bigger responsibility. He's facing the noble wizard and head of the Fuka family. Jin narrows his eyes at him, filled with fury. On Sho's side, he's called forth his subordinates, with a group of wind magic users hovering in the air. Sho looks down scornfully and says, do you think you can defeat us with so few people? With a soft snort, Yuika coldly retorts. Unlike those lazy nobles, we didn't just sit around. We've sent other members to deal with the disasters and monsters. Sho, provoked by her words, shouts angrily, you're troublesome bastards. Why do you keep getting in my way? I won't hold back anymore. I'll kill all of you. Yuika, of course, doesn't back down. She sternly declares, you're a disgrace to the noble wizard lineage. I will never forgive you. Over on the mansion's balcony, Jin looked at Minato with a sneer and said, do you really think you can defeat a noble wizard? Minato calmly replied, I see no reason to lose to people like you. Then watch how this works. Jin snorted and shot a burst of magic into the air. But before it could hit the helicopter, a barrier appeared, blocking his magic. Minato scoffed, could you be any more pathetic? With a shrug, Jin smirked, as long as I have money, being lowly is necessary. While the two talked, chaos erupted below. Of course, the magic task force wasn't weak, and before long, some of Jin's men were taken down. Seeing this, Sho's face turned grim. But it didn't stop there. As one by one his subordinates fell, Sho's expression froze. This can't be happening. They are noble wizards. How are they getting overwhelmed? Sho couldn't accept it. As a noble wizard himself, he couldn't stand losing to Ruka's people. Right after, Sho yelled a command. Do whatever it takes to kill them. Use all your magic power. The two left standing nodded at this, and all three unleashed their full energy to attack. The task force wasn't fazed at all. The Ruka siblings exchanged a glance and quickly nodded in understanding. Then, they simultaneously took action, summoning a massive wave of water. In an instant, it surged forward, as if it could drown everything in its path. And naturally, Sho and his men were hit by the wave, left drenched and powerless on the ground. Seeing the Mizuha sisters approaching, panic rose within Sho. But the Ruka sisters showed no sympathy, looking at them indifferently. Seeing the tide turn, Sho and his men bowed and begged, it was just a moment of poor judgment. I will change. Please spare me. Yuika hesitated for a while before nodding. I understand. If you truly intend to change, then we may have no choice but to forgive you, she said before turning away. But at that moment, Sho let out a cold laugh. Fools, watch me, and they prepared to attack again. Yet, before they could act, the entire task force summoned their magic at once, aiming straight at them. Sho's legs gave out immediately, and he sat on the ground shaking, mumbling, you said you'd spare me. Yuika snorted and said coldly, did you think we'd spare someone who doesn't genuinely want to change? Hearing this, Sho and his men cried out loud. Meanwhile, back on the balcony, Minato seemed aware of their victory and smiled in satisfaction. He smirked and said, looks like they handled it. Seems like your pride, your only son, has met his match in my teammates. Jin bit his lip in frustration, his eyes full of rage, and he shouted madly, you bastard. Minato wasn't scared at all, still standing calmly there. His relaxed demeanor made Jin even angrier. Unable to hold back, the old man started attacking Minato. But Minato easily dodged the level 1 magical attack. After failing once, Jin used level 2 magic. But the result was the same. Minato was too fast, even for wind magic. Jin didn't give up, putting more power into a level 3 magic attack. Minato calmly dodged every incoming magical attack. This scene was captured by the reporter's helicopter, and a female reporter remarked on the amazing magic, noting Minato seemed okay. After a series of failed attacks, Jin released even more power, escalating to level 4 magic. Minato stood there confidently, as if just strolling through the battle. Jin furiously bit his lip, summoning more magical circles. A whirlwind furiously formed in the sky. In an instant, it surrounded Minato, as if to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Yuika cried out in panic, while Ryuji worriedly muttered about the danger. Contrary to everyone's concern, Minato remained calm, standing firm as the whirlwind approached. Surprisingly, it vanished before reaching Minato. When the storm dissipated, Minato stood there unscathed, his shields intact, proving Jin's level 5 magic ineffective. Seeing this, Ruka couldn't help but be amazed, noting the impressive defense. Truly Kusanagi. Meanwhile, live stream viewers were astonished, with some impressed by Jin's magic. Of course, others marveled at Minato's strength. The on-site reporter commented on the relentless nature of the battle, noting they'd never seen a fight like this. Minato landed from the sky, frowning, thinking the magic wasn't very strong and guessing Jin was stalling, likely preparing to retreat. Suddenly, Jin smirked and taunted, asking if something was wrong and if Minato couldn't move. Minato squinted and coldly replied that he could defeat Jin quickly, but that wouldn't be fun, daring him to show his full power. With a provocative look in his eyes, Minato said he'd take it all and then deal with Jin. This provoked Jin, who gritted his teeth and muttered that the arrogant rat would get his wish. But before acting, he sneered, warning Minato not to wet his pants. Jin claimed his magic power was 200,000. This number shocked Ruka's group of onlookers, who couldn't believe it. Ruka scoffed, thinking it was a bluff, suggesting they help if they can, and Ryuji agreed, saying standing by idly wasn't like him. Then, they rushed to the balcony. Minato sensed them approaching and turned to look back. But they were stopped. The one who intervened was Old Man Jin. He sneered, telling them to be grateful they were lucky because if they'd gotten closer, he would have killed them. Ruka and the others' faces turned grim. At that moment, Jin suddenly roared, releasing powerful magic. The energy from his next attack was so intense it made his body glow, terrifying even Kusanagi and worrying Ruka's group. But Minato smirked dismissively. Jin thought Minato was scared and arrogantly stated his magic power far exceeded Minato's imagination and promised to show his overwhelming power so even Minato could understand. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared around him. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared in the air. Minato, instead of being afraid, was excited. He hadn't seen this type of magic before. At that moment, the rift swallowed everything around, turning the balcony hallway into ruins in the blink of an eye. Jin felt even more smug. This was spatial magic, his most powerful spell, capable of crushing everything around. It would flatten anyone in an instant. Minato narrowed his eyes at him, smirked, and said, "I want to see you perform it." This statement pushed Jin to the brink of fury. He screamed wildly, "Die under the pressure and endure it." Instantly, a level 6 magic appeared. The spatial rift was sucking everything around it inside, including Minato. Seeing this, Jin laughed arrogantly. "You can't do anything and will die. You deserve it." The group with Ruka was very worried. They couldn't believe Minato would die so easily, and thought it might just be a joke. Yuika was watching intently inside the circle and shouted, "Answer us, Minato." But no matter how much she yelled, there was no response. Only when the rift vanished did Minato's figure reappear. Yuika exclaimed in surprise, "Minato, how are you still alive?" To which Minato was slightly annoyed and said, "Hey, don't declare someone dead so casually." Jin, on the other hand, was furious and shouted, "Why aren't you hurt? I was sure I crushed you." Minato shrugged nonchalantly and explained, "If the external and internal pressures are balanced, there's no problem. It's like the principle of deep-sea creatures." Jin yelled in frustration, "Even if that's true, can you use spatial magic? That's my specialty." Minato gave a look as if it was obvious. "I watched and learned." Astonished, Jin looked at him incredulously and muttered, "You? Just by watching?" Minato nodded slightly, smiled, and said, "If you used it immediately, I might have gotten a little hurt, but you were kind enough to explain it in detail. Ultimately, it is just a variant of wind magic. Simple as that. Besides, he'll let the old man experience basic magic." Instantly, Jin's body became distorted and uncomfortable. He held his head and screamed, "What are you doing?" With a casual smile, Minato calmly replied, "I increased the sound pressure. That's all. It's called sound magic, another application of wind magic." Hearing this, Yuika was taken aback and seemed to understand something. Meanwhile, Jin grew even more furious. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "You dare mock me? Enough! I won't hold back anymore. I'll kill you with everything I have." As soon as he spoke, Jin's entire magic power erupted. He said his magic power was at 200,000, but that was only for now. When fully unleashed, it was 500,000. Sensing the magic power being released, Shogo's group became alarmed. He's not bluffing? What is this power? At the same time, Jin threw his head back and laughed arrogantly toward the sky. Such disappointment. Kusanagi Minato. Before long, all the magical energy inside Jin burst out. Massive magical power swirled continuously in the air. Jin was extremely smug, as if he had victory in his grasp. Ruka, Shogo, and the others were unable to hide their shock. This was the true power of magical nobility, wielding such overwhelming magic. It was not something they could fight against. Even Shogo was panicked, muttering through tight lips that they had underestimated the power of magical nobility, and there was no way to oppose it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Jin smirked and said, "This is my full power. You've lost your chance to beg for mercy now." Yet Minato stood calmly, even letting out a bored yawn. Jin couldn't understand Minato's calm demeanor and kept laughing maniacally. "You're too stupid to recognize my magical power, aren't you?" Jin thought his spatial magic had failed due to a small stroke of luck on Minato's part, but this clownery would end here. He would finish them off with his ultimate magic. As soon as he finished, a magical space appeared, but when looking at Minato, he still stood calmly. This attitude infuriated Jin so much he gnashed his teeth. He then started chanting incantations. In an instant, numerous magic circles converged into one. Seeing this, Shogo panicked and shouted, "Impossible! A level 7 spell?" Karin worriedly mumbled, "Even Kusanagi can't handle it." Yuika frowned slightly, knowing this situation was dire, but she still believed Minato would find a way. She believed in him and pleaded for him to win. Jin sneered confidently, "You've missed your biggest chance. The time I was preparing the spell was your only opportunity to escape. Now it's too late to regret." Talking too much, Minato lost patience and said, "All right, have you finished?" Jin heard this and shouted, dissatisfied, "There won't be a speck of dust left. Take my strongest magic." As soon as his words ended, a large space appeared. The disturbance it caused was so intense, it even shook the helicopter in the air. Shogo struggled to shield his eyes, muttering with tight lips on how they could counter this attack. Ruka was particularly worried for Minato, urgently shouting for Kusanagi to run away. Ryuji also advised, "You can't withstand that attack." Yuika watched Minato's back intently, her eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Jin coldly said, "You can run if you want, but then I'll kill your friends to make up for it." So he wanted to see what choice Minato would make, to flee or face death. The large space quickly approached Minato, yet he remained calm. Minato smirked and said, "Of course I choose to confront it head-on." He then took out a spirit stone from space. Seeing this, Jin scoffed. "What kind of magic is that? You think it can counter my spell?" Suffer for your ignorance turned to ash. Despite Jin's madness, Minato stayed calm. Before the space could swallow him, Minato shot the spirit stone from his hand. With a force cutting through the wind, the spirit stone aggressively charged into the space, quickly merging inside. But a few seconds later, the space was directly shattered by the spirit stone. This scene caused Jin's expression to change drastically. Even Ruka and the others were equally shocked, not expecting Minato to easily destroy a level 7 spell like that. Jin's body trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe it, muttering, "Why did my magic disappear?" Minato snorted lightly. "Why? Because wind elements are negated by earth elements. A magic that requires a long time to cast is nullified." Saying this, he raised an eyebrow tauntingly. "Do magical nobility not know these basic things?" Jin couldn't believe it, clutching his head and screaming, "No, there's no way my magic was defeated by such low-level magic." Minato smirked and clicked his tongue, saying, "Yep, the spirit stone doesn't have attack power. Even if it hits the target, it doesn't deal significant damage. However, it contains a high concentration of magical power, so it can neutralize magic, even with a difference in level." He called it quite an enlightening lesson. Jin glared at him angrily, dissatisfied, asking why he'd used such a useless spell. Shrugging indifferently, Minato made a face as if it was obvious, saying because it was a spell he created just for fun. Hearing this, Jin, filled with despair, fell to his knees, mumbling repeatedly, "Did you create magic just for fun?" "I spent decades perfecting my magic." Minato didn't care, coldly approaching, saying, "Now's the moment you must face your punishment." Jin finally felt fear, hurriedly begging, "My magic is depleted, I can't move anymore." Minato gave a small smile, but it carried a wicked intent, saying he didn't want to waste time on useless things anymore. As he spoke, he raised his hand to flick Jin's forehead. Seeing this, Jin thought Minato was foolish, really believing that a light tap would bring him down. But he underestimated Minato's strength. With a gentle flick, Jin spun in the air a few times before flying out. Witnessing this scene, Ruka and the others were instantly stunned. Just one light flick could send him flying that far? Is Minato even human? Right then, the police hurried over to handcuff Jin. Seeing this, reporters on the scene cheered. The magical noble has been defeated. Captain of the Magic Task Force, Kusanagi Minato, has won. The live audience was equally excited. They cheered continuously. At last, justice has prevailed. At Fuyuka's mansion, celebrating the victory, Ruka and the others ran to congratulate Minato. He glanced at them and didn't hold back in praising. "You all did very well too." Then, Minato looked toward Jin, who was being taken away, commenting that magical nobles aren't much. This was considered the pinnacle of Japanese nobles. The current generation of mages truly needs retraining. After thinking, Minato walked behind Jin and spoke up. Hey, I have a question. Jin glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Minato asked seriously, after Ichikami Minato's death, what did the magical nobles do? Did they destroy the ancient book that existed 50 years ago? If so, why? Jin casually snorted, speaking coldly. How could commoners understand the profound philosophies of the magical nobility? Minato confusedly asked back, what do you mean? Think for yourself, Jin snorted again with a short retort and left, leaving Minato standing there, looking after him with a myriad of thoughts. After the battle with the Fuka family, Minato was dragged to a press conference. Shogo, standing beside him, confidently announced, we'll be holding a press conference with Captain of the Magic Task Force, Kusanagi Minato, first. Please, Mr. Kusanagi, say a few words. And in the days that followed, Minato's presence was all over the news. Meanwhile, he was relaxing on vacation in Hawaii. Minato lay back on a chair, constantly complaining, wondering what he was doing in a place like that. At that moment, someone approached from afar. It was Yuika, wearing a cool bikini. She softly asked, what's up, Minato? A few days ago, in the police department meeting room, everyone gathered as Shogo made an announcement. Minato was shocked and exclaimed, did you just say we're going to Hawaii? Shogo, feeling resigned, said, recently the Magical Special Task Force has been a hot topic. We're overwhelmed with public and media attention. Minato, confused, was shown a video by Yuika. The scene was at school, with Minato as the main character. Moreover, this video has been spreading widely on various social media platforms. Ruka chimed in, the internet is also full of posts about the Magical Special Task Force. Ryuji added that even TV is full of news about magic nobility and us, with continuous updates. Shogo looked at Minato and sighed, saying, all of Japan is watching you guys. That's why I decided to give you a vacation. Go to Hawaii, relax until everything is sorted out. He mentioned that thanks to Minato, the team has become stronger, and with the support of the Mizuha family, they have the resources to handle unexpected disasters and any monster threats. With that, Shogo patted Minato on the shoulder and smiled, saying everyone had worked hard lately, so make use of this time to rest. And that's how Minato and the group ended up in Hawaii. Back to reality, after hearing Yuika's question, Minato got up from his chair and sighed, saying, I was just thinking about something. Yuika nodded understandingly, and then asked, by the way, what do you think of this outfit? Is it strange? Minato seriously looked her up and down before replying, it's cute. This made Yuika startled, and her cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment. Minato, on the other hand, paid no attention and calmly commented, it suits your hair color very well. It really fits you, as if it was made for you. Simply put, it's very cute. The more Yuika listened, the more embarrassed she became, softly muttering, thank you. Just then, Ruka approached, dressed in a too revealing black bikini, and frowned, saying, so this is where you were. I've been looking for you everywhere. Seeing Ruka, Minato intently looked her over from head to toe. Seeing his gaze, Ruka suspiciously asked, what? Do you have something to say? Minato nodded slightly and casually complimented, I just think you look amazing. This made Ruka jump in surprise. Yet Minato continued with a matter-of-fact tone, saying, you look like a model. Your bright and smooth skin makes the swimsuit stand out. You're definitely the most beautiful girl on this beach. Got it, Ruka said shyly, then turned and ran away. Ryuji, watching this scene from the side, was utterly confused. This kid is incredible. Not only is he unfazed, but he compliments them naturally without any hidden meaning. Karen appeared at the right moment, cheerfully saying, Sonata has arrived. Unlike Ruka's sexy style, Karen wore a cool two-strap jumpsuit. For a moment, Ryuji was skeptical. This isn't good, really not good. When Karen wore her uniform, there was no impression, but now it's a devastating impact. Ignoring him, Karen looked at Minato and asked, how do you like my swimsuit? Ryuji was startled. Please don't let Minato comment on her figure. Stop, don't say anything about it. While he was worried, Minato nodded and praised. You have quite a nice style. Ryuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a safe comment. Karen was, of course, delighted to be complimented, her eyes full of light. But that wasn't all. Minato continued to compliment. The contrast with your everyday style makes you even more charming. You look beautiful, exuding the allure of a mature woman. This made Karen shyly murmur, don't flatter me so much. Ryuji really couldn't stop it. He couldn't help but feel, you're truly an amazing guy. Isn't that a bit too much praise? Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted. Why, I'm just expressing my feelings. When I feel someone deserves praise, why shouldn't I let them know? He felt all three of them were beautiful and therefore complimented them. Minato asked if there was a problem with that, and Ryuji quickly shook his head. No problem. Yet it made the three girls quite uncomfortable, each blushing deeply. At that moment, Minato suddenly said, oh, Ryuji, your body is also great. You have a beautiful physique, and this simple swimsuit looks great on you. You should be proud of that beauty. And now it was Ryuji's turn to be embarrassed. He quickly shouted, "Don't compliment me like that." Putting aside the embarrassment, they then had fun at the beach. Then they tried driving a canoe on the sea. This fun activity really helped them relax a lot. By evening, Minato had left the hotel. His throat was parched from having too much fun, so he wanted to find a convenience store to buy a drink. He'd only taken a few steps when he bumped into someone he knew. It was Yuika. He wasn't sure if she was purposely waiting or if they met by chance. So, the two of them went for a walk. Yuka spoke as they walked, saying today was really enjoyable. Minato nodded slightly and said he didn't think they'd be able to freely enjoy themselves like this, given they've been constantly fighting all this time. Yuika squinted at the person walking beside her. She had seen Ruka wearing a ring and thought Ruka was dating Minato. But Yuika really wanted to deny it. She didn't believe they were dating because Minato had said he wasn't seeing anyone. Yuika's thoughts were all over the place. Unable to hold back any longer, she finally spoke up. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Minato frowned slightly. "You want to ask about my powers again?" "It's not about that." Yuika shook her head. She took a deep breath, hesitating before asking, "What type of person do you like?" Minato was a bit surprised, but quickly replied, "I haven't really thought about it." Yuika became more urgent, asking specifically among the three of us, or someone similar. Minato thought for a bit before speaking. Maybe all of you, hearing this, Yuika was immediately stunned. Minato looked up at the starry sky, smiled, and said, "You're all very cute and attractive. Plus, you're very hardworking and diligent. I like people who always try their best." This wasn't the answer Yuika was hoping for. She continued to press, "Isn't it different from a romantic relationship?" Minato couldn't help but frown in confusion. "Is it? I thought they were quite alike, but now that I think about it, maybe I like you the most, Yuika." Yuika stood frozen, unable to react for a long time. Minato didn't notice and continued talking. "You've always been sincere and serious and kind since we met. Most importantly, you always give it your best." At that, he turned to look at Yuika, who still hadn't responded, and smiled. "Yuika, I really like you." Those three words, "really like you," made Yuka blush with embarrassment, and she just sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Minato panicked and shouted, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Yuika didn't answer. Inside, she was secretly happy. She knew Minato didn't mean it romantically. But it still made her happy. She thought she really liked him. While everyone was having fun, Shogo at the police station was feeling very troubled, as everything seemed to be heating up. The wave of criticism against the magical nobles was growing, and there was increasing support for the Magical Special Task Force to handle natural disasters and monster threats. Minato's popularity was soaring. At the same time, the reputation of dark sorcerers was also rising. It seemed like a confrontation was brewing. Instead of cooling down, the situation seemed tenser than ever. What should be done now? Meanwhile, at the international airport, a flight from overseas had just landed in Japan. A harsh voice came from the airport. "During the time we were away, everything seems to have gotten more chaotic." Hearing this, another deep voice added, "Those wimps are just..." The owner of the harsh voice was the leader of the Humarai family, a magical noble, Hamarai Hinata. She expressed her discontent. "If I were there, everything would have been quickly resolved." The other person was the head of the Kaichi family, Kaichi Riku, who was also not very pleased. A week later, at Minato's place, Yuika is happily cooking in the kitchen. Minato is sitting in the living room, unable to help but sigh. "We got back sooner than I thought." Ruka hears this and slowly chimes in. "It seems the magical task force has influenced the media, and the school helped too." Minato feels more at ease and remarks with a pout, "Finally, we can breathe easy again." While the two are talking, Yuika pops her head out from the kitchen, calling out, "Help me bring these plates." Minato nods and responds, "All right, I got it." A little while later, a sumptuous meal is laid out on the table. Yuika eats and asks, "School starts again tomorrow. Are you sure everything will be fine?" Minato casually replies, "The police and the school are on our side. The attention on the magical task force should have reduced by now, right?" He thinks everyone will soon lose interest. People just need to ignore it. But when he gets to school, Minato realizes how foolish he was. A group of girls surrounds him, asking for his phone number, his ideal type, and all sorts of things. On the other side, Yuika is also surrounded, but by boys. Of course, Ruka and Ryuji are not exceptions either. Before, wherever the two went, they attracted attention, and after that event, they were even more noticed. Ruka, with her Ice Queen image, doesn't care and marches into Minato's classroom, shouting, "Sorry for the disturbance. We're here to invite you to lunch, but today seems a bit chaotic, right?" Minato pouts and says, "You call this a bit?" Yuika reluctantly explains, "I heard this is still mild. It was worse when outsiders swarmed in." Thanks to Ruka, Ryuji is used to such noisy situations. While everyone is marveling at the crowd's enthusiasm, Ruka suddenly says, "Oh, by the way, we're out of toilet paper. Maybe we should do some shopping on the way home." Minato naturally replies, "We can get more bath salt too. You wanted to buy them for a long time, right?" Yuika, caught off guard, Yuika is stunned and says nothing. Hearing the conversation between Ruka and Ryuji, everyone starts to buzz, making Yuika anxious. She quickly nudges the other two. Let's go to the rooftop anyway. On the rooftop, the four of them have lunch as usual. After hearing about Minato's place, Ryuji exclaims in shock. What? You're living at Kusanagi's house? He thought they were dating, but maybe not. Normally, he'd object. But since it's Minato, it might be alright. Thinking about this, Ryuji looks at Ruka and says, if you need help, just tell me. I'll do my best to assist. Ruka gently nods and replies, I'm very grateful for that. Yuika also thanks him. Ryuji glances at Minato and says, Hey Kusanagi, really? Let's drop the formalities. Can I call you Minato? Minato doesn't hesitate and agrees, Sure, call me whatever you want. Yuika is happy about this matter. But on the other hand, Ruka is quite confused, not knowing how to address him. As for Yuika, she's thinking, this is really a big deal, living together and all. But she quickly shakes her head, denying it. They haven't done anything wrong. Thinking about it, Yuika glances at Minato, a shy look in her eyes. She wonders if Minato ever feels embarrassed about this. Minato has no idea about Yuika's chaotic thoughts. He continues chatting happily with Ryuji. A long day passes. As usual after eating, the three of them go about their tasks, then squeeze into one room to sleep. Of course, the Ruka sisters have the bed, and Minato sleeps on the floor. Even though it's late, Yuika's eyes are wide open. She can't sleep. Yuika glances at the two beside her, wondering how they can sleep so soundly. Is she the only one bothered by this? The more she thinks, the more frustrated she gets. She turns to face a corner, closes her eyes in annoyance, trying to fall asleep. Before long, she drifts off. As soon as Yuika falls asleep, someone opens their eyes. It's Ruka. She can't sleep either. Ruka has the same question as Yuika. Why can the two beside her sleep, but she can't? Is she the only one uncomfortable? Ruka still isn't used to sleeping in the same room with Minato. Thinking about this, she sat up, not understanding why she was so tense or why this matter occupied her thoughts so much. Ruka glanced at Minato lying on the ground. He was peacefully asleep. In an instant, Ruka's cheeks turned red. Finally, she couldn't help but bury her face in her blanket. Ruka kept thinking about how she should address Minato. Even on the way to school the next morning, Ruka was still thinking about it. Ryuji had already started calling Minato by his first name. Ruka was the only one still calling him Kusanagi. When would be the right time to change how she addressed him? Why was she so hesitant? Why the reluctance? She should call Minato by his first name comfortably. He wouldn't mind. Thinking this, Ruka took a deep breath, wanting to open her mouth to call him, but the words stayed stuck in her throat, leaving Minato confused. Ruka awkwardly changed the subject, wishing them a good day, making Minato even more confused. He mumbled to himself, What's going on? Why the sudden change? Minato helplessly held his head, silently blaming himself for not understanding why she couldn't just say it. At lunchtime on the rooftop, Ruka again tried hard to call Minato by his first name, but she still couldn't do it. All day she was like this, suddenly trying to call Minato, then saying confusing things. Ruka's strange actions continued all day, leaving Minato puzzled and unsure what was happening. By night, lying on her bed, Yuika couldn't sleep, always avoiding the issue. She could have said it sooner. Ruka thought she'd never been so cowardly. A restless night passed, and the four of them went to school as usual, but Ruka lagged behind silently, not saying a word. Minato noticed something was off, walked over to her and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, I'm fine, Kusanagi. Hearing that name, Minato squinted at her, then calmly spoke. It's not Kusanagi. Ruka was stunned, staring at him. Minato slowly said, We're not strangers, you know. Don't call me Kusanagi anymore, Ruka. His words left Ruka bewildered. After a moment, she turned her head, hiding her embarrassment, and mumbled softly, If you're so insistent, I guess I can change too, Minato. With that, a smile finally returned to her beautiful face. In another part of the world, the noble magicians organized a meeting because of recent events, and Hinata voiced her frustration, feeling their position was under threat. She said it was all because of the rise of the magical task force, serving the interests of an unknown figure, and they couldn't just stand by. Riku frowned at this, mumbling in hesitation, wondering how to deal with Kusanagi Minato, the leader of this task force. Hinata nodded slightly and glanced at the person opposite her, asking what their opinion was. Tushiru was also there, and after thinking for a moment, he said he would follow his master's wishes. This attitude made Hinata upset, yelling about his usual quietness and asking if he had nothing to say. Tushiru hesitated for a moment, finally speaking up, saying Minato probably didn't recognize him. Hinata was surprised, speculating aloud if Minato didn't even know about them. Tushiru nodded, saying it was likely. Riku squinted at the two, hesitantly asking if they should test Minato, suggesting he might be of value. Hinata agreed with this idea, furiously saying that if Minato turned out to be useless, they would get rid of him. Toshiro listened to them with a look of reluctance on his face, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Minato was unaware of all this, focused on a meeting at the police department. Pointing at a map, he spoke about the next disaster that would hit Osaka, noting that recent disasters were following a pattern from 50 years ago, except for some smaller ones. Yuika frowned, mentioning that this information was already spreading in the media, and Ruka agreed, noting that while appearances were similar, their frequency had greatly decreased. Karen hesitated, noting they couldn't predict when the next disaster would hit, and even the police were just staying vigilant. Nodding slightly, Minato calmly spoke about the current difficulties in disaster response and how no other regions had specialized teams like the Magical Task Force. As he finished speaking, Shogo suddenly laughed loudly, saying he expected Minato to say that, leaving Minato confused about what Shogo intended. Shogo smiled proudly, announcing that they were in the process of forming a second magical task force in Osaka. This revelation stunned Ruka and the others, who couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. Shogo nodded happily, explaining that they were cooperating with national defense forces and the police to improve disaster response, even asking Minato to train them. Looking at Minato, Shogo asked cheerfully if he would go to Osaka. Minato sighed lightly, replying reluctantly that Shogo always smoothly led the conversation like that, saying he had no reason to refuse. Shogo cheered, excitedly announcing that someone was waiting for Minato in Osaka, a survivor of the great disaster 50 years ago, and one of the few craftsmen who made equipment to fight monsters, Shizuku. Upon hearing this name, Minato was stunned, as it was very familiar to him. Shogo, unaware of the change in Minato's demeanor, continued speaking, saying Shizuku was interested in meeting Minato directly, and he shouldn't feel pressured. Shaking his head, Minato responded calmly, saying he would go to meet her. Shogo was pleased, noting that Takagami had designed the magical task force uniforms. Minato didn't say anything else, deep in thought about the name Shizuku. Shogo noticed something was different about Minato, but didn't know why. In the afternoon, Minato headed to the airport with his suitcase, preparing to fly to Osaka, with Ruka and two others seeing him off. Standing outside the airport, Minato smiled and announced he was leaving. The three nodded and each said goodbye to him. Minato suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke up, saying he almost forgot to give something to them. He then took out some bracelets from his bag and handed them to them. Ruka and the others were confused, but put the bracelets on as Minato instructed. Minato narrowed his eyes, reminding them to wear the bracelets until he returned, and not to take them off for any reason, to which they quickly agreed. Satisfied, Minato nodded, but he still expressed some concern, asking if they would be all right without him. Yuika smiled gently, assuring him they had grown stronger, and urging him to go to Osaka without worry, with Ruka and Ryuji backing her up. Hearing this, Minato felt reassured, waved goodbye, and told them he trusted them. Soon after, Minato was on the plane, plopping down into his seat with a sigh, finally sitting down. Everything seemed like his previous flight to Hawaii, but he remarked on the tight security checks. He tried not to think much of it, but felt something strange about the seat he was in. Shogo had everything set up perfectly, so Minato just had to pick up his suitcase and head to Osaka without any worries. At this moment, Minato noticed two people boarding the plane. It was Hinata and Riku. Whether by chance or design, they were on the same flight as Minato. Although they sat quite far away, they kept their eyes on Minato. This made him suspicious. Who were they? Were they magicians? They seemed pretty strong. There seemed to be a lot of people like that on this flight, but with such tight security, nothing should go wrong. Soon after, another group of people boarded, but Minato didn't pay them any attention. Before long, the plane finally took off. Since he was flying business class, Minato was served a lavish meal, which immediately caught his attention. The food looked incredibly delicious. So, without a care in the world, Minato ate heartily. Meanwhile, a few individuals on the flight appeared to be watching the passengers, possibly plotting something sinister. Shortly after, a man with curly hair and glasses suddenly got up from his seat. He walked past Minato's seat, but Minato didn't notice, as he was enjoying the great food and beautiful view. Occasional relaxation like this wasn't bad, but it seemed Minato wouldn't be enjoying it much longer. Sure enough, a group of hijackers soon took a flight attendant hostage and shouted for everyone to stay put. Not only that, but the other passengers were also subdued. Even Minato was being watched by a magician, so this might be a hijacking. But they didn't know there was a top-tier magician on board, Minato, along with two noble magicians, Hinata and Riku. These hijackers were really unlucky to pick this day to cause trouble. Minato squinted at the hijackers standing in front of him, contemplating the situation. These were rogue magicians, and there were 10 of them. If he took them down one by one, the passengers would be in danger. Using high-level magic could destroy the plane, so he realized he couldn't handle this alone. In that moment, the passengers screamed in fear. The hijackers, annoyed, shouted loudly, "Shut up! Did I allow you to talk? Do you want to die?" There were even children on the plane. A scared child hugged his father, crying continuously, "Daddy, I'm so scared." To which the father could only quietly reassure, "It's okay, my love." Right then, the leader of the hijackers yelled loudly, "Our demand is simple. Release the Black Rebellion members." Nobody answered, and silence filled the room. The leader shouted again, "We will not tolerate this unfair treatment of magicians by you pathetic humans." He gave a 5-minute ultimatum to contact people on the ground and tell them to release their comrades or they would start killing the hostages one by one. The captain up front heard the hijacker's warning, and his face immediately turned grim. In the passenger cabin, Minato was deep in thought, realizing time was running out. What should he do? At the same time, Hinata was feeling very uneasy. Riku remained silent, but his expression was far from good. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their magical energy. Minato noticed their energy, frowning slightly as he seemed ready to move. The two of them noticed his glance and looked back at him. The hijackers also noticed Minato and quickly warned him, "Hey you, one more move and we'll kill you right here." Just as they finished, Hinata and Riku sprang into action. Without hesitation, both of them punched two nearby thugs. Riku used something wrapped in black cloth and smashed it into another hijacker's face. Then, he took off running. By the time he arrived, Minato had already dealt with the nearby hijackers. The three of them stood looking at each other. They all had a plan in mind, as Hinata gave a slight nod. Immediately, all three of them started running. Seeing them, the hijackers panicked at once. But before they could react, Minato punched one of them, sending the hijacker flying back. Riku wasn't lagging behind either. He drew his sword and started attacking the hijackers. Hinata, not idle herself, sped through with the speed of wind, quickly moving past the passenger seats. One hijacker saw this and immediately summoned magic to attack. But he was too slow as Hinata stepped on his head and moved past him, scoffing, "Dream on, you guys can't do it." Seeing their resistance, the leader quickly threatened, "Enough, I've had enough." If it came to this, he said they would all go down together and kill them all. But before he could take action, Minato charged at him, kicking him far away and saying with disdain, "Too slow." Hinata also punched a hijacker, pouting as she said, "Too weak." Riku took down the last one, coldly saying, "Too naive." In the blink of an eye, the three of them had defeated all the hijackers. The passengers who witnessed this were stunned. But they quickly came to, realizing they were saved, and they began to cheer with joy. But they quickly reacted, realizing they were saved, and everyone rejoiced, cheering aloud. Hinata ignored them and walked up to the leader, speaking coldly. "Pathetic," she said. "I'll end this in an instant." Just then, Minato noticed something and shouted, "It's not over yet." Hinata was startled. "What do you mean?" But Minato didn't explain, he just started running. He sprinted straight to the cockpit. Sure enough, inside was a hijacker threatening the captain with a gun. Seeing them rush in, he yelled a warning, "Don't come any closer, or else." The three of them weren't scared at all. Hinata gritted her teeth in anger. "Shut up and die." She charged at the hijacker and punched him. Even though he pulled the trigger, the captain was unharmed, because Minato had set up a barrier to protect him. However, Minato didn't look well, and he murmured, "This is bad." Just as Minato finished speaking, the captain's control stick began to shake. The plane started to wobble, and all three of them struggled to stay on their feet. Passengers outside couldn't keep their balance either. Inside the cockpit, Hinata asked, annoyed, "What's going on?" The captain replied shakily, "The system isn't responding, and the radio is down. If this keeps up, we'll crash." "What did you just say?" Hinata shouted in panic. "Damn it, do something." In the midst of their confusion, the plane's window shattered. The suction from outside made it hard for everyone in the cockpit to keep their balance. The co-pilot soon started to shiver. "It's so cold. We'll freeze to death before we crash." Hinata couldn't help but yell in panic. "This is serious. What the hell do we do now?" Riku spoke in despair. "We'll all die together." Hinata growled in frustration. "Stop saying scary things, you idiot. Damn it, is there no way out?" Riku nodded slightly, his eyes filled with despair. Yeah, the co-pilot was panicking now, crying out in sorrow. "We can't save it. It's over. We're all going to die." But just as despair filled the cockpit, Minato suddenly spoke. "There's nothing to worry about." Hearing this, the co-pilot asked in disbelief, "What do you mean, nothing to worry about?" "We're all going to die." Minato looked at him confidently, smirked, and said, "I'm going to save everyone." The co-pilot looked at him in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. This wasn't something a normal person could do. It felt like it was over, that they were going to die. Minato saw him start to cry and sighed helplessly. Then, Minato went over to the window. His actions shocked the captain, who shouted, asking what he was doing. But Minato didn't answer. He just jumped straight out. Hinata rushed over, shouting in panic, saying the kid left by himself. But at that moment, the plane started to shake suddenly. It then sliced through the air, plunging downward. The captain could feel it and was astonished, saying they were plummeting at a dizzying speed. If they kept going, the plane would crash in just a few minutes. The passengers felt the plane diving down too, and panic spread as they screamed in fear. Desperate cries filled the cabin. A little girl clung to her dad, crying in fright. The captain in the cockpit tried hard to hold the controls steady. But the plane kept descending, now very close to the vast ocean. In a fleeting moment, it suddenly changed direction, then soared high into the sky. The captain, bewildered, looked at the numbers in front of him and mumbled, wondering if they were saved as the speed seemed to stabilize. He was confused about what was going on. Hinata seemed to figure something out, and mumbled with pressed lips that it was him who did it. Minato was now at the plane's tail, holding up the entire aircraft by himself. He had created a magical shield with enormous magical power, and used magical physical enhancement while manipulating wind elements to adjust the plane's trajectory. This was his first time holding up an entire plane like this. It was a massive challenge, but fortunately, he managed to do it. The captain, comprehending the situation, yelled in disbelief. Unbelievable. We are several thousand meters above ground, and this plane weighs 230 tons. Can a human really do this? Hinata couldn't help but marvel, saying the Special Forces captain, Kusanagi Minato, was truly a phenomenal being beyond imagination. After all that chaos, the flight attendants finally announced safety to the passengers. Everyone on the plane let out a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. The little girl, who was panicked earlier, innocently asked, "Dad, are we safe now?" Her dad assured her with a nod, "Yes, don't worry anymore." However, the captain still looked worried, muttering that they couldn't rest easy yet, as the landing system was malfunctioning. A safe landing now depended on him. And of course, Minato continued supporting the plane from behind on his own. As the plane got close enough to the ground, he created a barrier. This allowed the plane to land safely. Minato bit his lip hard, his limbs trembling slightly. He slid a long way on the runway, and though it was a bit difficult, it was safe. Minato let out a deep breath. They finally landed. The passengers, who had narrowly escaped death, hugged each other joyfully. The captain felt incredibly grateful to Minato and smiled down from the cockpit, thanking him. "Thank you, Captain Kusanagi." Hinata and Riku silently watched Minato from the plane, deep in thought. A little later, at the airport exit, a crowd of reporters surrounded Minato, bombarding him with questions. He sighed helplessly. It was the same kind of trouble as always. Fortunately, airport security was there to hold back the reporters. Minato managed to get away from them and was led by security to meet Shizuku. But before he could meet that person, someone else blocked his path. It was Hinata and Riku. Hinata raised an eyebrow at Minato, pouting as she said she was really impressed by what he just did. With a shrug, Minato declined to comment and said, "It's not quite like that." But before he could finish, Hinata snorted, "Are you mocking us?" Riku then spoke up. That was an impressive spell earlier. Hearing this, Minato also praised them, saying, "You two aren't bad yourselves." The conversation gradually became polite, testing Hinata's patience. She waved her hand, saying, "Fine, do your best. Kusanagi Minato, captain of the Special Magic Unit. We'll meet again." After that, Hinata left with Riku. Minato watched them go, not saying a word. A few hours later, in a mansion in the heart of Osaka, an old woman stood by the window. She was looking at pictures placed on a shelf. Just then, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by a voice, "Ma'am. You have a visitor. Come in," the old woman said, placing a photo down. Right after, a servant led Minato in. Seeing him, the old woman immediately smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you. Kusanagi Minato." Then, the two sat at a table. The old woman spoke slowly. "The reason I wanted to meet you is simple. I'm interested in you." Minato's achievements are truly impressive, and his magic resembles that of someone dear. Her teacher and ally, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is a rare type of magic, one that Ichikami Minato could master. But it is hard to perform, with only a few mages being able to do it properly, often considered not very useful. But Minato can use that magic. The old woman asked who taught him how he could use the same magic as Ichikami Minato. But at that moment, Minato suddenly laughed out loud, confusing the old woman. Minato squinted at her, smiling, "Oh my, haven't changed a bit, Shizuku. Once interested in something, you jump right in, don't you?" It turns out the old woman is Shizuku, the person Minato needed to meet in Osaka. Shizuku looked at him, puzzled. "Have we met before?" Minato smiled casually. "Oh yes, so many times I can't even count. Of course, when I can use Ichikami's magic." Minato didn't hide it, and honestly said that he was Ichikami Minato. This left Shizuku stunned, unable to react for a long time. But quickly, Shizuku responded, letting out a reluctant sigh. She slowly spoke, saying that there had been many similar cases before, where people claimed a connection with Ichikami Minato to get close to him. Family, friends, even illegitimate children. But Shizuku never thought someone would actually claim to be Ichikami Minato. Saying this, she stood up from her chair, speaking with disappointment, apologizing for seeming rude, but asking Minato if he could leave. However, Minato remained calm, sitting there and coolly said he met a pair of siblings, with the younger one having an Ichikami doll, to which Shizuku skeptically asked, "What about it?" Minato smirked and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to make a doll that looked like me?" Shizuku recalled the past, shocked, and asked how he knew that. Minato, smirking, replied, "As you've said, my doll can make children healthier." Ichikami Minato is still protecting everyone. Shizuku looked at him in disbelief, mumbling in confusion if this was really happening, and if he was really Ichikami. Minato patiently asked if she still didn't believe him and offered to share another story. Shizuku quickly sat down again, wanting to confirm what Minato had just said. In just a moment, her face changed continuously. Minato kept recounting old stories, ones only the two of them knew. Shizuku listened silently, finally unable to hold back a smile, realizing it really was him. Minato was a bit exasperated, smirking, and said that she finally believed him. Shizuku defensively replied that rebirth isn't something easily accepted. But he's always been different, and this is truly unbelievable. Saying this, she sighed, mentioning how hard things had been since his death in the final great disaster. Minato looked at Shizuku intently, unsure what to say about what happened 50 years ago. Before he could speak, Shizuku tearfully said she was really happy to see him again. Truly. Minato smiled at her and nodded. What started as a meeting between senior and junior turned into a reunion of old friends. At this moment, Minato spoke again, asking Shizuku if she knew what happened in the past 50 years, mentioning the lost knowledge of magic and how mages have weakened. There were only misconceptions about Ichikami Minato, along with the rise of the current magic nobles. And he asked Shizuku what exactly happened. Minato genuinely wanted to know about the events of 50 years ago. Shizuku hesitated for a moment, then sighed, saying she was sorry. Just then, Shizuku's phone suddenly rang, and her eyes instantly narrowed. Seeing this, Minato asked if something was wrong. Shizuku seemed to be hiding something, stammering as she shook her head, saying nothing was wrong, and suggested they continue their conversation tomorrow, offering him to stay the night since he was already there. Minato didn't think much of it, and went to the room Shizuku had prepared for him to rest. But at midnight, someone quietly entered his room, holding a sword. It was Riku, who silently approached the bed, intending to attack Minato. Without hesitation, he slashed down with his sword. However, seeing the scene below, Riku was immediately stunned. There was no one in the bed, and Minato stood beside it, smirking and joking about how it's impolite to attack someone while they're in bed, recognizing him as the person he met that afternoon. Riku didn't answer, narrowing his eyes and looking at him. Without saying a word, he attacked again, but Minato dodged, even though Riku was very fast. However, in a moment of distraction, Riku kicked him, causing him to crash into the window. Minato was forced out into the yard, and Riku didn't stop, summoning a level 1 spell to attack Minato, not daring to be careless. Minato created a barrier to block the attack. As expected, Riku's magic attack was stopped by this barrier. But Riku didn't stop. He aggressively slashed with his sword, slicing Minato's barrier in half. Minato quickly stepped back a few paces. He squinted at the sword in Riku's hand and said with a grin, "That's a good blade, cutting through my magic shield like that. Is it an anti-magic weapon?" However, Riku remained silent, not saying a word. Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and said, "Silence is golden, right? I guess asking why you're attacking is pointless. Let's have some fun then." As he spoke, he unleashed his own magic power. Riku also didn't hold back, gripping his sword tightly and charging forward. A spark of excitement appeared in Minato's eyes. A worthy opponent at last. He wanted to play a bit too. But before he could act, a shout rang out. "That's enough!" The voice belonged to Hinata, who had also joined them. Unsurprised, Minato calmly said, "I knew you were involved too." Hinata squinted at him, smiling coldly. "Don't resist anymore, Kusanagi Minato. We have hostages. You have a lot of friends in Tokyo, right?" With that, Hinata showed him a video. It was footage of Ryuji's house, and Minato's own house, where Mizuha and her sister were staying, guarded by several men in black. Seeing this, Minato frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Hinata casually smiled and said, "Let me introduce ourselves first. I'm a magic noble, the leader of the Hamurai family, Hamurai Hinata." After finishing, she nudged Riku. Seeing this, Riku slowly introduced himself, magic noble, leader of the Kaiichi family, Kaiichi Riku. After the introductions, Hinata quickly stated her purpose. "We have a request, join us." As a magic noble, Minato would gain fame and status, even wealth, power, and women, anything he wanted. Most importantly, he could protect his friends. "In any case, their orders are absolute," she said, urging Minato to think carefully. Even if he escaped this time, he would still be hunted by them, the magic nobles, for life. Minato didn't respond, just listened silently. Hinata continued to threaten, "You might be the strongest in this world, but when you're eating, bathing, sleeping, or away from your friends like now, can you still protect them? Answer me." Minato didn't hesitate and replied, "I refuse." Hearing this, Hinata wasn't fazed. She coldly warned, "Is that so? Sacrificing a bit for a greater goal is inevitable. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget, so he won't dare to be arrogant again." As soon as the order was given, the people sneaking into Ryuji and Ruka's house immediately took action. Almost at the same time, the bracelets of all three began to glow. A surge of magic power emitted from them. Seeing this, the people in black couldn't help but be surprised. In an instant, the magic transformed into an illusion, clearly taking Minato's shape. And right after that, it started advancing toward the attackers. On the other side, with no response, Hinata finally became panicked and shouted loudly, "Hey, what's happening? Answer me." Unfortunately, no one could respond anymore. The magic power had captured all the people in black. Then it directly crushed them on the spot without alerting anyone. Riku quickly realized something and murmured, "They've been wiped out." Hinata looked at Minato in shock, confused, and asked, "What did you do?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked and said, "You should have seen this coming, unless you're fools." Hearing this, anger flared in Hinata's eyes. Annoyed, she opened her mouth, "What a troublesome pest. But I admit, handling the robbery and hostage situation wasn't bad. Seems like you passed the first test." Hearing that, Minato frowned and skeptically asked, "Was the robbery also your setup?" Hinata shook her head, denying, "That was unexpected. We wouldn't do something so stupid, so let's continue with the second test." As she finished speaking, Hinata and Riku simultaneously emitted their magic. Minato squinted at the two and coldly said, "I'd like to withdraw if possible." "Don't dream about it." Hinata grunted coldly and quickly dashed forward. Riku followed closely behind. Hinata fiercely kicked toward Minato, but surprisingly, he blocked it. Hinata's entire body was thrown backwards. Hinata didn't back down, quickly summoning her fire magic to attack. With a loud boom, the brilliant flames exploded. Smoke and fire filled the sky. But by the time the flames subsided, Minato still stood unfazed, not a scratch on him. At this moment, Riku charged with a sword. The sword was aimed precisely at Minato's neck. But it was stopped by a barrier. Minato smirked playfully. "Oh my, anyone else would have been dead by now." This casual attitude annoyed Hinata. She fiercely shouted, "Don't be so arrogant." Right after that, a pillar of fire appeared. Its heat seemed to want to burn everything. But Minato wasn't flustered at all. He calmly countered. Wild waves rushed forward. He even smirked disdainfully. Not bad magic. With a loud bang, the two powers clashed fiercely. But true to natural law, when fire meets water, it was quickly extinguished. Seeing this, Hinata went mad. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just as rumored, you use magic without chanting and dissolved it with a level 3 spell. Are you mocking my magic?" At this moment, Riku also rushed forward, swinging his sword at Minato. But too slow, Minato used aerial magic to dodge, while continuously mocking, "You can't fully unleash your power on the ground, can you? Why not try in the air?" "You're too confident," Hinata angrily shouted, then quickly flew into the air. Riku followed closely behind. Hinata faced Minato, muttering through gritted teeth, "Maybe we've underestimated you. No need to hold back anymore." As those words ended, she and Riku summoned their magic together. Fire and earth magic appeared instantly. The two shouted in unison, "My attack will destroy everything." The brilliant flames crazily rushed towards Minato in an instant. Nearby, a giant rock was also poised to crush him. Hinata seemed confident of victory, smugly announcing that this magic had the power to destroy half a city. Did he think he could withstand it? In an instant, the magic flames and the giant rock merged, like a meteor about to crash to Earth. Yet Minato wasn't panicked at all. He just let out a mocking laugh. Right after, he summoned a level 7 void magic called Nullification to block it. In a moment, a powerful magical force enveloped the flames and the giant rock. In less than 3 seconds, they completely vanished into thin air. This scene left Hinata and Riku stunned, speechless. With a sneer, Minato smirked and said, "Of course, I simply dissolved and dispersed the magical energy." Hinata couldn't believe it, shouting in frustration, "Unbelievable. That's cheating. I don't accept this. You're disqualified. Everything so far has been a joke. Now I'll show my true power." Then she again unleashed her magic power. But Minato wasn't concerned with her, because he sensed something appearing. Even Hinata and Riku could feel it, exclaiming in fear, "This source of energy, it's here." Minato looked up at the sky, now covered in a blood-red color, signaling a disaster descending here. He furrowed his brows in silence. Too many things happening at once. Surely not a coincidence. The three of them together turned toward where the disaster was occurring. Minato didn't even change his clothes before getting ready to run out. But Hinata was upset and shouted, "Are you kidding me? Who cares about that disaster? I'll crush you right here, right now." Then she crazily charged at Minato, but Riku was behind her and pulled her back. He sternly reminded her, "Don't forget our mission." Hinata bit her lip in frustration, but in the end, she didn't attack Minato. Minato wasn't afraid of them. He calmly said, "Sorry, but our battle has to wait. I will deal with the disaster first." Then Minato looked off into the distance at Dotonbori. If he remembered correctly, it had been abandoned and ruined since the great disaster 50 years ago. Even without the disaster, monsters kept coming out. Minato thought no one would come here unless they were a complete fool. Minato quickly ran toward it, using magic to check the surroundings. A large number of monsters were pouring out. If not controlled, they could invade human settlements. Handling them alone would be very difficult. While he was worried, Riku appeared next to him and said quietly, "We will help you." Hearing that, Minato nodded and said, "Thank you, I really appreciate that. Weren't you trying to kill me before?" Riku shook his head and casually said, "We were just testing you, and besides, you passed, that's all." Hinata was now very quiet, just following closely behind the two of them. Minato didn't pay attention to that. He just felt that his problems kept increasing. Soon they arrived at the place being overrun by monsters. There were magical beasts and demon soldiers, continuously attacking humans. Hinata descended from the sky to the ground. She coldly said, "It's hunting time." After saying that, she summoned her fire magic and burned the monsters in front of her. Meanwhile, Riku wasn't idle either, swinging his sword repeatedly and taking down many magical beasts. Minato wasn't free either. He created a series of spells. In an instant, many magic beams appeared in the sky, shooting down monsters. Minato looked down and said he would handle the smaller ones while waiting for the boss. But then, he suddenly saw a lone figure inside the ruined city. A middle-aged man with a cane was walking quickly. Minato hurriedly ran toward him, worried and shouting, "Sorry to bother you. Are you all right?" But there was no response. Minato followed the man and reminded him, "This place is dangerous. I think we should take you to a safer area." Saying that, Minato reached out to grab the man's hand. But at that moment, the man suddenly turned around and glared at him. This startled Minato. The man realized his own rudeness and quickly said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Don't worry about me." And then he left. Minato watched the man's back, a little confused. Why would an old man be wandering around here? Moreover, he looked very familiar. Who exactly is he? The man walked straight out, where a car was waiting. He got into the car and instructed the driver to leave. A while later, the police and the defense force arrived at the scene. They also joined in fighting the monsters. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but be impressed. They reacted quickly. They were ready to deal with disasters, just like Shogo said. Even so, they still lacked experience. Just then, a police officer saw Minato and shouted, "What are you doing here? This place is dangerous." But when they saw his face, their attitude changed. "Kusanagi Minato from the Special Magical Task Force. You're here. What a relief." As he spoke, a beast charged at him, but Minato quickly incinerated it with flames. He reminded in a stern voice, "Don't get careless during attacks." The other person quickly nodded. "Yes, sir." Minato asked, "What's our current situation?" The officer replied quietly, "The police and SDF have secured the area around Dotonbori. We're prioritizing civilian safety. However, they're not ready to handle the boss. Their forces are insufficient to deal with it." Hearing this, Minato reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm here." His words brought a sense of relief to those present. Minato smiled slightly and said, "And I'm not alone here." The officers looked up and saw Riku and Hinata taking down monsters. They exclaimed in surprise, "Magic nobility? Isn't that the Homarai and Kaichi clans? The special task force is working with magic nobility?" But regardless, they felt much more confident with Minato and the others there. They believed they would win. Just then, a huge surge of magical power suddenly filled the air, causing panic. An officer murmured shakily, "What's happening? My body feels heavy." Everyone looked over, and in the aura of magic, a figure quietly appeared. It was the demon commander. The boss had arrived. Seeing it, the officers were immediately terrified. "Impossible. This monster can destroy all of Osaka. We can't possibly win." But at that moment, Minato stepped forward, excited. "Finally, you've decided to show up." Hearing this, the officers were shocked. This can't be. They're facing the demon commander. How can he be so calm? But before Minato could act, Hinata shouted, "That's our prey. Just watch." She and Riku surged forward immediately. Minato sighed, a bit helpless. They were faster than him. "Well, all right. I'm sure they'll handle such a foe." Hinata quickly got close to the demon commander, excitedly saying, "No big deal, I'll vent my anger on you." Riku nodded in agreement, "I'll defeat you right here." Hinata quickly summoned her magic and shouted that she would blow the demon to pieces. Meanwhile, Riku was not idle, creating a giant rock. In a flash, the flames and the rock flew fiercely towards the demon general. The demon general wasn't careless, raising a hand to create magical circles. A level 5 fire magic was launched, revealing a giant sun. The heat was immense, forcing both Riku and Hinata to step back. Even the police couldn't stand it and moved away. Only Minato remained calm, standing firm. Once the brilliant light faded, the demon general stood tall, while the ground within 10 meters around it was shattered. Seeing this, both Hinata and Riku were terrified, realizing its counterattack and the magic's terrifying power. At that moment, the demon general spoke with disdain, asking if there wasn't a worthy mage among the weak humans. Hearing its voice, the surrounding police panicked, realizing it could talk. They had heard that these creatures had higher intelligence, but this was unexpected. Minato glanced at them, thinking that if the enemy was just a dumb monster, they'd be less scared. But an intelligent foe naturally brought fear. Of course, there were exceptions. Hinata shouted angrily, telling it not to underestimate her, and vowing to burn it to ashes with her full power. With those words, she unleashed all her magical power. Riku was also active, gripping his sword tightly and summoning level 8 magic known as the Spatial Sword, a secret technique of the Kaichi family. Seeing this, Minato exclaimed excitedly, recognizing it as original magic. No one answered, but both Hinata and Riku shouted in unison, declaring that the demon would surely die this time. The demon general responded indifferently, noting their impressive magical strength. Hinata snorted, asking if it finally recognized their power, but the demon replied it wasn't talking about them. It was referring to Minato standing in the distance, sensing his powerful magic energy. Riku and Hinata had no idea who it meant, but they were furious, charging forward in anger, calling it a bastard for underestimating them. Hinata created an ethereal image with fire to strike down, but the demon general withstood it. At the same time, Riku swung his sword to attack, but the demon general vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Riku. Then, it started counterattacking, and Riku and Hinata had to work together to defend. However, the demon general was too strong, steadily forcing them back. Meanwhile, in the sky, composite magical circles suddenly appeared. It was level 6 fusion magic, a raging fire tornado. The fire tornado swept through wildly, putting immense pressure on Riku and Hinata. Before long, they collapsed on the ground, biting their lips hard. They quickly stood up again. They wanted to mount another joint attack. But Minato stepped forward, saying he'd handle the rest. Hearing this, Hinata protested, doubting he could fight it, reminding Minato that even they, noble mages, couldn't. Riku squinted at him, suggesting that running away might not be a bad option. But Minato ignored him, walking forward calmly, saying it wasn't a problem for him to handle such a monster. Those words left Riku stunned. Didn't he see that powerful magical energy? Hinata, in a frenzy, yelled that it couldn't be, refusing to accept it. She insisted they couldn't disgrace that person, needing to prove their worth. Seeing this, Riku felt a bit helpless. Minato didn't care what they thought. He quickly moved in front of the demon general, smirking, and said, "Looks like I've kept you waiting." The demon general stared at him, speaking coolly, "Unbelievable magical power. Who are you?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "Do I really have to answer that?" The demon general wasn't surprised, calmly replying, "Maybe not. Dealing with people like you holds no value for us." Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of excitement. The demon general didn't back down, speaking slowly, "If that's the case, go ahead and show me what you got." As soon as it finished speaking, it reached out towards Minato. He remained calm, unleashing his magic power. The demon general madly attacked him, but its claws hit some invisible barrier, unable to harm Minato. However, Hinata on the outside couldn't see clearly and thought Minato had been hit. She laughed smugly and said, "See, I told you. You can't do anything. You can't beat the demon general." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Minato move and land a punch on the demon general. He stood there confidently, saying coldly, "How troublesome." Riku and Hinata were stunned to see that he hadn't suffered any damage from all those attacks. But soon, Riku realized that merely defending was pointless. With the demon general's strong defenses, how could they possibly injure it? Meanwhile, Minato was considering an issue. There was a spell he wanted to try, but maybe now wasn't the time. A random spell should do. With that thought, Minato cast a level 9 void spell called Radiant Light. Seeing this, Hinata couldn't help but shout, "A level 9 spell? Level 8 is our limit." Ignoring their reactions, Minato continued to focus on his spellcasting. In an instant, beams of radiant light shot wildly through the air, quickly enveloping the demon general's body. When the radiant light faded, the demon general's body had turned into fragments. The officers outside were stunned by the sight. Is it over? He defeated an enemy that even noble mages struggled against. Unbelievable. They quickly rushed towards Minato, showering him with praise. Minato didn't pay attention, walking up to Riku and Hinata, smiling and said, "See, that was nothing to me." Hinata bit her lip angrily, her eyes filled with frustration. He won, and so easily. They weren't his match. In their current state, there was nothing they could do. Seeing them remain silent, Minato asked again, "Want to continue from where we left off?" Riku immediately shook his head and replied, "No. We've already lost. You've passed the challenge." Minato squinted at him, raising an eyebrow to ask, "You're going to explain everything now, right?" Riku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, of course. But for that, we'll need one more person." Hearing this, Minato glanced back and saw Shizuku approaching. Shizuku looked at him and asked curiously, "Did you know everything from the start?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Of course. You know you can't hide anything from me." Minato said she needed to explain why they were testing him, why mages had been weakening over the past 50 years, and why she decided to cooperate with the noble mages. Hearing Minato's stream of questions, a hint of helplessness appeared in Shizuku's eyes. After a while, Shizuku brought Minato and the others back to her home. Minato sat opposite her, speaking coldly. "All right, let's hear the whole story, Mrs. Shizuku. You know about these people, don't you?" Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I even knew you were going to be attacked." Minato frowned and asked, "Tell me why." Hearing this question, Riku and Hinata, who were outside, fell silent and said nothing. After a long moment, Riku finally spoke slowly. "We wanted to see if you were using your power for personal gain, if you truly had the capability." Minato listened and, still confused, asked, "Is that why you involved my teammates in this test?" Riku shook his head slightly and replied, "It was just a threat. We had no intention of harming anyone." Minato snorted coldly. "Then why did you do it?" Riku slowly answered each question. "You and your team could become a threat to the magic aristocracy. It was a dangerous situation for Japan." Hearing this, Minato was not satisfied and retorted, "That's the consequence of your irresponsibility. The special magic team never intended to offend the magic nobility. It was you who meddled in our affairs." Hinata, hearing this, was dissatisfied and wanted to argue, but Riku quickly stopped her. "No, he's right." He knew well that when the first disaster struck, the nobility turned a blind eye. He had to admit their response was careless, but the world still needed the magic aristocracy. Minato narrowed his eyes at Riku, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At this moment, Shizuku interrupted. "The origin of this issue began 50 years ago. It started with your death, which led to Japan's current situation, and ultimately, the birth of the magic aristocracy. With the passing of many magicians, including Ichikami Minato, and the disappearance of most demon generals, the number of illegal magicians in Japan increased. During the disaster, both the civilians and the defense forces were exhausted, making control impossible, turning Japan into a self-governing nation. The legal magicians fought bravely to stop the bad magicians. But Japan was on the verge of collapse, and everyone was tired and lost hope in the future. All were stirred by the death of Ichikami Minato, who was the people's hope, but he was gone." Speaking of this, Shizuku sighed helplessly. The remaining magicians carefully pondered how they would rebuild Japan and restore the people's faith. Shizuku's face was filled with sorrow at this moment. Minato, hearing this, understood the issue and spoke indifferently. "So, the magic nobility was established." Shizuku nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. They created a clear force, the magic aristocracy, to regain the people's trust, believing that with a new hero like Ichikami Minato, Japan could return to peace. The power of magicians at that time was very dangerous. Thus, the magic aristocracy confiscated all magic books and related materials nationwide. They accepted talented magicians, and if not, they would kill them, all to monopolize magic knowledge and skills." Shizuku spoke increasingly with resignation. A ban was enforced across Japan. At that time, rumors or traditions of magic were all banned, and Japan gradually returned to peace. The result was that magicians became weaker. Minato nodded knowingly. The police gradually lagged in technology and knowledge. It's a common story, isn't it? He still remembered the situation 50 years ago. Many civilians and magicians died in the disaster, and many used magic for evil purposes. It was easy to imagine what would happen if he died. But Minato also didn't trust the nobility. He asks skeptically, "However, does the magic aristocracy have the capability to do those things?" Hearing this, Shizuku glanced over at Riku, who was standing far away. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked softly, "Do you still remember Mumyu Hifumi?" Minato nodded slightly. "I remember, he was my student." He always had issues with Minato, a miserable, arrogant guy, but it couldn't be denied that he was talented. Shizuku spoke softly. "He is now the president of Mumyu Company, a major company in Japan. Initially known as the heir to the Mumyu Corporation, he's since supported the magic aristocracy." Hearing this, Minato nodded knowingly. "I see, connecting with the world economy leads to politics. But I didn't know he was the heir to the corporation." Shizuku smiled involuntarily and said helplessly, "Haha, you're still the same. You don't care about money and fame, just about magic and the people." Indifferently shrugging, Minato puckered his lips. I don't see much of a problem. Shizuku glanced at Riku and Hinata once more. After a long time, she continued, the number of magicians in Japan is the lowest in the world. They once led during the time you were Ichikami Minato, but now they are no longer the same. Hinata heard this and was dissatisfied, retorting, Japan became peaceful thanks to our predecessors. That has never changed. Minato glanced at her, puckered his lips, and asked, so what's your plan if a disaster strikes again? This question left Hinata stunned, unsure of what to do. Riku hesitated for a long time before speaking. Back then, we thought the disaster wouldn't happen again. Even if it did, we believed the police could handle it. In the worst-case scenario, the magic aristocracy could resolve everything. Humph. Minato snorted, dissatisfied, scolding, were all those assumptions wrong? Riku immediately shrank his neck and said nothing more. He glanced at Shizuku and asked, you knew all about this, didn't you, Mrs. Shizuku? Yes, I've been involved for 50 years now. Shizuku nodded gently. But I'm not part of the magic nobility. My power and influence aren't as strong as theirs. Now, I just make weapons to fight monsters. Hearing this, Minato knitted his brows tightly. So this was the truth from 50 years ago. The magic nobility and the decline of wizards. The lack of knowledge about magic and the many disasters and the reason behind it. But is this the whole truth? Thinking about it, Minato squinted at Shizuku and questioned, you've told me everything, right? Shizuku was startled and quickly said, yes, there are no more secrets. Riku and another person glanced at him too, but didn't say anything. Minato looked at all three of them, then sighed helplessly after a while. He suggested, let's end this discussion here. I have a proposal. Hinata frowned and murmured doubtfully. A proposal? Minato calmly said, why don't we form a team? This suggestion made Hinata dissatisfied. Ignoring this, Minato continued, let's consider it a partnership. I'm not saying I'll work under any of you. You've seen the disasters before. Our cooperation is necessary. Hearing this, Hinata immediately scoffed mockingly. Oh, the hero Kusanagi Minato needs our help now? Minato ignored the comment and calmly explained. I have my own limits too. If the magic nobility joins, so much the better. We can overcome any disaster. None of you oppose helping the people, right? After hesitating for a while, Riku finally spoke. It's an invitation we can't refuse. We can't defeat the demon leader, so we have to rely on you. Then, Takagami also proposed, let me join too. With my methods, I can make weapons. Of course, Minato didn't refuse, nodding and smiling, thank you both. Then all three turned to look at Hinata. Hinata's eyes were filled with reluctance, but she eventually shouted in annoyance, fine, you want us to cooperate, right? Hinata said Minato better not bring this up again, and if he complained, she'd knock on his head. Without hesitation, Minato nodded and replied, all right, I get it. And don't take hostages anymore. Hinata coldly replied, got it. And so, the special magic team and the magic nobility became allies. This was the first cooperation between the magic nobility and others in 50 years. Minato suddenly remembered something, muttering, now that I think about it, why do I feel like I forgot something? Must be my imagination. What he forgot was the group of people in black who were taken down at Ryuji's house, along with the Ruka sisters. When they saw them, they were very surprised, not understanding what was happening. The next day at the local police academy in Osaka. When Minato arrived, a group of people approached to greet him. Hello, Captain Kusanagi Minato. Minato felt intimidated by their enthusiasm, unsure of how to react. At that moment, an authoritative voice shouted, line up, you're not students anymore. Hearing this, everyone stood up straight and got in line. A middle-aged man quickly stepped out and spoke. Sorry about this, Captain Kusanagi. It's embarrassing for the police force to have people acting like this, like kids. Minato looked at them in confusion, nodded, and mumbled, right. The man continued, but it's understandable. The special magic unit's performance during the disaster was so impressive, even I want to join this training. Hearing this, Minato sighed reluctantly. There weren't just the police officers inside. Outside, a crowd wanted to see Minato. But Minato wasn't paying much attention to that. He began training the officers on the field. As soon as he finished speaking, all the police officers cast level 1 spells simultaneously. During training, some female officers sneaked glances at Minato. He helplessly held his head, thinking the media was effective. They didn't look thrilled, but at least they were enthusiastic. But he's not going easy on them. And so, the police experienced a grueling day, nothing short of hell. Minato stood on the sidelines like a demon instructor, yelling, this is a workout to train your bodies in power. Run while sensing the magic. Act like you're relying on it. The group kept running, sweating profusely, moaning and groaning, echoing across the training ground. Minato didn't pay attention, smiled devilishly, and said, relax, I have recovery magic. Train freely. If it hurts, I'll heal you. Stop complaining and keep running. The enemy won't care about your problems. The group ran desperately, clenching their teeth, and kept going. A week later, all the police officers participating in the training felt the magic. Minato nodded in satisfaction. You've all done very well. You're completely different from a week ago. He told them to keep training even when he wasn't around. They were the protectors of Osaka's peace. Hearing this, the officers were deeply moved. Some couldn't help but burst into tears. Minato didn't pay attention to them and turned to leave, leaving the rest to them. Afterwards, the Osaka police's magical strength improved, matching Tokyo's team. Minato felt it was time to return to Tokyo, or else he'd have to deal with another press conference. A few days later, the media quickly reported that the Special Magic Unit would be partnering with the noble magic families of Homurai and Kaiichi. The media frenzy exploded, and people started talking about it. People all over Japan were paying attention to what was happening behind the scenes. Even students still in school were interested in this. But one thing puzzled the media. Why didn't the Mizuha family's head appear at the press conference? And what were these noble magic families thinking? When did Japan become united against disaster? Elsewhere, at the Tokyo police training ground, Minato glanced back at two people and asked, "Can't you reach the old man?" Yuika nodded slightly. "We've tried many times." Ruka also said helplessly, "Once again, we've been abandoned by him." Minato frowned and said, "I'm a bit worried that the head of your family hasn't appeared yet." Ruka pouted. "We thought he would come if we unified with the Homurai and Kaiichi families." Minato pondered. If the relationship between the two sides is fine, Yuika and Ruka's problem with their father should be resolved. But Tushiro remained silent. Maybe I should look into this. Minato stood there silently as Ruka and her sister watched him closely. After a while, Yuika suddenly spoke with enthusiasm. "We heard you were successful in Osaka." Ruka nodded in agreement. "Yes, we're very proud of you." Smiling spontaneously, Minato pouted, "Nothing but trouble comes my way." While the three were talking, Shogo quietly observed Minato. When Minato wasn't around, the Dark Mage didn't appear. He couldn't help but suspect Minato might be the Dark Mage. But if Minato is a bad mage, Shogo would have to arrest him, and he really didn't want that to happen. He could only hope his suspicions were wrong. In the afternoon, Minato quietly went home alone. It was rare to see all three members of the Ruka family busy, but going home alone was fine. On the way, he was suddenly stopped. It was the servants of the Mizuha family. They bowed to him and respectfully said, "Kusanagi Minato, we are here to escort you back." A moment later, at the Mizuha family mansion, Tushiru glared at Minato and asked, dissatisfied, "I hear my daughter is living with you. If you have any bad intentions toward her, I will finish you off right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his magical power. Minato felt a bit speechless and sighed, "But we are just friends." Tushiru frowned slightly and continued to question, "You won't harm even a hair on her head, right?" Minato calmly nodded. "I won't do that to my friend." He didn't expect Tushiro to call him here, just because he was worried about his daughter. He guessed that the man still had the qualities of a father. While Minato was thinking, Tushiro suddenly called out, "Come here." The two quickly moved outside to the yard. Tushiro stood in the air and coldly suggested, "Let's have a battle." Minato didn't hesitate and agreed, "All right, I don't mind." Seeing him agree, Tushiro unleashed the magic power in his body. Minato didn't hold back either. His powerful magic quickly spread out. Tushiro really wanted to fight with him and immediately used a level 7 spell to attack. Furious water waves surged forward. Minato didn't dare to be careless and also used a level 7 spell to counterattack. With a loud crash, the two powerful energies collided. The two quickly landed on the ground. Tushiro squinted at Minato and couldn't help but praise. "You can counter the weakness of water magic with firepower at the same level. You're strong. I trust you with my daughter." Having said so, he passed by Minato. Minato watched Tushiru's back, not knowing what he was thinking. Elsewhere in a large house, Akuto was so angry that he smashed everything around him. He screamed madly, "All of you, a bunch of useless fools. Chrono is still alive and well. That's enough holding back. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." He then pointed at the person beside him and fiercely questioned, "Will you meet my demands?" Tushiru nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, I will eliminate the Dark Mage." Akuto glared at him and coldly said, "I will launch a full-scale war in the uprising of the Black Rebellion and the Dark Mage. Just wait, Dark Mage." The next day in class, Minato was once again surrounded by a crowd of female students. He felt really helpless. Everything was even more troublesome than before. Yuika was facing a similar situation, with more and more students surrounding her. And this caught the attention of another group of female students. They were extremely displeased with Yuika being admired like that. Yuika finally couldn't take the constant questioning anymore and made an excuse to leave, saying she needed to go to the restroom. She ran out into the hallway, softly complaining to herself that she was used to it, but it was so tiring to be followed around like that. At that moment, a group of female students blocked her way, and the red-haired girl in charge raised an eyebrow and asked, Mizuha, are you free right now? Then they found a secluded corner of the school, which clearly wasn't good. The red-haired girl used her foot to press Yuika against the wall. She angrily snarled, "You're such a nuisance. Do you even know that someone like you got into the special magic team? Don't think being from the nobility means you get special treatment." The blue-haired girl next to her joined in, accusing, "I said she did something shady to get in. She's been spoiled since she was little." Hearing this, Yuika couldn't hold back and shouted in defense, "I got in there with my own abilities. I've trained for it. Why would I do something dirty?" With a scoff, the red-haired girl complained, "So, you're saying you don't like Kusanagi? That you wouldn't call him your boyfriend? People in the magical nobility wouldn't dare lie, right?" Yuika was struck silent by this question, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Minato appeared and fiercely yelled, "What are you all doing here?" His shout startled the three girls. The red-haired girl hurriedly explained, "We don't feel okay with Mizuha getting such good treatment because she's part of the nobility." The blue-haired girl nodded in agreement, asserting she'd used those connections. Seeing Minato stay silent, the red-haired girl grew even more arrogant, brazenly questioning, "Surely you're supporting her, right? It's not surprising for someone as powerful as you. It's too unfair." Yuika heard these accusations but couldn't say a word in retort. She was always like this, timid when her abilities were questioned. Minato frowned at her, standing quietly for a long moment. Seeing this, the three girls became more pleased with themselves, constantly laughing and saying they might do even better if they were in the group. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then he coldly said, "I see you're very enthusiastic. Fine, I'll let you join the special magic team training." Minato stated they would be recruited once they completed the training session. In an instant, the three girls were thrilled, eagerly swearing they'd succeed. Seeing this scene, Yuika felt like she was in an ice pit, not knowing what to do. In the afternoon, at the police station training ground, Minato led the three girls there, confidently announcing, "These three will join the training starting today." Ruji squinted at the girls, sneering, saying he hadn't seen them before, and Ruka nodded, agreeing they didn't look exemplary, and their strength seemed lacking. Yuika was confused, wondering if Minato really intended to let them join. But quickly, she forced herself not to lose focus. Everything she needed to do now was what needed to be done. The three girls still didn't know what awaited them ahead and were excitedly chatting away. However, their chatter made Ruka dissatisfied, thinking they took it too lightly. Ryuji also grumbled, wondering what was wrong with them. Minato knew what Ryuji and Ruka were worried about, and he calmly said, "For now, don't think about anything else. They need this training." The red-haired girl wasn't thinking about training at all. She was just happy to be near Minato. But her joy didn't last long. As soon as training began, she found even breathing hard, let alone focusing on Minato. Unfortunately, Minato didn't pay attention, leading the run, urging everyone to keep going. "Run like you're relying on it. Enemies don't care about you. Imagine a monster chasing you." Ruka's group was used to this. They kept running forward. But the three girls couldn't, starting to complain after just a short run. After the run, Minato had them doing push-ups, and the three girls quickly collapsed, unable to hold out for long. Next up is practicing magic. By now, the three girls had decided they had to escape, or they might die. But before they got far, a hand pulled them back. Minato smiled with a devilish grin and asked, "Where are you going? This is just the beginning." Eventually, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and started crying, saying no normal person could train like this, that it was torture, and he was intentionally hurting them. Minato ignored them and pointed to the distance. He calmly continued, "At first, they couldn't handle it either, but they improved day by day to gain the strength they have now." Hearing him, the three girls' faces turned sour. But Minato didn't care and continued speaking. "Yuika always works hard, constantly moving forward, yet she still thinks she's not talented." His tone became sharp, and still, some people think she got in easily because of looks or connections, which have nothing to do with it. As he spoke, he approached the red-haired girl, causing her to tremble in fear. Minato showed no mercy, speaking coldly, "Yuika is a very important friend to me, and I won't forgive anyone who tries to hurt her." The three girls shivered, reflexively, their tears starting to fall. Unable to hold back anymore, they turned and ran, begging for mercy. Minato watched them leave, sighed helplessly, and said, "Gosh, they're so cowardly." They could have continued if they were willing to train. Ruji walked up beside him, mumbling curiously, "What's wrong with those girls?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied, "Don't worry about them, they're just pathetic." Meanwhile, Yuika finally understood why Minato allowed those girls to join the training. In the afternoon, after training, on the way home, Yuika spoke gratefully, "I heard what you said there, thank you for standing up for me." Then, she gave him a genuinely sincere smile. Minato casually said, "I think showing them reality like this will make them stop flattering and spreading nonsense." But Yuika, still cheerful, laughed and said, "You just told me not to worry about that, right?" Minato nodded confusedly. "Yes, that's right." At this moment, Yuika was really happy and murmured softly, "But, I'll tell you, I also consider you important." "Really?" Minato raised an eyebrow, seemingly not paying much attention. Yuika knew important meant something different to him, but for now, it was enough for her that one day she would become strong enough to stand beside Minato. At that time, Yuika would become very strong. Thinking of this, she suddenly quickened her pace. With a playful tone, she said, "I'll be strong enough to defeat you, Minato, so be prepared." Then, Yuika turned to look at Minato, giving him a radiant smile. The next day, disasters strike again, and monsters are raging and destroying everything. Quickly, several figures appear at the scene. It's Minato and Hinata. After hearing the disaster alert, they rushed over. Together, they work to handle the disaster, with Hinata's impulsive nature charging forward first. Minato, with no other choice, quickly follows. The two swiftly use their magic to defeat the beasts. Seeing this, the fleeing civilians can't help but marvel at how the Special Magic Team and the Noble Mage Society are truly collaborating. And with the Special Magic Team's cooperation, the reputation of the Noble Mage Society is gradually being restored. The trend now is that dark mages are eliminating illegal mages, while the Special Magic Team deals with disasters and monsters. The Magic Team is a special kind of business focusing on students as its core, and some see it as a police organization. Frequent delays in response have led to increasing criticism of the police. Meanwhile, in a city hospital, a boy around 9 years old lies comatose in a hospital bed. Just then, the window of the hospital room suddenly opens. Someone silently sneaks into the room. It's Minato, using recovery magic to heal the boy in the bed. In an instant, the boy's body is enveloped by magical aura. Recovery magic is ineffective for comatose people, but Minato hopes it will help the boy's body and mind. Despite continuous treatment, nothing has changed, and it seems the recovery magic isn't working. Remembering the hopeless look on Leona's face as this boy is her brother, Minato frowns. Minato is determined not to give up. But at that moment, a noise outside startles him. It turns out to be Leona, who opens the door and walks in. Leona suddenly senses something and mutters, "I feel like someone is here, or perhaps it's just my imagination." She's not wrong. Minato is indeed there, but before she can see him, he jumps out of the window. Leona approaches her brother's bed, whispering, "How are you feeling?" Although I guess I already know the answer. Then she starts telling Kai stories about dark mages. Leona says that the dark mage is an incredible person, his magic is absolute, and he's proactive and reliable. She's never met anyone like Minato before. After praising Minato for a while, Leona complains, "But sometimes he can be quite obnoxious." She says this because Minato forced her to train for long periods, being strict and harsh. At this point, Leona bursts out laughing, but within that laughter is a trace of sadness. Her hand on the bed is trembling non-stop. Leona whispers to herself, "I won't give up. I'll make sure no one suffers like you." She promises to overthrow Black Rebellion at any cost. Leona hangs her head, her figure filled with despair. She gently strokes Kai's pale skin as he lies in the hospital bed. After a long while, she softly murmurs, "I'm sorry, Kai." Leona stays by Kai's side all night. Minato quickly left the hospital. The next evening, at a warehouse, as they had planned, Minato arrived at the meeting point to see Leona, only to find several strangers there, making him ask in confusion who they were. Leona cheerfully explained that they were his teammates. Minato frowned and asked where she found these people. Shrugging and pouting playfully, Leona replied that she didn't find them. They found each other after she posted his pictures and videos online to see if they would contact her. Minato nodded in understanding and realized that was the case. Seeing him silent, Leona continued, assuring him that she had verified their identities and that they were trustworthy. At that moment, everyone present was excitedly cheering, saying this was truly Chrono, the real dark sorcerer. Minato looked at the scene with dissatisfaction. He coldly said he was there to train them and wouldn't delay any longer, telling them to get ready. Upon hearing this, everyone enthusiastically shouted that they were ready, confident, despite their appearances. Minato smiled slightly, pouting, and said he was looking forward to it. In less than an hour, all of them were exhausted, as Minato's rigorous training was too intense, and he voiced his displeasure, calling them useless and urging them to train as if their lives depended on it. Even though the newcomers were very enthusiastic at first, their dedication was clear, and they made significant progress under Minato's guidance. A new strategy team specializing in information hacking and manipulation was formed. An action team targeted the bases of the Black Rebellion and destroyed them. The Dark Sorcerer gained support from underground organizations, increasing Minato's influence. At the police station, information about these activities inevitably reached them. During break time, they couldn't help but gossip about the Black Rebellion's hubs being heavily affected, wondering if this was a feud between illegal mages, with some viewing the Dark Sorcerer as neutral. Shogo was also present and grew increasingly upset hearing these discussions. He angrily dismissed the idea of neutrality, declaring that these illegal sorcerers were just criminals, and he wouldn't let them continue. Meanwhile, Akuto was also very angry, gritting his teeth and cursing, furious that Minato dared challenge them again, declaring he was not the same as before. At that moment, a subordinate arrived to report that everything was ready. Akuto, dissatisfied with the delay, called them useless and vowed to close in on them himself, promising to personally eliminate them, telling them to wait, including Kusanagi Minato, Chrono. Despite the shocking news outside, at the police station, everyone continued their diligent training. Throughout this time, Shugo quietly observed Minato. Minato was exceptional, yet Shogo couldn't help but suspect he might be Chrono. Given Minato's age, abilities, and the timing of his appearance, it was hard for Shogo not to doubt him. He wanted to believe that Minato wasn't the Dark Mage. While Shogo was deep in thought, Ruka, along with two others, stood before Minato, apologizing profusely. Minato looked at the broken bracelets in his hand, feeling a bit startled. Yuika hurriedly explained. We tried to fix them, but Minato cut her off coldly, saying, "It's all right, don't worry, they just exceeded their limits." It seemed that someone new like him couldn't craft weapons to defeat monsters. He still needed to consult Shizuku. At that moment, Ruji expressed his discontent. I can't say I like this. Ruka also grumbled. I think they're going to raid us at night to test us. Yuka couldn't accept sneaking into houses at night either. Seeing their discontent, Minato quickly spoke up. I'm upset too, but thinking about future cooperation with them is necessary. I'm sorry, but can everyone let this go? With his words, Ruka and the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ruka suddenly remembered something, speaking up urgently. Speaking of which, the magic nobility acted a bit strange at that time. I wasn't attacked by magic, but they seemed unaware of their situation. Minato slowly explained, it's exhausting magic. Magic that absorbs strength and memories. They don't remember what happened after the magic was used on them. Seeing they had no more issues, he quickly suggested, all right, training's over, let's head home. However, Ruka and the others said they were busy and then went their separate ways. Minato felt a bit helpless, but he didn't say anything. At that moment, Shugo approached and offered, Kusanagi, want me to drive you home? Minato didn't refuse and got into Shogo's car to head home. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shogo slowly began. Recently, the Dark Mage is expanding his influence. Minato couldn't help but frown. Are you still suspecting me? Shogo neither confirmed nor denied it. He just gave a faint smile. Chrono is exceptional. I think you'll recognize it someday. Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted. I don't know anything. Shogo squinted at him, asking suspiciously, why? Minato calmly replied, is this Chrono guy bad? I haven't seen or heard him doing anything wrong. Without hesitation, Shogo answered, from what I know, he's a good person, but he's still a criminal. Minato, puzzled, asked, why? Shogo hesitated for a moment, then stopped the car by the roadside, silence filling the air inside. After a long pause, he finally spoke, my father was a policeman, a figure of justice. He was an exceptional man, and Shogo once had a happy and proud family. Shogo's father used to say that criminals are human too, with a conscience, and if you're honest with them, they'll understand. As a child, Shogo respected him for that and wanted to become a policeman like him. But Shogo's father was killed. He tried to negotiate with a criminal who was holding hostages. But that criminal cast a magic spell on Shogo's father. For someone who didn't know magic, like his father, he collapsed immediately. The more Shogo talked, the more furious he became, biting his lip until it bled. He was too stubborn with his beliefs, trusting criminals and being cruelly repaid by them, he said through gritted teeth. The guy was charged with robbery and murder and was captured. When he was asked why he killed Shogo's father, he answered that he was scared. It wasn't his fault. It was Shogo's father's fault. Every time Shogo thought about it, his anger would surge. He yelled loudly, bullshit. He said he was scared. The victim should be scared. My father was being murdered, even killed for an undeserving reason. Shogo would never forgive such people. Criminals are all the same to him. Even if you save someone, criminals don't deserve forgiveness, he continued. Shogo finally couldn't take it anymore and dropped his head onto the steering wheel, sobbing as he muttered, Father, what was all this supposed to prove? Minato was quietly listening by his side, not saying a word. If Shogo had shared so much, it must have had a big impact on him. After a while, Shogo realized he had overreacted and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I overreacted in front of you. I'll rely on you once more tomorrow. Then Shogo continued running and dropped Minato off at his house. As for Shogo, he went back home with a heavy heart. The next morning at the Magic Academy, Ruka and her sister were waiting for Minato, but he hadn't arrived, which left them a bit annoyed. Meanwhile, Minato was sprinting frantically down the street. As he passed by a building, he noticed two shady-looking men. It was clear they weren't up to any good. Just then, the screen on the building started losing signal. When the signal returned, Akuto appeared on the screen, boldly announcing that the news broadcast had been taken over by Black Rebellion. The people around who saw him became immediately confused. But others recognized Akuto and started gossiping, saying he was Kuroi, a former noble in the magic world. Akuto had taken over the television station and declared confidently, "Special Magic Unit and Chrono, I have a gift for you." He announced that Black Rebellion had planted numerous bombs across Japan. Akuto also warned the police not to act recklessly, or he'd set them off one by one. But as soon as he finished speaking, Akuto snapped his fingers. Immediately, loud explosions resounded, with smoke and fire filling the sky, causing chaos among the people. Debris began to fall, and a single hit would mean certain death. Luckily, Minato was there, using magic barriers to protect the people. After escaping the danger, the people hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, the police had received the information, but it was riddled with interference. Shogo bit his lip, knowing that neither the police nor the special magic unit could act. Yuika was trying to contact Minato but couldn't reach him. Worriedly, she said, "I can't get in touch with Minato. What's he doing?" Meanwhile, at the television station, Akuto laughed triumphantly. "Chrono, you'll have to come to the designated location alone. If you don't comply, I'll detonate all the bombs at once. You won't run away, will you, Chrono?" Minato looked up at the large screen in front of him, his face showing clear concern. By nightfall, Minato donned the uniform of a dark sorcerer and headed to the meeting spot set by Akuto. In his earphones, Leona hesitantly mentioned that this warehouse at the port used to be a safe place and asked if he was really doing this. Minato nodded, saying, "Yeah, it'll be fine." On the other end, Leona hesitated a moment before voicing her concern. "Be careful, Chrono. Don't die before we do." "Of course," Minato replied confidently with a smile. A short while later, he arrived at the specified warehouse. Even though the warehouse was abandoned, it was still lit. A group of tough-looking guys with colorful hair gathered there, not looking friendly. As soon as Minato appeared, they surrounded him. Akuto stepped out from among them, coldly saying, "I've waited a long time for you, Chrono." Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "I've waited so long for this day, the day I get to beat you to a pulp." He claimed these were top sorcerers with superior strength, and that all of the strongest in Black Rebellion were present. Minato snorted and coldly replied, "So if I defeat everyone here, Black Rebellion will be destroyed, right?" Hearing this, Akuto laughed as if he heard a joke, throwing his head back again. His henchman mocked, "Are you stupid, thinking you alone can win?" Akuto bit his lip fiercely, emitting a malicious aura. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Shut up, you bastard. That's how those who underestimated him got beaten, but I'm not like them. I won't hold back. I'll kill Chrono, never lowering my guard." Minato let out a cold laugh and sneered, "You think you can do it?" Then he prepared to charge forward. Seeing this, Akuto laughed. "Come on, you can't fight back. You know that, or I'll blow up the city with bombs. How many people do you think will die?" Immediately, Minato's steps halted. Akuto saw this and triumphantly ordered, "Kill him." In an instant, a barrage of magic surged toward Minato, but it was blocked by a barrier. This made Akuto grind his teeth with dissatisfaction. A magic shield, this troublesome bastard. His henchmen kept targeting Minato, but before long, they were exhausted. But Minato remained unscathed, calmly stating, "It's useless. Level 3 magic doesn't work on me." Akuto grew increasingly furious, punching one of his henchmen in frustration. "All of you are useless. Can't even scratch him." Minato couldn't help but scoff. "Trash." Akuto wasn't backing down. "This trash is going to kill you brutally." He said Minato was strong, with a massive amount of magic and high-level spells. Normally there wouldn't be a chance against him. Then Akuto pulled out a gun, smirked, and asked, "But how about this?" Minato wasn't worried, casually saying, "Guns don't affect me." But just as he finished speaking, a bullet grazed his face, leaving a small cut, and blood started to ooze out. Akuto laughed triumphantly. "I was really looking forward to seeing that expression on your face. This gun is enchanted to negate all kinds of magic, able to pierce through anything, even the strongest magic barriers." Akuto then began shooting at Minato, who quickly dodged, not daring to relax. Akuto muttered in dissatisfaction, "It's been a while since I used a gun, barely hitting any." But then he noticed a surge of magic around Minato. In a flash, the wound on his face healed. Moreover, other wounds on his body disappeared too. Akuto's face turned grim. "You're using healing magic, aren't you?" Minato calmly replied, "Don't confuse them. This is natural magic. It activates automatically without my permission. I don't resist it." Akuto bit his lip angrily, but quickly calmed down and said, "Never mind. It's not important anymore. Healing won't change the situation. In fact, it's better for me because I'll get to hurt you even more." As soon as he finished, Akuto started shooting at Minato again. He pulled the trigger and laughed smugly. "Does it hurt? It must hurt a lot, right? Even if the wound heals, you'll still feel the pain." But Akuto didn't notice that his subordinates looked alarmed, because the wounds on Minato were just skin deep. and he had healing magic that would soon close them. The more Akuto watched, the more shocked he became. Strange, none of the shots hit directly. Did he dodge them? No way. At that moment, a sound came through Minato's earpiece, and he nodded, replying, "Is that so? Got it, I understand." Ignoring him, Akuto shouted angrily, "How dare you talk to your allies right in front of your enemy? Why do you insult me like this? I've had enough. I'm going to kill you." But before he could act, Minato cast a level 5 spell. In an instant, a whirlwind swept through the warehouse. It quickly enveloped the Black Rebellion members, and then tossed them outside. Once the wind calmed, all those people had been defeated. Akuto angrily bit his lip again and picked up his phone to order, "Detonate the bomb now." But the response he got shocked him. "What did you say?" Minato spoke up, "It's useless. All the bombs have been deactivated by my allies." Akuto was stunned. Minato let out a cold laugh and said coolly, "I must admit, it did hurt, but I'll return it 100-fold. Akuto was even more enraged, grinding his teeth. "You bastard, I'll kill you!" Just then, Shugo arrived with a group, shouting, "That's enough." Yuika glared at Akuto and said coldly, "All the bombs are deactivated." Ruka also warned, "Stop your pointless interference." Minato frowned. "They got here quickly. Were they waiting nearby without us noticing?" Ruka looked at Minato's back and whispered, "That's the Dark Sorcerer Chrono, right?" Ryuji exclaimed excitedly, "The power is strong too." Only Karin knew it was Minato in front of them, and she was a bit worried. Did he really come here alone? We need to help him quickly. Minato saw that they had arrived and immediately said, "The situation has changed now." Akuto bit his lip angrily, his eyes filled with rage. Just then, a figure stepped outside, speaking in a low voice. "Seems you're having a tough time, huh?" Seeing this person, Ruka and her sister were immediately alarmed. Because that person was Tushiro. Yuika couldn't hold back and questioned, asking why he was there. Ruka, feeling the same frustration, asked why he was standing with Kuroi. Akuto smirked and said confidently, "Of course, it's because we're friends." Ruka and Yuika were in disbelief, confused as they asked their father what was going on. Tushiro kept his indifferent attitude and said coldly, "I have no obligation to tell you too." At this point, the sisters Ruka couldn't accept that their revered father was working with an underworld criminal. Shogo, however, wasn't focused on this and went towards Minato, trying to capture him. Minato frowned and asked, "Is this really the time to treat me like an enemy?" Karen interrupted, saying Kusanagi is not here, we should cooperate instead. Ryuji nodded in agreement, saying yes, there's no time for misunderstandings now. Biting his lip, Shogo hesitated for a while before agreeing, "Fine, we'll cooperate just this once." Just then, Minato suddenly shouted, "Get down!" At almost the same moment, grenades landed in front of Shogo's group. With a huge explosion, the sound thundered as smoke and fire spread everywhere. Fortunately, Shogo's group dodged in time. Ruka muttered, "That power is terrifying. These aren't ordinary grenades." Minato spoke up, surprised. "I didn't expect anti-magic devices that can neutralize magic besides guns." But Akuto kept laughing, saying that's not all. Then he revealed many smoke bombs and other weapons hidden under his clothes. Meanwhile, the sisters Ruka were quietly observing their father. Ruka hesitated for a long time before saying, "I never thought I'd have to fight against my own dad." Yuika also asked reluctantly, "How did it come to this?" While they were confused about what to do, Tushiro cast a spell, sending a wave of water towards the sisters. Seeing this, Ruka jumped in front of Yuika and countered with her own magic. The water waves quickly clashed, but Ruka's magic was weaker than Tushiro's. Her wave was scattered, and Tushiro's wave continued towards both Ruka. Luckily, Ryuji created a stone wall just in time to block it for them. Ruka, barely escaping danger, looked at Ryuji with gratitude, thanking him. Yuika also expressed thanks, saying thank you both. Tushiro didn't show any concern for his daughters. He said indifferently, "You two have gotten stronger and can cooperate well, but compared to me, it's nothing." With those words, Tushiro's magical power erupted. Ruka was shocked, saying the power is terrifying, and Ryuji mumbled in awe. Maybe it's even on par with Minato. Just then, a confident step moved forward. Yuika walked forward with confidence, saying boldly, "Now we can act. Before we couldn't do anything, but now everything's different." Ruka nodded in agreement, saying yes, we are stronger now, no need to hesitate. And Ryuji shouted with excitement, "We survived the intense training sessions." Yuika narrowed her eyes at Tushiro and said confidently, "I'll defeat you, and then ask you about all of this." Immediately, the sisters combined their magic. A level 7 spell appeared, and a furious column of water surged forward. "Too naive," Tushiro scoffed. Then he cast a level 8 water spell, bringing forth a tsunami. The water column and the tsunami collided intensely. With a loud bang, the clash resulted in drops of water falling everywhere, drenching Ruka's group. Tushiro stood in the water, speaking coldly, You might neutralize my spell, but not completely. You're still far behind. Ruka lay on the ground, unable to believe her eyes, thinking he can cast level 8 spells. He's too strong. Akuto saw this and laughed triumphantly, saying it's a one-sided battle, isn't it? Both for us and them. At that moment, he stood facing Minato. He held a gun confidently and said, "It seems that even the great Chrono is useless against anti-magic devices. You've never faced a gun before." And above all, Akuto had a seasoned warrior on his side. So he believed Minato stood no chance and told him to start begging for mercy. But Minato calmly stood his ground. Akuto was confused, unsure why Minato was so unfazed. Ignoring Akuto, Minato glanced back at Ruka and the others. Seeing Minato ignore him, Akuto shouted angrily, telling him not to be so arrogant, and then fired at Minato. This time, Minato didn't just stand there, but quickly dodged. Akuto was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. Did Minato really dodge everything? No, it had to be luck. An ordinary person couldn't do that. Then Tushiro, seeing the gun was ineffective, used level 8 magic to attack. A massive tidal wave rushed toward Minato. At the same time, Akuto sprang into action. He pulled out a knife and used level 5 dark magic to attack, suddenly appearing behind Minato. Without hesitation, he swung his knife down. But Minato dodged again. Undeterred, Akuto started shooting once more. Again, Minato evaded, and the bullets didn't touch him. But the tidal wave from Tushiro was still a threat. Minato quickly created a shield to defend himself. Tushiro didn't back down, maintaining his magic. Minato stood there, protected by the shield, the tidal wave unable to reach him. Watching the battle, Ruka and the others were stunned. This fight, were they monsters? Even just watching made them feel pathetic. In this state, they couldn't face Minato. But Shugo still eyed Minato, thinking they had no chance in a direct attack. Since the Dark Mage had the advantage, they might find an opportunity to control him. Reinforcements would arrive soon, and Akuto and Tushiro would be taken away. They wouldn't get this chance again if they missed it. With that in mind, Shogo turned to Karin and said, "Sanada, let's attack Chrono." Karin looked at him, confused. But why? Shogo responded coldly. "He's fighting for himself. He's a criminal mage. This is our chance to capture him. Let's attack him together." Karin hesitated, wanting to say something, but Shogo cut her off sharply. "Please, this is our chance." Karin frowned slightly, her eyes darting around, seeming to think. After a moment, she suddenly stood up, and Shogo, excited, asked, "You'll do it, right?" Sure enough, Karin cast her magic. A burst of divine magic shot straight at Minato, knocking him out of his fight with Akuto. Seeing this, Akuto laughed triumphantly, not surprised at all, calling them useless cops. Seeing this, Shogo smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Well done, now it's my turn." But when he looked closer, he saw Minato being healed by Karin's magic. Akuto shouted in frustration, asking why the police were helping Chrono, an illegal mage. Minato was slightly surprised too. He could heal himself with passive magic. He didn't need Karin's divine magic. No, she must be expressing her feelings. Shogo couldn't believe it and questioned Karin on why she was healing him. Karin responded coldly, "Because he's fighting to protect us." Shogo shouted in frustration, "What are you talking about?" Karin explained firmly, "Don't you see? We've barely managed to move and yet we're still alive. Why do you think he's staying in one place? It's because he's trying to protect us." She wasn't wrong. Minato was indeed trying to protect them. As if worried Shogo didn't understand, Karin continued, "Without him, we'd be their targets by now. That's why we can't run." Shogo stubbornly shook his head, denying it. "That can't be. He's an illegal mage. There's no way he'd try to save the police." Karin grabbed his collar and fiercely said, "Have you forgotten why he's here? He came alone to save everyone. He's always fought for others." Shogo fell silent, glancing at Minato on the other side. Yes, he didn't seem to move much. That's why he was covered in wounds. Was this dark mage really shielding them? The more he thought, the harder it was to believe. Had he misunderstood? Even if Minato was an illegal mage, he wasn't like the others. Shogo might be avoiding the truth. Just then, Ruka and the others managed to stand up, ready to fight, not caring that they were siding with a dark mage. Akuto laughed arrogantly, "It doesn't change anything. Your power is nearly gone." Ruka's group didn't care, immediately summoning magic. Yuika shouted fiercely, "Our power may be small, but it's all we can give." Tushiro, who was initially facing Minato, suddenly saw a wave of water rushing toward him, mixed with dart-like stones. Tushiro was startled and quickly dodged, preparing to counterattack. But before he could act, a fire demon charged at him fiercely, not daring to be careless. Tushiro used level 7 magic to create a torrent to stop the fire demon. Frowning, Tushiro realized he had few chances to attack the dark mage. Even if he targeted the magic team, Minato would block him. Their coordination wasn't just a temporary tactic. At that moment, Ruka's group launched another attack. Yuika shouted, "At least we know how to hold you off." Meanwhile, Karin was still using recovery magic to assist Minato. He wasn't fighting alone. Only Shogo stood silently by himself. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly became determined. He quickly joined the battle. This made Akuto furious as he shouted, "Disgusting pests." Minato frowned and thought. Thanks to the special magic team, Tushiro's attack seemed weaker, making this battle easier. But Akuto wasn't giving up. He fired wildly at them, shouting, "You annoying pests, I'll kill you all at any cost." As usual, Minato dodged all the bullets. Akuto looked in disbelief. "You dodged them all? What trick are you playing? Magic." Minato replied coolly, "I just dodged normally. Didn't need magic." Akuto yelled in frustration, "Just dodged? Stop joking. This isn't a movie." Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked. "I haven't dealt with non-magic weapons in a while. I'm not even trying yet." In an instant, Akuto's eyes turned cruel. He fired wildly at Minato again. But once more, Minato dodged and said calmly, "It's useless. I've read your moves." Akuto didn't give up and took out a case. He shouted fiercely, "What about this? Anti-magic device, rocket launcher, everyone will get blown up by this." But before Akuto could do anything, Minato appeared behind him and said coldly, "There you are." Akuto was startled and confused, asking, "You can use ranged attacks?" Minato didn't answer, he just muttered, "Retribution." Immediately, a wave of dark magic surged into Akuto's body, making him scream in agony. This was a special kind of dark magic unlike any other, forcing Akuto to endure pain for 3 days and nights. Minato gave a wicked smile and said, "A fitting punishment for someone like you." Akuto lay in pain on the ground, looking at Minato in disbelief. But Minato didn't care. He glanced at Tushiro and said, "Now, it's your turn." Meanwhile, Ruka's group was exhausted, sitting on the ground and panting. Minato smiled at them and said, "Good job, leave the rest to me." Thinking about it, he looked back at Tushiro and said, "All right, let's begin." Tushiro squinted at Minato for a long moment. Then, he calmly raised his hand. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I surrender." Minato was confused, asking, "What do you mean?" Just then, Minato's earpiece suddenly transmitted a voice. "Chrono, can you hear me?" Leona said she was in trouble, as police and magic nobles were surrounding all Black Rebellion bases in Tokyo. She was sure they were planning something. Their information had been leaked by Tushiro. Hearing this, Minato realized the situation and squinted at Tushiro, asking, "So you infiltrated Black Rebellion as a spy, didn't you?" Tushiro calmly nodded, "Something like that." But at that moment, Minato suddenly turned around. Akuto had broken free from Minato's magic. He cursed through gritted teeth, "Are you kidding me? All of you, every last one of you." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, realizing he broke the retribution spell with an anti-magic device. Akuto was furious, holding a remote control in his hand, shouting, "I'll destroy everything. I'll set off the bombs planted nearby." Hearing this, Ruka's group panicked, shouting, "We have to run fast." But their bodies couldn't move. Immediately, Minato and Tushiro charged forward. Minato created a wall of fire to protect everyone. Even Tushiro created an ice wall around Ruka's group. Of course, he wanted to protect his 2 daughters. Yuika was stunned because she saw a dark mage up close. At this point, Akuto had nearly gone mad, continuously shouting, "Die." But when he pressed the button, nothing happened outside. Yuika couldn't help but mumble in surprise, wondering why nothing was happening. Akuto was just as shocked and grumbled in dissatisfaction, asking what was going on, as he was sure he had planted bombs everywhere. At that moment, Leona rushed in and said, "Didn't we tell you those bombs were already defused?" Akuto glanced at her and angrily shouted, as one of the servants of the Dark Sorcerer, "How dare you insects gather together?" He was becoming frantic, yelling non-stop that the worthless ones should kneel and obey him, as they're just slaves working for him. Leona didn't listen to what he was saying and charged forward to punch Akuto. Seeing him collapse, she took a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, I've avenged myself." Akuto couldn't accept the truth and muttered tremblingly, "You all are just being led by the nose. I'm not the mastermind, just a pawn." It took a long time to realize that. After saying that, Akuto lost consciousness. Minato had heard everything Akuto said before fainting, and he furrowed his brow in silence, wondering if there's someone behind Black Rebellion, and if so, what larger conspiracy is going on. Minato stood there silently, deep in thought. But soon, he sensed something. Maybe the police were getting close. So Minato quickly picked up Leona. Seeing he was about to leave, Yuika quickly yelled after him, "Wait a minute." But Minato vanished in an instant. The 3 people, Ruka and others, looked on in confusion. He's gone, disappeared like the wind, just like him. At this point, Karin felt a wave of relief, truly grateful to Minato for protecting so many people. The next day, the news reported that Akuto, a former magic noble, had been arrested on charges including conspiracy to commit a crime. Hinata and Riku happened to hear the news while on the road. Only Hinata's face wasn't happy, and she left in dissatisfaction. On the other side, Ruka's group acted without Minato, so when they met him again, they asked about the reason, and after hearing the explanation, Ryuji skeptically asked if something happened with Minato's family. Yuika worriedly advised, "Just remember to stay in contact with us next time." Minato nodded slightly, apologetically said, "Sorry, things have been messy lately." A bit later, at the Mizuha family mansion, two servants were waiting outside the door, and when they saw Ruka's group arriving, they respectfully announced they were waiting for the members of the Special Magic Task Force. Inside the living room, Yuika wasted no time questioning her father. "Please explain the situation, father." Tushiro was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "To cleanse the shame of the magic nobility and stop the rampant illegal wizards, I pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated Black Rebellion." Akuto was a former magic noble, involved in countless crimes, continuously expanding his power. He said he couldn't turn a blind eye to Akuto's misdeeds any longer. Yuika listened and then suspiciously asked why now, and Tushiro slowly explained. It was a special directive from the police. Before that, Tushiro had been summoned by the police chief, and had been asked to be an undercover agent since Akuto was colluding with Fuka. They thought it would be easier for Tushiro, a magic noble family head, to approach him. Sure enough, Akuto trusted Tushiro. Minato listened and furrowed his brow in silence, realizing the story completely matched. Tushiro continued, "And even though I'm not officially on the police payroll, I'm still treated as an undercover investigator and won't be held accountable for any crimes." After understanding the whole story, Ruka and her brother took a deep breath of relief. Then both started criticizing the police, forcing someone to endure this while the police did nothing. Minato still had his doubts, suggesting the Special Magic Task Force was only the tip of the iceberg, and it might follow the same old mistakes. But why did Tushiro have to go to such lengths? As for the police, they seemed to always respect the magic nobility. But now the roles were reversed. Moreover, why did the police decide to act at this time? The reason that they couldn't turn a blind eye anymore was unconvincing. On the night of the incident, after leaving the warehouse, Minato asked Leona about the police acting first. Leona nodded firmly and replied that yes, the police, despite having worse information gathering abilities, acted before them. Plus, more than half of the bombs were fake. Hearing this, Minato frowned, wondering if they hadn't prepared enough real bombs. Leona shrugged indifferently and said it could be a possibility, but it was too sloppy to be a real threat. The police acted too quickly, as if they already knew something suspicious was going on. While Minato was thinking, Tushiro continued, saying that following Homurai and Kaichi, he would also cooperate publicly from now on. He would cancel the order against his children and admitted his guilt, asking for forgiveness. Hearing this, Ruka and her sister were overjoyed. Seeing them happy, Minato also felt more at ease. After their conversation, the group quickly left the mansion. Ryuji laughed as he walked, mentioning that the Mizuha family had reconciled and promised to cooperate with the Magic Task Force. With Black Rebellion destroyed, the problems were solved. Karen quietly watched Minato from behind, feeling happy. The Dark Wizard was the same person, and he was her hero. At the same time, Shogo was deep in thought. The Dark Wizard was an illegal magician but had saved them. If the Dark Wizard was Minato, should he arrest him? What should he do? Yuika was also confused about the identity of the Dark Wizard. She had briefly seen the eyes of the Dark Wizard. They were exactly like Minato's, making her suspect they were the same person. Minato, walking ahead, felt everyone's gaze and sighed inwardly. What a mess, he thought. If things continued this way, it could be dangerous. That night, as usual, Minato went to the hospital to heal Kai. But the boy wouldn't wake up, which made him a bit anxious. While Minato was treating him, Leona entered the room. With no choice, his treatment was interrupted, and Minato quickly hid by the window. Unaware of this, Leona approached Kai's bed and murmured that they had defeated the evil together, so there was no need to worry anymore. She then gently stroked the boy's head and whispered that no one would hurt him anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, Kai on the bed moved his lips, calling out something. Leona was instantly happy and grabbed the boy's hand, telling him she was there, right by his side. Kai finally woke up, smiling at her, saying he was glad she was back. He had tried his best to be strong while she was away. Leona hugged her little brother tightly, crying happily. Her efforts had paid off. Minato, outside the window, felt warmed by this sight. Soon after, he disappeared into the night, heading back home. The next morning, on the academy's rooftop, Ryuji was pleading with Minato and the others. "Please, tomorrow I need you to take care of my siblings." Minato looked confused and asked, "What's going on?" Ryuji quickly explained. "The thing is, my shift goes all day tomorrow. I'll be home really late." Usually, Ryuji would participate in the Special Magic Task Force activities and work whenever his mom wasn't working. But it seems this time both were unavailable. Ryuji said he couldn't leave his siblings alone until night, so he hoped Minato could watch them for him. Without any hesitation, Minato nodded and said, "All right, I like kids anyway." Ryuji was happy to hear this. "Really? Thanks a lot." Yuika spoke up apologetically. "Sorry, I can't make it. I'm busy moving houses." Ryuji remembered something and nodded. "Oh, that's right. Are you moving back to your dad's place?" Yuika slightly shook her head. "No, we're moving to a bigger place. My dad said to be bold and step out to explore the world as long as Kusanagi Minato is around." Ryuji replied resignedly. "Your dad's just the same as always." Yuika scratched her head awkwardly. "It's lucky to have everything provided like this." Minato frowned slightly. If he really wants to push for independence, then living together with Ruka makes sense, right? But it seems he has his own reasons to keep you close. Yuika spoke quietly. "So Minato and Ruka will go with you." Looking at the two figures sitting on the bench, the words overbearing and stupid were evident in his eyes. Ryuji quickly changed his tune, thinking about it. "Maybe it's better for you to stay alone." Minato wasn't pleased with this and asked, "Why so indecisive?" However, Ryuji didn't answer, and Minato glanced at Ruka. "What about you, Ruka? I'm sure I can handle on my own." Ruka hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "I want to help too." Ryuji was happy to hear they both agreed and said, "Thanks a lot, you two. I'll repay you somehow." Minato shook his head to indicate it was nothing, then looked at Ruka, who was hesitating beside him. The next day, as promised, Minato and Ruka took the three kids to the amusement park. He laughed and said, "It's been a while since I went to an amusement park." The kids were overjoyed, constantly shouting about wanting to try everything. Minato didn't hesitate to agree. "All right, we'll try everything." He led the kids inside, but after a few steps, he noticed Ruka wasn't following. Minato frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Let's go." Ruka blinked at everyone with a slightly intimidating aura and coldly said, "Oh, fine, I'm coming." Her aura scared the kids, who clung to Minato and cried. Minato sighed reluctantly. "Hey, you look scary. How about smiling a bit?" Ruka apologized shyly. She then forced a smile, which looked worse than crying. The kids cried out, "You look scary." Minato felt a bit helpless and tried to comfort them. Ruka felt resigned as well. Her face was naturally harsh, and smiling didn't help. But soon, the incident was forgotten, as Minato took the kids to ride the merry-go-round. Then they rode the Ferris wheel, making the kids laugh with delight. They weren't done yet, as Minato took the kids on the roller coaster. They spent the entire day playing, with the kids always wanting more. Only Ruka walked quietly behind, and Minato noticed this. Seeing his gaze, Ruka forced a smile, indicating she was fine. At that moment, two of the kids needed the restroom, so Minato warned, "Be careful not to bump into anyone." So Minato and Ruka sat on the bench waiting for the kids. Minato slowly said, "Seeing the kids this excited is the best." Ruka nodded lightly, hesitated a moment, then quietly said, "You're amazing, Minato. The kids love you," to which Minato quickly replied, "It's nothing special." Ruka didn't agree, sighing as she said, "You can see. I don't fit in with kids. It's not that I dislike them, I'm just not good at interacting." Without realizing it, Minato smiled lightly. "I know." Ruka became more somber as she softly murmured, "I'm sorry. Once I told Yuka she'd never beat me, but that's not true. She said she couldn't cook, wasn't as perceptive as Yuika, and wasn't good at getting along with others. Even her magical skills were being outpaced." Ruka sighed reluctantly. "I'm not perfect. I'm just a clumsy girl who can't do anything right." Minato just listened quietly without saying a word. Feeling overly gloomy, Ruka quickly changed her expression to a cheerful one and said, "I'm not usually like this. Sorry, forget what I just said." Minato stayed quiet, and by then, the kids had returned. Just then, a group of guys and girls were recording a video, cursing. "These noisy kids are so annoying. We're filming all your stupid faces here." At that moment, a child running towards Minato accidentally bumped into one of them. Seeing this, Minato was startled, but before he could do anything, Ruka dashed forward like the wind. In an instant, she hugged the child, and they both slid across the ground. Once safe, Ruka quickly pulled the child away from her, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" The child, remembering what just happened, started to cry. Seeing the child was unharmed, Ruka sighed in relief. "It's great that you're not hurt." Just then, the pair from earlier came up to Ruka, angrily criticizing, "That's not okay. Bumping into people without apologizing is so rude." Hearing this, Ruka was annoyed and glared at them. "We didn't do anything wrong. You should be the ones apologizing." This attitude made the jerk angry. He clenched his fist and charged, shouting, "You think just because you're pretty, you have rights?" But before he could touch Ruka, his fist was stopped. Minato grabbed the jerk's hand tightly and coldly said, "You scumbags just know how to cause trouble for others. Stop ruining places meant for fun. As he finished speaking, he twisted the jerk's arm backward, ignoring his futile struggles. Minato snorted, then released his hand. The thugs immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. Minato didn't pay much attention, just glanced at Ruka, asking, "How about you two? Are you okay?" Ruka shook her head lightly, but the kid hugged her leg, crying, "I'm so scared." The other two kids did the same, leaving Ruka confused about what to do. She hesitated and looked at Minato, seeming to ask him for help. Minato just stood there and smiled. Having no other option, Ruka hugged the three kids, comforting them. "It's fine now. You're safe." After that, they took the kids home. When night fell, Ryuji rushed home, apologizing for being late. Did the kids cause any trouble? But after saying that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they didn't. Because by that time, Minato and Ruka, along with the three kids, were sleeping peacefully on the floor, like a real family. In the world of magic in Japan, a duo known as Light and Shadow is grabbing all the attention. However, the reputation of the police is just getting worse. Though their quick response during the Black Rebellion explosion was praised, the achievements of the Magic Task Force have overshadowed them, leaving their reputation unimproved. Eventually, they had to hold a meeting to discuss dealing with the Dark Mages, as they couldn't tarnish the honor of the police force. The chief of police firmly stated they must capture those criminals posing as knights. Meanwhile, at the Kachi clan dojo, Minato has been training in swordplay with Riku since partnering with the Kaichi clan. And now, they're about to have another sparring match. Riku, on the opposite side, doesn't hold back, calmly drawing his sword. In a flash, he moves swiftly like the wind. Riku's sword dances as he attacks Minato. But Minato's speed isn't bad either, and he's able to respond calmly. Riku changes his attack from head-on to targeting Minato's lower body, but Minato is still quick enough to dodge. After one failed strike, Riku attacks again. The two continue to engage in this back and forth for quite a while. The duel only stops when the tip of Riku's sword hovers in front of Minato. Riku squints at him and calmly declares that the match is a draw. Why a draw? Because Minato's sword is also pointed at Riku's stomach. They quickly lower their swords, and Riku, unable to hold back, expresses admiration, saying Minato held his own. With a slight smile, Minato pouts and says, "In terms of swordsmanship, I'm no match for you." Hearing this, Riku admires him even more, nodding and smiling, saying Minato is humble and talented. Minato politely responds, "You're flattering me too much." Riku says nothing more, placing his sword back on the wooden rack. But as soon as the sword leaves his hand, Riku seems to deflate, murmuring with dissatisfaction, prompting Minato to ask what's happened to him suddenly. Riku explains wearily that holding a sword gives him some motivation. Otherwise, he doesn't want to do anything, wishing he could disappear or become a tree. Minato approaches him slowly, advising, "Let me put it this way, even if no one asks, don't die. Doing nothing is okay too. As long as you're alive, if that makes you happy, then nothing else matters." Listening to this, Riku can't help but admire, saying Minato is quite interesting. He says he's always felt lost, and becoming famous for swordsmanship has made him feel more distant. Minato shakes his head gently, countering that it's not about being isolated, but about being unique. Riku, hearing this, mumbles in confusion, "Unique, huh? No one's ever told me that before." Minato sighs softly, whispering that he has similar experiences. He once faced unimaginable terror, and death nearly approached him. It was in a past life, as Ichikami Minato, during a disaster when he was just an ordinary person, and Minato fought back against the magical beasts attacking him. As a result, he awakened his powers. Riku frowns at this, having found in his investigation that Minato changed after an accident, assuming it was due to that, not expecting he was talking about a different experience. Since that day, Minato learned to utilize magic by mimicking monster incantations, and now he's even developed his own magic. But on that day, Minato was the only one left alive, and he couldn't save anyone. Thinking about it, Minato couldn't help but clench his fist and speak firmly. "Everyone around me sees me as an oddity, but now my strength, my abilities, have saved others." Then he looked at Riku and asked, "Don't you have something to protect? Isn't that why you fight?" Riku was stunned for a moment. Then after a while, he nodded and replied, "I understand now, you're right. There are indeed things I want to protect." Hearing this, Minato smiled and said, "Then use your strength for that. You have something special, right?" Riku finally regained his confidence. He smiled gratefully and said, "Yes, thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Right after, they shook hands sincerely. Minato cheerfully said, "I hope to work with you." Riku nodded and replied, "Yes, I hope so too." After the conversation, Minato left the Kaiichi clan's dojo. Riku watched him leave, as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Minato had a different view of Riku. As the head of a noble wizard clan, he's quite decent, even though he admittedly has some odd quirks. But Riku is still much better than those arrogant, evil, or simply incomprehensible others. While thinking, a figure with striking red hair bumped into Minato. Minato quickly reached out to help the person up, concerned, and asked, "Sorry, are you okay?" The person didn't answer but complained, "That hurts so much. Walk more carefully, kid." Hearing this voice, Minato was immediately stunned. It turned out to be Hinata. She also looked at him and asked, confused, "What are you doing here?" Hinata quickly stood up, gritting her teeth in frustration, saying she ran into a troublesome person today. Minato looked her over from head to toe and joked with a smirk, noting that she wasn't wearing her usual flashy outfit today. Hinata glared at him in dissatisfaction, replying that she doesn't wear flashy clothes all the time, only when on missions as their magic-resistant gear. Shrugging indifferently, Minato casually said he thought she liked that style. Hinata turned away without responding. Seeing her reaction, Minato mumbled in confusion, asking if she really liked it. Hinata got more annoyed and shouted, telling him to shut up, that it was her decision. Her shout drew attention from those around them, and Hinata quickly murmured they were standing out too much here. She noticed a cafe across the street. She rushed inside and urged Minato to hurry up. Minato felt powerless, thinking she always did things her way. Despite thinking this, he still followed her, and they found a table in a secluded corner to sit. But people still noticed Minato, whispering among themselves. Some recognized Hinata and thought they were on a date. This infuriated Hinata, and she shot them a death glare, making them sweat in fear. Minato thought she was like a mad dog, always ready to bite. While he was musing, Hinata suddenly spoke, asking if he met Riku today. Minato looked up at her, asking if she already knew. She huffed, teasing him that they seemed to get along well and must have had fun. Minato, thinking she might be jealous, quickly said he should have invited her along and apologized. Hinata shouted in annoyance, saying she wasn't mad because he didn't invite her. They're just temporarily on the same side, and she's uninterested in getting close to him. Just then, she noticed a happy family nearby and fell silent. Minato didn't notice and cheerfully said it didn't matter as long as they could cooperate for now. Hinata quickly diverted her gaze and seriously said it was the confidence of a strong person, which was as annoying as ever, but he truly was strong. She asked how he got so strong. Minato coldly said a traffic accident. Hinata, uninterested in that story, interrupted, saying she knew that, but doubted an accident alone made him this strong. She mentioned Minato's magic power wasn't normal, that it couldn't have become strong overnight. Magic doesn't work that way. In truth, Minato was holding back his magic more than before. Seeing he didn't answer, Hinata continued, saying if nearness to death increased magic power, they wouldn't have struggled so much. With that, she suddenly lost control, grabbed Minato's collar, and demanded an explanation for his strength. Minato saw desperation in her eyes, wondering if she really wanted to be that strong. But telling her he reincarnated as Ichikami Minato wouldn't make sense or satisfy her. After hesitating for a long time, Minato slowly said there was nothing special and advised her to train as usual if she wanted to get stronger. Hinata released him in frustration, huffing coldly, saying she couldn't understand him. At that moment, the server brought their drinks. A strawberry parfait was placed in front of Hinata. Seeing it, Minato was immediately alarmed, asking what kind of weird parfait this was. But Hinata's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said she'd been looking forward to trying it. Minato was more confused, not understanding what was happening. Hinata was as excited as a dog seeing its owner return from the market. Realizing she'd embarrassed herself, Hinata's attitude shifted, and she played it off, saying they seemed to have gotten the wrong order, but might as well eat it since it was served. So she didn't bother anymore and took a spoonful of the parfait. The fresh taste of the parfait made her feel satisfied. Hinata couldn't help but remark how delicious it was. Then she started eating quickly. Minato sat across from her, helplessly focusing on his drink. In no time, Hinata finished a large bowl of ice cream. Holding her full belly, she laughed and said, "That was delicious. I'm stuffed now." Only then did she realize Minato was still there. Embarrassed, she scratched her head. "Hey, I've wanted to try the parfait here for a long time. But going alone felt weird, so this is perfect." Minato didn't say anything, just a bit surprised. He couldn't believe this hot-tempered girl liked sweets. But soon, he sensed Hinata's magical power surging. It seemed Hinata noticed it too. She quickly stood up to leave. "I have nothing more to say to you. I'm going now." Minato didn't stop her, quietly watching her go. Perhaps she'd let her guard down, allowing him to glimpse some of the magical power she was suppressing. But it was clearly much stronger than when they last fought. How much had Hinata improved? After some thought, Minato was sure Hinata was hiding something. Meanwhile, in the police department office, Shogo was still focused on his work. But his mind was on whether Minato could be a dark sorcerer. When the dark sorcerer appeared, Minato was coincidentally absent. It's hard not to suspect he might be the dark sorcerer. The police investigation is getting more intense, and catching the dark sorcerer is only a matter of time. So, Shogo didn't know what to do next. He glanced at the family photo on his desk and fell silent. That evening, on a rooftop, Leona met Minato and reported recent events. The police are trying to eliminate the dark sorcerer. Operations are happening everywhere. Some members have been caught, but interrogation is only beginning. Minato frowned upon hearing this. The Magic Task Force also received orders to capture him, and they are putting all their resources into the hunt. Should he tell Leona that he's Minato, a member of the Magic Task Force? But if she's caught, given her character, she would never reveal anything about him. So telling her would only add unnecessary pressure, and revealing the truth now wouldn't be beneficial. It's not the right time to say anything. While Minato was thinking, Leona spoke up. If this continues, they might trace it back to us. We need a plan. Minato nodded slightly and confidently said, "Leave it to me. I have a plan." The next day, Minato went to see Shizuku. "Sorry for this sudden request. I need your help." Without hesitation, Shizuku agreed. If it's a request from Ichikami, then I have no reason to refuse. At police headquarters, after days of searching with no news of the Black Mage, the commissioner angrily slammed the table and scolded his subordinates, asking why Chrono hadn't been found yet. A police officer quickly reported, "We're still interrogating members of the Shadowbringer organization, but they keep insisting they don't know anything." The commissioner, hearing this, was dissatisfied and shouted that it's the police's job to make them confess. The officer hesitantly replied, "We don't have enough evidence to charge them. They might not have informed the lower-level members." The more the commissioner listened, the angrier he got, slamming the table and shouting that the police force's honor was at stake. He didn't care if they had to use force or not. By any means, they must capture Chrono. Inside the special magic team's meeting room, Shugo stood on the podium, announcing, "As everyone knows, we've been ordered to hunt down Chrono and the members of Shadowbringer." Of course, Minato was present, quietly listening to Shogo's announcement. Siblings Ruka and Karin were also listening intently, though everyone had their concerns. After Shogo's words, the police officers below started murmuring, "We're already overwhelmed with disasters and monsters. Isn't this the responsibility of the SMT? What's the higher-ups thinking?" Minato furrowed his brows in silence. This only showed how desperate the situation was. If the police really acted, his team would find it hard to escape. At this moment, Shogo continued speaking, prioritizing response to disasters and monsters while also continuing to hunt the Shadow Bearer. "That's all, dismissed." The officers below quickly dispersed. Karin ran to Shogo and asked, "Do we really have to hunt the Shadow Bearer?" He nodded nonchalantly. "That's orders from above. We have no say." Ryuji heard this and was displeased. "They've already pushed the heaviest responsibility of the disaster onto us." Ruka sighed. "Now there's more work to do." "Who do they think we are?" Karin hesitantly spoke up. "But I can understand why the higher-ups did this." Shogo coldly responded, "If those illegal mages gain more support, who knows what will happen?" Then he glanced at Minato and said, "I think it's time to end this farce, Captain Kusanagi." Minato frowned, questioning, "What are you trying to say?" Shogo squinted at him, advising sternly, "If you're Chrono, then surrender now." As soon as he said that, Karin and Yuika were stunned. Even Ruka and Ryuji were utterly confused, not understanding what Shogo was saying. Once they processed it, Karin and Yuika protested together, "Kusanagi isn't Chrono. I've told you many times, there's no way Minato is Chrono." Shogo coldly looked at them, insisting, "The fact that you're trying so hard to protect him just proves you're both involved in this." Karin and Yuika were stunned, wanting to object but not knowing what to say. Shogo sighed reluctantly. "Captain Kusanagi is indispensable, not just in Japan but worldwide, and indeed Chrono has saved many people." Karin looked at him doubtfully, confused. "Then why?" Shogo pressed his lips aggressively. "That's why, if he surrenders now, the judge might be lenient, better than being caught by the police." When Minato and the Black Mage appeared, their stature and abilities were the same, but most importantly, Minato was never around when the Black Mage appeared. These things can't be coincidences. These words left Karin and Yuika speechless. They didn't know what to say. Ignoring them, Shogo aggressively questioned Minato. "Answer me, Captain Kusanagi. Tell me your true identity. Are you Chrono?" Minato furrowed his brow, silently not answering for a long time. Just then, Karin suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." Shogo, being interrupted, asked annoyed, "What is it now? Do you really still want to protect him?" "No, look." Karin quickly shook her head, showing the phone to Shogo, which displayed a group of people in black coats. The person sitting on the chair spoke coldly. "We've taken control of the broadcast station. I am the leader of the Shadowbringer organization, Chrono." After pausing for a moment, the person continued, "Sorry for interrupting your relaxation time. Dear citizens, it seems the world is eager to know who is stronger, Kusanagi Minato or me." So he said he'd satisfy everyone's curiosity and officially challenged Kusanagi Minato to a duel. Upon hearing this, Shogo's group was immediately shocked and terrified. Minato seemed very calm. Everyone was in his grasp. Shogo was extremely confused. What's going on? Does he want a duel? How could he do this if they were the same person? Karin was no exception. She had confirmed from the start that Minato was the Black Mage. But what does this mean? Yuika also thought she was mistaken. Maybe Minato really wasn't. Ruji, unaware of everyone's thoughts, raised an eyebrow at Minato, asking, "What do you plan to do then, Minato?" Ruka smirked slightly. "Why ask?" Minato glanced at everyone, then gave a confident smile. He spoke calmly, of course. "I accept the challenge." The next day, in Shibuya, Minato went to the place where the Black Mage challenged him. Naturally, for this significant event, reporters were also present. They arrived early, starting a live broadcast. The battle between Kusanagi Minato and Chrono would begin soon, but Chrono had yet to appear. A large crowd had gathered here, as if it were a major event. The police were deployed due to its dangerous nature, possibly waiting to catch the Black Mage. Everyone outside kept cheering for Minato. Of course, there were also those who believed the Black Mage would win. Ryuji stood at a distance, watching, unable to hold back his comment that this had turned into a large-scale spectacle. The trio of Ruka was also watching the online reactions, noting how everyone was very interested in this event. Shogo slightly furrowed his brow as he watched Minato from afar, wondering what his plan was. There was no turning back now. At the same time, Hinata and Riku were also there. Hinata couldn't help but speak up, saying he was late. Not long after, Tushiro also arrived. Hinata pouted and mumbled, surprised Tushiro was also there. Riku nodded in agreement, finding it unexpected. Tushiro casually remarked, this was a battle he needed to witness firsthand. At that moment, Hinata sensed something and quickly turned to look. Riku and Tushiro noticed it too, and hurriedly looked over. Shogo's group on the rooftop exclaimed in alarm, wondering what it was. Then they saw a beam of light streaking down from the sky. It swept past a helicopter in the air, making it wobble. Minato also glanced up, waiting for it to appear. With a loud crash, the beam of light had landed on the ground. Minato remained calm, showing no reaction. But others weren't the same. They were pushed back by its force. The Black Mage, the leader of the Shadowbringer organization, had appeared. Seeing the figure behind the black cloak, a reporter exclaimed that Chrono had appeared. It was truly him in the flesh. Shogo was shocked to see the figure, and Karin exclaimed in surprise, realizing Kusanagi wasn't Chrono. They were really two different people. Down on the field, Minato scratched his head and mumbled that he usually disliked showing off, but it seemed like he had no choice. Chrono across from him didn't say a word, going into attack stance. Minato raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking if Chrono was speechless. Then said it was fine and that they should end it. Right after that, they both assumed battle stances. Everyone outside was eagerly anticipating. Shogo's group watched the two below, worried about Minato. As for Tushiro's trio, they too were looking forward to this epic battle. Minato had now summoned his magic to attack. Chrono didn't hold back either. Dark magic appeared in his hand. Minato unleashed a beam of sharp golden light. In contrast, Chrono conjured an image of a massive menacing dark bird. With a thunderous crash, their powers collided, creating a deafening explosion. The helicopter above wobbled from the blast, and a reporter exclaimed, "If this keeps up, we'll crash. We need to get out of here." But below, the action hit its peak, and they didn't want to miss it. At that moment, Chrono rushed forward like the wind. Minato didn't hold back either, clenched his fist, and charged. Their punches collided, neither giving ground. They moved so fast, the eye couldn't keep up. In an instant, they'd exchanged several blows. Chrono went madly swinging his fist at Minato. Initially, Minato kept his cool, but after a few exchanges, Chrono suddenly struck at Minato's stomach. In his hand, he wielded level 9 lightning magic. Minato got knocked back, crashing into the buildings behind. Chrono grinned smugly, like he'd already won. Minato stood up from the ground, annoyed, saying, "I can't believe this. You went all out, and now my clothes are all dirty." Chrono didn't respond, instead casting another magic attack. In a flash, a massive boulder flew toward Minato. But Minato remained calm, casting his own magic. Instantly, a shield appeared above Minato's head. Once again, powerful magic clashed. This time, the massive boulder shattered into pieces against the shield. Minato sighed with relief, reaching out to grab a hovering magic spirit beside him. He smiled, satisfied, saying, "For a new kind of magic, that's not too bad." Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned, but they quickly snapped out of it. Cheering loudly, they no longer cared about the noble magic users, as these two were on a completely different level. Female fans couldn't stop praising Minato. Meanwhile, Hinata mumbled irritably, "Those who use nullifying magic are always showing off too much. Just a bunch of ignorant fools." Riku sighed, amazed. Both of them can use level 9 magic. Hinata snorted. The amount of magic they possess is incredible. Even using high-level magic, they have energy to spare. Tushiro joined the discussion, but what stands out most is Kusanagi Minato's magic. His chaining magic moves as if it has its own will. Hearing this, the trio fell into deep thought when activating a spell. If reactivated shortly after, the effect continues, that's chaining magic. But Minato is far superior. After a long pause, Hinata spoke, very few wizards can use chaining magic. Tushiru nodded slightly, and even fewer can combine it with automatic magic. Another thing, Minato's extraordinary physical strength, he might be using his magic to enhance his body, and applying it to boost both attack and defense. Hinata glanced at Tushiro, frowning, so he's basically a wall of magic power. Tushiru nodded slightly with a casual reply. Probably because their magic is so unconventional, they've surpassed us noble magic users in every way. At this point, it's clear both Minato and Chrono are monsters. Unaware of what everyone thought, below, Minato and Chrono continued their frenzied fight. The magic they used was all high level, astonishing everyone. Minato huffed and in a flash, he appeared in front of Chrono. Without any hesitation, he kicked him. Chrono fell from the air and hit the ground, but quickly, he used magic to fly up again. From a distance, Shogo and his group watched, their faces filled with awe. Yuika couldn't help but comment, saying she knew they were strong, but didn't expect they still had tricks up their sleeves. Ryuji nodded in agreement, understanding why the curious crowd was so drawn to them. Karen exclaimed that it's getting hotter on live streams and social media. And not just in Japan, but the whole world was watching this fight, especially in New York. The fight has captivated the crowd immensely, with everyone marveling at their performance. Even in Korea, it's so hot that people might ignore everything just to watch it, even dates. A girl, ignored by her boyfriend, muttered in dissatisfaction, wondering who cared about these Japanese mages. Yet no sooner had she spoken, the crowd around her started cheering for both Minato and Chrono. Just like that, this single duel had sent waves across the world. At the battlefield, Minato faced Chrono and calmly spoke, saying, "You fought well, but maybe it's over now." Chrono stood there silently, not saying a word. Then, he summoned a level 9 spell, and a giant black blade appeared. Chrono fiercely swung it through the air, slashing with dark energy. Minato, however, wasn't fazed, and calmly smiled, saying, "This is the end." Then he cast a level 10 nullifying spell. Minato created a massive wall. Without hesitation, it pressed Chrono backward. The pressure was so immense that even Ruka's group far away felt it, exclaiming how powerful Minato's magic was. After performing that move, Minato quickly flew towards Chrono. The reporters on site urged the pilot, telling him to quickly follow Minato, but the pilot shook his head, saying he couldn't. Minato was too fast. But at that moment, the cameraman shouted in panic that they lost the video signal. The reporter was furious, wondering what was happening, saying it was exciting but now it's cut off. Below, Minato slowly approached Chrono. Chrono was now sitting weakly on the ground. Minato stood opposite, with his hand hovering in the air, unsure of what he intended to do. Suddenly, Chrono's eyes widened. Immediately after, magic circles appeared in his hands, startling Minato. Minato looked at Chrono and spoke coldly. "You can stop now." As Minato finished talking, Chrono began to tremble. Then, a golden magical aura enveloped him, and he vanished like smoke. Minato sighed with relief. "Looks like I did it." The anti-monster device Takigami made for him was at its limit, only able to withstand level 9 magic for a short time. Clone magic was useful but difficult to use. The clone was much weaker than Minato and couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Takigami quietly watched everything unfold. Seeing things go smoothly, she breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everything turned out well. She was really surprised to learn that Minato was the reincarnation of Ichikami Minato, and even more so to find out he was also Chrono. He always had surprises. Minato couldn't activate 2 spells at once, so he only had a short time to reactivate the clone spell, which naturally had a short duration. This meant he needed to continuously use maintenance magic. Minato couldn't use any other magic, so Takigami prepared for him an anti-monster gear with automatic magic, using equipment that could automatically cast spells when he passed out. Theoretically, Minato could use multiple types of magic simultaneously. However, not only did it require an enormous amount of magic power, but he also had to personally control the clone with his mind. If not, there was a risk the clone could go out of control and attack others. In other words, Minato consumed a huge amount of magic. He maintained control over a clone, and even fought an intense and eye-catching battle. Only Minato could do that. At this moment, Minato contacted Leona through the headset. "This is Chrono, Leona. You can stop jamming the signal now." Leona immediately responded. "I understand. Is it over?" Minato replied slowly, "It's all over." Following his order, Leona instructed her team to stop signal jamming. Then she laughed and said, "So no one will chase after Chrono anymore, right? Captain Kusanagi Minato?" Minato exclaimed in surprise. "You figured it out?" Leona chuckled. "Of course, don't underestimate my intelligence network. I've known for a long time. I just had no reason to mention it." Minato asked doubtfully, "So now you have a reason?" Leona nodded slightly. "Yes, because today is the last time I get to see Chrono, right?" Minato couldn't help but smile, joking, "You saw through me, didn't you?" Leona didn't reply, but she gratefully said, "Thank you, Chrono. You saved me, the other members, and many more. I'm really glad you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has decreased, and the crime rate too. Those in the Shadowbringer organization will stop until things settle. Even without Chrono, Japan will still be okay." Leona laughed lightly. "But I can handle Kusanagi Minato's work, for a fee." Minato felt a bit powerless. "You're charging me?" Leona replied casually, "Of course, but I'll give you a discount for being a friend." Minato sighed. "All right, I'll rely on you when the time comes." Leona smiled in satisfaction. "All right," Minato just acknowledged, not sure what else to say. Leona hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Goodbye, Chrono." Minato didn't reply and disconnected the headset. He looked off into the distance, smiling as he muttered, "Take care, Leona." At that moment, Ruka's team arrived where Minato was. Yuika urgently asked, "What happened to Chrono? Is he injured?" Minato calmly replied, "It seems he got away, but he was badly injured. I don't think he'll show up for a while." As he finished, Shogo bowed to him and apologized. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for Chrono. I'm really sorry." Karen also stammered, "I did too. I started to suspect you. Please forgive me." Yuka quickly followed suit, apologizing to Minato. Minato didn't know what to do. He felt guilty but had no choice but to deceive everyone. Thinking about it, Minato waved it off. "Don't blame yourself. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes." At the same time, Hinata, having watched the battle, shouted irritably, "Are you kidding me? How the hell are those guys so strong?" Then she bit her lip aggressively, muttering resolutely, "I have to get stronger. I can never catch up with them with my normal training." Tushiru remarked with amazement, "He still has magic left after such a fierce battle. How much magic power does he actually have?" Now that the Black Rebellion has been cancelled, the Shadowbringer organization is no longer needed, even though Akuto's words still linger in Minato's mind. But he has dealt with the most pressing issue for now, and that's enough for the time being. In the days that followed, Minato was everywhere across Japan, even appearing in beverage commercials. Minato's commercial videos spread widely. Not to mention, his training videos also went viral on social media for everyone to see. Minato had to handle a series of interviews. Then he was on magazine covers, so popular they sold out in no time. On top of that, Minato became a superstar at the Magic Academy. Wherever he went, he was swarmed by female students. Minato was practically a youth idol, which left him feeling pretty helpless. Ruka and the others were very worried about this situation, unsure if Minato could handle it. The answer was clearly no. Minato was completely overwhelmed. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table, and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato jumped out the window to escape. Now he regrets it, thinking he shouldn't have blindly followed Shogo's advice. At this point, Minato felt beyond saving. Just seeing him made everyone chase after him. When he got home, Minato was exhausted. Ruka asked worriedly if he was okay. Minato nodded reluctantly, saying he was fine somehow, and more importantly asked if Ruka had finished packing for their move. But if you looked closely, their current house was already spotless. Ruka happily boasted that while Minato was running away, she and her sister had done the work, with Yuika doing most of it. They had moved to a 3-bedroom apartment, so everyone had their own room, and with this space, they wouldn't feel cramped. However, both Ruka and her sister felt a bit sad that with their own rooms, they wouldn't see Minato's sleeping face anymore. Thinking about this made the two sisters blush and turn away, leaving Minato surprised and confused. But he didn't pay much attention, as he went out to the balcony because his phone was ringing. Minato quickly answered, saying, "Hello, Takigami." On the other end, Takigami asked if he had time to talk and wondered if everything was okay after the incident. Minato replied cheerfully that everything went smoothly thanks to Takigami, even though it seemed to have made things difficult for him now. Takigami couldn't help but laugh, saying being famous was hard. Minato shrugged it off and said calmly, "If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. You're an important friend to me and the only one who knows my true identity." Takigami hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "If anything happens, you'll be the first one I call." They chatted a bit more before Takigami hung up. She sat down heavily on the floor, holding a family photo. Takigami muttered sorrowfully, "Ichikami, what should I do?" The next day, at the police training ground, many new recruits arrived early. The boys were excited about training with Ruka and her sister, while the girls eagerly anticipated meeting Minato. From a distance, Yuika noticed the long line of people on the training ground and commented on the surprising number of recruits. Shogo explained it was because of Minato, adding that regardless of their motives, the recruits were indeed passionate. Ruka shook her head and commented, "I just hope they can endure." And Yuika agreed, "Yeah, it's like hell out there." Just then, Minato stepped out from the police station. Seeing him, the crowd started buzzing with excitement. Minato sighed, feeling a bit powerless. Oh man, this never ends. With that thought, he unleashed his magic power. In an instant, the recruits felt a weight pressing down on them, unable to move, and the chatter stopped. Minato smiled, satisfied. That got them quiet. These new recruits seem tough. I thought about going easy on them, but it looks like I don't need to. Hearing this, Ruka and her friends put their heads in their hands, sensing something ominous. As expected, the enthusiastic recruits soon found themselves worn down by Minato's harsh training. They attacked Minato with magic, but his shield blocked them, and he mocked them. With magic like that, you can't defeat any monster. Before long, the recruits were all exhausted. Complaints of dissatisfaction echoed around. But suddenly, Yuka shouted, "I'm not done yet." A giant wave of water rushed toward Minato, with Ruka and Ryuji joining the attack. Seeing this, the recruits were alarmed, yelling, "What the heck? That's not part of the training." Yet, unexpectedly, Minato blocked all their magic with just one shield, causing all three of them to collapse. Minato waved his hand with a grin. "All right, that's enough for today. We'll measure your magic power later. Take 5 minutes to rest and then head to the testing room." After that, Minato turned to leave. Watching him walk away, one of the recruits couldn't help but complain. He just walks off like it's nothing. What a monster. But then, they heard Ruka and her friends speaking. This startled the recruits even more, leaving them utterly confused. Later, in the magic power testing room, they found Yuika's magic power had reached 120,000. Ruka's magic was at 118,000, and Ryuji's had risen to 105,000. Karen and Shogo weren't far behind, with Karen at 100,000 and Shogo at 112,000. Seeing these numbers, the recruits were shocked. Over 100,000? That's the level of noble mages. Are all SMT members this strong? Minato calmly said Yuika's magic power used to be 2,000, but she's grown to this level now. A curious recruit asked, "Can we become that strong too?" Minato nodded confidently. "Of course, if you take it seriously." Hearing this, the recruits suddenly felt determined, even thinking the harsh training was beneficial. Minato didn't say much more, just pondered silently, realizing Yuika and the others were now capable of defeating a demon on their own. They could even take down a demon general together. Everyone had grown stronger. But Minato felt it wasn't enough, as the demon king and demon gods were still out there. As he was thinking, Shogo approached and slapped his shoulder, smiling, "Captain Kusanagi, can we talk?" Minato frowned, sensing something unpleasant. And as expected, Minato was dragged into a party. Because it was a formal event, he had to wear a suit. Minato found it bothersome and wanted to escape. Shogo came over with gratitude. "Thanks for joining us, Captain Kusanagi." Minato grumbled, "Collaborating with noble mages is good. But do we really need a party like this?" Shogo quickly explained. They wanted to use this opportunity to celebrate their regained power. Minato reluctantly scratched his head. Being the team leader, he couldn't ignore this situation. It wasn't just about standing out anymore. Thinking this, Minato decided to let it go for now. Then he began praising Shogo, saying he looked pretty sharp in that outfit. Shogo casually laughed and said, "Thanks, I'm quite used to wearing them by now." Ryuji started complaining about how he didn't fit into things like this. Minato replied quickly, saying he didn't think so, pointing out Ryuji's height and muscular build. He looked great. Ryuji glared at him, confused, while Shogo suddenly pointed out that the girls had arrived. The first to walk in was Yuika. She was wearing a purple dress with a clip in her hair, looking quite cute. In contrast to Yuika's pure look, Ruka was dressed in a dark green halter dress, elegant and classy. Meanwhile, Karen had a cute girl next door look in a lovely green dress. All three looked different from their usual selves. Yuika walked up to Minato, nervously asking if she looked strange dressed like this. Minato, without hesitation, nodded and said she looked cuter than usual, making Yuika blush with embarrassment. Not stopping there, Minato also complimented Ruka's outfit, mentioning how its subtle colors suited her well and highlighted her mature beauty. He ensured no one was left out by praising Karin too. This left the three women embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Ryuji watched helplessly, thinking Minato was at it again. He never hesitated with compliments. Just then, someone came in from outside, accompanied by a dissatisfied voice saying, "Look who's here." Minato glanced over and saw Hinata in a bright red dress approaching, with Riku and Tushiro by her side. Minato took a look at Hinata and openly commented that the dress suited her. Her elegant appearance created an interesting contrast to her usual strong image. That comment irritated Hinata, who snapped back, telling him to stop the compliments, calling it too cheesy, before storming off. Minato didn't mind and turned to Tushiro, asking if he was here too. Tushiro nodded slightly, calmly saying, "Of course, I promise to cooperate with you guys. I'm not interested in meaningless conversations, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he quickly left. This made Ruka and her sibling apologize, saying their father was always quiet. Minato didn't mind, shaking his head, saying it was fine, he didn't care. As they were talking, A woman in a black dress entered the room. Minato seemed to sense something. He quickly looked over at the woman. Soon, the party began. The announcer's voice boomed in the banquet hall, thanking everyone for attending and asking for a warm round of applause to welcome the evening's main figures. Tushiro's group promptly lined up. The heads of the noble magic families were also ready to go up on the stage. Additionally, the announcer introduced two other individuals. They were Mumyu Hifumi, the director of the Magicians Association, and his daughter, Mumyu Chloe. Seeing the man, Minato was flabbergasted. This was the man he had seen in Dotonbori. So that was him. And the girl in the mysterious black dress he had seen earlier. She turned out to be his daughter. Hifumi quickly stepped onto the high platform, smiling as he introduced himself. Thank you for the introduction. I am Mumyu Hifumi. Our country is currently facing a crisis due to the emergence of disasters and monsters. The people in the banquet hall immediately focused their attention on the platform, carefully listening to what he was saying. Hifumi passionately proclaimed, but if the noble mages and the SMT join forces, the monsters will no longer be a threat. We noble mages vow to give our all to protect the peace of the world. The three people behind Tushiro heard these words and couldn't help but feel powerless, yet they remained silent. The people below promptly applauded enthusiastically, expressing support for what Hifumi had just said. Minato couldn't help but be impressed. The speech was straightforward and easy to understand, a refreshing change from politicians who typically speak in circles. While he was thinking about it, Chloe's eyes suddenly turned toward him, surprising him. Caught spying, Chloe wasn't embarrassed but instead gave a knowing smile. At that moment, Hifumi continued, "From now on, we will work closely with the SMT, with both sides striving to maintain public security in Japan." He then turned to Minato, smiling and saying, "It's a pleasure to work with you, Captain Kusanagi." Minato politely responded, "Yes, it's a pleasure working with you too." Right after, the two shook hands. Minato quickly noticed Hifumi's magical energy, which made him think that Hifumi must have maintained his training all these years. With this thought, Minato smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Hifumi was still the same as before. About 50 years ago, at the Mage Training Academy, as the great sage Ichikami Minato, Minato was extremely arrogant, challenging the recruits below. "Use all your means to attack me. You can all come at me together if you want." Back then, Hifumi was still a recruit and was dissatisfied when he heard this, exclaiming, "Don't look down on me, you bastard." Takigami was also present and reminded him, "Mumyu, that's disrespectful. You're speaking to a living legend, a great sage." But at that time, Hifumi was young and competitive. He scoffed and said, "Do you think I care who he is? I'll smash that smug look to the ground." He then began attacking Minato with magic. Even though she disliked his manners, Takigami joined the fight. Seeing the two streams of magic coming toward him, Minato sneered, "Such crude magic," and then he cast his own spell. Hifumi irritably shouted, "Are you using a level 1 spell? Don't insult me." But Minato wasn't bothered much. Small earthen darts appeared, shooting like a gust of wind, and they rushed at the two streams of magic, destroying them completely. Not only that, but the darts also attacked the recruits behind, injuring them. Takigami couldn't help but marvel, overpowering a level 4 spell with just a level 1 spell? What terrifying power is this? Seeing that they all fell, Minato sighed, remarking that he showed quite a bit of restraint, and that many had given up after the first training session. This time wouldn't be much different. But at this moment, Hifumi suddenly shouted, "I'm just warming up, you jerk." He then shakily stood up from the ground. Minato was slightly surprised. "You can still stand." Hifumi coldly replied, "Of course, this is nothing to me." Shortly after, Takigami also shakily stood up. "I can continue as well." Minato looked at the two, smiling satisfactorily. These two have potential, finally, real talents. However, seeing his smile made the two angry, and they shouted in unison, "Wipe that arrogant smile off, I'm going all out from now on." But in the end, they were still defeated by Minato. Hifumi was unwilling, clenching his fists and muttering, "Damn monster." Minato watched as the other recruits left, with only these two staying behind. He was truly impressed they came this far and slowly said, "That's enough training for today. Go home and rest." Yet as Minato turned away, a dark magic was about to sneak attack him, but he still dodged it. The one who acted was the persistent Hifumi. Gritting his teeth, Hifumi muttered, "It's not over yet, I'll defeat you." But just after he finished speaking, he fell face first to the ground. Even so, Minato still saw the determined look in Hifumi's eyes before he fell. Minato was sure that Hifumi would become a great mage someday. And behind Hifumi was Takigami, who was also trying to take advantage of Minato's opening to attack. It seems the Mage Association will have some promising new recruits. Back then, Hifumi always vowed to surpass Minato. Hearing these words, Minato just smiled and said, "Sure, I'll be waiting for you." And the boy from those days has now become an excellent person. Minato thought it might be fine to let Hifumi know that he is Ichikami Minato. But after thinking it over, he decided to let it go. Takigami had instructed him not to tell anyone, as it would only cause chaos. Soon after, the introductory ceremony began. The host, after introducing all the main characters, announced, "That concludes the introductions. Please take this time to talk with each other." At that point, Minato let out a sigh of relief, feeling his role had finally ended. But then, Chloe suddenly approached him, smiling, and said, "Excuse me, do you have a moment? I'm Mumyu Chloe." She said she had been interested in Minato for a long time and hoped they could have a conversation. Without hesitation, Minato replied, "It's an honor. You seem to be a mage too, right?" Chloe covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right, though compared to you, I'm still far behind." Just as Chloe said, she didn't have much magical power and seemed unable to control many elements. But somehow, Minato felt something was off. What was this strange feeling? While he was thinking, Chloe laughed and said, "I hope we can become good friends. I have a pretty sharp intuition about these things." Meanwhile, the sisters Ruka were quietly observing Minato. Seeing him talking with Chloe, they seemed a bit uneasy. Unaware of being watched, Chloe continued happily chatting with Minato. "I look forward to working with you." Minato politely responded, "Yes, me too." Then, the two shook hands. At that moment, Chloe seemed to sense something. Her pupils suddenly shrank. But she quickly smiled and said, "You are just as I thought. I'm glad to know you're a good person." With that, she didn't wait for Minato to reply. Quickly turned and left, leaving a cryptic message, "We'll meet again soon, Kusanagi Minato." Minato didn't pay it much mind. What he was focused on was that handshake from before. The next day, in class, as usual, Minato was surrounded by a group of female students, making him feel quite annoyed. At that moment, the teacher came in and said, "Get back to your seats, everyone. Today our class will welcome a new student." Immediately, a pair of long legs slowly stepped in. The new student turned out to be Chloe. She stood on the podium and cautiously introduced herself. "Nice to meet you all. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumyu Chloe. I hope to receive your help." For a moment, Minato was stunned, bewildered, as he looked at Chloe. Immediately, the students below started whispering to each other, recognizing Chloe as a daughter of the Mumyu family. By chance, there was an empty seat next to Minato, so the teacher placed Chloe there. Chloe had no objections, so she sat down next to Minato. Minato glanced at her and casually said, "I didn't expect you to transfer here." Chloe smiled and replied, "I told you, didn't I? We would meet again soon." Minato couldn't help but take another look at her, as if he was pondering something. During break time, the male students surrounded Chloe, asking all sorts of questions, while the female students also tried to befriend her. Seeing this, Yuika couldn't help but remark, "She's already become famous, huh? Normally they surround us." Even Ruka couldn't help but speak up, "I really didn't think she would transfer here." Ryuji also mumbled in confusion, "What is that girl thinking?" The three of them, Ruka, gathered together and started discussing why Chloe transferred here. Minato glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. Chloe wasn't bothered by so many people surrounding her. She handled it calmly, always with a light smile on her lips. After class, Ruka and the others awaited another unexpected event. Shogo brought Chloe to the police force's training ground, saying, "I need to remind you, this is Mumyu Chloe, and she will be joining SMT starting today." As soon as he said that, the students below were immediately bewildered. Isn't she the daughter of the Mumyu conglomerate? Why is she joining SMT? Shogo slowly explained, "To strengthen cooperative relationships with aristocratic mages, we've decided Chloe will act as a bridge between both parties. That's what we've been informed." Chloe then introduced herself. "My name is Mumyu Chloe. Although I'm still a student and lack experience in magic, I hope to receive guidance and encouragement from everyone." The three of them, Ruka, exchanged glances for a long time. Eventually, Yuika stepped forward to shake hands with Chloe, smiling and saying, "Congratulations, Mumyu." Chloe politely nodded in response. "Yes, I look forward to working with everyone." Shogo apologetically approached Minato and mumbled, "Sorry, this was an unexpected order from above." Minato calmly replied, "They informed us there would be major cooperation, so I anticipated this would happen." Hearing this, Shogo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I see, that's the Captain Kusanagi for you." But just as he finished, Minato coldly said, "But I still need to test her." Soon after that, Minato started training everyone. As usual, it began with running. The three of them, Ruka, ran ahead with all their strength. But not giving them a moment to catch their breath, Minato calmly said, "I'll start getting serious now. Follow me." As he said that, he sped up like the wind. The three of them, Ruka refused to fall behind, hurriedly chasing after him. The other students had given up. Unable to keep up, they began to sigh heavily. But right then, a figure suddenly passed them all. It was Chloe, quickly catching up to the three of them, Ruka. And not long after, Chloe overtook them, raising an eyebrow and saying with a smile, "Sorry about that." Seeing this, Yuka immediately felt competitive, shouting fiercely, "No way," and then crazily chased after. After finishing the running training, Minato began training them in magic usage. Just like before, the three of them, Ruka, held their ground. And so did Chloe, even though it was just her first day of training. Next was push-ups with weightlifting. Minato was like a tough drill instructor, shouting as he did push-ups. Keep training your body. It only truly matters when everyone's lives depend on it. A while later, almost all the students had collapsed. Minato finally said with satisfaction, "All right, take a break." The three of them, Ruka, weren't much better off, sitting on the ground, sighing heavily. It's always hard. Surprisingly, Chloe was still standing strong. She approached Minato with a smile, saying, "Is it already break time? I still have some energy left." Unlike the others, she still appeared fresh and lively. Yuika was amazed, wondering how it was possible. Even they had only recently gotten used to this intensity. Chloe wasn't aware of Yuika's thoughts and continued speaking. She mentioned it was indeed a very tough training. Minato gave her a sideways glance and asked if it was too outdated for her. Chloe calmly shook her head and replied, "Not at all. I actually find it very reasonable. By training their bodies, everyone can improve their physical strength and combat abilities. And when using magic while pushing physical limits, it helps enhance magic techniques and raises strength limits. By pushing magical power to its limits, everyone will make it stronger." Saying this, Chloe glanced at everyone else who was collapsing on the other side. Then she smiled and added, "A bit of Spartan shouting helps maintain everyone's spirit. If you don't act like your life depends on it, you might lose it in a real battle." Minato nodded in agreement after hearing her, saying, "Exactly, you really understand." Chloe smiled and responded, "Well, I am the daughter of the Mumyu family after all." Yuika didn't expect Chloe to understand so well and couldn't help but praise her. "You're truly amazing. I admit it." Ruka nodded in agreement. "We should learn from her." Chloe smiled humbly and said, "You've all done very well. I know the SMT members are very reliable." Then she turned to Minato and asked, "By the way, Captain Kusanagi, I have a question." Ruka and her sister saw this and felt a bit uneasy. Chloe was really beautiful, and it seemed both boys and girls admired her, perhaps even Minato. Chloe's abilities were undeniable. If she was stronger, she would be the one standing by and supporting Minato. Thinking about this, the two siblings immediately looked displeased, which left Ryuji next to them confused. They decided to stand closer to Minato and Chloe to listen to their conversation. By building a cooperative relationship between SMT and noble wizards, they could now respond faster to disasters. And because of that, SMT expanded its activities to more areas, significantly reducing casualties from disasters. However, the number of disasters is still increasing. Minato knew they couldn't let their guard down. Right now, they were handling a natural disaster together with the noble wizards. Hinata kicked a fiery blow into the demon general. In an instant, she turned it to ashes. The group beside Hinata immediately cheered. "Those weak demons, just as expected from our great leader. They are no match for you, boss." At the same time, Yuika ran up to Minato and said, "The monsters have been cleared, although most were taken down by Homurai." Minato didn't pay much attention and casually said, "She's really good, much stronger than before." Hinata glared at him, full of challenge. "Sooner or later, I'll surpass you. Get ready," she said, and turned away. Riku sighed helplessly and apologized. "Sorry about that. She seems unable to be honest with herself." Minato shrugged it off. "I don't mind, don't worry about it." The two of them kept chatting, while Hinata stood nearby, eavesdropping. Chloe, meanwhile, was getting along well with the special magic team, having a pleasant conversation. Noticing this, Minato couldn't help but remark, "Don't the noble wizards get along much with Chloe?" Riku nodded slightly. "We usually avoid getting too involved with the Mumyu family." While the two were talking, Chloe came over. Riku tactfully left, and Chloe softly asked, "Kusanagi, do you have a moment?" Minato frowned. "What's the matter?" Ruka and her sister noticed the two standing close and watched intently. Right then, they heard Chloe's shocking question. "Would you like to go on a date with me?" So, as planned, Minato made his way to Shinjuku Station. While waiting, he overheard people talking about a very cute girl. Before he could digest their words, someone exclaimed, "Is that Mumyu Chloe? She's stunning. Go talk to her." Following their gaze, Minato saw Chloe standing there in a black dress with her long hair draped over her shoulders, highlighting her elegance. Minato pushed through the crowd to reach her. Stopping in front of Chloe, he apologetically asked if she had been waiting long. Chloe shook her head, saying, "No worries, she just got there." This scene left the crowd stunned, making those who wanted to approach her hesitate. They left in disappointment, leaving Minato confused. As Minato and Chloe walked and talked, he skeptically asked why she invited him if she didn't really want to date him. Chloe smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying, "He found out." She was new to the area and hoped he could show her around. Hearing this, Minato found it strange, pointing out she could ask others. Chloe shook her head, smiling, saying she had personal matters to discuss. So that was why she called it a date. Minato nodded in understanding, but felt awkward recalling the tense atmosphere the other day. While he was thinking, Chloe sighed, saying she was Mumyu Hifumi's daughter and always felt lonely wherever she went. People pretended to respect her and treated her special, but he was different. Minato was puzzled, asking if that was so. Ignoring his reaction, Chloe continued smiling, saying when she first talked to him, she realized he didn't treat her like others did. Minato plainly said, status and position didn't matter, only the real person did. That's all. Chloe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pouting, she remarked. He was indeed an interesting person. Meanwhile, someone quietly followed them. It was Yuika, secretly following again, wondering what else she could do. Maybe it was time to give up. At that moment, Yuika spotted a familiar figure nearby. It was Ruka. She was also watching Minato. Yuika was shocked, saying it was impossible, her sister wouldn't do that. But in Ruka's hand was a red bean cake, undeniable evidence she was trailing Minato. Nevertheless, Yuika had to keep following them, or she'd lose track. As she hurried, she bumped into Ruka. Both stared at each other for a moment, then quickly continued on, talking as they went. Ruka suspiciously asked, "Why are you here? Is something up?" Yuika quickly shook her head, denying, "Nothing's wrong." Minato heard the noise from ahead and turned to look back. Seeing this, Chloe curiously asked if something was wrong. Minato frowned, then shook his head, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the Ruka sisters hid behind a large bear, sighing in relief, almost getting caught. Yuika suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "It looks like we're both aiming for the same target." Ruka nodded, acknowledging it might be the case. They stared at each other, both filled with determination. Finally, Minato and Chloe went on with Two Tails following them. Everywhere Minato and Chloe went, Ruka and her sister followed. They sneaked around. It looked like they were jealously spying. After wandering for a while, Minato and Chloe arrived at a cafe. Chloe cheerfully asked what they'd do next. Minato thought for a bit and said they'd chat, eat, then head home. The Ruka sisters sat far away, unable to hear what Minato and Chloe were saying. Chloe, on the other hand, suddenly felt gloomy, saying she understood now. "So this is what an ordinary high school date is like," she said, and placed the teacup in her hand down on the table. Then she spoke with a calm voice, wondering what the purpose of these activities was. Just walking around, looking at things, then sitting down to eat and drink. What meaning do these actions hold? Minato casually replied, "Maybe those actions don't have any particular meaning," Chloe asked in confusion. "But people still do them, even without a specific reason." Minato nodded slightly and explained, "What's important is who you're with. Even a walk becomes special with that person, and that's why time with them is precious, even if it doesn't have any clear meaning." After listening, Chloe fell silent and eventually asked, "And that's called a date?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato pouted and said, "I think so. So, was our time today valuable?" Chloe hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, "I think it was." Minato smiled slightly and spoke happily. "Hearing you say that makes me happy." Chloe suddenly lowered her head and muttered softly, "I often surprise others with my words or actions, but you don't flinch at all." She complimented Minato as being very charming. Ruka and her sister overheard and were both stunned, wondering if Chloe liked Minato. But Minato didn't think much of it, smiling and saying, "It's truly an honor." Just then, someone in the cafe recognized Minato and Chloe, and they started whispering. Afraid of the hassle, Minato hurriedly stood up and suggested we should leave. Chloe nodded slightly and replied, "Good idea." The two quickly left the cafe and returned to the train station. Chloe happily said to him, "Today really meant a lot to me." Minato casually replied, "That's great to hear." Chloe hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Can we hang out again?" "Of course, I don't mind at all." Minato agreed without hesitation. He said he also wanted to learn more about Chloe. From a distance, Ruka and her sister were shocked to hear these words. Chloe was a bit surprised too, smiling and saying, "You're really straightforward, but I think so too. See you next time then." With that, she turned and left, and Minato waved goodbye. Yuika watched them walk away, feeling a mix of concerns, unable to believe Minato said that. Ruka was equally troubled, wondering if Minato was really serious. Minato also started to walk away then. The two went in different directions, but there were many mixed emotions for all four of them. The next day, in the special magic team meeting room, Ryuji approached Minato with a raised eyebrow and a smile. He asked how Minato's supposed date went yesterday. Yuika, feeling a bit annoyed, asked why Ryuji was inquiring. Ryuji pouted and replied he was just curious about Minato's friend. Minato replied, a bit exasperated, saying it wasn't a date. He just showed her around the area. All they did was walk, shop, and drink tea. Ryuji pointed out those activities could be considered a date. At this moment, the Ruka sisters didn't look too happy. Meanwhile, Chloe was happily chatting with Karin, seemingly not paying much attention to yesterday's event. Ryuji sighed helplessly, expressing hope that it wouldn't cause any problems. Thinking for a moment, Ruji patted Minato's shoulder, reminding him to be cautious. Minato, puzzled, asked what he was talking about. A little later, once everyone had arrived, Shogo started the meeting. He began explaining the current situation. They had noticed a significant decrease in casualties related to natural disasters and monsters in Japan since the Black Rebellion was abolished, and there was also a similar decline in illegal magicians. Besides, there hadn't been any appearances of those bearing darkness or chrono. Karen nodded in agreement, noting that people rarely talked about them these days. Minato furrowed his brow in silence, thinking that perhaps the police could handle illegal magicians, making the dark bearers unnecessary. Then, he shouted enthusiastically, saying they couldn't be complacent and should train themselves even more from now on. The special magic team immediately agreed in unison. That evening, Minato returned home. After dinner, he lay on his bed to rest, pondering. SMT members had improved their skills, but their coordination with the noble magicians still needed work. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Minato answered right away, suspiciously asking what was up. On the other end, Leona's voice quickly informed him about Mumyu Chloe and Takigami Shizuku, saying she had investigated them and thought Minato should know. She asked if it was a good time. Minato nodded slightly, agreeing and asking her to share her findings. Leona immediately responded, first about Mumyu Chloe. She wasn't the biological child of Mumyu, but the stepdaughter of his wife, strangely becoming his stepchild only a few years ago. Chloe's parents died in an accident, so Hifumi likely took care of her from then on. After hearing this, Minato skeptically asked if she was studying at a magical academy, right? Leona nodded, confirming that despite transferring schools while joining SMT, Chloe's magical abilities were clearly above average. Minato frowned at this, not considering it just above average. Seeing him silent, Leona continued, saying Chloe seemed like a calm girl with a peculiar aura, and her appearance made her stand out a lot. While cooking, she had placed her phone on the table. Then Leona called out loudly for Kai to help set the table. Kai quickly ran in from outside the living room, and his condition had improved a lot. Hearing Leona's reproachful yet loving tone towards Kai, Minato couldn't help but smile. After instructing Kai, Leona apologized, suggesting they continue their conversation. Next, Leona talked about Shizuku. She seemed to have a daughter and a young granddaughter, but recently, no one had seen her. Minato furrowed his brow, questioning what she meant. Leona slowly explained that some sources said Shizuku had gone overseas. At that moment, a noise came from outside, and Minato quickly said to hold on. He went outside to open the door and saw the Ruka sisters had returned. He waved, welcoming them home. After greeting them, Minato returned to his room to continue talking with Leona, apologizing and asking her to continue. Leona nodded, saying as he knew, the situation wasn't confirmed yet, but something about it felt off to her. She mentioned she'd look into it more deeply. Minato heard a lot of news from her and gratefully thanked her for dealing with the trouble, expressing his appreciation. Leona casually replied that it was nothing since Minato had helped her many times. She then suggested continuing their talk next time before hanging up. Kai, seeing this, ran over and innocently asked if the person Leona was talking to was Chrono. Leona curiously asked why he thought that. With a spontaneous smile, Kai replied that Leona seemed really happy, leaving her stunned. A moment later, she patted Kai's head, smiling, acknowledging that she did look happy. Elsewhere, in the police chief's office, it seemed there was a guest. The chief coolly stated they needed to learn more about Kusanagi Minato, and he wanted to assign the task to someone. The visitor was Shizuku. Hearing the commissioner's words, she remained silently standing there. The commissioner, unfazed, continued speaking. If we can't uncover the secret of his power, we'll be rendered powerless. After hesitating for a moment, Shizuku nodded and replied, I understand. The commissioner frowned slightly, suspicious, and asked, does he seem off guard around you for any particular reason? Shizuku fell silent again, stuttering for quite some time. She then spoke up, perhaps it's because I'm older now. He's really a kind person, as you can see. The commissioner didn't doubt her, standing up from his chair. Approaching Shizuku, he warned coldly. Anyway, I can't turn back now, and neither can you. We're in this together. Yes, sir. Shizuku showed a hint of reluctance on her face, but finally nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the police training grounds, it was time for Minato and everyone to practice. Seeing that everyone was present, Minato immediately announced, let's start training. But before they could do anything, Shogo rushed in. Sorry, wait a moment. Minato glanced at him and asked, what's up? Shogo hurriedly replied, the US Army Mage Division has come to Japan for a meeting, and I've been told they want to observe the SMT training. The people there were shocked. Yika mumbled anxiously, aren't they one of the strongest elite units? Ruka nodded slightly, agreeing. They're proud to have some of the best mages in the world. Ruji shook his head, unsure. Minato frowned in silence, thinking that the American level wasn't this high 50 years ago, and considered that they had reached the pinnacle in this era. While everyone was confused, Shogo explained further, news of SMT has spread internationally. The battle with Chrono not long ago seems to have truly put us on their radar. Chloe listened and smiled knowingly. So what they really care about is… And then she paused. Everyone remained silent, not daring to speculate. Minato was also deep in thought, not speaking. At that moment, Shogo continued. There's another reason they're visiting Japan. In today's age, disasters are happening worldwide, much like 50 years ago. The Americans might be here to find solutions. Just then, a loud voice boomed. Who needs solutions, anyway? Startling everyone present. When they turned around, they saw a man in a suit approaching. He had a strong, muscular build, unlike most Japanese. Behind him was a group of soldiers in US military uniforms. Seeing those people, the SMT team immediately exclaimed in surprise. So that's the United States Mage Division. They look really intimidating. The group from the United States approached Minato with a menacing presence. Two streams of strong magic were silently clashing with each other. The pressure was so great that people behind were forced to step back. Even standing was difficult for them. At this moment, the burly man suddenly squinted his eyes at Minato. Then, he reached out with both hands. Seeing this scene, the Ruka siblings immediately became worried. But the man embraced Minato and laughed loudly. Finally, we meet, Kusanagi. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something. Immediately, the curious man observed Minato. He squeezed Minato's abs and arms, murmuring, Your body is toned but too thin. Can you really fight to the death with such a body? Minato, annoyed by the man's constant touching, spoke up. Can you let go now? The man snapped back to reality and quickly released his hands, apologizing for his rudeness. He then introduced himself as Major Aaron Anderson from the 157th Mage Division of the US military and the head of the Magic Research Group. Hearing this, Minato frowned in surprise. Magic Institute. So they study disasters and monsters, as well as all types of magic? Thinking, he introduced himself as well. I am the command officer of SMT Kusanagi Minato. These are the other members of SMT. Aaron laughed out loud. No need for introductions. I already know each member of SMT well. I've heard they're very skilled. The SMT members were immediately pleased by the praise. Who wouldn't be proud of being complimented? Minato pondered silently. Japan's unique magic research hasn't progressed much thanks to noble mages, and personally his knowledge is 50 years outdated, so he should see this as a great opportunity. With that thought, Minato smiled and spoke. You are a magic research expert, right, Anderson? If you don't mind, I have a few questions about monsters and disasters. As soon as he finished speaking, the US soldiers behind Aaron released a strong killing intent. In an instant, it spread through the air. Minato noticed this and frowned. Meanwhile, the Ruka group had collapsed completely. The killing intent was too strong, far exceeding their magical power. After a long wait, Aaron finally shouted an order to stop. With his words, the US soldiers withdrew their killing intent. Aaron smiled apologetically at everyone, embarrassed. Sorry for these immature folks. Good hounds can be overcautious sometimes. Minato shrugged nonchalantly and joked, No problem. It was just a gentle breeze. Upon hearing this, Aaron burst out laughing. The magic from my team is just a breeze to you? Let me tell you something. You've got a good sense of humor. Minato didn't bother responding to the friendly comment. Seeing Minato silent, Aaron spoke again. You want to ask about disasters and monsters? Minato nodded slightly. I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge, but I'm curious to know exactly what they are, and about your recent findings. Aaron hesitated for a moment before responding. It's hard to summarize in a few words, and we're still investigating, but I believe that monsters are living magic, and disasters are the phenomena that transport monsters to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that during a disaster, the area is flooded with a special type of magic separate from what humans possess. Basically, that theory is supported by the fact people can detect magical power when the sky turns red, but so far, no definitive proof exists. That magical power has characteristics similar to monsters. In other words, monsters are made of magic. Their bodies turn into particles when they die, further supporting that theory. Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, Why do they attack humanity? Aaron shook his head slightly. There's no clear reason, but there's a theory they're reacting to our magic. 50 years ago, there weren't many disasters in the US, so there were fewer investigations and limited information to work with. However, there are many reports of disasters activating a person's magical powers awakening, which remains true even now. But recently, Aaron began to understand more about this issue thanks to improved quality of magical measuring devices. For example, when the magic of a disaster dissipates into the atmosphere, it still exists as natural magic. When a monster is defeated, it releases a quantity of magic. From this, he inferred that the particles humans see when a monster dies are its body disintegrating into magic. Yuika was stunned hearing this. It was what Minato had told her. But how did Minato know about it? Minato stared intently at Aaron and questioned. I once saw a monster seemingly trying to cause a disaster before. Aaron nodded slightly and said plainly, that apart from similar situations, the world's first catastrophe occurred when there were no monsters here, so maybe Minato had misjudged the situation or misunderstood something. Minato furrowed his brow quietly. Misunderstanding? He didn't think so. The previous actions of the demon general clearly had something off. Aaron continued, saying that monsters, especially the final boss, could gradually become stronger, and perhaps that monster had caused the catastrophe. Minato was startled and asked if that was true. Aaron nodded calmly and admitted, yeah, they had tested it. They waited to see what would happen if they purposely didn't defeat a minor catastrophe boss. Monsters would appear in waves. But they stopped spawning after reaching a certain number, and then their growth suddenly halted. The magical catastrophe energy in the atmosphere also didn't increase. There was no doubt that leaving a catastrophe unchecked was dangerous. Even if the monsters grew stronger, the final boss still had to be defeated until that theory could be proven right. After hearing this, Minato frowned deeply. His thoughts about the monsters aligned with theirs. These catastrophe experiments were interesting, but Minato guessed they hadn't found anything specific yet. At this moment, Aaron spoke again, saying that Minato had an impressive amount of magical power, right? Not many mages have power as impressive as his. He asked to examine Minato's body. Minato didn't hesitate to shake his head and refused. Aaron sighed in desperation, feeling Minato was selfish. But Minato didn't care and calmly asked if Aaron knew about mage nobility. Aaron calmly replied that he probably only knew as much as Minato. 50 years ago, US mages were still weak. They stopped receiving coordination and technical support from Japanese mages, and related mage information was cut off. Minato furrowed his brow slightly, a result of the monopoly on magical knowledge and techniques by mage nobility. There was no doubt America had surpassed them. It was ironic. Thinking silently, Minato appreciatively said, "Today, he learned a lot from Aaron." But Aaron declined to comment further, saying no need to mention it. They were grateful for help during the world catastrophe, especially Ichikami Minato. Minato glanced at the soldiers behind Aaron and hesitantly asked if Aaron was looking for something else. Just as Minato thought, the soldiers never took their eyes off him. Aaron spoke seriously, admitting that he wanted to experience their power personally. That's why he came to Japan a second time. Upon hearing this, Shogo was alarmed and shouted, asking if Aaron wasn't supposed to be in Japan for an important meeting. Aaron shrugged indifferently and scoffed, saying who cared about a silly meeting full of ignorant big shots. Shogo grew more anxious and urged restraint, warning they weren't allowed to train in combat, pleading with Captain Kusanagi to intervene. However, Minato boldly said if everyone kept quiet, everything would be fine. Hearing this, Aaron laughed excitedly, saying he was a big fan of Minato's spirit, and since it was a rare opportunity, they should give it their all. Minato didn't back down, smirking. Who needed countermeasures? Wasn't that what Aaron had said, showing how much faith Aaron had in his own abilities, right? There's no substitute for seeing firsthand. Aaron scoffed coldly, and immediately, the entire US military emitted their aura. In Minato's eyes glimmered a trace of excitement. This was a great chance to measure the magical strength of the US mages. Let's see what they had in store. Aaron raised an eyebrow and laughed, saying, I'll let you experience the power of these guys first. Before Minato could respond, Ruka's group moved forward, with Yuika boldly saying, if you're going to send your subordinates to fight, then we'll fight too. Aaron, however, waved them off, apologizing. Can you stop? He asked Yuika, confusedly challenging, why? Aaron spoke in a deep voice. We only care about the strong, unless all of you are at the same level as Mr. Kusanagi. This comment made Yuika pause. She didn't know what to say. Because the truth was, no one here could match Minato's strength. Seeing everyone hesitate, Minato immediately spoke up. This is a good opportunity. You all have fought monsters many times, but we haven't had many lessons on fighting other mages, so watch our battle carefully. The SMT group replied in unison without hesitation. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Aaron couldn't help but be impressed. He thought they were just a bunch of low-level people, but surprisingly, they appeared very disciplined. At that moment, Minato spoke up. Then let's begin. As soon as he finished his words, Aaron's soldiers unleashed their magical power. Aaron shouted out loud, let's start the training battle. The American soldiers got into a fighting stance. In the blink of an eye, they split into several directions and charged at Minato. Minato wasn't flustered at all. He calmly used his magic. Surprisingly, the American soldiers managed to dodge the magic blasts he fired. In an instant, the soldiers surrounded Minato. Seeing this, Yika's group was immediately alarmed. They closed the distance without using any magic. Could they reach Minato in the blink of an eye? Minato was only a little surprised. He smirked and said, your movements aren't bad. As soon as he finished speaking, the American soldiers attacked again. Minato didn't attack hastily. He calmly dodged their strikes. Feeling their combat strength wasn't enough, the American soldiers began to use magic. They didn't give Minato a moment to breathe, continuously attacking. A barrage of different magic spells crazily stormed towards Minato. Minato didn't create a shield to block, he merely sidestepped to evade. He safely landed on the ground without a scratch. Just as he touched down, the American soldiers attacked again, their speed quite swift. Minato, startled, used his hand to block the attack. But before he could catch his breath, others attacked with magic again. Once again, a barrage of magic spells crazily appeared. This time, Minato didn't dodge, but created a shield to hold them off. Witnessing the battle so far, SMT's group couldn't help but be stunned. Yuika mumbled in disbelief. No way, they're pushing Minato to defend. Ruka spoke seriously. Although their magic level isn't particularly high, each has considerable firepower. Even Minato's magic defense can't hold out for long. So this is the power of the American Mage Division. After a while, Minato safely stepped out from the shield, calmly speaking. Just what I'd expect from the American army, you've been excellently trained. Then, Minato boldly declared, in battles against a magician, you rarely use large-scale spells. He said that it's something only understood when both sides are highly skilled. In most cases, everyone fights their opponent in close combat. That's because it takes time to cast magic, and it's hard for a mage to use spells when an opponent is attacking. Even for two high-level mages, close combat is common for this reason. While Minato was speaking, the cooldown time for the American soldiers ended, and they cast spells again. Without hesitation, they attacked Minato. Fire followed by water, Minato managed to dodge them all. Even the lightning strikes from the American soldiers were stopped by Minato's shield. Aaron observed from the side, frowning. Was Minato giving a demonstration to his subordinates? If so, Aaron was disappointed in him. Aaron wanted his soldiers to end this quickly. But he soon realized something. His soldiers were struggling. They couldn't even come close to Minato. His speed was too much for them. Aaron watched silently, frowning in confusion. What was going on? He couldn't understand why his subordinates were unable to touch Minato. The more he watched, the worse Aaron's expression got. Why couldn't his men even scratch Minato? They couldn't land a hit on him. None of their attacks worked, and they had never faced an opponent like this before. While the American soldiers were still puzzled, Minato spoke up, praising their refined technique as a result of their hard training, saying their combat skills were excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his own magical power and smirked, saying he would take them more seriously as a thank you for showing him their skills. Right after that, Minato darted forward quickly. He launched continuous attacks at them. Minato moved so fast they couldn't react in time. He punched and kicked, each move landing squarely on the American soldiers. He took them down one by one, without using any magic. Minato didn't give them a chance to counter. Before the last soldier could use magic to strike back, Minato attacked first. This one-sided display left Ruka and the others stunned. Aaron's face began to darken at this point. All the American soldiers had been defeated by Minato. Aaron stood frozen for a long time before he sighed and said, "My elite unit was defeated just like that? Who would have thought a normal student from that once arrogant country would become so strong?" Minato calmly responded, "Your men fought excellently." Aaron replied unhappily, "Even though I'm honored by your compliment, we were completely defeated. Where did you learn to fight in close combat like that?" "Actually, I taught myself mostly." Minato answered calmly. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, interesting indeed. You're quite the interesting young man. If that's the case, then allow me to show you my strength now." With those words, he removed his outer garment. He tossed it aside without hesitation. Aaron's muscular and solid body was quickly revealed to everyone, and he raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Even though I look like this, I love exciting battles." Minato was at a loss for words. He sure does look the part. Aaron was now filled with fighting spirit, saying excitedly, "Let's start the battle now, Mr. Kusanagi." Minato narrowed his eyes at him, a hint of caution in his gaze. In an instant, Aaron unleashed his magical power. Minato was caught off guard. His eyes widened in surprise. While he was confused, Aaron appeared right in front of Minato. Minato was even more startled by Aaron's incredible speed. Without hesitation, Aaron attacked Minato. But Minato managed to dodge. Failing the punch, Aaron switched to magical attacks. A bolt of lightning shot toward Minato. He tilted his head to dodge, then flipped backward. Minato landed safely without a scratch. Before he could catch his breath, Aaron appeared behind him, mocking. Too slow. Minato flinched and quickly moved away. He retreated a few meters from Aaron. Now it was Aaron's turn to be confused, mumbling, "You're slippery. I was sure I had you." Minato casually said, "You boosted your physical abilities with magic, right?" Aaron raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'm glad you noticed. It's a technique I invented." He boasted, "Thanks to recent advancements in magic measurement and detection technology, we're developing a method to freely control our magic." Aaron's power heavily relies on that method, which he calls muscle magic. At the same time, Minato voiced, "Mana art, that's what it's called." As he said this, magic surged from within his body. Aaron's expression darkened instantly. This was the technique Minato used against Chrono, with magical strength equal to, if not surpassing, Aaron's own. This technique is the result of decades of research, a mystery as to how Minato uses it, but Aaron didn't care now. He'd intensify his strength alongside Minato. Minato wasn't holding back either. Even though it was far from perfect, he was amazed that Aaron could use mana art too, having found someone who could independently create the same technique. It seemed Minato would enjoy this fight. Thinking this, Minato started running. He increased his speed. In a blink, Minato charged toward Aaron, delivering a punch to his face, while Aaron struck him as well. The two exchanged blows in an instant. They moved so fast, the group behind them, including Ruka, couldn't keep up. Ryuji couldn't help but speak. Just how strong is he? Minato was still a student, yet his magic knowledge far surpassed that of this world, defeating any enemy without breaking a sweat, astonishing everyone. Ryuji expressed more awe. He's facing a top elite from the US military, overpowering not just in magic, but in physical combat. How does he do it? Yuika frowned in silence. All this time, she acted unaware, but Minato was simply too strong. It was at this point that Ruka realized the issue. They were all getting stronger, which is why she believes they'll one day stand beside Minato as equals if they keep training. But was that possible? Ruka couldn't picture a future where they could catch up to Minato. The more Ruka and her sister thought about it, the more anxious they became, unable to accept it. Meanwhile, inside the battle, Minato and Aaron were still fighting. Minato was dominating, landing a powerful kick on Aaron. Aaron stumbled back but quickly retaliated with a punch, only for Minato to block it. Not letting Aaron breathe, Minato struck back swiftly, his speed too much for Aaron to dodge, taking a full punch. Aaron bit his lip, trying to counterattack, but Minato quickly backed off. Taking this chance, Aaron sat on the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Minato stood there calmly. By now, Aaron accepted the truth. Minato was too strong, and he was just a child compared to him. Aaron really wondered if Minato was still human, or was he a monster? Minato squinted at him, and asked coldly if they should continue. Aaron shook his head slightly and replied, no, he had lost. They weren't even competing anymore. Minato walked over to help him up. Aaron sighed and said, it's rare to meet someone as strong as you. I mean, there are monsters in the United States too. Then, he offered an invite. Please visit my homeland. You'll always be welcomed as a friend. Without hesitation, Minato nodded in agreement. Definitely. I'll go if I get the chance. As soon as they finished talking, they shook hands. After satisfying himself with a fight, Aaron left pleased. See you next time, Mr. Kusanagi. Goodbye to the SMT members. Once they left, the SMT members rushed over to cheer for Minato, praising amazing Captain Kusanagi. Even the US Magic Division is no match for you. Only Ruka's group stood there silent, having made a decision that could change their lives. In the following days, Yuika trained obsessively, wanting to become stronger. Ruka aimed to walk alongside Minato, and so did Ryuji. He was tired of always relying on others, and needed to find a way to move forward on his own strength. While they were struggling with training, Minato had a different headache. He exclaimed, are we going to sell goods for the partnership between SMT and the Magic Nobles? Shogo nodded slightly. Now that you're appearing more in the media, more people want to join SMT. Our budget is steadily increasing, so we're considering our next steps. After hearing this, Minato asked with discontent, is that why you want to sell items? Are you pocketing the money? Shogo immediately shook his head, refusing. We need money to continue operations. I don't like this idea either. Minato sighed helplessly. What a pity. Then he looked at the sketch in his hand, which featured a stuffed toy of Minato. He suddenly thought about the Ichikami Minato stuffed toy of the boy he rescued the other day and finally nodded. Okay, I'll allow us to sell goods. Hearing this, Shogo exclaimed happily, really? Yet his excitement was short-lived as Minato smirked and said, but with one condition. After hearing, Shogo hesitated and muttered, that'll eat up a lot of our budget. Is it feasible? Minato pouted. That's not the problem. The preparations have already started. So after that, the entire SMT team received an unexpected message. A joint training camp with the nobles was planned. A few days later, in some area of Tokyo, Minato's group had arrived at the location. Before long, the aristocratic wizards also showed up, with Hinata leading and constantly complaining, truly finding it a hassle. Soon, Hifumi arrived with his assistant, a smile on his face, saying this might be a bit much for his old body. Seeing him, the Ruka sisters exclaimed in surprise, even President Mumyu is here. Isn't this just a regular training camp? Is there some mistake? Shogo seemed to understand something and quietly mumbled that it looks like President Mumyu is the one backing this training camp, perhaps to make amends for the aristocratic wizard's past. Minato glanced at Chloe, suspiciously asking if the Fuka family was here. Chloe shrugged indifferently, responding that they fell apart after their leader was arrested. The Fuka family will never regain their former glory. Minato, still suspicious, asked if there weren't members not involved in the conspiracy. Chloe casually replied that she's sure all of them have started new lives. Hearing this, Minato frowned silently. He had heard a bit about the Fuka family from Leona, and it seemed the butler was still safe. Afterward, they got in the car to head to the training site. As they got off, Minato suddenly noticed Hinata's gaze. On the open field, other aristocratic wizards were already waiting. But their looks seemed less than welcoming when they saw the SMT group. Sensing these looks, Yuika was startled, wondering why they were staring at them. Ruka furrowed her brows and mumbled that, although they are working together, they don't have a good impression of SMT. Seeing this, Minato sighed helplessly, unsure what would happen next. A bit later, they moved to the storage area. Then they gathered at the training ground. Hifumi stood on a high platform, loudly speaking, thanking everyone for taking the time to come, and acknowledging that they must be mentally tired. Minato frowned slightly, with the police and local units of SMT temporarily helping. There shouldn't be any issues as this time usually has fewer natural disasters, but he still felt a bit worried. While Minato was thinking, Hifumi continued, however. He believed that this joint training is crucial to overcoming the great disaster. From this point on, their battles would only get more intense. That's why improving cooperation between the aristocratic wizards and SMT is extremely important. Hifumi mentioned that few have the ability to lead everyone, that it needs someone honest, wise, and above all, an outstanding wizard. He believed only one person fits this role. And that person is none other than Minato, who will be the guide for this joint training camp. Upon hearing this, Hinata clicked her tongue, seemingly anticipating what would happen. And sure enough, the aristocratic wizards immediately erupted in dissatisfaction, starting to protest. Hifumi had anticipated this as well. He glanced over the crowd and coldly spoke. It seems there are some who are unhappy. Can anyone here defeat Captain Kusanagi? These words silenced the aristocratic wizards, and none dared to argue further. Satisfied, Hifumi looked down at Minato and requested, "Then Captain Kusanagi, please show something." Minato frowned and remained silent. Although what Hifumi said was true, it also served his interests. The aristocratic wizards had monopolized magic knowledge and techniques, but they couldn't defeat him. They realized they had reached their limits, and Hifumi wanted to use Minato. After all this time, he still hated losing, which didn't bother Minato. Thinking this, Minato stepped onto the platform, declaring boldly, "You'll be trained here for 2 weeks. I have just one requirement. Follow me as if your lives depend on it." After speaking, Minato scanned the crowd, and no one opposed. Immediately afterward, they obediently followed Minato for training, only to be made to do push-ups, causing them to protest loudly, "Why make us do push-ups?" Minato didn't mind. He was carrying weights 10 times heavier but still didn't sweat, calmly saying, "Training your body is the foundation of all magic. Push yourselves to the limit." The heads of the 3 aristocratic wizard families were also doing push-ups with everyone. They too had heavy weights on their backs. Given their position, they couldn't afford to lose face. After finishing push-ups, Minato had everyone drag a cart while running, continuously urging them, "Run as hard as you can. There's no point in cheating." And so, the whole group kept dragging the heavy cart and ran fiercely after Minato. Hinata and the others always stick close to Minato because they don't want to lose to him. Yuika can't help but be amazed. It's incredible that the aristocratic wizards are actually listening to Minato. She never thought this day would come. After a while, the running training ends. Minato casually says, "Take a 5-minute break, and remember to drink water." However, someone speaks up in defiance. "What's the point of this? We're just training without a specific goal." Before Minato can respond, someone from the SMT team retorts boldly, "You've got it wrong. Captain Kusanagi is amazing." Suddenly, an argument breaks out, with neither side willing to back down. Ruji sighs helplessly. "I knew this would happen." Yuika also exclaims in panic, "We need to stop them." Not letting this continue, Minato steps in to stop them. "Enough, you two." The person from SMT wants to say more, but Minato gestures for them to stop. He looks at the aristocratic wizard, speaking coolly. "I know you don't trust me. If I weren't the instructor, I wouldn't mind being criticized, but right now I need you to follow my orders." Then, Minato turns to his own team, speaking firmly. "As for you, if you trust me, just endure for now, understand?" They nod immediately. "Yes, Captain Kusanagi. We apologize, Captain." Minato successfully disperses the argument, but he's still worried. It seems they have deep grudges, and the fact they still have reasons to argue is the real issue. In this situation, something must be done. Minato suddenly flashes an evil smile, startling Yuika nearby. And their hell begins. Minato moves to a high spot and starts wildly attacking everyone with magic, causing them to run around in fear. He yells fiercely, "Come on, what's happening? You'll really die if you don't fight back with all your might. Use all your magic until it's drained." But can they withstand Minato's magic? The answer is no, and each one falls to his spells. The disgruntled one from earlier shouts again, This isn't training, it's abuse. The SMT folks scoff disdainfully. You aristocratic wizards are so pathetic. This hits the pride of the aristocratic wizards, and they glare fiercely at the SMT team. Don't underestimate us. We'll show you what serious aristocratic wizards look like. This SMT team doesn't back down, declaring firmly, it's not like we'll lose to you guys. Seeing this situation, Minato smiles in satisfaction. It seems to have sparked their competitive spirit. Mission accomplished. Then, Minato takes down everyone and finally speaks. That's it for today. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow. Saying that, Minato turns to leave. But after just 2 steps, Hinata calls out, Wait, Kusanagi. He turns his head slightly, frowning. Do you have something to ask? Hinata glares at him, questioning annoyedly. Are you really going to keep training us? Minato is a bit surprised. Is that a complaint? She shakes her head. No, but there must be another way. Minato says coolly, I've said it before, there's no other way. One way to stimulate the ability to sense magic is with the help of a high-level wizard to perform shock therapy, awakening the magic flow inside. But that's for beginners. He says it doesn't work on Hinata. Hearing this, Hinata shouts defiantly, then how can you be so strong? How do you have such an absurd amount of magic power? Minato calmly explains, aside from increasing magic flow, there's using magic to depletion, or improving magical technique in other ways. I don't know any other method to get stronger. Hinata bites her lip aggressively, frustrated. Fine, forget it, sorry. Then she turns and leaves. Riku sees this, feels guilty, and apologizes to Minato, then runs after Hinata. Minato watches the two walk away in silence. How did you increase your power? The first disaster triggered Minato's awakening, but he has never met a wizard as strong as himself. Why is Minato so strong? And why does he possess so much magic power? He doesn't really know either. The next day, Minato trained them as usual. After taking everyone down, he said, all right, today's training is over. As soon as he finished speaking, the noble mages lay on the ground, starting to complain. Someone grumbled through clenched teeth. Is this kind of training really useful? We're noble mages, yet this harsh training is like being in the military. Days had passed since they began training, and they thought Minato seemed to be all talk. Hearing their chatter, Minato immediately said, we're going to the magic power measurement room. Follow me. So, the group of noble mages followed Minato to the magic measurement room, still with a dismissive attitude, talking as they went. I bet nothing has changed. But when they arrived at the magic measurement room, they were all shocked. One of them had increased their magic power to 40,000. The others had similar results, leaving them deeply bewildered at the rapid increase in such a short time. Seeing their reactions, Minato spoke again. This is not all. You'll become even stronger in 2 weeks. Hearing this, determination suddenly sparked in their eyes. In the following days, they accepted Minato's tough training without any complaints. Minato was pleased with this, feeling that his mindset reform had succeeded. They finally recognized the value of this short-term training. If that was the result after just a few days, then by giving their all for 2 weeks, their strength would exceed even further. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Minato was naturally happy. After the running drills, Minato started teaching them magic usage. Before long, the SMT members became exhausted and were out of breath, nearly depleting their magic power. But when they sat down, the noble mages surpassed them and mocked them. SMT is a bunch of weaklings. You'll never match the noble mages. These words revived the spirit of the SMT team, and they started running wildly. Seeing this, Ruka commented, looks like they've sparked an exciting competition. Yuika nodded in agreement. I was a bit worried at first, but now they're full of spirit. While they chatted, a brilliant flame came rushing at them. The siblings Ruka and Yuika immediately panicked and ran. After running for a while, the two sat on the ground, panting. But after just a couple of breaths, Minato approached them with a mischievous grin. If you have time to chat during training, this should be easy for you, right? So I'll increase the difficulty just for you two. Hearing this, Ruka and Yuika screamed in despair. Later that day, in the training area cafeteria, the noble mages chatted excitedly while eating. My magic has been running so smoothly lately. Not only has my magic power increased, but our magic levels have also improved. This news delighted them, and everyone was excited, making the atmosphere at the table much happier. Finally, someone couldn't help but remark, I guess Captain Kusanagi's strength is no joke. Hearing this, the others suddenly felt guilty, remembering how they had looked down on Minato before. While they were talking, the SMT members came over, laughing. I told you, Captain Kusanagi Minato is amazing. Snorting, the noble mages admitted, I'll acknowledge that, but our Grand Mage is even more outstanding. And once again, a debate broke out at the table, but this time the atmosphere was completely different. Minato smiled with satisfaction, feeling that it had worked out. After the meal, Minato gathered everyone for more training, this time focusing on target practice. Minato stood outside watching, feeling impressed. It seems everyone's magic level has improved. They're doing very well. Just then, his eyes caught sight of someone. It was Chloe, smoothly performing her dark magic. Minato frowned slightly, thinking, according to Leona, Chloe's abilities were considered above average, but clearly, they're even higher than that. While he was thinking, Chloe suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Minato said nothing, just watched her intently. It seemed like Chloe was hiding her true power. He couldn't see through her. But for now, Minato decided to set Chloe aside. What concerned him more was Riku, and then there was the hot-tempered Hinata. Riku and Tushiro seemed fine, but Hinata lacked motivation, which Minato could understand. Every time she saw him, Hinata looked like she might bite someone, and he'd wondered why. However, it wouldn't be good if Hinata continued like this. It was bothersome. So after the training session, Minato approached Hinata to talk, apologizing for asking her to stay. Hinata coldly said, "Just let us know what you want." Minato squinted at her and calmly said, "It seems the training isn't working for you. Can you tell me why?" Hearing the question, Hinata, as if holding back for a long time, immediately exploded, saying it's almost useless. "I can't get stronger this way." Minato, confused, asked, "But you still participate every day." Hinata indignantly shouted back, "Shut up! It's an order, so I have no choice." Minato was even more puzzled. It's an order, huh? It seemed only Hifumi could make these noble mages comply. He was quite surprised she actually listened to someone. While Minato was thinking, Hinata turned away in annoyance, saying, "Anyway, I won't change my attitude about this." Riku saw this and apologized for Hinata. Minato declined to comment, shook his head and said, "It's okay, I don't mind. Come to think of it, you're always with her. What's your relationship with Homarai?" Riku hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I thought we were just friends, but maybe I'm wrong. But we have nothing special." Minato nodded slightly with understanding. "I see, sorry for asking about personal matters." Riku softly laughed and said, "No, it's fine. I also apologize for bothering you." Minato, a bit confused by this, asked suspiciously, "Do you mean Homarai?" Nodding slightly, Riku sighed and said, "Her personality is a bit rough, which is why people often misunderstand her, but she's not a bad person." Hearing this, Minato realized what was going on and smiled lightly, saying, "I kind of like straightforward and grumpy people like her." "I understand." Riku gave a genuine smile at him and said, "Thank you, Kusanagi Minato." Right after, Riku left as well. Minato said goodbye to him, but in his mind, he was deciding to keep an eye on Hinata. The next day, at the training ground, everyone gathered as usual to practice, chatting during breaks. Only Hinata kept to herself, ignoring everyone. Minato was always watching her, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but frown. Hinata truly always did everything alone. Even eating and drinking, she was by herself. Minato helplessly sighed. It seemed her subordinates found it very hard to talk to her. It appeared Riku was Hinata's only friend. Did she really like being alone? But Minato didn't think so. There had to be something more. After thinking for a long time, he decided that perhaps he needed to help Hinata. And in the days that followed, every time he saw Hinata, Minato would always start a conversation with her. During training, he paid special attention to Hinata. He kept following Hinata around, talking to her non-stop. This behavior drove Hinata absolutely crazy. She shouted angrily, "What the heck? Do you have a problem? Why do you keep sticking to me? What are you up to?" With a shrug, Minato casually replied, "I just want to talk to you." Hinata looked at him in confusion and asked, "You just want to talk to me?" Minato nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you're always by yourself and seem very lonely." Hearing this, Hinata immediately scoffed, "I'm not lonely, I like being alone." But Minato didn't believe it and countered, "But it doesn't seem that way." This made Hinata angrily shout, "What do you know?" Slowly, Minato said, "People who like being alone don't put themselves in situations where they have to cooperate with others. They don't care about anyone else and don't accept concern from others, but you don't seem to fit any of those situations." Hinata frowned as she heard his words and mumbled under her breath, "Stop talking like you understand me." But Minato didn't care and suggested, "Be friends with me." Hinata was stunned and didn't know how to react. But quickly, she retorted aggressively, "What the heck are you talking about?" With a shrug, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that so wrong? You know, I actually quite like you." Hearing the word like, Hinata blushed shyly. She quickly said, "Normal people don't just go up and make friends with someone like that, do they understand?" Minato puzzledly mumbled, "Is that so? I think you're right." Hinata glared at him and then suddenly mumbled quietly, "Enough already. Give up on trying to understand me. A girl like me is really difficult and annoying, isn't it?" Having said that, she fell silent. But Minato didn't hesitate to refute. "Not really. I don't dislike you. In fact, I like how straightforward you are. People who flatter me for no reason make me uncomfortable." Those words halted Hinata in her tracks. After a moment, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Seriously, you're a real weirdo." Minato was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" "Ha ha 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 ha!" Huh? Ha! Hin! Lo- 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 She quickly turned and ran off, shouting as she went. Anyway, I'm never going to be friends with you. That'll never happen. Minato sighed reluctantly. Oh dear, it seems I've been rejected. What he didn't know was that their whole conversation had been overheard by someone. Chloe, standing behind the wall, had heard everything. Later, at the training ground, Minato got everyone to practice using magic. After training with Minato for a few days, Tushiro's magic had improved. The Ruka siblings saw this, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Right then, Minato shouted, "That's enough training, time for a break." Everyone was trying hard. They seemed to be honing their own strength. While heading to the dining hall, Minato saw the Mizuha family of 3. The siblings were trying to get Tushiro to join them for a family meal, as it had been a long time since they had a chance to talk. But Tushiro coldly replied, "I still have a lot of work to do, so I have to decline this meal." Having said that, he lifted his foot and left without looking back. Minato walked over to the Ruka siblings and said reluctantly, "He's still the same, huh? He hasn't changed his attitude even though he gave up deciding to disown you?" Yuika shook her head slightly and replied, "He wasn't like that before." Minato was confused and asked, "Was he different?" Yuika's tone was somewhat sorrowful. "He used to be kinder and would listen to us, but ever since his wife passed away, Tushiro has never been the same. He didn't talk to Ruka and her sister as much as before, always working far away." Ruka, in a low voice, muttered that she thinks she understands their father's feelings, because she's similar. When their mother passed away, she felt she had to become stronger. Trying to protect Yuika, Ruka became stricter and lost herself. Hearing this, Yuka immediately held Ruka's hand to comfort her, but said, "You're still the gentle sister as before." Ruka gratefully smiled and said, "Thank you, but I've changed while father hasn't. He still loves us, doesn't he?" Yuka shook her head and whispered, "I can't know what Dad's thinking. He never tells us." Hearing their conversation, Minato smiled and reassured them. "If he didn't care, he wouldn't see me as an adversary and test me. Right?" He said, "That's definitely how a father behaves towards someone approaching his daughter." But Minato is puzzled about why Tushiru's magic fluctuates so much. It seems like he's hesitating about something. Just then, Chloe approached and called out to him. Smiling, she said, "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Minato didn't refuse, and they found a quiet corner to chat, thinking Chloe might invite him on a date. While Minato was thinking, Chloe slowly started speaking. "Lately I've been thinking a lot. I want to know more about you." As she spoke, Chloe stepped forward. Soon, she was right in front of Minato. Chloe placed her hand on his chest, whispering, "I want to delve deep into your true nature. I want to know what kind of person you are." She said that Minato is unlike anyone else, both in beauty and soul. A unique charm emanates from him. Hearing this, Minato didn't react much, slowly nodding. "I understand. I'm honored to receive such praise from you. Chloe couldn't help but pause, letting out a faint smile. Then she softly commented, "What a strange man. Straightforward on the outside, yet full of calculations inside, sometimes full of spirit, sometimes innocent. Even those elusive aspects have an allure." After saying this, Chloe hesitated for a moment, then seriously suggested, "Have you considered dating me?" She believes their relationship would be wonderful. Even if she seems this way, she's very faithful. Chloe also said that if Minato wants, she can do anything and give him everything. During the conversation, Chloe got even closer to Minato, their faces just a few millimeters apart. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, asking, "So what do you think? Will we be together forever, Minato?" Minato saw the distance closing quickly. He hurriedly dodged and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I have no intention of dating anyone." Chloe wasn't too surprised by the rejection. She just gave a faint smile and said, "Really? That's too bad." Soon after, she returned to her usual demeanor, smiling and saying, "Well, that's settled. I'm leaving now." Minato watched her leave, falling silent. Elsewhere, at the training ground, Ryuji suddenly threw his arm around Riku's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Hang in there, buddy." Riku frowned and muttered, "You too, you're not bad either." When Minato returned and saw this, he asked curiously, "What's going on? How did things end up like this?" Ruka slowly explained. They were talking about their training routines and decided to challenge each other. The result was that both completed 1,000 reps and collapsed afterward, leading to this situation somehow. Hearing this, Minato sighed helplessly. So both are muscle fanatics. Putting aside these trivial matters, Minato resumed training everyone in using magic. Over time, the people from SMT and the noble mages became much closer. On the final day of the training camp, Minato stood on a high platform and declared, "You all have trained very hard. Today marks the end of your training, but it is only the beginning." Those below listened intently as Minato continued. "Many lives might be endangered in the upcoming global disaster, but if we perform our roles at our best, these disasters will be defeated." He told them they were very strong, and even the world disaster wouldn't be an opponent. He instructed them to rest until the mission starts and to be prepared mentally. With that, Minato raised his fist high and shouted loudly, "It all depends on your shoulders. We will certainly protect Japan and the world." As these words ended, everyone below shouted in unison. Both groups, who initially entered with a dislike for each other, eventually became comrades. Hinata watched from afar, unable to help but admire. Minato is truly remarkable. Not only did he train SMT, but also the noble mages. Their capabilities must have grown significantly. Minato even made everyone here more open with each other, and he was kind to her as well. The more Hinata thought about it, the more her eyes focused on Minato on the high platform. Thinking of the word friend that he suggested, she quickly shook her head. "What am I thinking? I don't need friends. Hinata doesn't need such a thing." Anyway, to her, everything ultimately became meaningless. A moment later, Hifumi approached Minato and praised him. "The results are great, Captain Kusanagi." Minato replied politely with a smile, "It's an honor, sir." Hifumi ignored the politeness in his words and continued. Initially, they disagreed because they didn't understand each other, but now they are starting to trust one another. Everything is progressing smoothly. By continuing like this, the world will eventually see peace, which makes Hifumi very happy. "I hope so." Minato nodded slightly and shook hands warmly with Hifumi. Thanks to the training camp, the level of SMT and the noble mages increased, and the cooperation between the two sides improved significantly. As a result, the damage caused by disasters and demons around Tokyo decreased significantly. Although disasters still occurred, the recorded damage was the lowest in 50 years. People all over Japan were very happy about this. They finally could go outside without worrying. Thanks to the success of SMT and the noble mages, whether good or bad, the whole of Japan was living in peace. Ah, of course, except for the SMT team, who still had to train every day with Minato, the hellish instructor. He taught on one hand and urged them on the other. "Don't slack off. It'll be meaningless if you don't push yourself to your limits. The closer we face death, the more peaceful Japan will be." While training, Shogo ran over from afar to report, "Captain Kusanagi, it's been decided that we will cooperate with mages across Japan. Many mages will assist when the great disaster strikes." Minato nodded in satisfaction. Karin added, "Based on identifying locations and the extent of damage in the great disasters from 50 years ago, we have decided on the deployment plan for each member." After finishing the report, Shogo leaned in and whispered to Minato, "I've arranged the distribution as you requested, and I did it quietly." Minato nodded and advised, "That's helpful, we need a guarantee." The world disaster, the largest among the great disasters, doesn't just affect Japan but the entire world. It's not a single disaster, but multiple occurring at once. 50 years ago, humanity couldn't deal with a disaster of such unpredictable scale, but this time, that's not going to happen. Minato is ready for anything. Thinking about this, Minato loudly declared, as we all know, in a few days, the world disaster will occur. Rest until that day and spend time with your families. Hearing this, the SMT members started whispering among themselves, is this all right? We don't know how dangerous the great disasters will be. Minato heard this and reassured them. We've done what we can. All of you have become much stronger, so don't worry. We will definitely win. Even though he said that, everyone below still couldn't stop worrying. Even Shogo's group was no exception. Seeing their gloomy faces, Minato felt a bit helpless. Then, he confidently declared, let me say one last thing. Trust me, when things get tough, when pain hits, when fear overwhelms you, when it makes you want to run away, remember me. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, Shogo, Karen, and even Chloe, after hearing his declaration, felt much more confident. Smiles returned to their faces. Minato spoke boldly, no matter the situation, I will save all of you in this world, so you can always trust me no matter what happens, I'll handle it. Yes, Captain Kusanagi. Immediately, all members of SMT shouted in unison. Besides them, the heads of the magical aristocracy were very busy. Hinata and Riku stuck together. Tushiro appeared indifferent, but he was constantly busy handling work. Hifumi, the president of the Magician Association, was always busy, but wasn't sure if that was good or bad. To deal with the impending world disaster, everyone was very busy. Some handled work. Others spent time with their families. Of course, Yuika didn't miss this time either. The three of them, including Minato, tried to enjoy these last peaceful moments. And then, what was meant to happen came. A few peaceful days passed, and the world disaster announcement was broadcasted all over Japan. Having been forewarned, the military quickly mobilized. Areas needing isolation were blocked by the police. And the SMT team's battle officially began. This was their time to prove their hard-earned training. Minato squinted at the sky changing color slowly. He spoke slowly. It has come. The sky was frightening. The disaster caused the death of Ichikami Minato. A demon army numbering thousands appeared. They began invading the world. The key to victory lay in Minato's hands, the reincarnation of the great sage from 50 years ago, Ichikami Minato. He led the SMT team toward the disaster, shouting fiercely, let's move forward and save the world. The world's calamity is a phenomenon where thousands of disasters occur globally. It is the largest disaster in human history, and at this moment, the greatest calamity has begun in Tokyo. The world's calamity claimed the life of Ichikami Minato while he was fighting against it. In the government meeting room, all high-ranking officials are present, and someone rushed in to report, Prime Minister, it seems the world's calamity has begun. The Prime Minister's face turned grim in an instant, and he murmured, we are counting on all of you, SMT. Meanwhile, in old Shibuya, monsters have flooded the area, and Minato leads everyone there. From above, Minato surveys the entire scene of the calamity, frowning silently. It looks exactly like that time, but even larger in scale, and I can feel a huge magical force surrounding my body. But unlike last time, Minato will not let anyone die. Because the great calamity has occurred, the people have been warned to stay indoors. As the sky has gradually changed color, everyone is worried. But the naive children still firmly believe that the great sage will protect them and everyone else. All the people of Japan are placing their trust in Minato. At the disaster site, reporters have arrived by helicopter to deliver live coverage. In an instant, the sky turned a bright red, spreading across Japan. Monsters are appearing more and more, with many demon soldiers and demon generals. Despite being terrified, the reporter tries to report the situation for the citizens watching at home. Demons are gradually appearing, and people are being urged to evacuate from areas predicted to be hit by the disaster. But will they really be safe? No one dares to be certain in the face of the demon soldier and general onslaught. The reporter becomes more worried the more he sees. In a moment, the number of monsters swelled like a massive army. But right now, a brilliant flame fiercely rained down, enveloping the monsters in a sea of fire. At the same time, a brave figure landed. This person was none other than Minato. The hope of everyone finally appeared. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky, starting to use his magic to annihilate the monsters. At this moment, a wave of water fiercely attacked the monsters, followed by a series of lightning, wood, and dark magic. These were the elite members of the SMT team. The siblings Ruka, Ryuji, Shogo, Karin, and even Chloe was present. Minato glanced at them, ordering, destroy these demons immediately. Hold on until the calamity's leader shows up. There are more than one calamity, so don't waste your magical power. The group, Ruka included, quickly followed his order and began using their magic to attack. Under their fierce assault, waves of demon soldiers were eradicated. At that moment, Minato noticed a problem, frowning and murmuring, there are many more ordinary demons, to which Yuika nodded in agreement, and they're stronger too. While killing the monsters, Ryuji asked with frustration, where are the mage nobles? Shogo replied in a deep voice, I'm trying to contact them, but I can't get through, even Tushiru won't answer. Minato noticed something strange, glancing at Chloe and asking, "You know something, don't you?" Chloe slightly shook her head, denying, "I'm sorry, I don't know anything." On the other side, Karin is trying to contact the Mage nobles, but the command system has lost control, and she urgently shouted, "It's not good, communication is cut off." Minato frowned silently, thinking that all the meticulous preparations over the years now faced problems at the most important moment. Something was definitely going on. Right at that moment, military personnel arrived. Minato looked at them and asked, "We've lost communications. What's the situation over there?" The officer quickly replied, "It's the same here for both the police and the defense forces. The scene is complete chaos. They can't coordinate their forces. The situation is becoming more uncontrollable." Yuika cried out in panic. "We can't stop this calamity without the mage nobles," and Ryuji angrily cursed, "Damn it, what the hell are they doing?" Seeing them losing their composure, Minato shouted to calm them. "Regardless of the situation, what we need to do remains the same. Even without the mage nobles, we can still win if we unite our strength." Everyone looked at him, seemingly regaining their composure. Seeing this, Minato confidently shouted again, "I believe in all of you." In an instant, everyone regained their confident demeanor. That's right, they shouldn't worry. Just like Minato said, they only need to do what needs to be done. Ruka smiled softly, just as she expected from Minato. He's always calm and reliable. With him by their side, they can't lose. And so they united again to take down the monsters. A barrage of powerful spells rained down on the creatures non-stop. Seeing this, the reporter shouted with joy, asking everyone to look. The SMT is controlling the demons just like expected of Captain Kusanagi Minato. If it's him, Japan will surely be protected. People watching the news at home felt more at ease. They have someone to rely on, someone to trust. These demons are no match for Minato's group, and many were quickly defeated. There are dozens of disasters happening across Japan during this world calamity. It would be a tough battle without the support of the mage nobility. But with these numbers, Minato believes they can still manage. He's prepared for today. And right now, more demons are pouring out from the magic currents in the air. Minato quickly shouted a reminder not to let down their guard. The demons keep appearing, and Ruka's group immediately followed orders to charge. Minato led the attack, clenching his fist tightly. Without any hesitation, he punched into the body of a demon general. It wasn't long before Minato realized something. Numerous demon generals were simultaneously attacking him with magic. The ground was being torn apart, dust flying everywhere. But Minato wasn't fazed at all. He snorted disdainfully, thinking they're too naive. Then he used a level 9 spell to attack them. A light quickly emerged in the air, destroying the bodies of those demon generals. Minato descended from the sky back to the ground. He hadn't even caught his breath when another group of demons appeared. Minato frowned and mumbled that they keep coming and it seems he must do it. On the other side, Ruka's group finally managed to take down their demons, even though they were battered and bruised. Minato halted the appearance of demons on his side too. Every demon that emerged, he killed. But he was concerned. They were stronger and more numerous than 50 years ago. As Minato predicted, this wasn't simple. At that moment, the Ruka siblings sensed a massive surge of magic approaching, and they shouted in fear, thinking the boss was appearing. From that direction, the crimson spatial rift in the sky suddenly stirred. A demon emerged from within. Seeing its massive body and aura, Ruka's group was immediately terrified. It was a demon king, finally making its appearance. Seeing the giant demon king, everyone was shocked. Ruka cried out in fear, "This is terrifying," and Yuika couldn't help remarking, "This is no joke." In their moment of panic, the demon king unleashed its magic and began to attack. A brilliant flame appeared in the sky. This was a level 10 fire spell, exploding with destructive force, demolishing everything in its radius. Ruka's group quickly cast protective magic to defend themselves. But the attack was too strong, reducing many buildings to rubble. When the smoke cleared, the ground was riddled with hundreds of cracks. The Demon King glanced around. It was about to leave when a cold voice stopped it, asking, "Where are you going?" "The battle has just begun," said Minato. He had quickly cast a level 9 shield spell to protect Ruka's group. The other members of Team SMT were also protected. He tried to safeguard all of them. Ruka and her sister apologized to Minato, saying, "Sorry, Minato. We reacted too slowly." Minato shook his head and replied, "Don't worry about that. After all, we're facing the Demon King. Stay alert." Shogo remarked, "I didn't expect him to use 2 spells at once," and Chloe calmly added, "Maybe his magic is automatic, and Captain Kusanagi used the protective spell." Karen, surprised, exclaimed, "Didn't you say you could only cast 1 spell at a time?" Chloe explained slowly, "Automatic magic is an advanced skill that allows the user to control magic subconsciously. The focused incantations eliminate the need for energy transfer required by usual magic, and the casting process can be completely bypassed. This is like muscle memory. In other words, Minato has mastered the control of conscious and subconscious magic simultaneously." Hearing this made everyone find it hard to believe. Ryuji admired, as usual, he just does unbelievable things. By then, the Demon King was attacking them. Ruka's group quickly moved aside. Then Ruka shouted, "Let's do this!" Quickly, they cast a level 8 spell together, with a raging tsunami heading toward the Demon King. At the same time, Ryuji and Shogo's group also started attacking with magic from behind. All the magic charged at the Demon King. Amazingly, it dodged everything without a scratch. Seeing this, Yuika was stunned. Did it escape our magic? Ruka mumbled, "We can't even hurt it?" Just then, the sky exploded again with fire and smoke. But when the haze cleared, the Demon King still stood tall. Minato immediately proposed, "I'll handle this one. You guys go deal with other emergencies." Yuika and her sister hesitated, not moving, so Minato urged them, "There are more disasters, and without help from other mages, we're reaching our limit." He told them to go support the other teams as he started to get serious. After a brief pause, Ruka finally spoke. "If we stay, we'll just get in Minato's way," and Yuika agreed, nodding firmly, "You're right." Then she turned to the others and shouted, "Leave this to Captain Kusanagi. Each team should move to other disaster areas." Ruka and Yuika led the charge away, with Ruka smiling. "We don't have to worry about Minato." Yuika nodded and replied, "After all, it's Minato. He won't lose no matter who the opponent is." Once they left, Minato turned to the Demon King with a smile. "Now it's just the two of us." Saying that, Minato unleashed his magic, facing the giant Demon King without any fear. As he spoke, Minato unleashed his magic, standing fearlessly against the giant form of the Demon King. Without hesitation, he quickly dashed forward. The Demon King responded by swinging its claws. But it was too slow. Minato dodged. Actually, defeating the Demon King is simple, but he needs to conserve his magic. Just as he thought, Minato jumped onto the Demon King's back. He doesn't have infinite magic power, and preparing that thing takes time. Minato will defeat the Demon King using the least magic possible, he thought, and then punched down. But the Demon King dodged. Minato didn't give up, continuing with level 11 holy magic attacks. In an instant, the Demon King was bombarded by brilliant holy beams. Its body was now covered in wounds, but it was still alive. Minato furrowed his brows, so it escaped. After escaping Minato's attack, the Demon King began to unleash its own magic. But in a flash, Minato appeared in front of it. He snorted in disdain, too slow. Then, Minato continued to use magic, a level 12 Earthfire fusion. With a loud boom, the ground explosion erupted. He couldn't help but frown. He used too much magic already. It seems this one is stronger than the previous Demon Kings. The Demon King was finally defeated in Minato's ground explosion. He frowned silently. He needed to conserve more magic until the Demon God appears. On the other side of the screen, everyone was awaiting the outcome, and just then, the reporter's joyous voice echoed. "Captain Kusanagi has defeated the Demon King. He didn't even seem to care about it." Hearing the news, everyone was immediately delighted, but in other disaster areas, the SMT squad and defense forces were struggling to hold their ground. Lacking noble wizards, the demons were overwhelming them. On the scene, the reporter suddenly exclaimed, "What's that?" Only to see in the fiery red sky, those monsters were continuously flying, even making incomprehensible sounds with their mouths. Seeing this, Minato frowned. It's similar to the scene he saw before. Are the demons summoning a disaster? In an instant, the sky became ablaze again. Inside the space rift, countless demon generals appeared. Minato's face instantly grew solemn. This is the final stage of the world disaster, where the demon god appears. The final disaster had taken his life when he was Ichikami Minato. On another front of the battlefield, Yuika's group was still fighting against a horde of low-level monsters. As she fought, Yuika thought, the strong magical energy vanished. Has Minato defeated the Demon King? That's just like him. Meanwhile, the people on the SMT team were showing signs of fatigue. Yuika worried about Ruka and the others in the disaster zone. Just then, a fragmented sound came through her earpiece. Alarmed, Yuika exclaimed, "Did the wireless connection come back? We've got a signal." A voice came through the earpiece announcing, "A major disaster has occurred near Tokyo Tower. All personnel proceed to the scene immediately." Hearing this, someone asked anxiously, "What should we do now? We can't even handle this small-scale disaster without the noble mages." Yuika frowned, thinking for a moment before speaking. "I'm heading to the major disaster. You guys handle the rest here." The others nodded instantly, acknowledging her command. Once Yuika instructed them, she left. Meanwhile, Minato had unleashed his magical power and started casting spells. Level 8 magic, he sent a barrage of inorganic attacks to wipe out the demon minions in front of him. Minato landed from above, frowning thoughtfully. There are too many demons. Do I need to use higher-level magic? But he still wanted to conserve his magic energy. At that moment, Ruka's group arrived from afar, hastily saying, Minato, sorry for being late. Minato looked up at them and suspiciously asked, You all seem fine. Did you abandon them to come here? Yuika nodded slightly and replied, Yes, every place is short on people, Ruka added. We had no choice to fill the gap left by the noble mages. Hearing that, Minato frowned, glanced at the demons slowly appearing, and finally said, Then we'll hold them off right here. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone responded in unison, Yes, Captain Kusanagi. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, a female reporter was broadcasting the disaster live, wondering, is this the final stage of the disaster that took Ichikami Minato's life? But clearly, this disaster was on a completely different level compared to 50 years ago. The viewers, seeing the battlefield on their screens, couldn't help but exclaim, This is hell on earth. Is this really the same world? They believed humans couldn't possibly fight against this, and placed their hopes on Minato. Back on the battlefield, the pilot felt uneasy and urgently spoke. It's too dangerous here. Other reporters have evacuated. We need to leave. However, the female reporter firmly refused. No way, people need to see their efforts. Besides, this helicopter has anti-demon equipment. The demons can't touch us. Just as she said that, a demon soldier approached the helicopter. She was startled and alarmed. In a hair-raising situation, a shield appeared, protecting the helicopter. Seeing this, the female reporter exclaimed with joy, Do you see? We're safe now. But the relief didn't last long as the demon soldier tore through the shield. The female reporter screamed in fear, No, this can't be happening. Almost simultaneously, two streams of magical energy came from afar, destroying the attacking demon soldiers. Minato flew near the helicopter, asking worriedly, Are you all right? Seeing him, the female reporter felt reassured, and the cameraman pointed the lens at Minato. Immediately, Minato's voice was broadcast to everyone. People of Japan, I know you're panicked and scared right now. His voice seemed to have a calming effect, making everyone feel more secure. The worries in people's hearts quickly dissipated. Minato stood confidently in front of the camera, declaring boldly, Everyone is worried about when the demons will attack, but rest assured, I won't let anyone die. With that, he quickly turned and flew down below. The female reporter watched him in awe, thinking, He's so cool. Below, Shogo's group had begun their battle, fiercely exterminating monsters. Numerous high-level spells appeared, with Chloe joining in too. Minato, of course, wasn't idle. He was facing a demon king. Level 7 magic, elimination was cast, and the demon king in front quickly exploded. Minato didn't stop, and in an instant, he was next to another demon king. He fiercely kicked down with his foot. The demon king fell to the ground like a broken kite. Ruka, who had just arrived, saw this and couldn't help but ask in surprise, was that a spell to nullify magic? Incredible. Minato shrugged and said, It doesn't work very well, and it can only nullify spells of a certain level. While they were talking, Yuika suddenly shouted, They're still coming. Minato immediately flew off, seriously reminding everyone, Don't let your guard down. They quickly followed him. Ruka and her sister joined forces to attack. A powerful tidal wave rushed forward. Shogo's group didn't stand idle either. They started using magic to eliminate the demons in front of them. Minato, standing nearby, began to unleash his own magical energy. In a flash, a brilliant holy light struck down, with furious explosions echoing, causing many monsters to fall. Minato quickly regrouped with everyone. Ryuji took a few deep breaths, frowning and mumbling, Are they still here? Just as he said, the Demon King appeared again. Before Minato could act, he heard a call for help in his earphones from the SMT members. There are too many, we need support right now. He frowned silently, realizing that the situation at the other disaster sites wasn't any better. What should he do? Elsewhere in the disaster, SMT members were trying to hold their ground, all of them already weakened. Meanwhile, a group of noble mages approached from afar. Seeing them, the SMT members exclaimed with joy, Finally, you showed up. Hurry and join the battle, planning to be heroes at the last minute. However, the noble mages suddenly launched a magical attack on them. Then, broken sounds came through Minato's earpiece. The noble mages have betrayed us. Don't trust them. He shouted in shock. Hey, what's going on? Yuika saw his face looking worried and asked fearfully, What's happening? At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Goodness, why is it so noisy? Yuika looked over in astonishment and exclaimed, You are Chairman Mumyu. The person who arrived was Hifumi, and behind him were noble mages. Seeing them, Shogo couldn't help but step forward to question them, saying he'd heard reports that the noble mages had betrayed them. Was it true? Hifumi, with a sudden smile, answered casually, saying, How could we have betrayed you? Hearing this, Shogo breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could feel too happy, Hifumi sneered and said, We never intended to cooperate with you from the start, so it can't be considered betrayal, right? These words left the members of SMT shocked and confused. Yuika also ran out to question them, asking, Weren't we allies? But just as she took 2 steps, a magical force shot towards her feet, making her stop and back away in surprise. Hinata coldly said, Don't misunderstand. We never considered you allies. It seemed something clicked for Minato as he looked at Riku and asked suspiciously, Kakichi, are you the same? Without hesitation, Riku nodded and confirmed. The noble mages have turned against SMT, the police, the defense forces, and even Japan itself. Hearing this, Chloe was shocked, exclaiming, how could Dad do such a thing? Hifumi threw his head back and laughed loudly, finally saying it's time. Right after, he lifted himself into the air, boasting, after countless experiments, it's finally complete. Just as he finished speaking, a massive magic circle appeared in Hifumi's hand. Witnessing this, Ruka and the others were filled with fear. At that moment, Chloe shouted fiercely, we need to stop it before it activates. As soon as she said that, she summoned a level 4 spell, Shadow Blades, to attack Hifumi. But before it could reach him, a sharp claw intercepted them, with all the monsters surrounding Hifumi, as if he were their master. This sight shocked everyone. Yuika couldn't believe it and shouted, the demons are protecting Mumyu Hifumi? Shogo shook his head in denial. There's no way that's happening. But no matter how much they refused to believe it, the truth was undeniable. Hifumi had allied with the monsters. Minato was still listening to what was coming through his headset. On the other side, the noble mages were truly working with demons, attacking the members of SMT. The members of SMT couldn't believe what was happening. They trembled and murmured, why? I thought we understood each other during joint training. In the main battlefield where Minato was, Hifumi was laughing proudly. With this disaster-controlling magic, all the demons in Japan will become our allies. Minato looked up at this, speechless at the sight. Magic that affects disasters and demons? How did he learn this? While he was thinking, Hifumi laughed and said, and one more thing, this magic has a special effect. As soon as he finished speaking, massive streams of magic began to rush in. They wildly surged into Hifumi's body. This sight terrified those below. Chloe couldn't believe it and yelled, is the Calamity's magic flowing into Dad? Yuika was also panicked, muttering, what kind of strange magic is this? I've never seen anything like it. Minato's expression became serious. It's like back then, when I awakened my magic. It was just like the phenomenon when Minato first encountered a calamity. Thinking this, he slowly said, a calamity is a phenomenon that brings magic to this land, and it also provides magic to those with magical potential. If you know how to use it, you can gain a tremendous amount of magic. With a cold laugh, Hifumi sneered, impressive Kusanagi Minato, you understand quickly. The calamity's magic allows a person to gain a lot of magic, but of course, it's pointless if you don't have the capacity to hold it. Minato squinted as he looked at Hinata and asked, so this is why your magic keeps increasing? Hinata laughed softly. Yes, that's right. We've always received magic from the calamity, pretending to cooperate all this time just to ensure the calamities proceed smoothly. She brazenly said that she only used the members of SMT to make fewer people suspect the noble mages. Whether they were promoting calamities in the shadows or stealing the magic of the calamity, no one would notice. Hearing this, Minato frowned and asked, a monopoly on power? Hinata replied indifferently, at first we planned to get rid of you, but since you have more abilities than expected, we decided to use you. If the calamities were left unchecked, the noble mages would face a wave of criticism, and that would be troublesome. Moreover, to unleash the great world calamity, they needed to follow the flow of history. Minato is even more confused, wondering why she has to follow the course of history. Hinata coldly scoffs at him, calling him an ignorant fool. Disasters generally occur in the same places because certain locations allow the flow of disaster magic more easily. And unless a disaster is resolved, the next one won't happen. That's why the noble mages used Minato to deal with each disaster one at a time. Hifumi is absorbing the disaster magic, and the amount of magical power he will gain is immeasurable. This will birth the strongest mage. Minato remains silent for a long time after hearing this, and finally asks slowly if she intended to betray him from the start. Hinata scoffs back, saying, they just mentioned that, didn't they? Minato narrows his eyes at her and asks in a serious tone if there was never any bond between them. Her words make Hinata angrily shout, telling him to shut up and stop saying disgusting things. She says there's no such thing as a bond, and she doesn't need an ally like him. Ruji can't believe it and questions Riku, asking if he would really betray them. Riku is frozen by the question. After a long while, he slowly speaks, saying the war is breaking out everywhere, with the noble mages and demons as the enemies, and it's only a matter of time before Japan falls. Riku stares mincingly at Minato and seriously says, Kusanagi Minato, even you can't protect all of Japan. Minato faces him without saying a word. Meanwhile, the other members are in a dilemma. The enemies are too many, and they can't hold out anymore. Elsewhere, monsters have attacked civilians, causing them to panic. In the main battlefield, Shogo is extremely nervous, muttering that the situation isn't good. There's no reserve force left if things continue like this. But before he can finish, two evil voices ring out, saying everything is still going according to plan, right? Exactly. Shogo looks at the origin of the two voices and can't believe it, yelling out why this is happening. Why are Kuroi Akuto and Fukujin here? It's true. Jin and Akuto have appeared on the battlefield. Even Shizuku is following behind them. Shogo can't believe it, exclaiming how even Takigami is here. Even Minato can't believe Shizuku has betrayed him, muttering shakily, "Takigami, why did you?" At this moment, Akuto laughs triumphantly, claiming he finally meets Kusanagi Minato and can finally kill him with his own hands. Shogo stared at Akuto, angrily questioning, "You should have been locked up, right?" With a shrug, Akuto smirked and said, "Noble sorcerers have many allies. Of course, including the police too." With that, Akuto placed his hand on Shizuku's shoulder, raised an eyebrow and said, "And here too, right?" Hearing this, Yuika discontentedly questioned, "Even though you are a noble sorcerer, why are you doing this?" "Because we are noble sorcerers," Akuto replied coldly. True to their noble name, they considered themselves superior to the weak commoners. Then, Akuto burst into laughter, casting magic in his hand. A chaotic image filled with darkness rushed out, and he laughed boastfully. "With magic, we can easily destroy half the city if we go all out." Akuto's chaos quickly destroyed the buildings in front of him into ruins. Akuto sneered and said, "We can level the entire city, even a nation, all with just one sorcerer. Yet, for some reason, noble sorcerers are being manipulated by weak commoners, by ignorant fools." So Akuto felt unwilling. He shouted aggressively, "Isn't it strange noble sorcerers are supreme, beneath them are sorcerers, and at the bottom are the useless weaklings? Those trash are delusional about their power." Jin chimed in coldly. "From the beginning, our family became noble sorcerers for this purpose, to rule over the untalented ones, yet those failures dared to take advantage of us noble sorcerers." As soon as he finished speaking, Akuto looked up and laughed loudly. "But now, it's over. We have discovered that we can become stronger through disasters. With this power, they have no enemies. Now is the era of noble sorcerers." In an instant, their magical power erupted. The pressure made Ruka's sisters panic. What kind of monstrous magic pressure is this? It's like they've become completely different people. Minato, on the other hand, remained calm, standing there. This made Akuto angry, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it, they're acting like nothing's happening. It's so frustrating." Minato ignored him, glancing at Shizuku behind. He coldly spoke, "Takigami, have you deceived me?" Akuto, quick to anger, saw this and shouted, "Are you ignoring us? How bold." Without waiting for Shizuku to reply, he spoke on her behalf. "Yes, she has always sided with us, the kind of trash that only knows how to deceive for profit and manipulate others." Hearing this, Shizuku lowered her head, not saying a word. Hinata and Riku were the same. They were now on the opposite side with Minato, being those noble sorcerer scum. At this point, Akuto laughed and said, "It's time to stop the chatter." Jin nodded in agreement. "Yes, it has begun." With a cold laugh, Akuto smirked and said, "Now, let's begin the massacre." At the same time, in another corner, a horde of monsters rushed from afar, starting to attack the SMT members. Not only that, they also infiltrated the city, where the residents were hiding, causing everyone to panic. A demon lieutenant shattered the glass door and barged in. Screams filled the air. On this side, Minato received a notification that the demons had entered the streets and awaited his instructions. Akuto laughed smugly and said, "What will you do now, Kusanagi Minato?" Jin sneered mockingly. "Even an all-powerful person like you can't save them from here." The situation grew more dire. Chloe trembled, mumbling, "Even if we leave right now, it's too late." Shogo furiously bit his lip. "What should we do now?" Seeing the panic in everyone's eyes, Akuto and Jin laughed more excitedly. "You will be crushed by your own weakness and die at our hands. Taste despair, feel our humiliation." Yet, at this moment, Minato suddenly spoke. "There are 3 types of anti-magic equipment." These words left Akuto stunned, not understanding what he meant in this situation. But Minato didn't care. He continued to speak. "The first type is used by the sorcerers themselves. Basic magic. It has a longer lifespan, and can control attributes the user normally cannot use. The second type intervenes in magic or magical power. The uniforms of SMT and noble sorcerers fall into this category. They can amplify magic power or restrain the power of magic." Hearing Minato's continuous rambling, Jin impatiently asked, "Is the situation driving you crazy?" Minato stayed calm and continued, explaining there's another type, which has a short lifespan but can be used by people without magic power, and it only activates under certain conditions. Akuto frowned angrily and asked, "What's the meaning of this, you?" At the same time, at a shelter for the people, as demons were about to attack, an anti-magic device with automatic magic effects appeared, forming a shield to block the attack. This device was actually a Minato-themed doll that had been released to the market earlier. Also, civilians who owned similar items were protected by Minato's magic power. Whether it was bracelets, keychains, or anything Minato released, they all became anti-magic gear, and they were working. They took advantage of the SMT's popularity to mass-produce these items, cleverly attaching defensive anti-magic devices to them. As an insurance measure for situations like this, Shogo couldn't believe it when he first heard about the plan. Akuto heard Minato's words and ground his teeth in frustration, finding him insane and calculative beyond measure. Jin shouted defiantly, "Even if you can defend, it's useless. You said the offensive anti-magic devices had a short lifespan." Minato nodded and calmly responded, "Yes, that's right, so this is what we'll do." He embedded his magic into the anti-magic devices, and his magic power spread throughout Japan. With his own magic power, Minato could feel it accurately even from afar. In other words, Minato's magic could reach everywhere in Japan. As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared above him. Immediately, thousands of magic beams flew out. This was level 13 void magic, infinite magic bullets. These bullets seemed intelligent, targeting the demons attacking the city. And they quickly killed the demons. Just as Minato said, these magic bullets, like his magic power, could cover all of Japan. Wherever they passed, demons couldn't survive, and as long as he maintained it, no civilians would be attacked by demons. This spectacle made the noble sorcerers break out in cold sweat. A while later, Minato retracted his magic power. Immediately, through everyone's headsets, came the news of safety from others. The sisters Ruka looked at Minato with admiration, feeling this was beyond normal. They were wordless, finding Minato truly extraordinary. Akuto couldn't believe this, shouting frantically, "This is absurd. This can't be happening, unleashing magic across Japan. This isn't something humans can do." Seeing him losing control, Jin quickly tried to calm him. "Calm down, Kuroi. The demons surely aren't all wiped out yet." Hearing this, Akuto took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and pointed at Minato, sneering. "The noble sorcerers are still out there. If the anti-magic devices can't be reused, then the magic in those items will be useless." But Minato raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Did you forget something?" Akuto was stunned and asked back in confusion, "What?" Meanwhile, on the disaster's outskirts, people had just sighed in relief when another group of demons approached, startling them. But seemingly at the same time, another group of people appeared behind them. Minato raised an eyebrow and smiled at Akuto, saying, "Is there really no one left in Japan to rely on?" And there was a twist. The Shadow Bringer organization, which had disappeared for months, suddenly appeared there.